to something strange. The same thing was happening to everyone else. Everyone who was standing in line with me, and even the lady who was sitting on the other side of the counter, they were all running towards the exit. But I had no such luck. Some pudgy guy knocked me down while flailing his arms, and the frenzied crowd began trampling over me on the floor. Everything ended just as suddenly as it started. The ringing in my ears died down, and my headache passed immediately. It was only the pain over my whole body that reminded me of what just happened a few seconds ago. The world has changed. Fight, think, move, learn, develop, and survive. Or die. Shit. I couldn't figure out what this text was that had appeared before my eyes. I was getting grabbed on my leg. Did I say that I was okay? I swung out wildly, and a couple of teeth fell onto the tile floor. That's it. That was the last straw. I was seeing red. Then came a fight where people were attacking me and each other, but I couldn't give a rat's ass about the others. Let them kill themselves for all I care. Just don't touch me. I fought in a frenzy and will state proudly that at least 5 people weren't going to be able to get home without help today. And now, on the verge of losing consciousness, trying my best to stay aware, I was hounded by the question, what the hell was going on? Okay, I knocked out a couple more people, but the rage inside me had nowhere else to go, and I finally had the chance to let it out again. Level up, +1. Great start, and even better, a fast one. As a reward, please choose your class up to level 10. Ah, damn. My therapist told me not to lose control, or I might end up an idiot. He jinxed me, that bastard. Okay, again. I barely managed to get my eyes to focus, and the words disappeared. Then sounds came back. I just noticed that when I was reading that bullshit, that all the sounds around me had faded into the background. It could be dangerous to lose focus like that. I had to stop. There had been complete bedlam in the room so far, but I was somehow pretty far from the door, which is why I didn't end up in the crush. There was a whole heap of people fighting at the doors now. Some of them had pretty much lost their minds, while the rest were just trying to protect themselves. At first I clung to the barred window. What was interesting to me was that almost everyone was pouring out into the street. In a little bit I tried to do that myself, but I was stopped by the powerful pull of some bearded douchebag. But I am grateful to him now. If I had been out there, they would have eaten me alive. They were getting mowed down mercilessly there, and it had been less than a minute since everyone around me had lost their minds. Something like a third of the people had turned into mindless murder machines all at once. Their eyes became dull, their minds clouded, their faces turned lifeless and emotionless. Like zombies. I never thought that fantasy writers could so accurately predict how those monsters would really look. I was quickly convinced fully that they were really the Walking Dead. It was when I saw a woman, torn in half, lie for a moment on the pavement, her face embedded in the bloody concrete, suddenly lift her head up and drag herself along by her arms next to the living. I had to find shelter, and then I could watch how the zombies were tearing those unlucky people apart. And I was in a pretty dangerous situation, but I wasn't making any noise, and I hadn't attracted any attention yet. Grah. Or maybe I had. That same big guy from earlier was now staring right into my soul with his glazed-over eyes. Blood mixed with yellow spit was pouring out of his mouth, and he, clattering his teeth together, was shambling over toward me. Oh, I really wanted to break his skull right now, but without any tools handy, I might not be able to manage it. So I climbed into the comfortable little room that had been stunk up by that lady earlier. I didn't know how she breathed in there, but I had to evolve to become accustomed to even an atmosphere that hostile. That's how I will build up a resistance to poisons and toxins. Only after I had taken shelter in that relatively safe location did I turn my attention to the fact that there was an exclamation point flashing in my peripheral vision. Yeah, I was losing it. No matter, even a nutcase should be happy, and I had to figure it out. Okay, now for the most interesting thing. Behind this metal door, nobody should be able to reach me, so I didn't need hearing or sight right now. An exclamation mark. A menu. An interface. A system. Incomprehensible bullshit. I tried all the voice commands I could think of. No good. In fact, not good at all. My voice, even though it was pretty loud outside, would draw in those monsters. They had begun pounding on the door and knocking in the windows. Those sounds attracted even more of the dead, and I was left sitting in a corner of the little room, hoping for the best, and for this exclamation mark itself to do something. It would be worth it to close my eyes and try to calm down, as if everything was going okay. The exclamation mark became clearer after that, so I concentrated on it and was able to get to it. I used my hand, imagining that I was pressing it with my finger. You got a starter set. Tool, standard. Skill, standard. Item set, standard. Use it wisely. Level up, +1. Great start, and even better, a fast one. As a reward, please choose your class up to level 10. Great, I already saw this, but now I could at least read it and understand it all in a calmer situation. And the first part caught my eye, the part where I, as far as I could tell, got some sort of gifts before I even dealt with that angry lady. But now that I had actually read the text, I wasn't going to leave the menu, just get rid of all these lines. To do that, all I had to do was wave my hand and wish them away. I hate cluttering up my desktop. After the lines of text disappeared from view, a few icons appeared. A little man, a vaguely glittering bag, and a gear. I decided to check them all in order. First the man. Name, Alexander, ? Level 1. Class, ? Stats, body, 9, mind, 11, spirit, 2, available stat points, 2, skills, active, passive, additional, available skill points, 2, abilities. I didn't understand anything, but it was very interesting, and it all seemed pretty logical. I didn't have any questions about the stats. It's too early to talk about spirit. I have never considered myself to be a religious or spiritual person, so the number makes sense. I certainly have never been very spirited around people. So I could improve whatever I wanted right now. But of course I wasn't going to do that. It seemed to me that any improvement would be like a hit on my body, and I had already been hit enough today. I wasn't looking to do any more experiments. It was also too soon to deal with the skills. I didn't have any, but I had gotten something like that in the starter set. I just had to figure out how to actually get it. As for the abilities, that was a little insulting. I must know how to do something, right? I mean, over 30 years of life, I had to have learned something. But I would worry about that later. No time now. The thing was that I could press on nearly anything, especially to change the name. The question mark seemed to be hinting at that possibility. But why did I even need a name? I was sure that Alexander guy was done a long time ago, so I could just copy it. Or maybe I really was one of the first who figured out how to open up the interface. Nearly everybody was too busy right now with running away from or fighting with the zombies. They didn't have time for exclamation marks on the edge of their peripheral vision. And they definitely didn't have time for messing around in the settings. And before that, you would have had to finish off one of the dead to unblock the function itself. Considering that less than a minute had passed since this all started, I might really be the very first one. When I was in school, there was a kids' movie about a ghost that came on television. Ever since then, my classmates had called me Casper, referring to the fact that I was like a ghost, too. I was always antisocial and tried to stay away from everyone. Sure, later another movie came out about ghost hunters and my nickname changed a little, but that's a whole other story, one about broken noses and so on. But Casp worked for me. It even sounded like my last name. Every second counted now, so there was no point in thinking it over. I still had to choose my class anyway. I was sure that there would be limited choices, and the best one would go to the person who got first pick. Name: Casp. Done. On to the next thing. I pressed class and couldn't understand what was happening for a few seconds. My whole vision was filled up with a gigantic list. I had to scroll down to see all of it. The first ones were grayed out. You had your standard warrior, archer, fire wizard, and so on. But more importantly, not all of them were fighting classes. Some were actually pretty peaceful, like the weaponsmith, tailor, and even metalworker. Everything you would get in a normal RPG, just updated for real life. For some reason, I wasn't really surprised, since everything was actually like a video game. Even though it was happening in real life, I wasn't going to let it bother me, because while I was doing that, other people would be making progress, including my opponents. Then came the green ones. Almost all of them had the number 100 next to them. It looked like they were limited in number. There were a lot that were like the ones on the earlier list, but a bunch of new names showed up too. All sorts of druids, rogues, and other crap like that. One that stood out was the Junior Teleporter. That meant there was a Senior Teleporter, and even stronger ones too. The green ones were clearly stronger than the grey ones. I could tell right away. Then came the blue ones. The list wasn't much shorter, but almost all of them now had the number 50 next to them. It looks like they're being snatched up pretty fast. Well, I would really like to be a master of fire magic, but first I had to finish looking through this list. After the blue ones came the purple ones, as expected. There weren't that many of them and not too many copies, only 20. Here you had wider specialization, like the Archmage, who probably would have command of different kinds of magic, whatever you wanted. I don't even want to talk about the martial classes. It was frightening to imagine what kind of slaughter Titan the Metal Tamer, whatever that meant, could get up to, or what a Death Rider might do. Here was where the system strained belief. But the list didn't stop there. If you kept scrolling, you got to the most interesting stuff. The gold classes. Almost all of them included the word master. And what wasn't there a master for? Whatever you wanted, for all types and tastes, take your pick. Master of blades, of magic, of life and death, of thought, of nature. I think that's better than an archmage. At least a narrow specialization lets you master your profession to the full. Or your class, in this case. Some of the choices just disappeared as I was scrolling. That made sense. There was only one of each. People had dealt with their enemies and now they were starting to choose their rewards. And it had only been a couple of minutes. It was coming down to seconds now. The more choices you have, the harder it is to pick. But there was nothing for it. I decided to just for whatever struck me first. Giving up the chance to get a gold class? That would be the height of stupidity. But the list was melting away before my eyes with every passing second. Master of Shadows, that's it, that's the one for me. But I didn't get it in time. It disappeared less than a second before I made up my mind. That means it just wasn't for me. There wasn't much left, but a plain title caught my eye. Ghost. In comparison with the other masters and whatnot, it looked pretty weak. I mean, even the purple ones were more attractive, but there wasn't anything left that fit me. Name: Casp. Level 1. Class: Ghost. Stats: Body 9, Mind 11, Spirit 2, Available stat points 2. Skills: Active, Passive, Additional, Dematerialization. Class: Available skill points 2. Abilities. Okay, now it was much more interesting. So, how long had I been sitting around with my eyes closed? Bang! Jesus, motherfuckers! It was time to come back to the real world with a crash ringing out, and far too close. While I was messing around in the interface, a huge crowd of Walking Dead had broken in from the street. and they were already pounding on the door to this little room. Somehow, even though the smell of dead flesh was all around, they had still noticed me. The door was solid, since they kept money in here, and nobody was getting in through the window, since there were thick steel bars forming a grate, but there was also nowhere for me to go. Once I made sure that the door was well and truly locked, and that there were no immediate threats, I sat back down on the floor. I had to get some information. How much time had passed? No more than 5 minutes. I had already figured out by now that people, even if they had severe injuries, would become rabid beasts after death, meaning this was either some contagious stuff, or that you just had to give up the ghost to become one of the walking dead. This was a software update. Well, was it really that bad? Just to make sure, I got out my phone. The internet, despite the fact that everything had just started a bit ago, already seemed to be full of awful videos from all over the world. The exact same thing that was happening here was happening in the largest cities in the world. Just chaos, destruction, and panic. I spent a few minutes watching videos. In one of them, a police officer was shooting his weapon at everyone over and over. His arms and legs were all bloody, and you could see that he had been bitten, with a mound of bodies all around him. But a few seconds later his ammo ran out, and he was overcome by the mindless crowd. The next video showed a scene taken from a quadcopter. It was hovering above a massive square packed with people. The quadcopter had managed to record the beginning of everything, since the recording had started earlier. Right away, everybody grabbed their heads, everybody writhed around in pain for about a minute. Then, all of a sudden, they all fell to the ground, spasming around. But in a short time, some of them stood up and looked around in surprise. But everything changed in a single second. The ones who had fallen sprang up, growling, and began sinking their teeth into the living. What a cool video. And if I had a beer and some chips, it would be totally awesome. I would have kept watching, but I didn't really want to right now. Still, I saved it for later. It would be interesting to see whether anybody managed to get out of that mass at all. The next video proved that you didn't have to die to be turned into a zombie. Some dark-skinned guy got bitten really bad, but the survivors managed to pull him to safety. Judging from his injuries, he should definitely have been able to survive. But in a few minutes he first passed out, then started convulsing, and finally started attacking the ones who had saved him. That was when the video cut out. But I don't imagine there was going to be a happy ending for them. I would go through all that information later. Now I was just trying to figure out how far this chaos had spread. Now I knew that it was across the whole world. Every corner of our planet was infested with zombies, and no help was coming. Bang! I hoped they were banging their heads on the wall out there. Another hit, and so strong that plaster was falling off the ceiling. The concrete around the door was starting to crack, letting me know without a doubt that I couldn't just sit here forever. I would find a solution in the interface somewhere, I was sure. Let's start with my reward. Where could it be? In my bag. After pressing it, I was brought right away to my inventory. A short note told me that I could jam whatever I wanted in there, with a few limits, like size. But I could keep as many rewards as I could manage, although everything else was limited to about £20. Not too much, sure, but still pretty good. I found my first reward in my bag. It took the form of a small ball. Getting stuff out of my inventory was easy. I just had to will it, and I got it. Simple. A small grey ball appeared in my hand, about half an inch around. It seemed like the item should be enclosed inside. To make it appear, I would just have to want it, pressing lightly on the ball. It crumbled into sand, and in its place the object appeared. It's like a holiday, like Misfortune Day, or something, I said, shaking my head. Simple knife, normal, 50 out of 50. Description: not to be used as a weapon. What's with this 50-50? Is the system saying that it can't guarantee that this is a knife? Like, it's like a knife, but maybe not. 50-50 that it's just a thick piece of metal, rusted, and instead of a handle, it's just wrapped in a dirty rag. It might even be made as uncomfortable and fragile as possible on purpose. No, I think the numbers show its durability. I could stab it into a wall and then the number would go down, I'm sure. But I'm not going to do that. You couldn't say there's a bunch of weapons in this little room, but there is a mop, and that's all right. And the little window that nobody would ever get to me through. I tore off a bit of my shirt, making something like a rope, and used it to tie my knife tightly to the shaft of the mop. I wasn't about to break it because I didn't want to lose any length. I grabbed the shaggy part tightly and stuck my spear through the little window. The most forceful one immediately started clattering his teeth. I jammed my weapon right into his mouth, but it had no effect. I had to try a few more times before the freak shut up and fell down. I didn't even level up, but I never thought it would be easy. The next one came to the window immediately after the first. I had to hit him a few times, too. The only way I could kill the dead with this makeshift weapon was to hit them in the eye. But that was pretty hard when my opponents were shaking their heads and gnashing their teeth. The spear lasted long enough for 4 of the dead. Then I had to rewrap it. The knife was coming loose and was threatening to fall off, getting stuck forever in someone's head. It was a good thing that the zombies were still fresh and didn't stink too much. In fact, it stank the most in here, but my damp brown rag wasn't all too disgusting. While I was messing with the spear, they started banging on the door again, and hard. It was scary to imagine what kind of monsters were there, but I would rather deal with them through the window. Level up, +1. Oh, awesome! I had to kill 5 undead to reach level 2. Now I could increase my stats and get a skill. About that. A little grey book, about 1/2 inch by 1 inch in size, was sitting on my hand. Let's take a look. Power Pass. Normal. Description. Gives a permanent +1 increase to the power stat. I'm no expert, and I don't know what kind of skills there are, but I felt like this thing I had in my hands now was nothing but some bullshit. That was putting it lightly. I hadn't seen a skill called Power, but I'm sure that this is directly related to my physical development. Anyway, I wasn't going to mess with it now. I would deal with it in my free time if necessary. I had to spend these points, since that would have a direct effect on my chance of survival. And I did want to live, for real, but preferably in complete isolation so nobody could ever touch me. Ever. Communication through text? Yes, please, always. I would even be ready to switch to messenger pigeons. But phone calls? Oh, God forbid, real-life conversation? Not for me. Bang! Bang! And now this extrovert on the other side of the door was obviously dreaming of a personal meeting with me. The door just about flew off its hinges. It was holding on by the last remnants of spray foam, and through that I could clearly see the bastard who was so stubbornly trying to get in. Now he was backing off for a running start. The sounds of heavy steps could be heard, along with the crunching of the bones of zombies who had fallen along the way. Another hit. I covered my face with my hand so pieces of stone wouldn't get in my face, but the door didn't break, it just bent inward. The guy's strong, massive hand, disfigured by bites, stretched toward me, and in response I jammed my spear into his eye. Take that, you overgrown woodpecker! Bullseye! But no good. The dead guy was too solid. My knife bit it, and I was left with just a bare wooden handle with a piece of my shirt on it. It was that same greasy jerk who tried to run out the building before me, the one who hit me in the face, even if it was accidental. I just now recognized him. It was difficult, considering his face had been partially gnawed off, but he had grown significantly since our last encounter. His paunch had pulled in a little, his shoulders were wider, and as far as I could tell, he had gotten taller. Now the bent knife was sticking out of his eye, but it didn't bother him a bit. He was looking at me with one empty eye, stretching out his hand, helplessly gnashing his teeth, all while constantly hissing somehow. Umph! I grunted, hitting him as hard as I could with the mop, but I just managed to break it in half. So I was left with a sharp stick in my hands. The dude tried to grab me once more, but I dodged swiftly and jammed the sharp end of the stick into his remaining eye, putting my whole weight into it. Level up, +1. Yeah, that'll teach you not to smack your belly onto whoever you feel like. A fair number of walking dead had gathered behind that guy, but he was completely blocking the way. The door would fall eventually. His final attachments were just barely holding on, and it was about to crash down under the excess strain. So my first order of business was to get the sharp stick and then the knife. Simple knife, 5 out of 50. Almost out. But I could still straighten it out. Maybe that would give it a couple more durability points. Thwack! I had leaned it against the floor and knocked it with my foot, but the only thing left under the sole of my shoe was grey sand. Clearly, you wouldn't get any durability by trying to fix things. Just the opposite. And now I knew what happened to items when their durability ran out. That's good. You can never have too much information. The scraping on the other side of the door was making it shake. The dead hadn't gone anywhere, and they were just as eager to feast on my flesh. Aha! It was much easier to work with the sharp stick. Nearly every hit ended in the death of a zombie. 1, 2, 3. After a while, I stopped counting. The mountain of corpses around the door just kept growing, but the number of walking dead on the other side didn't get any smaller at all, just the opposite. The sound of the battle in the building had started drawing in more and more of the monsters. Crack! Shit! I couldn't help but shout. Of course, my stick, which had served me well and true for the past few minutes, was starting to get short and blunt, and then it broke. Bad luck. One half of it was left in one of those monsters' eyes. The other one? Hell if I know. I took a quick glance around the room, realizing that I only had a chair and a safe left as weapons. The first one was not the most convenient, and the safe weighed more than 400 pounds. I would hardly be able to swing it around here. But I could definitely knock it over. I summoned all my strength and leaned against it, pushing in bursts to try to knock it on its side, towards the door. At first it stood like a statue, but then, unsticking from all of the cockroach shit, it finally gave up and began falling where I needed it to go. Maybe I didn't think this through. Since the room was pretty small, the safe smacked up against the hanging door with all of its weight pulling down on it. The door couldn't handle it. Its hinges snapped, and it fell into the outer room, letting in a stream of zombies. The dead were waiting for it seemed. Now they had access to fresh meat. They roared, lurching forward, shoving and cutting each other off. There was only one thing I could do, and that was throw myself on the floor and hide behind the fallen safe. You'll never take me alive, you bastards! Their cold, gnarled hands started grasping at my clothes, trying to pull me out of my hiding spot, while their hungry mouths closed around my shoes, slowly but surely squeezing at them, gnawing through the leather. You beasts! I shouted. My fear had receded into the background, leaving only anger. I smacked him with my heel, and he let go of my leg. His teeth scraped against the floor, but where one dead guy was, now there were two. Realizing how hopeless my situation was, I started to feverishly rack my brain for options. I couldn't move the safe anymore. It was staying where it was, and I couldn't run away. There were at least 5 of the dead in the little room, taking up all of the remaining space. I had no weapons. All I had was my stuff, and my skills, son of a bee! Not the ones from books, but the one I got with my class. The cold, gnarled hands were grasping at me, pulling me back by my legs. A girl, disfigured by terrible wounds, was leaning over me, trying to sink her teeth into my neck. But at the last moment I was able to hold her back by putting my hands against her chest. She was unbelievably strong. Every second her busted-up mouth got closer and closer. But I had decided that I was going to see this to the end, no matter what. If she bit me, I would tear her throat out myself. But first, dematerialization. Chapter 2. Dematerialization. Class skill. Description. Upgradable skill. Upon activation, your body turns into an immaterial substance. Your ability to affect the outside world increases as you level up. Mana is used in accordance with the distance and speed of your movement. As soon as I activated the skill, all the sounds around me, they didn't go quiet. Rather, they faded into the background. They weren't that important anymore. My consciousness simply stopped paying attention to what was happening around me. But I still had my habits. I was still lying on the floor trying to push this dead girl away with my hands and kicking off the other deadies with feet as strong as I could. It took a minute for me to realize what was happening. That was when I finally got that they weren't paying me any attention, and no one was trying to attack me. What's more, my hands and feet were going right through my enemies, dealing no damage at all. The zombies were acting like I wasn't there, just going about their own business. I mean, no offense intended, but feasting on my flesh just wasn't in the cards for them today. So what happened? Was I dead? To make sure I wasn't, I first tried to stand up, but that's not what happened. I managed to get up, but actually just floated up into the air, right under the ceiling. My hands, I held them out in front of myself, realizing I couldn't see them, or any other part of myself. I was overcome by a wave of panic, but I couldn't do anything except to look around. I couldn't even scream. Not that it would do me any good, since the room was just as full of dead as before. I gradually came to my senses. There was no reason to panic. I had not died, just activated my class skill. And, to put it lightly, I loved it. Ghost was not just a word here. I had truly become a spirit, and the dead, stupidly, couldn't see me at all. But would living people see me? I hoped not. Honestly, I would prefer not to see them either. The description said that the mana usage was based on how fast I moved. But what mana? I think the system is using terms that we are familiar with from games, so we don't get confused. The question was where to find it. Before the dead guys broke down the door, I had wanted to check all the tabs on my interface. There was only one button I hadn't pressed. The gear. As expected, the settings were hidden in there. Too bad the difficulty can't be set, but I can still set all sorts of information bars on the edge of my vision. The settings also let me decide how often I wanted to see messages. The default was set to rarely. I think, if I want to, I can look at the logs later. The most important things can pop up in front of my eyes, but all that stuff like how damage I do per hit, I don't want to see it in a fight. A health bar. One for mana. Character levels? Awesome! I didn't expect there to be this kind of functions. If I turned them on, then I could see my opponent's levels, how much damage they had taken, and also their names or species. So now I know that it's not just human beings in this struggle for survival. Menacing sparrow archmages. That sounds dangerous. Or a military pack of deadly corgis. I spent a half hour messing around in the settings, and I ended up turning on almost all of them. Now I would get almost complete information about anything that I focused my attention on, whatever that meant. One other thing was that I had 2 bars on the edge of my vision, health and mana. The first was expressed in percentage, while the second in some units that I didn't really understand. I had 10 of them now. That was all I needed to know. My health wasn't full, only 90%, but that was way better than, say, 20, and I didn't feel any pain at all now. I felt great. It was all gone. All because I wasn't even breathing now. I didn't need air here or anything else. So what's that? Right. A familiar object caught my eye. Among the heaps of corpses I could see a grey ball. My crappy knife was probably in there. I couldn't let something useful go, though. I had to get it somehow. If I shut off my ability now, the deadies would be on me in a second. I certainly didn't want that. Even though I couldn't see my extremities, I could still feel things like normal. I put my hand on the wall. Coarse, cool concrete. I felt that as if my hand were not transparent, just naturally. But I only had to push a little, and it was like my hand fell into a void, and me along with it. There was a moment of darkness, and then I appeared outside. Whole crowds of zombies were wandering around outside, and there were some people sitting in a tree next to the building. They had no intention of coming down, though. The dead below were on guard, ready to fall onto fresh meat at any moment. But I couldn't help them in any way. I was not about to put my ass on the line again. Anyway, where were they going to go? Well, I could easily track how they ended up here by following the corpses along the way. Curiosity won out, and I kept floating. I moved slowly, checking my mana bar periodically. I could probably speed up a little. The mana had dipped down by 1, but if I crawled like a snail, everything was fine. There was no change. Or maybe my mana came back faster than I could use it. The people couldn't see me. I flew up to them, waving my hand in front of their faces, but they looked through me, not even suspecting I was there. Everything was just as before. Nothing had changed. "Igor, you have to draw them away," I could hear someone whining. "Only you can get away." "And then they'll eat me," answered Igor, I guess. It was clear that he didn't want to sacrifice himself. "And I don't have a lot of mana." A weak excuse. But I understood. Nobody wants to die for everyone else. "You said you had enough," shouted a girl, not convinced. "Yeah, when I thought we're going together. I thought we would break through, and why haven't you learned the skill yet?" he asked, turning to the squeaking girl. "You should have picked one a long time ago." "I'm keeping a slot open. You said that you shouldn't learn a second skill until level 10, she said, annoyed. "Yeah, one active and one passive. I'm just wondering about the additional ones." Igor went quiet, thinking, but perked up in a second. "But if we die, what is the point in wasting the slot?" I just stopped listening. I just nodded knowingly to myself. It was a good thing that I hadn't used that unimpressive grey book to gain a strength increase earlier. I could definitely find something more interesting. And if not, well, the book wasn't taking any space in my inventory. Let it be. With a class like this, strength was whatever. Later, they started discussing a plan of escape, and some guy suggested that they break through using one of his abilities, but nobody was dying to risk it. So since he was strong enough, they decided to send him alone to draw away the zombies. No, I wasn't going to help them, except maybe Igor, poor dude. But it was better for me to stay without a body. They were really no better off than me. There were 5 of them, in all, and 3 of them had the number 2 blinking red over their heads. The others were still at 1. That means, so far they must have finished off at least 17 zombies? That seems about right. They must have managed to get rewards from some of them too. I thought so, since normal people rarely carry around clubs, swords, shields, and other medieval shit. They got them as rewards, no other way. So why did I just get a knife? Maybe that start pack was just the weakest reward. Or I was just really lucky. How many rewards have we lost? That phrase, spoken by some little fat guy who got up the tree God knows how, reminded me why I had even flown over here. The rewards. I needed to figure out how to get them into my inventory at all. I used up another mana point so I wouldn't lose any time, flying down to 2 zombies laid out on the ground. I didn't think they were people, given that their skulls were completely split. Near them I found a little grey potato. I thought it was done, that I should move on, but upon closer inspection I could see the words, "Food, normal," above it. I couldn't find anything else worthwhile, so I set to experimenting. First, I tried to pick it up. My hand passed straight through the reward, leaving me with nothing. Son of a bitch. So I opened my interface. I had already somehow gotten used to the zombies walking around me. Sometimes they even passed through me. That was not pleasant, since I could feel everything. Their bodies were already starting to rot, and the feeling of their skin was not great. I'm not even going to talk about how they looked. Thank God that their smell didn't penetrate into my little underworld. Otherwise, I would have been completely nauseous. The little backpack icon wasn't doing anything for me. I looked into my nearly empty storehouse, trying to click things with my tongue, but no good. The grey thing was the only thing left in my inventory. Okay, time to shit or get off the pot. I tried to remember how I got the last rewards out of my bag and decided to do everything in reverse. So, I had to put it down. Okay, I need to get a hold of my mental commands. My hand was on top of the reward. I closed my eyes. I tried hard. I couldn't do it as a ghost. I didn't even blink, but kept looking at the world through eyes wide with surprise. I had a completely different point of view. Okay, done with that. The potato felt weird to the touch, like it was made of sand, not like I was holding on to a vegetable. I concentrated on the task and... Ha! I didn't even have to dig it up. Got it! I checked my inventory just to make sure, and found 2 potatoes in there. Whatever, I couldn't stop there. I flew from corpse to corpse, taking everything that was just lying around. Almost all of them were grey, but I did manage to find 2 green potatoes. The rest were all grey. There were 10 balls and 5 books, and 20 food sets. I didn't know yet what was in those sets, but at least I wouldn't be dying of hunger. "The rewards are disappearing!" shouted someone in the tree, drawing the attention of another herd of zombies. "It looks like they go away after a while," Igor said thoughtfully. "We should have picked them up right away." "Yeah, sure, I triggered the system, nothing else. Complained to tech support." They didn't need the rewards anyway, so why should I look a gift horse in the mouth? I didn't feel like a thief in this situation at all. I was just salvaging stuff that had been thrown away. I was done with that street, so I decided to return to my own place. There I took out a couple of deadies. One of them was very strong. Something green definitely should have dropped from him. I hoped it would be a book, but I would be okay with a decent spear, or even some kind of armor, or a magic wand. Ah, you could imagine anything while flying towards your prize. But I couldn't fly fast. Sometimes I forgot about my limited mana, which is why the bar had fallen to 5. The building where I'd fought off the deadies was an outbuilding of a multi-story apartment complex. I had managed to go all the way around it while looking for rewards. I decided not to waste time and headed directly through the walls. I was never going to get used to these new feelings. It was like I was neither alive nor dead. All my feelings were totally different. My hearing had become kind of weird, muffled. There weren't any real sounds at all, just information about what was going on around me. And the weightlessness. That was, for sure, the best. I didn't feel any weight. I didn't have to breathe, and there wasn't any pain either. Controlling where you go was super easy too. Wherever you want, that's where you go. You didn't have to learn anything. It was as intuitive as possible. The first room I passed through was empty. The exit door was wide open. It looked like, when everything started, the people had been able to run outside. It was no good to deal with zombies stuck in these concrete boxes. Oh yeah, like it was any better to become one of the walking dead in the great outdoors. And I had gotten lucky. Just luck. That fat guy and his rude smack had probably saved my life. Well, I had repaid him fairly for it, at least. I ran into some inhabitants in the next room, a grandfather and grandmother. Both of them, as far as I could tell, had been bedridden. There was no way they could have escaped in time, but that didn't stop them from turning into zombies, quietly and peacefully. It would be humane to end their misery, but I had no intention of risking it. I still had to find a safe place to open up some of my rewards, see what these food sets were made of, and up my stats with my available points. I floated around the little room a couple of times, checking every nook and cranny. I even thought about materializing so I could conclusively prove my theory, but I wasn't about to risk it. Everything was still looking pretty bleak. The zombies that I killed through the little window had all given one reward each. They were just weak little potatoes and one green one. But they all did. But I didn't get anything from the others. Not a thing, not even one reward. The little grey book that I threw on the floor here while escaping the invading deadies didn't count. Oh, system, you're a stingy bitch, aren't you? I used the system's knife to kill things through the little window. It may have been tied to a stick, but at least the pointy end was from the system. The others I finished off with the splintered end of the mop. I didn't get it from one of those little spheres, so the system decided that I didn't deserve any bonuses from it. So here I am, without any gifts. Well, there it was. My first thought was that soldiers could get by pretty well with rewards. No, they would get their own experience, maybe less than normal, but still. A machine gun was always better than a dull knife, to say nothing of tanks. But they would have a hard time without rewards. Sooner or later they would run out of bullets, and then they would have to do it by hand. Around that time, the ones working with the system would show up, surpassing normal people in every possible way, and everybody would have different skills too. After collecting all the rewards and double-checking everything, I flew away from the building. At first I was heading towards the door, but then I remembered that I didn't need it now. Where to hide? Right next door was the multi-story apartment complex, an utterly impregnable fortress, so I should get as high up as possible there. It took me half an hour to make it to the 9th floor. If you speed up just a little bit, then right away the mana starts sinking at a crazy rate. Every time I had to stop myself. What would happen if I ran out? Would I materialize again and fall down? Or would I just stop moving? In any case, it would be better to check that in more comfortable conditions. From up here, I could see all the neighboring environs. Here and there, zombies were lurching around, with survivors still screaming like before. There were people on the roof of a 5-story building. They were basically just sitting around, afraid to show themselves at all. That made sense. The dead could sense the living, but at a distance they could only see you. I thought that was logical. But sitting around and waiting for someone to save you was stupid. They should be brave, figure out their interfaces and show those zombies some real resistance. Otherwise, they are all going to die awful deaths. But I am no teacher. I'm just a ghost who wants to find a comfortable place to unpack my potatoes and get stronger. Yeah, I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. But there wasn't a lot of safety around. The first thing I did was to fly around to whole upper floor, which wasted a lot of time. Totally empty. Now that I was sure nobody would barge in on me, I picked the room with the heaviest door. And as a bonus behind that heavy door was comfortable, expensive furniture and appliances. Nobody had been in this room to begin with. It was locked, which meant nobody had run out in panic. After flying around the corners of the room a few times, I was finally convinced that I was safe. I could finally relax. There would be no uninvited guests. But how should I materialize? I knew that I just had to shut off the skill, but what was the best place to do it? Under the ceiling? Then I would hurt myself when I fell. Lying on the bed? What if I ended up in the sheet? It would get stuck in my ass. In the end, after much thought, I decided to come back right above the bed, about half a foot. I mentally reached for my skill, commanded it to shut off, and, just as planned, I fell onto the soft, comfortable bed. "Sweet!" I said. It was nice to feel myself within my own body. There was some pain, but also a bunch of other feelings along with it. Like smells, sounds, and fatigue. I had really been missing them. But then again, when you're flying, you're not really thinking about it. And on top of that, hunger was back. My stomach, grumbling like a wave of zombies, was gently but unavoidably reminding me that it was time to open up my little potatoes. I decided to start my experiments with a grey one. I had more than enough of them, and it wouldn't be a big deal to waste one. I might have been able to get some food from the previous residents, but I wasn't interested in that. The food would run out sooner or later, and then I'd have to use these food sets exclusively. The little potato turned to dust, and I ended up with a bowl of buckwheat in my hands. Looked like it was boiled, and not very appetizing. I didn't try to understand the logic behind it. I took a fork and tasted the food. No salt or seasonings, just food. It would keep you from starving. If I hadn't eaten for a couple of days, then this buckwheat would be the food of the gods. But right now, like this, I didn't want it. In the next little grey potato I found a potato, also boiled, also in a bowl. It was the bowls that I cared about more now. The tableware was made either out of plastic or something similar. I think it was probably single-use and would be recycled after use. You definitely couldn't use it as a weapon, meaning that it had no value to me. A green one now. That was more interesting. The boiled buckwheat was without seasoning and not even warm. But after activating the green food set, I had a plate of hot mashed potatoes in front of me, covered in some sort of gravy. I fell to eating that food right away. I wasn't even going to think about opening the grey potatoes anymore. Not when I had things like this. If I had these little potatoes all the time, I would never get married. I would never get married anyway, but it tasted great, with a decent portion size. I ended up going through 2 of the potatoes. The second portion I didn't even finish. I didn't have the appetite for it. I fell onto the bed, closed my eyes, and dozed off. "Damn it!" I shouted, practically asleep. "The stats!" Before I could rest, I had to deal with all of that. That was my first priority. After activating the interface, I clicked on the tab I needed and got to work. Name, Casp, Level, 3, Class, Ghost, Stats, Body, 9, Mind, 11, Spirit, 2, Available stat points, 6, Skills, Active, Passive, Additional, Dematerialization, Class Skill, Available skill points, 6. Abilities. Everything was the same. Nothing had changed. I got a couple of levels, and since then I hadn't killed a single deadie. I needed to do something about that. And what should that be? I said, squinting. Body. Let's press on it. What the hell? Chapter 3. Stats. Body, 9. Strength, 2. Dexterity, 4. Constitution, 3. Mind, 11. Intelligence, 5. Reaction, 3. Perception, 3. Spirit, 2. Repository, 1. Conduits, 1. Available skill points, 6. You could improve all the goddamn stats, and you can improve them as much as you wanted, except those with just one thing. Using my available points, I could develop even my left pinky toe, as much as I wanted. But to do that, I would need to gain some levels, meaning there was no time for sleeping. While you sleep, your enemies work. I had 6 points in total. I needed to invest them wisely. I couldn't mess it up, since every new level would be harder and harder to get. The math was easy to do. The first level required you to kill 1 guy. The second level required 5, and so on. Plus, the harder the opponent, the more experience. Yeah, I would call it that. Our world was already like a game now, no reason not to get my terms from them. I got everything about the body stats. If I pump up strength, I will hit harder, or run harder. Dexterity would affect my speed. Probably. With it, I could run much faster, and I would get flexibility and all that stuff agile people have. So, Constitution. I could run longer. That was also a useful skill to have in this new reality. The mind ones were pretty easy too. Intelligence would affect my ability to think and remember. Maybe more too, like my ability to communicate with others. Ha! No thanks. I managed to survive without that before, somehow. But spirit, that was all new to me. But once again, I could try to figure it out with logic. Repository must have an effect on the amount of mana available to me. Right now I just had one. If I had two, then I would have twice as much. Conduits was some strange stuff, but I was pretty sure it would have an effect on my magic damage. So if I were a fire mage, I would be using those conduits left and right. The faster you can get your mana through them, the more you can burn, or something like that. In all probability, they would do something for my skill too. If I pump them up, there would be some sort of reactive pull, so I could move faster if I wanted to. That was all good. But where should I put my 6 available points? I would like to have more, but unfortunately what I had was what I had. At first I thought about skipping mental development, since it was already my biggest stat. But then what? Without it, I couldn't use my skill in time or avoid the rotten teeth of those zombies. It was necessary, for sure. I would put in at least 1 point in it, and then see what happened. I definitely didn't have enough strength. Yeah, I was a ghost, and yeah, mostly I would never need to attack my enemies with raw power. But right now I had to split skulls without using my skills. Since I hardly had any, I would put 2 points into it, and another one into dexterity. I had only 2 left, but there was nothing to think about now. Although I might not be shooting fire out of my hands, the distance and speed of my flight at least still were completely dependent on my mana. I really needed to be able to move, which meant that the rest were going straight into repository. Breathe in, breathe out. It was time to start. Spending my points was not that fun. I had to waste one even, since my whole body was racked with unbearable pain, and that was just a reaction. But would be no good to yell. I decided at some point to instead activate my skill to hide from the pain, and it worked. As a ghost, I couldn't feel pain at all, unless there was phantom pain or some kind of ghostly pain. The next time would go more smoothly. I would definitely invest my points one at a time, but I wouldn't get any more discomfort from this sudden strengthening anyway. I was suddenly reminded of the smart black guy meme. Your body can't hurt if you don't have one. And now my spirit was suffering a little. That was a weird feeling. When I put the points into repository, it started feeling a little uncomfortable. I was afraid to imagine how much I would be writhing in pain now if I hadn't used my skill. Each increase took about 5 minutes, so I would soon be able to materialize again. But there was a problem. I was planning on going to all the places that were difficult to reach, and taking out zombies in the most convenient places for me there. Like, from trees. Why not? But how could I get on a tree if I couldn't even fall onto a bed normally? It was too dangerous to get my body back while I was flying. So it was time to start practicing. I began by materializing as low down above the bed as I could, maybe an inch high. It went just like last time. My body fell onto the soft bed and I immediately wanted to go to sleep. That's what happens when your belly is full. But I had eaten and I would continue to eat. I wasn't going to get fat anyway, and now the obesity problem was decisively solved around the whole world. I mean, fat people just can't run away from zombies. I dematerialized again so I wouldn't drop off to sleep. My goal now was to be able to do a specific pose. The next room had 2 nice soft chairs that would work great for that. I did the same as I did with the bed, but before materializing I folded myself up as though I was going to fall onto a chair. My body came back exactly in that pose. Exceptional! There was only one last experiment left, and then I could get started on thinning the herd of zombies. I didn't know what would happen if I materialize within, let's say, a wall. Would I be torn in half, or would the wall be shattered into pieces? It would be better to check that in advance. I decided to use a curtain for that. I turned into a ghost and flew right up to it, just barely touching it with my pinky finger. Worst case scenario, I would lose a bit of skin and clip my nail. The moment that I went through something solid, I felt amazing. They were completely different feelings than those I had while just flying through the air in empty space. Okay, now's the time. I put my finger against the fabric, but I had to force it a little to go through it. And now... Nope. I simply couldn't get back to my body while I was in a wall. The system didn't allow me to materialize when there was something more solid than air around me. I would test it out with water later. No rush now. Turns out I was worried about nothing. I could feel every object, and to pass through them I had to actually want to. So I could lean on walls, sit in chairs and lie in beds normally without worrying. And I could appear in any pose I wanted without fear. So, for example, I could grab onto a tree branch to stop myself from falling when gravity started working on me again. So I appeared in the chair. I was sitting there naked, thinking about what I should do about clothes. As soon as I became a ghost, they flew away. My only hope was my inventory. I could keep clothes in there, but that meant I had to get dressed again every time, which wouldn't be too convenient. In any case, there was nothing to be done about it. I wasn't going to stop using such a cool power. It allowed me to work as comfortably and safely as possible, so I would somehow get by without clothes. After putting on some pants I found lying around, I set about looking through my rewards. I had a whole bunch of them, some of which I had already managed to use for food. I gave the books a once-over, a number of skills that I could learn, limited, extremely, just one active and one passive until level 10. Afterward, I was under no illusions that the limit would be completely removed. At most, I would get one more of each. And I wasn't about to take up any of my precious slots with this grey bullshit. Even less so given that I had everything I needed to survive and improve. That was thanks to my surprising and extremely rare class. So much. I was the only person like this on the whole planet. So those books could go in the trash. Or rather, in my inventory. They didn't take up space and they didn't need to eat. Let them be. I could exchange them for whatever if necessary. But I had to do something about these little balls right now. It was an unpleasant surprise for me that those little knives dropped fairly often, at least one out of every 3 times. I had 3 of them from 11 spheres. Trash. I could throw them away without issue, but I wasn't going to, since I could use them to get more spheres. Or I could palm them off on someone in exchange for... What would I need? Nothing. I had everything. And if I didn't, I could just take it. I didn't need to ask anyone for anything now. But besides the knives, there was something interesting. Ring of Mana. Mana plus 5. Normal. At a glance, it was just a normal copper ring, nothing special, except the writing that the system showed right over it. Of course I was going to put this on right away. Gloves of Reaction. Reaction plus 1. Normal. Greaves. Constitution plus 1. Normal. Boots. Normal. Oh, now this was just insulting. Boots! Just boots! And nothing more? Vest. Normal. Could you not give me something better than just to cover my ass? I thought, but I checked the new thing. It fit like a glove. The material was leather. There was nothing else to say about that rag. Even the buttons were sad. Ring of Intelligence. Intelligence plus 1. Normal. Helmet. Normal. Oh, come on! I said, not holding back. System, tell me the truth. You're doing this on purpose, right? The only thing I could do was yell at the sky. I was sincerely hoping that the rest would be just the same trash. Spear, 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 spear! I started saying, closing my eyes tightly. I gave the mental command for the last sphere to open, and something heavy appeared in my hand. Something like a spear. God damn! It turned out not to be a spear, just a long stick. All the Asian monks in movies use things like that, and they did really well with them. But we are not in a movie, and the metal end of this stick wasn't going to confuse me into thinking so. Staff, normal, 250 out of 250. Well, at least it was durable. I didn't know if it would be worth it to attach the knife to it. Yeah, I think it's worth it, and not just one. As soon as these knives run out, this staff will turn into just a staff, and then it'll be just a sad imitation of a spear, and not even for very long. The previous owners of the room were not used to working with their hands, I could tell. I could even find cables for the house, and there was no reason to attach the knives with rags. That would fall apart after about 5 hits at best. So I would have to fly into the other rooms and find something that would work there. The spear went into my inventory, no problem. It weighed almost nothing, a couple of pounds. Maybe 5, no more. The knives went too, but there was nothing to do about the cloves. I would just have to hope that the system worked. Well, at least I could work with this. I put on everything that I just got from the rewards and turned into a ghost. The things didn't fall off. I couldn't feel them, but my mana boost remained, at least. Now I had 35 points, meaning I could fly as much as I wanted, just not too fast. Plus, with an increase in my stores, I should also get an increase in my regeneration. The first thing to do was go back down. I went floor by floor, hoping to find something to tie my knives on with in one of the rooms. But I still had to get down, for sure, since there were deadies down there, and also the living, who might not have been able to get the rewards from their kills. I found some cables on the 5th floor. I had to do a full search of each room with my skill off. Even if I could look into the cabinets, I still couldn't see anything if the doors were closed. So I had to do it like I would have before. I found pliers and blue electrical tape on the 2nd floor. I stopped searching there so that I could work on my weapon. I wasn't going to hide it in my inventory while I was going around even in my immaterial state. The important thing was that the cables worked. To save time, I attached a knife and tested it out with my skill. Everything was fine. The system recognized the weapon as part of the system, and the knife didn't fall off. But I wasn't about to stop at just one knife. I needed a trident. 1 prong on one side and 2 on the other. It wouldn't be that comfortable to hold, so when the first point broke, I could immediately start using the other 2. It would be better not to create stuff in this situation anyway. Swinging a normal knife around, though, was too dangerous. I could get bitten and then it was over. I would be dead. But what happened if I turned into a ghost after that process started? Would I become a zombie spirit? I didn't want to check. But something told me that my immaterial body would not have to fear infections and injuries. A Shaolin spear, son of a bitch! I grinned, staring at my weapon. It was light, deadly, and most importantly, part of the system. From the 2nd-story window I could clearly see hordes of zombies. They were just wandering through the streets in search of new victims, and sometimes they even found them, but mostly they couldn't reach them. People could often be seen up in the trees, but they had no chance. The hundreds of zombies laying in wait below them wouldn't let them come down. There were some people who had locked themselves in cars. They were also goners, given that glass wasn't that hard to break. For now, they hadn't been noticed, but it was just a matter of time. An SUV was flying through the yard. His metal bumper easily mowed down the zombies in its path. Without stopping or changing course, it drove through the playground in the yard and disappeared behind the neighboring building. That meant the city wasn't yet dead. There were some who were fighting back. It was pretty sad that the SUV was not part of the system. Otherwise, I would have followed it and picked up the rewards. I could, it's true, look for damaged deadies who hadn't been totally killed yet. There was a fair amount of them. But around them were ones that were fully healthy, totally ready to tear off my flesh as soon as I appeared. No, I had to be careful. The majority of the zombies were rushing after the rumbling SUV, so the people were starting to jump down from the trees, trying to find a more dependable shelter. And some even managed to. A boy and a girl even ran into the entrance of my place. Conveniently for them, the electricity hadn't gone out, so the magnetic locks still worked. It was worse for those who didn't have keys. They tried to break through the doors, but that just drew unwanted attention to them. And after a few seconds of chase, the yard was filled with screams of pain. Yeah, not cool. And half of the people stayed sitting in the cars and trees anyway. Idiots. They should have taken the chance. Now there wouldn't be another one. First, I had to satisfy my curiosity. I flew off to see how the group in the tree was getting by. They had a chance to save themselves, and I wondered if they would take it. No, they were still sitting in the tree, trying to convince poor Igor to jump down first. I even was struck with the idea of helping the guy. But in this situation, I would be exposing myself to too much risk. No, let them tussle on their own. I kept looking for a convenient place to kill zombies. Just one would make no difference. To get rewards and experience, I would have to do it en masse. The perfect place would be something like the little room I was in when I first killed zombies, just with a somewhat stronger door, or maybe not even one at all. Then I could just stand there repeatedly stabbing deadies in the eye, or in both at the same time. But no matter how much I flew around, I couldn't find a good place, or it was too far from the hordes of zombies. But still, I did pick up some rewards while I was searching: 3 spheres, 1 book, and 5 grey potatoes. I also studied the zombies a little. They were really lurching around. That guy who had broken the door to the little room was definitely not first level. Even now, just wandering through the streets, I sometimes came across second level ones, and even occasionally a third level. Those ones usually had some kind of abilities. For example, I came across one guy who was at least a head taller than everyone else around. He easily tore the door off a car, dragging out a screaming girl right in front of my eyes. Of course, she tried to fight back, even stabbing the guy in the eye with a knife, but to no avail. His massive paws grabbed onto her hair and pulled her toward him. Blood sprayed everywhere, passing right through me. I felt uncomfortable at its warmth, turning away, flying off somewhere else. A bad scene. But the world had changed, and I would have to see a bunch more like that one. I kept flying, looking into the entrances of homes, shops, and other buildings, but I just couldn't find a good place. Some were taken by the living, others zombies had already wandered into. Doors were wide open everywhere, and finding a secluded place was turning out to be harder than I thought. Should I climb up a tree and stab deadies from there with my spear? Honestly, not a bad plan. But I am not a monkey who can hold onto a branch and use both hands to hit with. My strength may have increased, but I still couldn't get by with one hand. A van. It was parked pretty close to my hiding spot. I liked that room on the 9th floor, and I would sleep there from now on. It had all the luxuries, a nice bed and good, comfortable chairs, and if I needed something else, I could bring it later. It was too bad that my inventory was kind of small, but nothing was stopping me from making multiple trips. I had to come back to my body on the roof of the car so I could get my hearing back. These zombies were rumbling around, rushing to their prey, but even through all that noise I could easily make out a whole cannonade of gunfire. It was being shot from something powerful and rapid-firing. Definitely not a hunting rifle. But I really didn't know if it made sense to use firearms in the current situation. It was effective, sure, but it made a lot of noise. And that noise could draw in both the dead and the living, and the latter was what I would be more afraid of. It's not like they were paragons of humanity before, and now they might go even more nuts. Hit! I stabbed at the first, quickest deadie. It landed right in his eye, killing him on the first hit. The zombies were flooding in from all sides, but none of them could get up onto the roof. The van was starting to shake from the force of all those hungry beasts, but that didn't faze me a bit. Level up, +1. Level up, +1. How many have I finished off? 2 dozen? 3? Yeah, around there. Killing deadies like this was pretty nice. They lifted their heads and opened their mouths, and I just methodically slammed my spear downward. If that didn't work, I just did it again. The first knife fell apart at about the 10th zombie. It couldn't handle a second-level one and crumbled into dust. I had to turn my weapon around and use it as a bident. It was perfectly serviceable like that. I might have to use more strength, though, since the deadies were starting to get back up after the first hit more often. I was also forgetting that I had to get the rewards, so I had to keep moving constantly. If the corpses piled up in one place, I wouldn't be able to move them. To do that, I would have to materialize, and I wasn't about to do that if I didn't have to. I left the strongest one for last, which was pointless, totally pointless. I jammed my weapon into his eye, and the last two knives crumbled into dust, causing no significant damage. A third-level opponent was no joke. These beasts got stronger skin, and their strength and speed increased. Thank God they didn't get any smarts, or that would be way worse. I'd already decided to let that one live, but I was really wondering what kind of reward you might get from a monster like that. Thankfully, he wasn't unique, like some of them. I'd sometimes noticed deadies in the horde that were different from the others. Some of them were very thin, standing out for the suddenness of their movement. On the other hand, there were also slow ones that were bigger and stronger. I was sure there would be others soon too. The evolution of these beasts wasn't going to just stop now. But I have to evolve too. Hit! I slammed my stick as hard as I could, but just got recoil in my hands. Again and again. The zombie's face was nothing more than putty. There was no blood rushing from his wounds, but it was still an unpleasant sight. I slammed my staff over and over into the beast's eyes, nose, and mouth, and eventually I heard a loud crack. Just a little more. The bridge of his nose had broken. Now I started aiming better. I forgot about everything that was happening around me, just poking my stick into one place over and over. In about 5 minutes, my enemy fell limp like a rag doll. And next to him was a green sphere. Not a book, but still good. In any case, I promised that I would not use any books that were less than blue. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the space if I found something really cool. "Stand back, asshole!" shouted some man from inside the van I was standing on. In his hands he had one of those trashy system knives, and he certainly looked like he was trying to show that he was prepared to use it if the situation demanded. "The van is mine, so the rewards are mine too." "Fine, they're yours if they're yours. Who am I to argue?" I had no desire to talk to that guy. While I stood up there and watched, he leaned out and started digging through my prizes. Whatever, do it. Less work for me. Chapter 4. "What the hell was that?" the man said, finally losing his composure completely. Zombies were starting to be attracted by his cries, but it wasn't the first time for him. By using some sort of complicated ability, he knocked down first one and then another zombie in one strike. You could hardly notice his knife flashing before it cut through the skull like butter. The man's indignation didn't come from nowhere. It was because as soon as he found the rewards I got, they immediately disappeared. And not just nowhere, but into my inventory. If you want to take my stuff, now you got it. And clearly I had taken all of his. There weren't a lot of them, but still better than nothing. "Where are you, you bastard?" He wouldn't shut up. He even tried to wave his knife around to hit me. And wow, were his eyes bulging. But it meant nothing to me. The knife just went right through me, and even the ability he was using didn't cause me any damage. Yeah, a slight bit of discomfort, but only for a second. But I couldn't do a thing about it either. I tried to hit him a couple of times with my stick, but it passed right through him. I needed either a specific weapon or a higher level. My ability would definitely level up with me. It said clearly in the description that I would have a more powerful effect on the material world over time. But, for now, I found a bottle and put it in my inventory. While the guy was picking through the corpses, I could at least mess with him a little. I mean, I already got all of my rewards and could fly off at any time, but I didn't have any intention of killing him. He didn't do any damage to me, although he could have. I couldn't hold on to anything, but my inventory could help me a lot. I hovered above the guy at about 10 feet and dropped the bottle out of my inventory. It materialized right where my hand was and fell right through it. "Son of a bitch!" he shouted as soon as it shattered on his leg. At the sound and his yell, the restless undead started rushing in again, but this time in even greater numbers. I watched gleefully as he climbed on top of the van, the same place where I had just been not too long ago. He sat there calmly for a while, but then he started grumbling. He clearly thought that I had gone off somewhere. But not yet. I had been filling up my inventory with rewards, and this poor sucker had another surprise coming. And that would be when he had finished them all off and climbed back down to collect what he earned from all his hard work. Okay, fine, let it go. I could move on. Plus, it was starting to get dark outside. How did I know that? I looked at my watch, and whatever else, my sight hadn't changed. Since everything around was in a kind of washed-out black and white, it was exceptionally obvious that nothing had changed. In fact, something that was really cool was that I didn't feel tired. It was too bad that as soon as I went back to normal, all of my physical needs would return. I didn't get all these green potatoes for nothing. I think it's time to finish everything up and head for home. I needed to sleep for a few hours, eat something to keep my strength up, and open my rewards. It was very probable that the man had come at me so aggressively because of how I looked. I had a grey helmet, a strange leather vest, and a bare ass. Well, also boots and greaves. No sooner said than done. I needed to go home, fill my stomach, get some sleep, and open my rewards. At the very least, I absolutely needed some underwear from the system. And from which little grey ball would I get those? What about from a green one? Self-washing ones, perhaps? While I was heading back to my home base, I picked up a few more rewards. Mostly little potatoes, just grey ones. But I already had enough green ones, so I would leave these for trading. Sooner or later, unfortunately, I would have to get in contact with other people, no matter how much I didn't want to. I couldn't get by without them. At the very least, there would soon be people who were doing crafts. I mean, producing system items. That was clear just by the kinds of things I had seen on the list of classes. Blacksmiths, weaponsmiths, leatherworkers, and other medieval bullshit. And also from the gathering of resources. Honestly, I hoped that the majority of people had picked stuff like that, because if everyone was going to be a warrior, then our world was doomed. I sat down in an armchair, and only then did I really feel how tired I was. I had collected a whole buttload of rewards, but I would open them up after I slept, if you please. I would either have to use them or throw them away. My inventory was not that big right now, and I didn't expect it to expand when I leveled up. But it had to be possible to expand it, right? There must be some way to do it. The green potato treated me this time to a plate of boiled crabs and a cup of beer. That was really unexpected, but right now I was feeling like something a little less fancy, like a beef cutlet with pasta, and a little bit of mashed potatoes. But the next potato gave me a little vial. A normal vial with some red liquid about 4 ounces. Everything was clear right away. I concentrated on it and the writing came up over the object. Health potion. Description: restores health and strength, heals deep wounds, broken bones and burns, removes all infections from the body, including the zombie virus. That was all. It made sense to assume there would be bigger and smaller potions. Here I had a mid-sized one, probably because it had come from a green potato. I put it in my inventory so it wouldn't bother me. In any case, I might well end up needing it at an inopportune moment. If not to heal my injuries, then at least to save me from the zombie virus. All of a sudden I thought about a person crawling through the desert, asking the universe for another chance at life, for just the tiniest bit of water, and then he finds one of these potatoes. And it has crackers in it, or a crab, without beer. You got it, it's done, not a damn thing you can do about it. I had to choke down the crab and the beer, but what could you do? Those were the sacrifices you had to make due to this messed up system. Since I couldn't just eat food like that, I went into the living room and turned on the TV. I hadn't watched one in nearly 10 years, so it wouldn't surprise me if the news were now talking about a rise in a unsavory demographic in our country, and in foreign countries. Not zombies, but gays who were marching in parades. But no, most of the channels were unavailable, and the ones that were working, somehow, were just showing live feeds from street cameras in different cities, and everywhere was the same. The streets were jam-packed with the Walking Dead. But I already knew about that. Suddenly I came across a channel where they were broadcasting live from studio. Like before. A woman was talking about what was going on. She was advising viewers to stay indoors and wait for the government's response. "What the hell are you saying, dumbass?" I couldn't help but shout. "We need to destroy the zombies while they are still weak." I couldn't handle this. I needed to find some kind of easy movie, or just a regular show, and there were still some. The glass of beer had made me a little drowsy, and the crab was settling in my stomach, leading me to doze off. It was only at the very last moment that I snapped awake, remembering to set a trap in front of the door to the bedroom. I grabbed a bunch of expensive-looking dishes from the kitchen and spread them out over the floor. That way, if I had any uninvited guests, I would definitely hear them. Plus, I was a light sleeper. As soon as my head touched the pillow, I was out. I didn't fall asleep, so much as lose consciousness. Swing! What the hell? I flew up to the ceiling and started looking around. It was dark in the room, but that didn't stop me at all from seeing the faces of the people who had broken into my room. "I'm telling you, he was right here." A man followed by two others was trying to justify himself. "Did you see him in that room, drinking beer and watching TV?" "Yeah, we saw, no need. He must be hiding somewhere," bellowed an older man from what I could tell. He looked pretty strange, wearing a real cloak and a wizard's hat, but under that mage's outfit was a normal guy in an Ababas tracksuit. "Split up and find him." I didn't know what they were here for. To rob me? What did I have to steal? And they probably hadn't figured out how many rewards I had. And the more rewards you had, the stronger you were. I was curious and looked at their levels. 2, 4, and unknown. It didn't say. Obviously too high for me. The guys didn't waste any time. Unlike me, they went around destroying everything. They had managed to get some abilities too, and they were fairly well armed. And I didn't mean with little pocket knives. The guy who first came into the room had a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. Boring, but effective. And he had on a coat with metal plates, gloves, shin guards, and a helmet. Some of that was definitely from Earth, but some of it, like the coat, was definitely from the system. The other one, who I had considered to be old, was armed with a staff. He had a lot less armor, but the stuff he had on was more than enough. It seemed to me like it was an accessory from the system for all magic users. Well, whatever. They had gotten really lucky, or they had killed a bunch of zombies while I was in here feasting and watching movies. I needed to follow their example. Otherwise, I would just stay a ghost who couldn't do anything. But I could argue with that too. They had mostly attacking abilities, it seemed, and I wasn't into that. I could only appear and disappear, nothing else, which would not help me in the slightest in group battles. The third was holding a bow. The stupidest choice. Unless it was from the system, then okay. You could use it if nothing better came along. If he had the invisibility skill, then it would be better to kill him first, even if he was a good guy. But what if? No. If an item was being used by someone, then I couldn't put it in my inventory. Alack and alas. So unfair, you could cry. If I could have, then I would have stripped them bare in 5 minutes. But no, patience was key. I had to know what their goal was in coming to this room, and also how. They certainly hadn't been running through the streets, since the zombies were thick as flies. "Hey!" shouted the swordsman from the living room. "He really was drinking beer, with crab." "What?" The dumbass with the bow came in. "Anything left?" "Yeah." The guy grinned and started digging around on my plate after throwing his sword on the couch. "But not much." They both started picking through my leftovers, so I couldn't help but take advantage of the moment. You can't eat crab with one hand, so they had to put their weapons aside, and that was what I took advantage of right then and there. But unfortunately, I couldn't get everything in my inventory right away. The sword itself weighed 5 to 10 pounds, and the shield even more. The bow was lighter, so I stole that weapon first. I mean, I didn't need a shield. They could keep that. Maybe I was robbing them for nothing, and these guys had actually come to save me. But these were times of war, and it was better to treat everyone you met as though they were your enemy. And in any case, if they turned out to be fine, upstanding citizens, I could give back what I had stolen. It was only fair. "Hey! Where did you put my sword?" The ex-swordman had realized after 5 minutes. "What the hell did you take my bow for? I didn't touch your shit." The dumbass started arguing. "You lost it yourself and now you're blaming me. Give me back my bow, prick." I was enjoying watching them squabble like dogs, but they didn't yell at each other for very long. The wizard walked into the room and both idiots immediately shut up. "What's wrong with you idiots?" he barked. "You lost your weapons? You get new ones. What of it?" And that is what happened. Right away the fighters had new weapons in their hands. No worse than the old ones. I wondered just how many copies they had in their inventories. "Nobody is here. Let's get going. It will be dawn soon." He stopped talking and started waving his arms around. After a few seconds, a hole in space appeared right in the middle of the room. It looked just like some sort of distortion that you could see the outside through had appeared in the air. And who was I to keep myself from using that portal? In fact, I was the first to fly into it. The warriors followed after me, and the wizard himself came out last. A portalist. I didn't pay that class any attention at the very beginning, but I definitely wouldn't have said no to something like this. I really had no idea what color class he was, but he used his skills so well, much cooler than me, that was for sure. We were on the roof of the building across the street, a normal 9-story one, nothing special, and you could see a beautiful view of my window from here. Now I knew how they figured me out. They just saw the flickering of the TV from my window, but what had they wanted with me? Surely they didn't come to try and evacuate me. "Where to now?" asked the swordsman to no one in particular, like nothing had even happened. "Right over there," said the dumbass, pointing at the building across on the other side. "You see it? Someone is definitely there." I didn't know what kind of ability he had, but I definitely couldn't see anything. He probably had improved sight, or something like that. But I couldn't give a shit, since his sight didn't work on me at all. "The 3rd floor from the top?" asked the portalist. "Where the pigeons have shit all over the windowsill?" "No, to the right." "Gotcha, I see it." The wizard nodded. "Give me 10 minutes, then we roll." "Why wait?" He was letting his mana come back. That made sense. But I had my mana all the way up, and I remember which window it was. So I saw no reason not to get over there ahead of them. I had to hurry and waste a little mana. Too bad, but otherwise I would be going at a snail's pace. So I got there in about 5 minutes, and now I had time to spare. Already while flying over there I could tell that there really were people in the room, at least one person, and he, like me, was watching TV, specifically the same news that I had been watching. 2 people were sitting, eyes glued to their computer screens. The thick curtains were shut tight, but if you looked carefully you could still see the light glowing. That archer of theirs really was sharp-eyed. You couldn't argue with that. A girl and a boy. They were young, maybe even high school students. Or they were. There were no weapons in the room, but it was clear they weren't ready to be eaten by zombies. They were staring at their monitors with eyes full of hope, not paying attention to anything around them. Right now they were saying that the government would be communicating very soon, and that there was no reason to panic. They also said some useful things, like about how the zombie virus spreads. Now that I was interested in hearing. The most infectious thing was the spit. That meant if you were bitten, then you would definitely turn into a zombie, and the bigger the wound, the faster the process worked. The anchor also mentioned that if you cut off, let's say an arm that had been bitten in time, then you would not turn. Also good, but they didn't say anything about potions at all. After watching that part of the broadcast, I finally looked around more attentively. I mean, wasn't that why I flew over here? It was a pretty meagerly furnished little room, nothing excessive, just what was immediately necessary. As for weapons, they only had a small knife from the system, lying all by its lonesome on a stool in the kitchen. If enemies surprised them, even zombies, they would be goners. First, they would have to run to the kitchen, and only then could they start defending themselves. Stupid kids. Not like they were going to survive. But I wanted to see what the three strong fighters were going to do, and to know why they were popping through all the neighboring rooms. So I just hovered up in a corner, choosing the most comfortable place, and waited. When I was a ghost, time felt different, and waiting stopped being such a chore. I was sure that I could stay in this corner for years and never get bored. Maybe I could change my own perceptions, but I would think about that later, and also about whether I was aging while I was in this spirit world. The portal opened without making any sound. There was just some sort of anomaly in the air, and then my acquaintances dropped out of it. They didn't waste time standing around. The first thing they did was to attack the unsuspecting boy. One hit with the shield and he dropped to the ground like a rag doll. The girl wanted to shout, but the archer wouldn't let her, covering her mouth. But they didn't kill them right away, and that was good. But I liked the look of this situation less with every passing second. "Hey, let me take this one first. The room over there is empty," whined the archer, looking hopefully at his boss. "Go to hell, I'm first," grunted the swordsman, distracted from his search of the knocked-out boy's body. So they wanted to rape the girl. Was that why they were jumping from room to room looking for survivors? That sounded about right. So while they were busy with her, I could steal whatever I wanted. "No, there's not a lot of time until dawn. Then how are we going to look for them?" the portalist said, shaking his head. "The boy's for me, and girl? Whose turn is it? I always get this confused." "Mine," the fighters answered in unison, looking very angrily at each other. "Idiots," the wizard shook his head. "Fine. How much do you have in your inventory?" he asked, pointing at the dumbass. 25. "And you?" he asked the swordsman. "I have 20. That jerk is always trying to screw me over." He started, about to keep yammering, but the older man cut him off. "Fine, enough jawing. You kill the kill, that will be 25. I don't think she'll have more than 10. I stopped listening. Everything was clear, along with their motives. I had never intended to get involved, but now, all of a sudden, there was a good reason. Your inventory expanded when you killed a person, and these douchebags were busy increasing their inventory space. That was why they came to me, and they intended to kill these kids for the same reason. They wanted it so much that they didn't even intend to abuse the girl. Well, it was true that your inventory was no laughing matter, especially for me, when I could carry around heavy objects and throw them on my enemies' heads like a flying bird. "Hey, boys," I smiled. "You forgot your sword. I've come to return it to you." Chapter 5. The fighters didn't slow down at all. As soon as I introduced myself to them, the swordsman immediately jumped toward me with unbelievable speed. I didn't even know that a person could leap so powerfully and so fast. His shield was visibly glowing, letting me know that I might not be able to survive a hit from him. It was definitely some sort of charge skill. But I was ready for exactly that move and managed to vanish into the air before he could catch me. He flew through me, continuing to move by inertia, and smashed his shield into the wall. There was a loud sound and crack ran through it, so much power. And judging from how fast he turned around, the swordsman hadn't taken any serious damage from running into the concrete. This was not a simple ability, and definitely not a common one. He might have managed to get a singular class. It was totally possible. "Find him!" bellowed the mage. He was also getting ready to fight, putting his staff in front of him. And how was he going to attack me? Teleport me to Siberia? That would be inhumane. "He left again!" screamed the archer. He had already forgotten about the girl, and she crawled backward, shrinking into a corner. "Idiot, you could easily run away." "You're wrong!" I appeared for just a moment and threw the bow at the wizard, disappearing again immediately. Too bad I couldn't throw the sword at them. I would need it to kill these assholes. But I didn't just do that on a whim. You really needed to learn fast in this new reality, and my victims almost immediately took the bait. "He can't move," concluded the portalist. "He shows up right where he left." He swung his staff and it passed right through me. "And he's not invisible, or this would have hit him, which means he can't see us or hear us, so get moving, dummies." He moved over to the side a little, and his lackeys followed suit. That was so I couldn't toss anything at the place I had picked before. Well done! They had at least a tiny bit of brains. "You haven't left yet," I said, showing up in the same place I had before, but I nearly paid for my boldness, since less than a second later an arrow passed right through me. The swordsman didn't stand back either, and I felt the coldness of steel around my back. He had tried to take me out. Okay, now they thought that I couldn't move. They were standing in a semicircle, ready to deal the finishing blow the next time I showed up. True idiots to think like that. Since how could I have followed them? If I couldn't move, then I could not have gone through their portal without being seen either. But they wouldn't have time to think about that. The first thing I had to do was take care of the mage. He was the one who would be most likely to run away if things came to that. No sooner said than done, I flew around him, settling right behind him so that the archer couldn't get to me, and the guy with the shield couldn't use his ability. Okay, let's go. Silently. Thwack! On to the next one. Before he catches on, I use 5 points of mana and almost instantaneously moved to behind the archer, materialized, and immediately thrust my sword under his shoulder blade. Just in case I pulled the weapon back out and hit him again, this time full across the neck. Inventory increased, plus 30 pounds. My sword was stuck, but I didn't even try to pull it out. I simply disappeared along with it. The archer hadn't even been able to cry out, with a fountain of blood spurting from his sliced-up neck, but I was already flying off to the next enemy. The swordsman had decided not to give up without a fight, and had started waving his weapon all over the place. As soon as I materialized, he would hit me, and there was nothing I could do about it. But I had nothing but time. I could afford to wait. But this was strange. Why did my inventory only increase one time? What about the wizard? Right when I started to think about that prick, he opened up a portal and fell into it like a sack of potatoes. The swordsman didn't even hesitate, and forgetting the danger he was in, threw himself toward the hole too. Inventory increased, plus 30 pounds. But I was right behind him. My sword went through his throat from top to bottom. For a second I caught his gaze, seeing only fear and surprise in it. What do you expect? You thought you could go around killing everyone indiscriminately, and there would be no punishment for it? His body had just begun falling to the floor by the time the portal closed. The wizard had had no intention of saving anyone else. He was only saving his own ass. I could have just let him be. I mean, I had given him a serious injury, and he would expire soon enough. But I couldn't forget about potions. He would drink one right off and be right as rain. But I didn't need one. Now my inventory would let me pick up everything. I had 2 bows, 2 swords, a shield, and arrows. Everything was mine now. I had no desire to spend any more time watching those helpless students, and definitely not to help them. Unless... Here, take this. I put the normal staff into the girl's hands. Tie your knife to it and you can kill zombies a lot easier. She opened her mouth to say something, but I had already disappeared, heading upward. The spear had just been taking up space in my inventory, and I would have had to throw it away anyway. But it was better to give it to someone who could do some good, rather than just get rid of it. On top of that, I might be able to get something from that innocent couple. They would freak out, start improving their stats, and I would have two powerful people in my debt. But I would have to come back anyway. I had taken the weapons, but I didn't have time for clothes. I couldn't leave such valuable stuff for just anybody to take. Plus, they might find some pants from the system. I didn't like showing up among people anyway, but even less so with my bare ass out. The wizard was on the roof of the building next door. To open a portal, he had to see his destination, or at least remember it. So he went back to where he came from. I had to use some more mana, which was already at half. On the way, I noticed that the wizard had started shaking a little. He drank a potion and then got to his feet. He had probably taken a second one already. I had to hurry, and any time he could jump far away, and then I would never catch him. After a minute, he tossed another potion into his mouth. Now I could see him in detail. He had a rounded bottle in my inventory. That, from what I understood, was a mid-level potion. The wizard only had low-level ones in his inventory. They were in low, narrow flasks, with about an eyes-dropper's worth of liquid. Not much more, I thought. Right in front of my eyes, he drank down a vial of blue liquid. You didn't have to be a genius to figure out that it was restoring his power. Portals definitely took a lot of mana, and opening multiple ones in a row would not be possible. Also, it looked like he was fully healed. He was walking around the roof, but he didn't seem to view himself as a victim now. He was thinking about how to get away as fast as possible. And he was worried. I followed them into that apartment, meaning nothing could stop me from flying here too. The wizard stopped for a bit, checking how much mana he had recovered, then, nodding to himself, began waving his arms around. A crack suddenly appeared in space, growing in size with every passing second. A single step and he would be free. He would avoid punishment, and would not get my well-deserved reward in the form of an inventory increase. Thwack! My sword hit him in the back, but once again he didn't go down on the first hit. In fact, he turned around, bared his teeth, and some sort of spell started forming on the end of his staff. It was a purple sphere about the size of a tennis ball, which appeared within literally less than a second, and I was only able to disappear at the very last moment before it passed through me. This time his attack had an effect, even though I was in my spirit form. I clearly felt injured. It wasn't pain, but some other strange feeling, like a part of me was dead. The sphere flew off for a few feet and exploded with a loud bang. I was hit by the shock wave and thrown to the side. As soon as I shut my skill off, my legs buckled and I fell to my knees. My whole body was in pain, but I could not find any sort of injury. My spirit hurt. There was no other way to say it. So in my spirit form I was still not immortal. That's what it looked like. Only magic could hurt me. And it happens to be on purpose, right? That swordsman had jumped through me with his glowing shield and I didn't feel anything. Plus my health bar, which was flashing on the edge of my vision, was only now at halfway. Let's get back to that later. A flask appeared in my hand, and with a deft movement of my finger, I popped the wooden top and threw the contents into my mouth. I felt better immediately. And what a flavor! Amazing! I'd never had anything like it before. It was like a sour liquid with a touch of something sweet and fruity, along with mint. It woke me up, refreshed me, and brought me right back to normal. I would think twice if I were you, wheezed the mage when I got to my feet. He was out of mana, and most probably potions too, and he wanted me to think. You need me. Only with my protection can you... Smack! Inventory increased, plus £50. Right in the eye. That would guarantee that he wouldn't turn into a zombie. Protection? What did that mean? It sounded tempting, but not today, thank you. Now I know that it was best not to put myself in front of spells. And it was really good that I'd learned it right now when my opponents aren't that strong, because soon there will be strong wizards, capable of frying everything around them with just a glance. Inventory, £125. Now this is good. I could carry a whole bag of potatoes around. Plus, first things first, Loot the body. I didn't find system pants on the mage or among his accomplices, but the leader was wearing a cloak, and it turned out to be 100% from the system. Wizard cloak, normal, conduits, +2, sorcerer's hat, normal, storage +1. What was storage? I think it's something to do with mana. No, I'm sure. This is just a sorcerer's hat. It sounds pretty lame, but it's still better than this normal, useless helmet. It doesn't protect me from hits or even give me any bonuses. There was no point in the cloak right now, even though it did a good job of covering my naked ass. Now I could just become a high-level exhibitionist. The terror of parks and shopping malls. He appears and, oopah, and gone in a flash. I didn't get anything especially good from the fight. Even the coat that the swordsman was wearing turned out to be total trash. I got nothing from them except the shield. I couldn't even wear the coat under my cloak, since there was a limit to everything. No more than 10 rings, only 2 bracers, and just 1 coat. And cloaks counted too. Wizard staff, rare. Mana usage, -10%. Concentration, 300 out of 300. Now this was more interesting. It was the first rare item I had ever held in my hands. With the wizard dead, I threw it into my inventory without a second thought. Now, having collected everything and being hidden a story up from the terrified students, I could say it was the most precious object in my collection. But what the hell did I care? Should I tie some more knives to it and poke zombos in the eyes? The sword would be better for that. And I could only wrap it up on one end, since there was some sort of bulb on the other one. Now I was just thinking about the fact that I killed someone, not just one person, but 3. The heroes in movies always say that after you kill someone like yourself, you change as a person. That it's hard to kill. It follows you for the rest of your life. I didn't know how I could keep on living now. Ha! I laughed at those movie memories. The only thing that had been holding me back before was the law. And now that was all gone, you could and should kill bastards like that. The world would only be a better place for it. In any case, my inventory had increased, and I could carry the staff around like that without using my hands. Sooner or later it would come in handy, and since it wasn't a mouth to feed, it was fine. Now I had a new goal. I was a hero who cleaned up the dirty streets of this city, a nameless, faceless savior, ready to come to the aid of all those in need. I'm kidding, of course. My inventory would just increase faster with these punks, and I could get by pretty well. There was no point in dealing with those simple idiots. They just sit and do nothing, waiting for help. And killing those fools? Well, it's not the most fun thing. But in addition to my inventory, I also needed experience. Too bad there was no getting around that. And people would either hide their best skills in their inventories, or they would use them on themselves anyway. But I, until now, you could say, had been going around completely exposed. There was just trash in my little grey book, and I hadn't picked up any others. To get something valuable, I had to kill strong monsters. Maybe not even that. The monster had to be stronger than me for me to get a good reward from it. The system was probably a sick son of a bitch. So it thought that way. With my mana having recovered a little and strapped on all my equipment, I started out on another flight. Along the way I popped into the room 1 floor below. There the guy had come to his senses and was now discussing a plan of action with the girl. Dumbasses! You should throw the bodies out the window first, otherwise they're going to start to decompose, but you don't even want to get near them. But it would be easier to just switch rooms. There's no end to free ones around. But whatever, my priority was to head home. I no longer felt like sleeping. That was ruined by those 3 assholes. I barely felt like eating either, which meant it was time to hunt. Plus, the sun was just beginning to peek up from below the horizon, and I could see quite well where I should put my attacks in my material form. It was cool to hide on the roof of an SUV, but this time I would have to use some other method. Theoretically, I could show up for just 1 second, make an attack, and once again fade into thin air. Nobody would be able to react, of course. if I wasn't there in the flesh. I could make use of the cars that had been totaled in pile-ups. The apocalypse had started pretty unexpectedly, and the drivers had lost control in a second. So there was absolute chaos on the streets. A large number of terrible accidents with bodies mangled and torn, and you could find corpses in the cars themselves or zombies trapped inside of the metal. And right here in the yard was a great little place. The playground with a fairly raised area. I could climb up to the very top and beat back anyone who tried to get to me in relative safety. The mound itself was made of wood, which was just perfect for me right now. Thankfully, there was nobody on the top. I materialized and smacked the highest step with all my strength. It cracked, but didn't break. But it did attract the attention of the deadies. One hit, another. I could break the next one too. While I was dealing with the steps, the zombies were slowly starting to come up from both sides. One side was a gentle slope, while the other had the remaining steps. I could only calm down once I had broken the third one. Now my rear was well protected. The deadies couldn't jump. I mean, they can't, right? Now there was a crush starting on the mound. The zombies were being drawn in from all over the yard, scrambling with all their strength and jostling against each other. Oh, normal, 300 out of 300. Why hadn't I thought of that before? Probably because it wasn't a weapon, but just bullshit. But it couldn't hurt to do some training. It might even come in handy. There were 20 arrows, but I could get more later. I have nothing to say about the quality since I didn't even figure it out, but the pointed ends were sharp, so they should easily pierce through a skull. Thwonk! The first shot went wide, or rather into the chest of the nearest monster. It was too soon to expect precise aiming, but in a pile like this you would definitely hit at least something. The next shot was true. Since the deadie had managed to crawl up pretty close, I could have reached him with my sword even, but it would have taken too long to switch weapons. The arrows started shooting one after another. Most of them missed, but I still laid out 5 deadies. The worst thing was that there were minors among the zombies. Children. They couldn't avoid this fate either, and although the regular dead were just faceless to me, a grey mass, it was different with the kids. I felt bad for them. But it was paramount to remember that they had turned into monsters. There was no cure for them, and you just had to come to terms with that. The sword came down on his head with a sickening sound, splitting his skull in half. The zombie fell backwards, sliding down the hill and taking his comrades with him. That gave me time to turn around. No worries, nobody could get up the stairs. Another hit, and one more zombie goes down. Behind me, everything was still all clear. "Where are you going?" I asked one of the big ones, a really big one, and he was still coming. The plodder decided to try to get to me too, and tossing aside his smaller companions, climbed up toward me. Swack! The sword bounced off of solid bone, causing no damage to the zombie. The next hit was useless as well. The thick bone just couldn't be cut like that. I had to switch to the extremities. His powerful hands were dragging along the wooden slope, and his nails were leaving deep scratches in it. The weapon smashed into his shoulder, and the beast suddenly jerked it toward himself right then. "You weren't expecting that, were you, prick?" I shouted, grabbing another sword from my inventory. My precious one had been thrown aside, but that was just for now. I only had to deal with this animal first. The beast was almost here, and having waited for the right moment, I started hacking at his neck like a butcher. 1 hit, 2, and 3. Here came the sound I was used to now. The spine. Gathering all my strength, I continued on my task, hit again and again. Level up, +1. I only stopped when his massive bulk slid downward, and his head thudded to a stop below my feet. Was he dead? Definitely. I had gotten a level, after all, and a little green book had shown up below. I thought about finding more of the turned like that in the streets, taking them all out with a single precision strike, but I didn't have enough power for that yet. Whoosh! I instinctively activated my class skill, but before I did that, I felt something touching my hair. A thorn, made of bone. It almost got me in the head. and was now stuck a few inches into the wooden wall behind me. Was it someone's ability? No, I couldn't see any people around, just this bellowing herd. There was a good number of deadies around. It had been a fair amount of time since the beginning of the apocalypse, and now the streets were full of them, and the noise was attracting a bunch of zombies here too. Having estimated the trajectory, I headed deep into their midst, looking for the new beast. And he was not hiding. As soon as I faded from view, the shooter immediately turned around and went about his own business. He looked visibly different from the rest of them, and that was because he had a new organ which created thorns and shot them in front of him. There was some sort of growth around his neck, with a short tube sticking out of it. It was that tube that shot bones wherever its owner wanted. He was a bit shorter than a regular zombie, and his physique also left something to be desired. This was caused by his slouching. Apparently he needed to lean over to shoot. How he managed to aim was anyone's guess. So what should I do with him? No idea. There was a ton of deadies around me, all standing pretty densely together and with no intention of dispersing. Realizing that their prey had disappeared, they headed back out to the street in a harmonious mass. I did want to kill the beast, though. He was strong, which meant his rewards would be substantial. But there was no way I could just appear and hit him with my sword. The deadies around me might be able to react and bite me in that time. But was I not a ghost? I had to use that to its full potential. And my increased inventory, too. On top of that, I had 2 swords and a staff. I just had to hope everything would turn out how I thought it would. I flew up about 15 feet, took aim, and got a sword out of my inventory. It appeared in my hand, but in a dematerialized state. Thanks to the system, all system items appeared like that when I was a ghost. But that was no problem. I just went a little higher, took a sword in each hand, aimed again, and turned off my ability. All of my insides were suddenly gripped with the feeling of freefall. But that didn't last long. I threw my weapons down almost right away and turned my skill back on. Phew, I sighed, somewhere inside my own mind, with relief. And even though the swords missed, not hitting their targets at all, it was just a matter of time before I worked out a good method. For the next 20 minutes or so, I flew above my victim like a hawk, constantly dropping swords onto my enemies. Once one of them hit, but not in the head. The sword pierced his shoulder and crumbled into dust. It had worked so far and had finally reached the end of its durability. The second sword was just barely holding on, so I headed back to the children's playground. I dug some arrows out of the corpses there. There were about 15 of them. The rest had disappeared God knows where. Simple arrow, normal, 5 out of 30. Now I got it. They were just breaking up against the deadies. Where could I get more of them? It made sense to be from the rewards. They might even come in handy, so I should make a stockpile. Even though I might be a little short-sighted, I still might be able to use this shitty weapon once in a while, like in my current situation. It was an awkward weapon, really awkward. I spent a long time searching for a place to shoot from. I had to fly away from the crowd and try to track down my target among the groaning dead. I couldn't think of anything better than getting on top of a car. And why not? The normal deadies couldn't reach me there, and I could easily shoot at the freak until I got him, or until my arrows ran out. And if nothing came of it, then to hell with him. Let him walk. Thwing! The first arrow hit him in the chest and turned to dust. The injury was nothing to the monster, which was too bad. He turned toward me immediately, bent down, and shot a thorn. Right then I turned my ability on, and the bone weapon zipped through me, embedding itself into the concrete wall of the house behind me. How long would it take him to reload? Let's find out right now. Thwing! The next arrow didn't hit its target before the zombie sniper returned fire. I went right back into the spirit world and stayed there until the deadie forgot about my existence. Clearly he could reload faster than me, so I wouldn't be able to rain arrows down upon him. But this time I got him in the neck. I just had to shoot a little higher, and then it would all work out. For the next half an hour I was in a hopeless position. taking shots and then immediately disappearing, but all for naught. This weapon was totally useless. I couldn't shoot with it, and the only way to kill deadies with it would be at point-blank range, or at most like 5 or 6 feet away. Ugh, fine, I said, pissed off, when an arrow hit him in the neck without even grazing the spine. Just a little more, and I would have succeeded. I had wasted so much time, and all for nothing. I had just 5 arrows left, and I was pretty sure that I wouldn't be able to hit the monster in the head while staying at a safe distance. But at that moment, the shooter stopped. I immediately floated up near him, trying to think of how I could beat him, so I needed to see everything in detail. He started looking around, searching for something, while his compatriots were still lumbering ahead. After about 30 seconds, he turned back towards the tree that those guys were sitting on, bent down, and started shooting. "Ah!" shouted a man's voice, and with the sound of a branch cracking, he fell to the ground. Down came his hammer as well, hitting one of the deadies. The zombies immediately fell on their screaming prey and started tearing the poor bastard into pieces. It was weird, but the zombie sniper was shooting blind. At least I couldn't see anyone from here, since the thick leaves did a great job of hiding everyone sitting in the tree from outside eyes, or at least it was impossible to see them from the street. Having hit his first victim, he sniffed around and bent down. Thwack! With a hiss and pop, a new volley shot out of his neck. He peppered the top of the tree, but there were no sounds of pain this time. He missed, but only because the tree climbers had already started abandoning their hiding place as fast as they could. The first to land was Igor. He pointed his hands at the zombies crowding around the guy on the ground, closed his eyes, and in a moment they all flew away in different directions, as though an explosion had hit them. Some kind of telekinesis, it had to be. Now I got why they had wanted him to go first. It made perfect sense. One use of his ability, and he had opened up a path to victory. They just had to use this little opening and not waste time for no reason. "Oh, Jesus," I said, surprised when they grabbed their bitten-up friend and dragged him along with them. They would never get away from anybody like that, and they were just increasing the risk of being eaten. But that was their choice, not my problem. And my problems had taken care of themselves. All the deadies were running toward the tree, and the sniper, left all by himself, was starting to take aim at a new victim, snuffling his nose and darting his eyes over everything around. But his own companions were getting in the way, and he was not able to take a shot at the living. And he never would be. Thwunk! I couldn't miss at a distance of 5 feet away. The arrow pierced into his temple a good 4 inches, and the deadie fell over. But by then I had already faded into thin air, stretching my hand out to the blue reward that had fallen from the monster. "My precious," I whispered when the blue sphere dropped into my inventory. What could it be? I was very curious. It was probably a legendary spear or a system machine gun, but it was definitely something valuable. But what it was exactly, that I would find out soon enough. In order to open up my prize as soon as possible, I floated upward and headed to the nearest building. Chapter 6. Firebomb. Rare. 1 of 1. Description. 1 use. Activates when in contact with a solid surface. Creates a powerful explosion of flame in a 60-foot radius. Duration of fire, 1 minute. Well, there you go. I wanted a spear, and instead I got a Molotov cocktail. Thankfully, you didn't have to light anything. You just threw it, and it did everything by itself. The only thing that worried me now was how far I had to throw it. 60 feet was no joke. That was like 7 stories, give or take. Whatever. If I had to, I could throw it. In size and shape, it was pretty comfortable, similar to a glass ostrich egg. It weighed a pound or thereabouts. There was nothing out of the ordinary about it. If you didn't know what kind of thing it was, you could never take a knick-knack like this for a weapon. After putting the egg into my inventory, I set about the not insignificant task of gathering my spoils. But before that, I head down the paths those guys had gone. They left some rewards there that I could pocket right away. There wasn't that much. Mostly just grey potatoes, but it was still good. I mean, I could use them to force people to help me. Why not? Food was prime commodity now. The military would start killing deadies with their weapons, and there wouldn't be shit for rewards then. And then to hold on to and clear out stores of provisions, it would take time and strength. And there was no guarantee that anybody could pull that off now. It was actually pretty interesting to follow behind those guys. At first, the concrete was marked with clear tracks of blood. That was where they were dragging the wounded guy. That lasted about 50 to 100 feet, and that was where most of the rewards were. They weren't getting distracted, just cutting a path through. I also found evidence of the abilities they had used. A wall of one of the houses was covered in soot, with some white gaps that looked like a person's silhouette. Someone had shot fire and burned the deadies. Their corpses were still lying there, all mangled up. I shouldn't forget that I am not invincible. My class certainly did let me get away with a lot, but any other asshole might have a way to get around it. Ah, you said it. Okay, the big guy's body was there too. Next to him was his hammer, which had been used to smash his head in. He had turned while his friends were dragging him, and he managed to bite someone. There was still more bloody tracks ahead. Dumbasses. They learned nothing from the first time and were now carrying another slow-acting bomb with them. But they might be able to defuse it. They could get a potion from one of those potatoes. I think the ones that come from the grey ones will save you from infection just fine. I just had to stock up on them, for sure. The bloody tracks deviated towards an entrance. The guys had run inside and slammed the door shut behind them. Thankfully, there was still electricity, so the magnetized metal door worked like it was supposed to. Probably one of them had a key. Since I would hardly find any more rewards farther along, I flew back to the children's playground. Last time I had just picked up arrows and left the rewards where they lay. Nobody was going to steal them anyway. Traveling through the streets right now was suicide. Everything was just as I left it. There was just one problem. Some of the rewards seemed to be buried under a pile of corpses. Damn it, I couldn't move them. Then I would have to reappear, and then the dead would attack me. But what if... I suddenly had a great idea. But to test it, I would have to increase my inventory space right away. Right now it was full of all sorts of crap, but only partially. I did have some useful stuff, like my sword, staff, shield, 2 bows, and some arrows. That was about 20 or 30 pounds, and I could use the rest however I wanted. I would need to find an easy zombie for experience, one who had recently turned from a child. I concentrated on the task at hand, pushing away my pity and sympathy. And... there we go. The body, about 70 pounds, disappeared into my interior pocket. I wasn't about to try that with the ones who were wandering around and biting people, though. I was sure that the system would not allow that much weight. But sooner or later I would literally be able to knock down my enemies with corpses. A little green potato was hidden under the kid, and I picked it up immediately, throwing the body a ways off. So in total I had more than 50 grey potatoes, 3 green ones, and about 20 item spheres. As for the little grey books, I had a fair amount of them too, about 30, but all of them, without exception, were useless. There were both active and passive skills among them. I could put enough points into them to make them effective, but I didn't want to waste any. In my case, haste would make waste. I was lucky to have gotten a class that let me wait without worry to find something more useful and fitting, and that was what I was going to do. But this stuff left a lot to be desired. I couldn't even get my hands on a pair of raggedy pants, to say nothing of a weapon. The couple of arrows and sword that was ready to crumble into dust at any moment didn't count. So what did that mean for me? I had to keep farming. Getting rewards. But before that I needed to rest and recuperate, and also open up all of my item spheres. From those 20 there had to be at least something. This time I got borscht for dinner. It came with a spoon, a piece of bread, and sour cream. And I must say that I really liked the dinner, even though I used to sometimes just indulge myself with fast food, basically eating whatever. This fine fatty borscht with fresh baked bread was no joke. To save time, I started opening the spheres while I was still eating. Knife, 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 sledgehammer, knife. Damn it. Right now I had a pile of trash in front of me. Out of 22 spheres, I got only 5 useful things. The knives could go right in the trash. I wasn't planning to give them to anyone, and I certainly wasn't going to use that crap. But I did get a quiver with 20 normal arrows. They were new, sharp, and durable, and I would learn how to shoot them eventually. I also got a sword, just like the last one, nothing special, just 3 feet of sharpened steel weighing 4 or 5 pounds. Not that sharp, but still, if you hit hard, you can still break a skull with it. And most importantly, one of the rewards was shorts, normal, 10 out of 10. Normal-ass shorts. But they were not normal at all. You could tell right away they had been sewn by one of the fanciest designers in modern Europe. My own underwear were twice as long as these shorts. And they were red, too. But better than going commando all the time. It might be more convenient, I guess, but I still preferred not to. Ring of Force, normal, 1 of 1. Description: single-use item. Upon activation, releases a directed wave of force. Effective distance: 5 feet. Okay, that makes sense. I think it's something like Igor's ability. I mean, the guy who tossed away a whole heap of deadies like magic. In some ways, it wasn't that useful, but then again, I wouldn't even have to leave my ghost state. Of course, it would only work once, but it still sounded pretty awesome. And the last sphere had a pendant raising my mana total by 10 points. But that was whatever to me now. It was recovering a little faster now, and I also had 6 stat points too. What did the last fight show me? That I didn't have enough to fight with those monsters functionally and mow them down with my weapons. Yeah, no shit. And definitely not enough skills. But whatever. I don't have what I don't have. But I could go through my stats. Mana. I had a lot more of it now, but I still definitely didn't have enough. I mean, whenever I did quick or even sudden movements, I lost a ton of it. Right now I could move about 150 feet in 1 second. But if I did that, it would be a huge expenditure, and then I would be at 0 and turn corporeal again. I put 3 points into mana right away and felt the same discomfort again. But you can handle anything when you're a ghost. I still had 3 points. I put 2 of them towards increasing my reaction stat, and then the last one into strength. Say what you like, but if you can even pull a bowstring without effort, you're not going to be fighting for long. After rematerializing, I dug out 20 of my grey potatoes. Buckwheat, potatoes, rice, water. Oh, hey, a potion. Mana potion. Small. Description: restores 10 mana points instantaneously and another 10 over the course of a minute. Also restores mental fortitude. 1 potion is equivalent to 8 hours of sleep. Health potions save you from physical fatigue, allowing you to restore your strength, while mana works on your mind. If you take 1 of each per day, then you don't have to sleep at all. But how many of these little potatoes would I have to dig through? In the end, I managed to get 3 potions total from 20 potatoes, 2 small health potions and 1 mana potion. I took care of all that stuff, then looked through the pile of junk on the table, digging around and putting a couple of articles of clothing into my inventory. I already had some like them on me, but it was no skin off my back. They would come in handy anyway. I also found another ring in the rewards, one that gave a bonus to Constitution. It wasn't heavy, so it could go on my little finger. I would replace it with something more useful later. The underwear fit like a glove, but I immediately covered them up with the coat so as to not embarrass my unsuspecting dead public with my fantastic look. And we're off. But I have no idea where we're flying to. It was awesome farming on the little mound, but still dangerous. Last time one of those thorns could easily have hit me in the head, and then there would have been no potions that could have saved me. And it does no good to depend on luck. Sooner or later that will screw you over. Who knows, maybe I'll find something. I'll collect more rewards while I'm at it too. Considering that my inventory wasn't going to increase on its own, I decided to head through shops and malls. And also, most importantly, I made a priority to search the police station. That was definitely where the worst of all criminals might be hiding out, and not necessarily in the cells. There was one not too far from here. I headed toward it directly, deviating from my path only for dead zombies. Far from all of them would have rewards, but I still had to check. Hopping from point to point like that, I managed to add 5 potatoes and 1 sphere to my goods, although I checked nearly 100 deadies. The building itself was easy to find. It hadn't been there long, just since I was in college, but it was embedded in my memory nonetheless. It hadn't changed at all since then. The same tall fence with sharp stakes sticking up. You could definitely guess what was behind a fence like that. The police station was a 2-story building with barred windows. A great place to hide from the deadies. The doors there were serious, made of steel, and reinforced many decades ago, but the stairs that led to the entrance, on the other hand, were crumbling and would be very hard for the zombies to climb. The place was completely littered with corpses. Quite a lot, like a few hundred, but no matter how much I searched, I couldn't find a single reward. You could tell that the zombies had been killed with guns. There were people inside, a lot of them, but only 5 police officers. I couldn't tell if they had ammo or not, so I decided to observe them and make my own conclusions. I wasn't going to deal with regular people in this situation, but still I wasn't a psycho. I knew that they were necessary somehow. That's just people. They would resume manufacturing, and then I would get the benefits of civilization back. And that way I wouldn't have to be in personal contact with them at all. "No, please don't!" screamed some guy piercingly. I immediately went over to the room the sound was coming from. "We have to, asshole." A fridge of a man, 6 foot square, waved his hand threateningly and then punched the poor guy in the stomach. He looked like a stereotypical criminal, big, bald, and bad on his face. A boy, 20 or 25 years old, completely covered in blood, was sitting in a chair. His hands were tied behind him and his legs were just tied together and fixed to the chair. "No, don't!" the victim shouted even more shrill, barely coughing it out. Okay, I got it. The big guy was abusing the weak one. Why? Just because he could. Not once in all of history have people ever needed a reason to hurt others. I moved behind the big guy and took my sword out of my inventory. 1 hit to the neck should be enough. Or I could go from the front. He wouldn't be able to block it anyway. "Give us back our food, asshole!" shouted the big guy, hitting the skinny dude once more. "Those kids are about to starve." Standing there with my sword raised, I suddenly froze. How quickly things can change. Now the big guy didn't seem like such a prick, and the little dude was a piece of shit. Stealing food from children? Probably not personally, but I was sure that they would starve because of it sooner or later, and he could easily pick off a couple of deadies and get at least 1 potato from them. But I decided to wait and watch a little longer. You never knew. But I didn't find out anything particularly interesting. The guy had been in jail when the apocalypse started. That was why he hadn't personally even been outside yet. I mean, that was true for everyone here. For them to go outside, the guard would have to press a button, or a worker would have to put a special card on the thing. But there weren't any people like that here. All they could do now was try to break through the doors to get them out. Out of the hundreds of people there, only 20 had survived. When the slaughter started inside, only a few police officers could get their bearings in time to be able to take out the deadies before they ate all the survivors. "You're not being fair, boss," the convict said weakly, drawing me out of my reverie. Or were you only a convict after a trial? Anyway, it didn't matter to me. Judging by his behavior, he was definitely no saint. "Give us back our food, prick," yelled the big guy once more, but he didn't start hitting him. It seemed like he was afraid of finishing him off accidentally. "How much did he take, then?" I asked calmly, having materialized in the corner as far from the brute as possible. 5 potatoes," he shouted, waving his arms in my direction, then paused for a second, staring at me in surprise. "Who are you?" 5 potatoes. All right." I faded away, and before the brute could come to his senses, appeared by the criminal. Thwack! Inventory increased, plus £10. A little wave of my hand and problem solved, plus £10. I just came back to land the hit and throw 6 potatoes on the ground, one of them for dragging the body somewhere else. All work should be paid for. The big guy was once again taken aback, but in half a second he started shouting. He ran all over the room, grasping at the air with his hands, believing I was just invisible. I had to hang around in the air for a few minutes, watching him dancing around, and then when he finally calmed down, I appeared again. "Chill out, I left you some potatoes, they're on the floor over there," I said, standing in the corner of the room across from him. "And who are you, dickhead?" he shouted again, but not so loud this time. "Carlson, dumbass. You know where he lives?" "Where?" he asked, frowning. "On the roof. Shame on you for not knowing." I shook my head. "You. Are there any more assholes like that one? I can pay 5 potatoes for each of them." "Huh?" He couldn't believe his own ears at first, but I didn't have to repeat it. After a second, the wheels started spinning in his head, and I could see him struggle. Clearly, there were some more assholes. He just couldn't simply take them out and hand them over. Too bad. "As you like. A piece of advice, just 'cause you're kind of funny. Only kill deadies with system weapons, otherwise you just get experience. What's your level?" 10, he murmured, lost in thought. "And I knew that already, even without your stupid." And now he's all offended. I dematerialized and spent some time observing life in the prison. A lot of people were still in shock. Some of them were trying, unsuccessfully, to call their relatives, while others were just curled up in a corner staring blankly off into space. But not all of them. At least 3 guys and 1 girl were studying the system thoroughly, going through all the new menus, working out how to use their abilities. I was even almost knocked over when I came into one room. A whirlwind had passed through me, one made by a boy about 20 years old. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then, raising up his hand again, casted forth the spell. The furniture in his room was quite messed up, and I really hoped nobody would give him shit for that. Working out even magical abilities was really important. That way a fighter wouldn't be dithering, thinking it out during intense situations, but would instead do everything almost as if by instinct. Some other people were looking through their rewards, practicing getting weapons out of their inventory quickly, and occasionally getting into conversations about stats and other new features of this world. I would come back here, but later. I'm pretty sure that once they run out of those potatoes, that guy will give up all of those assholes. And my inventory is already full. I didn't need potatoes anyway, basically they were worthless. But when it came to the green ones... Oh yeah, that was where the delicious stuff was hiding. So what would be in the blue ones? I was sure it would be something heavenly. And the purple ones? I was afraid to even imagine it. But I definitely wanted to try them. Most probably it would be either a full-course meal or a glass of some of the strong stuff. But I didn't manage to fly far. As soon as I made it through the neighboring building, a massive message appeared in front of my face, obscuring my whole vision, and no matter how hard I tried to get away from it, it just wouldn't leave me alone. "Would you like to engage in a personal test? Duel. Rewards. Variable. Penalty? None. Yes/no." Chapter 7. Ha! Of course yes! Who was I to refuse the system's gifts? A man in red underwear and a brown coat, that's who. If the conditions of the test had been something other than a duel, like a job interview or a personal meeting with a client, then I would definitely have refused, no matter what the penalty or punishment might have been. When I was younger, I somehow got a job as a mascot. I was in a zebra costume going around distributing advertising, and I was so sure that I just had to get through that nobody could get to me in my costume, just sitting around alone and giving papers away with my hooves. Yeah, that's not what happened. People began to approach me, hugging me, taking pictures of me. Basically, the workaday lasted about 10 minutes, then the pissed-off zebra stomped some guy in the face with his hoof and went and quit. But a duel? That was something else entirely. Yes. I was pulled out of reality with no warning. There were a couple of seconds of darkness, and then I was standing in the middle of an endless field, knee-high pale yellow grass, a blue sky, and, well, jack shit. The landscape stretched out as far as the eye could see. A figure appeared in front of me, about 100 yards away. A person. He was dressed in some kind of beige light armor, most probably from the system. He held a submachine gun in his hands and had already started aiming it at me. What? I realized that I could see my hands. You son of a... I didn't finish my sentence before I dissolved into thin air, hanging about 5 feet above the ground. The system had shut my ability off, nearly throwing me right into harm's way. At the edges of my hearing, I could hear a short burst and then a few bullets whizzed by the spot I was just at. Well, it looked like you could take non-system weapons here. He had probably brought it in his inventory, and the guy was ready to kill, or rather, even wanted to. He had definitely opened fire on me. But I certainly had no intention of making it easy for him. While the guy was looking around, I calmly floated over to him. No point in wasting mana, since he wasn't going anywhere anyway. I stopped right behind him, raised my hand, and materialized right before landing a fatal hit. "Puta!" he yelled and jumped quickly forward right before the hit landed. The sword whooshed ineffectively through the air, and a second later another round of bullets passed through me. He was fast, the prick. Almost like he had felt that I was just about to cut him down, although it seemed to me that he felt absolutely everything. But whatever, he couldn't jump around forever. Again I found myself behind him, again with my arm raised to strike, and once more he avoided it at the very last moment. Was this some sort of passive ability, or his class? Probably the latter. I began shaking just a little. This Italian, or wherever he was from, was beginning to piss me off, and while he was still alive, I would never be able to avoid his company. And he was saying something, which was making me even more annoyed. "You don't have to talk to me, Scarecrow!" I couldn't stop myself from yelling after another one of his dodges. In response, he just smiled and loosed a couple more bullets at me. He must have figured out by now that his shots were doing nothing to me. I decided to lead him a bit on the next hit. I squatted down a little, then smacked him on the legs, thinking he would do another somersault, but no. He just jumped toward me, punching me in the neck on the way. Oh, that hurt. But he didn't manage to shoot me, since I dissolved into thin air right after the hit, of course. Dodge this, asshole. I put my fist in front of me, aiming it right at the prick's chest. I activated my ring almost instantly, shooting out a powerful shockwave. The sky's the limit. Have you ever heard of that before? The ring crumbled into dust, having fulfilled its one and only function to the fullest extent. The guy was thrown back at least 30 feet. He hadn't even been able to consider dodging the effect of the ring, because I hadn't even had to materialize. Everything was done with my class ability still on. And it was a strong hit. The soldier had dropped his gun and broken a bunch of bones. Now he was lying on the ground, gulping air into his mouth. I immediately flew up to him, then paused for a second with my sword raised. Up until now I had killed obvious assholes, and I wasn't too happy even about that. But who was this guy? Maybe he had just wanted to get some food for his family, or a weapon to defend them. But he was the one who came here to kill an opponent. The sword passed easily through his forehead, and the soldier breathed his last right then and there. I was once again taken to darkness, but not thrown back into reality right away. A message appeared before my eyes saying that I had finished the test and that I was awesome. Yeah, I know. Oh, now here was the good stuff, the reward. Choose your reward. Item, unique. Level up +1. Stat point. There it was. A pretty hard choice. I hadn't even seen a unique item yet, and the level up was also tempting. It was an easy way to get some experience. Yeah, I had to use up my grey ring, but how many of those could I find? I think a lot. I would just have to fly around the city picking up everything that was just lying around. I could get more bombs and rings and collect a big old pile of them. And the stat point wouldn't go amiss either. An extra point was always good, especially since earning them would get harder and harder with each level. Item: unique. This was really interesting. The rest I could find on my own, but to get something that nobody else had, that was really worth it. The choice was made with no regrets. A little green ball appeared in my inventory and I was back in the street, full of deadies, but still familiar. This time I was ready for my ability to be shut off, so my free fall lasted only a fraction of a second before I disappeared again, continuing my graceful floating to my destination. Where was my destination anyway? And how much time had passed since I started that test? And where would this step take me? Kazakhstan? Mongolia? I'm just terrible at geography, so I'm not even going to try to guess. It's just endless step. Judging from the position of the sun, I had spent either half an hour at the test, or that plus 1 day, but definitely not a whole year, since nothing around me had really changed. The deadies were still wandering in search of survivors. There were hardly any screams today. Everyone who was yelling in fright yesterday had already died off. It was no good to draw unnecessary attention to yourself, because even if the zombies didn't eat you, other people would get you anyway, almost certainly. My first priority was to open up my reward. I could go back to the police station. There were no zombies there, and the walls were pretty solid, but there were people. So forget that. Heights were my friend. It would be much safer on roofs, on upper floors. I could go back to my room, but that was too far away. Plus, now I was a seasoned hobo. I could slip in wherever I wanted to. Why didn't I just go home? Because I didn't want to. My loud neighbors drove me crazy over there, and if they survived, I would just kill them immediately. My stuff? I wasn't that attached to it. If I needed something, I could just take it, no problem, especially since only system things were worthwhile anymore. While I was wandering along the street, I picked up something like 10 potatoes and 2 grey balls. Sometimes I would go into houses, but I kept running into people there. In one room there was a pair of people, and somewhere else they were sitting on the stairs in the entryway. In the attic of a 5-story building there was a whole group of them. Those dumbasses had hung up a sheet that said that you could hide from the deadies there. Idiots. You couldn't hide from the monsters like that, which meant this group was destined for destruction. I decided to satisfy my curiosity and see what was going there. The place was actually pretty good. If it weren't for the stalagmites made of bird shit, you could call it a luxury apartment. It was warm, dry, and comfortable. And to get up there, you had to climb up a ladder from the first floor and squeeze yourself through a narrow hatch. The zombies couldn't do it, which meant you didn't have to be worried about them. There were about 100 people, all the same, dirty, hungry, and scared. There were a couple of fighters with system items and one old guy with a double-barreled shotgun. I liked that last guy already. He was sitting in the corner, cursing out anyone who came close in the rudest, most vulgar way possible, no matter the gender, age, or religion. Just beautiful. But this wasn't right. 2 armed fighters for such a crowd? Or was everyone just crazy stupid and decided to give up the ghost? I got my answer fairly soon, right when I flew to the other side of the place. Real soldiers, not those 2 idiots who were engaged in thinning the zombie hordes. They were doing it as carefully and precisely as possible, so it was painfully slow. A couple dozen guys had clustered up in a few rooms and were catching deadies with a noose. They would throw it around their necks, pull it tight, and drag them into the room. That was because going outside meant losing at least one person. No matter what, at least someone would be bitten. But this way they would stay alive, without losing out on any rewards. They had managed, so far as I could tell, to kill 5 deadies, and their 4 potatoes would not be enough for this whole crowd. Not like they could just pop over to the nearest shop and pick up supplies. It would do them good to clear out the contents of the rooms, especially the ones that stayed after the girls. Then they could save up a store for half a year in advance. Seeing these new victims of the system suffering, I headed back to study the camp. The old man who I noticed earlier was still sitting at the entrance to the attic, spewing vitriol at everyone around. "You need a potato, Gramps?" I didn't hold back, appearing right beside him. "Fuck off," he shouted, not surprised at all by my sudden appearance. Ha! He definitely deserved one. I dropped a green potato by his legs, but he didn't even move a muscle. I kept watching for 5 minutes, during which none of the locals made up their mind to come and take the potato. I wondered who would be brave enough to do it. Some guy, about 30 years old. "Fuck off," shouted the old man again. "You too," answered the guy without a second's hesitation, then grabbed the potato, which immediately dissolved in his hands. He put it into his inventory. Smart. That way no one could take it. I had found a new hero to follow around in my curiosity. The guy was first level. That meant he had already managed to kill one deadie, and he had also figured out the interface, since he knew how to use the inventory. Oh, now he was hiding in the far corner to open up his potato. Good idea. I wouldn't think about eating in a crowd of hungry people, otherwise they might overwhelm you without a second thought. But it seemed like the food set wasn't for him. He wandered through the trash, bird shit, and small groups of people before dipping into a dark cranny. It was almost like a blanket fort, designed to hide from prying eyes. There he was met by a girl of about 10. "Bro," she chirped. "Shh." He put his finger on her lips and turned around. Nobody was behind him. Besides me, of course, so he headed inside without worrying. I decided I would also see what was going on in there. The guy covered the entrance to the fort with a dirty rag and turned back to his sister. "Yeah, take this," he said, handing her the potato, which made her squeal with joy. "What do you think it will be? I would like a cake," she squeaked, opening the food set. Alas, there was no cake. But it was for the best, since the plate of hot rice with pieces of chicken and gravy would be much healthier. But the girl was happy about that too. She squealed with excitement once more and fell to eating. But she didn't forget about her brother. She ate 2 spoonfuls, then started trying to get him to eat too. "No, you eat, dummy," he said, shushing her. "You're the dummy. I'm not eating anything until you do." She frowned and started poking her brother in the face with a spoonful of rice. But their game didn't last long. The rag hiding them from the outside world was pulled aside, and the 2 armed men appeared outside of their little fort. "Why did you not give that food to our common kitchen?" yelled one of the men, threateningly. "Give it back right away." "But I haven't eaten it all," the girl protested, "and my brother hasn't even tried it." The men didn't care about that at all. They rudely pushed the guy, who was standing in defense of his sister, out of the way, grabbing the bowl, and turned to leave. "We did tell you, you piece of crap, that food is for the finders first," one of the men spat out in parting. "You haven't found anything, dumbass." A knife flashed in the guy's hand, but he couldn't do anything. There were more men, and only 2 of those people. I just floated there, watching. Those assholes just smiled and kept moving, already starting to dig in the plate of goodies as they went. But so what? He himself had stolen the potato while everyone else was afraid of approaching the old man. Well, he hadn't stolen it. It was just lying on the ground, and the old man had nothing to do with it. He could have shot him if he really wanted it. Ugh. Talking to people. Fine. "Hey, drunkies, are you feeling full with that rice?" I blocked their way, appearing out of thin air right in front of them. "We got a problem, dick." The former alcohol was surprised. "We are protecting you here. And what are you doing? You don't respect that? Then I'll make you." "What the shit are you talking about? I do not respect that. You freaking idiots, especially with 2 of you, could be getting a sack of those potatoes." I took one of the green spheres out of my inventory. "In this thing I found beer yesterday. Yeah, really. Hurry off to a store and grab stuff. There's still a ton of food there." "Hey, hand it over." They had heard the word beer and completely lost their self-control. One of them threw the plate of food away and come up to me quickly, having taken an axe out of his inventory. "You better just give over." He didn't finish speaking since I'd disappeared. Ha! Just give it? I'd even made an effort to try to talk first. Now it was going to be much worse. What I could tell was that all the people around us were just giving us a wide berth, little mice running to hide in their holes. But one thing was certain, which was that all the real soldiers were downstairs. Actually, none of this was my problem, like how everything was organized here, and who was taking whose food. But that was my potato, and only I could decide what happened to it. Whack! The first one doubled over after a strong hit to the stomach. After those zombies, these guys at level 2 were nothing to me. Plus, I had put points in strength. His axe fell onto the floor, and I immediately put it in my inventory. It was a system weapon, so it could definitely come in handy. The other idiot didn't even know what happened. I dematerialized in front of him, appearing behind him in a second. There was nothing he could do, so I just kicked him in the ass as hard as I could. He also gasped and flew forward, slamming his body into his companions. "I give!" he yelled, covering his face with his hands. "Huh, pissants, fake heroes, who can only take candy from babies." I didn't pay them any more mind, turning back to the shocked guy. He had his knife out, protecting his sister with his own body. "Here." I threw a couple of potatoes at them. "Eat this." I had intended to disappear right after that and get back to my own stuff, but I stopped at the last second. "And take this." I got the bow out of my inventory, the one that was already pretty beaten up. I also got 10 arrows from my quiver. "I will lend it to you for 10 rewards per day." He nodded without saying anything and carefully took the weapon from me. I hoped he wouldn't get killed. That way I would now have some passive income. I didn't know what he was going to do, but you couldn't argue with his determination. That was how it should be. I disappeared into the air, but I didn't fly off anywhere. I was wondering what would happen next. Would he increase his inventory size? I was very curious to see. I might not like people, but when I am a ghost, nobody can bother me. It's perfect. I could just float in the air and watch. It was like watching TV at home, totally alone, on a comfortable couch. But here, I just had total immersion. The guy took up the bow, just in case he notched an arrow, testing to see if he could pull the string. It was difficult, but he managed. Now if he put some points in strength, he would be just fine. He took a look at the poor bastards who were just now starting to get up from the dirty, shit-covered floor. "Hey, don't do anything stupid." The one whose ass I kicked raised his hands. "We're on the same side." "Whatever." The guy let the string go slack and nodded to the guys that they should get out of there, and they immediately did so. Life returned to normal. Everyone crawled out of their hidey holes, and the attic was filled with chattering voices. Nobody was trying to get the potato now, since it had a solid armed guard.
"One for you and one for me,"
the girl said, restating her ultimatum, but I was already floating out to the roof by then. I would have to come back and see how he was doing with the bow later. How weird. After I got this ability which let me avoid ever coming into contact with people, I started watching them and communicating with them more than ever. I have to quit that. Outside, I managed to get some more potatoes, a couple of spheres, and one grey book. And that was completely because I kept throwing my sword onto the heads of zombies. Why not? It was an easy way to get free rewards. I might be moving slowly, but I was getting something out of it. I was collecting a bunch of trash, but it didn't need anything. So I just let it be. And food sets, as far as I could tell, were in scarce supply. I could trade a lot for them. What's more, the store shelves were still overflowing with supplies. I dropped into one to take a look around. There I filled my inventory to full with whatever I wanted, then I kept moving, trying to find a nice hiding place for myself. Level up, +1. Huh. I flew into a cargo elevator out of curiosity and found a whole bunch of people there. But they were all zombies. 5 normal ones and 1 skinny one that was really fast. I couldn't just move on. This would be a really easy way to get experience and rewards. I would just reappear on the elevator's roof, make a few holes going downward, and poke them with my sword. The only one I might have a hard time with was the skinny one, since he could easily jump up to the holes and could, in all likelihood, get to me with his sharp nails. When he was jumping, he cut himself on the blade, but did not die immediately. I had to do a controlled final blow, and the system rewarded me handsomely for it with a green potato. And since I couldn't find any survivors around, that meant I would just stay right here. I went up to the 10th floor, then checked all the rooms around, staying in the nicest one. Phew. All I could do was sigh in relief. The green potato treated me to a juicy beef steak, which I tucked into like a starving beast, even though I hadn't really been that hungry before. After eating, I wanted to see what I had gotten from the test, but I couldn't stop until my plate was completely empty. Okay, done. Now we can open this up. I wiped my hands on my coat and got the ball out of my inventory. It was pretty strange. It was glowing with all the colors of the rainbow, as if to show that nobody could have any idea what was inside. Interesting. I don't like surprises, but what choice did I have? The system did, which meant we also had to be happy with its strange little gifts. Item unique. Let's open it. Chapter 8. Well, all right. This must mean the system has chosen me as its favorite. I examined the item that appeared in my hands when I activated the sphere and could not believe that this was really what it was. But the item was definitely unique. There was nothing else like it, and there wouldn't be any. But that was the question. Why? What was this for? What was the system trying to say with this? From the reward I got, a cogwheel, or whatever you would call it, a large, heavy, toothed ring, and the teeth went both inside and out, and they were pretty sharp. So I couldn't hold it right or throw it either, which meant it was not a ranged weapon or a weapon at all. What the hell? Before freaking out completely, I took a close look at this bullshit lying in front of me and took the trouble to carefully read the description. Coda, unique, 1000 out of 1000. Description, recommended for classes that use telekinesis. Improve control while using telekinesis. Restoration of durability influenced by telekinesis. Okay, there it is. So unique items can still be used. You just have to find your own ones. So I have a new task ahead of me. I need to find a unique item that fits me, like a spirit sword or a soul spear. Ghost pants? But it would be no good to waste stuff. I took a case of beer out of my inventory and put the Kurda in its place. It weighed a fair amount, but if nothing else, I might be able to exchange it for something useful. I just had to find a buyer. The sun was starting to set, but I was still full of energy. You could tell that I had drunk a medium health potion not too long ago, so there was really no point in sleeping or resting now. And if I felt like it, I could just open up 10 or so potatoes and drink a couple of bottles of that blue and red liquid. I didn't really get a new weapon, but I did have an axe. That would be the most convenient thing. You could chop wood, open up canned food, or break some skulls. You couldn't complain about its durability, and it looked way more comfortable and practical than a sword. It was weird that swords were so common to get from the rewards. Before leaving, I opened up all the spheres I had collected. I threw everything away except one item. Thief's belt, dexterity +1, normal. Set, thieves' clothing, 1 out of 7. Description, additional skill with full set, imperceptibility. Ah, imperceptibility. Now everything was crystal clear. I would be imperceptible in these unbelievably trashy clothes. Fine, I'll just have to get the rest of the set. In any case, the belt was fairly comfortable, it fit nicely, and with it I could finally tie up my cloak in a way that nobody could see my red underwear. There was also a ring among that trash that caught my eye. It was normal and grey, but it gave you a boost to perception. That stat was also important. I couldn't ignore things like that. I put the ring on my index finger and checked how it looked. Yeah, I was like a gypsy, sure, with a whole 4 rings on my left hand. Thankfully, though, they could be easily hidden under a glove, and they didn't bother me at all, no issues. Speaking of stats, I had gotten 2 points. I thought I should probably put both of them into reaction. Then I would bump up dexterity next time. Or strength. And it would be good to have a little more mana. I mean, it was pretty nice to be able to fly fast. I collected my things, turned into a ghost, and headed out in search of interesting enemies. It was pretty easy to kill normal deadies, but I only had a passing interest in their rewards. I still had a big old bomb in my inventory, which I thought would help me out quite a bit. All that was left was to find a good, interesting enemy. While flying, I decided to take a look at my stats. Name, Casp. Level, 7. Class, Ghost. Stats, Body, 13. Strength, 5. Dexterity, 5. Constitution, 3. Mind, 16. Intelligence, 5. Reaction, 8. Perception, 3. Spirit, 7. Repository, 6. Conduits, 1. Available stat points, 0. Skills. Active. Passive. Additional. Dematerialization. Class skill. Available skill points, 14. Abilities. Inventory, £130. There it was. I had an ass-load of available skill points and nowhere to put them. My class skill leveled up along with me, so there was no point in putting any in there. But as for abilities, that was a whole nother story. I was pretty sure that to get one of those I would have to put in some hard work. Something like setting up traps around the whole city, or sitting down and manufacturing weapons. Then the system would see my efforts and give me a definite ability level, allowing me to become a craftsman. But I couldn't be sure. Okay, now I think I have to find some strong enemies in the mall. To level up, people need to either kill strong zombies or a bunch of weak ones, and I don't think there's any other way for them to increase their stats. Anyway, there had been a lot of people in the malls, so maybe some of them managed to level up a little before they got eaten. That was why I was sure there would be some strong enemies and monsters there. Yeah, I was right. In the closest mall, I did find a whole bunch of strong enemies, but, unluckily for me, they were spread pretty evenly around a large area, and I only had 60 feet. I mean, the instructions did say that was the radius, so it was really 120 in total. I needed some kind of lure. It wouldn't be enough to just scream and disappear. I had to make some noise for a while, until enough of those strong enemies came running. The mall itself wasn't that big, but it was tall, 5 stories plus parking. The zombies were mainly on the upper floors, but there was a fair number below too. First off, I checked how things were in the restrooms. Nope, no good. The deadies were in there too, and they were all torn up. People had hidden there trying to block themselves off and help their friends, which put them in the worst possible position. The uppermost floor was the tallest. That was because that's where the movie theater is. I think I can work with that. I started by clearing out all of the entrances and exits. The axe really was a very comfortable tool for cracking skulls. I didn't even hide after every hit anymore. Every time I appeared, I could take out multiple deadies at one time. The only drawback was that it got stuck in their heads fairly often, and I couldn't always get it out in time. But when that happened, I would just go off to the spirit world, and my weapon would come loose on its own. Damn it. I had to. I couldn't in time. There turned out to be people in the room I wanted to use. 2 girls were hiding in the projector room. The door was pretty solid, which was why their few former colleagues couldn't get to them. What I wanted to do was put on a movie, and when enough zombies broke in, I would blow them all the hell up, ideally with the door locked from the outside. Even if I set it off one floor below, they would still be burned alive here. I mean, I don't care much about society, but there was no point in killing two idiots like this. I had to put them somewhere else. "Can you fight?" I asked, appearing out of thin air and receiving so much screaming in response that I had to disappear again. Ah, yeah, with shrieking like that, I won't even have to turn the movie on. "Please shut up." I had showed up again right when they were starting to get quiet. "All the zombies are going to be coming here now." Ah! Jesus, what did they want? What the hell were they screaming for? I faded away again and headed to the other side of the door. The deadies were starting to beat on it in a frenzy. But for now, there were only a few. They couldn't get through. For now. So they didn't make too much noise. I appeared behind them and started knocking them down one by one, seating my axe in the back of their necks and then immediately disappearing. The rest of them didn't even get around to turning back, since they were so distracted by the noise. So I easily took out 15 monsters in just a couple of minutes. "Scream again and I will leave. Do what you think is right." My voice was calm but strict. I may not like dealing with people, but girls were an exception. Sometimes. "Who are you?" One of them squeaked out in fright. She was a small blonde wearing a short black skirt and a white shirt. She and her friend were cowering in the far corner and looking at me in undisguised terror. But why? What was I doing to make them so scared of me? Maybe it was about my appearance. I had just looked in a mirror for the first time in a few days, maybe even a week. Kinda weird that there was one in such a small room. When you live alone and you only talk to people by text, you don't really pay attention to your appearance. I was a little scruffy. I had something between stubble and a beard on my face, and my unwashed hair was poking out under my hat in tufts. My clothes were nothing special either, just a trashy robe down to the floor with leather greaves and gloves above it, and in my hands I had an axe covered in rotten brains. I'm Santa. What else was I going to tell them? It was the first thing that came to my mind. The girls froze, staring at me in disbelief. It was so intense that I had to disappear again. Well, shit. Maybe I should just get out of here. "You still here?" called out the blonde girl after a minute when I was already heading to the exit. Yeah," I answered, appearing in front of them again. "If you calm down, then we can get out of here." "But how? Those terrible monsters are everywhere out there," complained the other one, a redhead, nobody special. Slightly taller than her friend with most modest clothes, but she still drew the eye without trying. "But nothing. Turn on a scary film very loud and show me where there is an emergency exit around here, a fire escape, or something like that." The plan was simple. I wasn't sure it would work, but I was happy with the simplicity. I wouldn't get messed up, and neither would these two cute ditsies.
Which one should I play?
"What?" I said, surprised.
Which movie should I play?
The redhead asked hesitantly.
Was she being serious?
Yeah, she was, looking at me with her innocent eyes waiting for my response. Play something about zombies? I don't know." A trailer for some other movies came up on the screen and the speakers blared out as loud as they could. Before that, I checked to make sure the path of retreat they wrote down for me was clear. Everything was fine, except that the fire escape door was locked. I had to work on it with the axe, but the lock came undone after 2 or 3 hits. As soon as the sound started, hordes of monsters started crawling out of the woodwork. All kinds of zombies tried to get to the speakers first, while some of them started tearing at the screen. Zombies were coming out of the fire escape too, but the stream of them ended quickly, and that was when we made a break for it. I shouted to the girls not to stop, to run as fast as they could, then activated my ability and rushed off. That was because I could hear the growling and groaning of deadies somewhere down below. We quickly came across the source of the noise. A dozen zombies were coming up the stairs toward us. I felt like instinctually passing through the crowd, but then I remembered the girls. Hadn't I decided to save them? You off-brand white knight. Why did you go to them for? You should have just flown off to the next mall or pretended that you didn't see them. But I had taken it upon me, and I had to save them. Plus, I wasn't really risking anything. I had potions, so bites weren't scary anymore, and if they died, well, I did all I could. I materialized on the stairs, got my shield out of my inventory, and gripped my axe tightly. The zombies were no good with steps, so they moved extremely slowly. They constantly stumbled and fell, and also got in each other's ways constantly, but even so, they were a formidable wave. I knocked down the first one without a problem. He then stumbled, so I just chopped him in the neck. The next one also fumbled, but still tried to reach me with his teeth, so I gave him a taste of my shield in his face. There was a ton of zombies, but it wasn't my first rodeo. As soon as a zombie's head flew back after being hit, I would sink my axe into their forehead. Then I would have to disappear for a moment to get my stuck weapon back. After a couple of minutes, the stairs were covered with a thick blanket of dead zombies. After each hit, I would take a step back, so I didn't trip over the bodies, while the zombies had the opposite problem, tripping each other up more and more with each step. "Ah!" shouted the girls together when they saw the heap of corpses. "Stop shouting! If you want to live!" I was already tired of them, to be honest. I didn't have to fear the dead, but rather the living. I made it down to the first floor and looked outside. Across the street, about 50 feet away, was a small general store. The inside was empty and the doors were wide open, so I could unload the girls there and forget about them like a bad dream. "Hey!" I turned to them and gestured them over. "Get to that door over there. I'll distract the deadies while you do." This time they didn't argue, they just nodded in agreement. Much better. There was a small group of zombies a bit away, and everything went well. The girls would be able to run to the door and close it from inside with no problems. "Okay, go. Close the door behind you and everything will be okay," I said and disappeared. I was tired of watching out for them. Let them go somewhere else. I had already done far too much to soothe my conscience. Now it was time to burn it all down and calmly collect my well-earned rewards. But I didn't start flying yet. I wanted to see how they would deal with their own problems. The blonde one went first, with the redhead jumping out the door after her. They didn't manage to make it. The blonde one was already right at the door when her friend got distracted by the zombies, who were moaning and run towards them, so she didn't notice the little curb. What else could I expect? The blonde one didn't even wait for her friend, slamming the door shut behind her as soon as she got into the building. "What a great friend you have!" I squatted down next to the redhead girl splayed out on the ground. "What are you going to do now?" I... She looked around in disbelief, then at me with hope in her eyes. "You!" "Oh, screw you guys. I took this upon myself. I had to see it to its stupid conclusion." The blonde one was just standing by the door, so I had to grab her by the hair and throw her back. I flipped the lock, opening the door and letting the redhead inside. "Done. You guys deal with your own business," I yelled and disappeared. And now I had wasted too much time. The zombies, who had already started attacking the door, wouldn't reach them. If they did, the girls would deal with it themselves. As for me, I headed right back to the movie theater. In that time, a fair number of monsters of all shapes and sizes had gathered there. Now, with the screen torn into pieces and most of the speakers smashed to junk, the deadies had started slowly wandering off in search of something to eat. But it was still pretty good. There were at least 2 strong ones right in the middle of the hall, and another 10 that were a little weaker around them. A shooter, a big guy, and a couple of runners. And there was also some kind of weird, pimply fat one. I don't run into any of them yet. He was only a little taller than average, but very fat. The mutant's whole body was covered in blisters from which wafted out some green vapor. That vapor was causing the walls to melt, and I didn't want to come into contact with it at all, not even with my ability on. What was strange was that no matter how many mutants I saw, they were all different. They weren't just copies of each other. Same with the shooters and the runners. Even the big guys were truly different from each other, somehow. Take the shooters. The one that I killed earlier shot his bone thorns from his neck. Now I see two others, one of which has a longer barrel, situated a little higher, while the other one just has rifles in his hands. It was the same with the big guys. The only thing they had in common was their size. As for the rest, some of them had bony protection, some were just oppressively massive, and there were even ones with huge maws and elongated arms. As for how to classify the fat ass, I had no idea. I had never seen one like it before. Ah, he was running away. I appeared, standing on a chair in the very last row. The grenade was already in my hand, so I just waved it through the air, lobbing it as far as I could. As it was flying, I activated my ability, and within a second, I was hanging in the air outside of the building with a nearly empty mana bar. Boom! The explosion blew out the windows all at the same time. Level up, +1. That's what I needed. Zombies from all around could hear the sound and headed straight towards the inferno. Level up, +1. Inventory increased, +10. Ah, not great. But I couldn't physically check every nook and corner. It was hot inside. The fire had not just gone the promised 60 feet, but had spread in literally a couple of minutes to the neighboring halls. I should have put films on in there too, you know. I could have gotten a bigger harvest. But this was still awesome. 2 levels? I should be at like level 9. Just a bit more and I could learn 2 additional skills. But it was at this point that level growth stopped. I think that level 10 is a limit that is not easy to reach. Even that brute in the police office, who had all sorts of opportunities to gain experience, didn't have enough for 10. Most probably he was still going around like a bitch at level 9. It took a couple of hours to fly all through it. I even pounded a mana potion so I wouldn't feel sleepy. I had a lot of work ahead of me. I needed to collect the rewards, finish off the injured, and then, last but not least, start unpacking all of my riches. Thankfully, there were secluded corners everywhere. Even better now when explosions were going off and half the city was being drawn here. At the same time, I was watching how the girls I had saved were doing. They were sitting in opposite corners and not talking, just looking at each other angrily. No matter. Time would take care of their friendship, and only one of them would come out of that room. I don't like traitors, so I hoped that it would be the redhead. But by all the laws of nature, it would be the blonde one who won. It's always those assholes who are ready to trample on others, to throw those around them under the bus at the first opportunity, who seem to succeed most often in life. The flames eventually died down. Unfortunately, the fire never made it to the lower floors, so I could have leveled up a couple more times. But still, I managed to take out a significant number. The first order of business was to get the rewards left on the fire escape. They were all grey without exception, but still it was food. Then I went directly up to the epicenter itself. Now it was clear why the fire didn't spread to the other floors. Although the temperatures had been intense here, which was enough to light the neighboring halls on fire, the firefighting system had still worked right, which meant the rest of the building was now completely flooded with water. And even though the fire had gone out, I couldn't go up to where the explosion had been right away. It was too hot. And even my incorporeal body was starting to feel discomfort. I couldn't ignore that, so it was better to just wait. And also I had a lot to pick up in the other rooms too. The deadies were charred there, but definitely not all dead. So a lot of them were weakened, or even immobilized. I started appearing to give them quick but precise hits of my axe. killing them one after another. In total, after 1 hour, my inventory was full of about 70 potatoes, 30 spheres, and 10 useless grey books. 5 of the potatoes and just 1 sphere were green. 1 more hour passed, and I could finally get to the smouldering ruins. It had been a great hit. There weren't even traces left of the furniture, and even the concrete had melted. It was the same heat I had felt when I realized I would have to leave my house and go to the pay box. And then stand in line. There was a mountain of charred corpses right in the middle of the hall. I hadn't thrown the grenade that well, so it fell in a corner, meaning not all of the zombies had been turned to ash. But right away I saw a whole pile of rewards. They'd fallen all over the place, and the flame hadn't damaged them at all, but I hadn't been worried about that at all. One after another, the rewards started dropping into my inventory. There were some green potatoes and spheres. Finally, I started digging around in the corpse pile, since there might be something good under them. And almost right away, I found a blue potato. I would have to open it really soon, since I was really curious what was inside. But there was nothing else interesting. Well, it is what it is. I materialized next to the pile of corpses. There wasn't a single zombie around anyway, so I didn't have to worry that someone would attack me. The charred bones flew away with a crack as soon as I hit them with my axe. Underneath them I found another potato and a green book. There was a whole treasure trove here. After finding that, I started digging deeper and deeper into this vein, throwing away bones all over and pulling out more and more rewards. Rah! The pile exploded, throwing me backward and raining charred body parts on me. The last survivor appeared in the middle. It was the Blob, covered in his green blisters. He looked at me, unerringly, and right then his blisters exploded, filling the entire room with acrid green smoke. The mist spread like lightning through the whole room, and I only managed to dematerialize at the very last moment. But it didn't matter. The mist was magical, of course, damaging me no matter whether I had a body or not. Chapter 9. This poisonous shit! And it was strong. The mist spread throughout the room in mere seconds, and I felt bad almost immediately. I immediately shot out of the hall and flew until I found fresh air. But even in that short time I took a fair amount of damage. This bullshit magic got you right down to the bones, and there was no protection from it. But I wasn't going to leave that fat beast without a fight. The mist would dissipate eventually, and then I would go back. But for now he could wait. He had nowhere else to go, and if he tried to leave, I would definitely not leave him in peace. I mean, his magic would be a lot weaker outside anyway. Once I was out of the building, I immediately headed for the nearest multi-story building. Slowly but surely I climbed to the top floor, where I easily found a comfortable hiding place. I didn't worry about searching the surrounding rooms, since if there was any danger, I could just disappear, at least. And at most, I would become the danger. So why did I need shelter? Comfort. Nothing more. The wise old drunks outside would certainly argue with me, but mixing was actually a great thing, especially when what you are mixing is health and mana potions. This was like secret sauce, right on the edge of perfection. I appeared in the room like a sack of potatoes. I just fell down and lay there. I had neither the strength nor the desire to move. I felt like I had been burned out from the inside. But that cocktail brought me back to myself in a few minutes. Along with my physical health, my health and mana bars climbed back up, although their growth slowed down every passing second. "You acidic bastard!" I shouted as soon as I had the strength for it. My mind was working twice as fast, spurred on by hatred, and it wouldn't calm down until that beast had given me at least a blue reward. And even though that fat son of a bitch may well be recovering his health while I'm resting here, I won't be wasting my time needlessly. I had more than enough spheres, but the grey ones didn't interest me at all. I had a few green ones and one blue one, as well as one blue potato, and a green book. Airblade. Uncommon. Description: allows the user to create and direct a blade of air. Low puncture ability. Damage varied, dependent on the level of the ability, the size of the blade, the amount of mana used, and the stats of the user. And also on the skill of the ability user. The system always forgot to mention the most important thing. I don't think things will be that easy with this blade. It was a cool skill, but I'm not going to learn it. Sorry. Yeah, it would be awesome to shoot out compressed air that sliced up everyone in its path. But first off, this was only a green book, and I only cared about blue ones. And secondly, the skill was designed for picking off weaklings. And from weaklings I would get neither experience nor good rewards. Sure, I could get a whole wagon load of potatoes, but what good would that do me? So no, thank you, I will just keep flying for now. The book went back into my inventory and a blue potato took its place. Without a second thought, I immediately opened it, and suddenly had a full-course meal in front of me. On top of that, all the food was beautifully plated. There was a clean tablecloth on the table, and all of it gave you the impression that you had ended up in some sort of fancy restaurant. This time, the system decided to treat me to Italian food. In general, I really love it. All the pasta, risottos, and all that stuff. And the system really knows how to cook. I have never had such delicious food before. But what about... Food set. Rare. Description: when eaten, there is a chance for a 50% increase in a random stat. I almost choked on my food when I read that. I had literally just been thinking that I couldn't find stat points anywhere and that they were the most valuable resources in this new world. And now look what shows up. I was once again convinced that I should focus on killing only the strongest monsters. I'd almost licked the plates clean. I was hoping that the more I ate, the more likely it would be. But in the end I got nothing except the satisfaction of eating a delicious meal. But I was happy that I didn't have to wash the dishes. I wrapped the tablecloth up like a bag and threw it and everything in it under the table, then opened up a few spheres on top of it. One blue one and two green ones. I started with the simplest ones. Power hit brass knuckles. Uncommon. 500 out of 500. Strength +2. Power hit. Description: 10 out of 10 mana. The accompanying ability allows you to significantly increase the power of a single hit. Cost 10 mana/durability. Recharges in 1 minute. Very interesting, but I didn't understand jack. Was this like that ring with the built-in skill? But that one was single use and this one you could throw around as much as you like, except you would have to keep pouring mana into it, otherwise the durability would go down too fast. Or would it restore itself automatically? The only way to find out for sure was to use it. In any case, it was a nice toy. It wouldn't help with the acid monster, but it would cause no trouble, so let it be. I would definitely smack someone with it eventually. Okay, what's next? Traveler's boots. Uncommon. Easy stride. Description: comfortable boots. The passive ability Easy Stride will keep your legs from getting tired when walking far. Honestly, if I can speak frankly, this is absolute shit, but still better than what I had. I don't like walking and I have quit it completely now and forever, but whatever. And to tell the truth, they were very comfortable shoes. They looked like normal high leather boots, but in fact I had never worn anything like them before. They fit perfectly, as if they had been made bespoke for my legs. They were even adapted to take the length of my nails into account. Amazing, but still useless for me. But if I was walking around a building, they would do nicely. And now the cream of the crop. The blue sphere. Halberd of Cleaving. Rare. Strength +5. Constitution +5. Cleaving. 1000 out of 1000. Description: mana store 50 out of 50. Cleaving. Active. Directed ability. Upon activation, releases a blade in the direction of the swing. Distance 15 feet. Cost in mana/durability 10. Recharge time 1 second. Oh, this would definitely go with my collection. Finally, god damn it, I had a spear. Even though this thing was officially called a halberd, but that made it even better. It was heavy, damn it, so you could straight away tell how dangerous this weapon was. For sure, much more powerful than a knife tied to a stick. It was a good 5 feet long and weighed no less than 10 pounds, and most of that mass was at the very end, which was mostly metal, meaning even holding it in your hands was fairly hard, to say nothing of swinging it around. So that boost of strength from the weapon was really noticeable, handily making up for its weight. The handle was made of some kind of extremely solid dark wood, and there were blue markings near the sharp end. They were some kind of horals, and might even be letters. Something fantastical like Elvish, completely incomprehensible. Basically, it was a weapon without any excesses. If you ignored the blue markings, then the rest of it was made in an extremely minimalistic way. On one side you had the tip, an axe welded to a point, and the other end was just a spiked knob. That was all. No fancy bends or nothing like that. Just a weapon designed to kill. There was nothing else interesting. An hour had passed since I fled the movie theater. In that time, the acid should have dissipated 20 times over, so it was time to go back. On top of the fact that I just had to get my revenge on that fat mob, there was also a ton of spheres over there, and there definitely had to be some valuable ones among them, either a blue sphere or a blue potato. But before returning to where the grenade went off, I hopped over to the girls. I didn't leave them there for nothing. I was curious to see how they would get by. What was interesting to me was that I didn't enjoy being around people, but watching them from a distance was nice. I didn't feel any awkwardness like that. The redhead. Amazing, she did everything right. Of course, now I could not even imagine where she could have gotten off to. And here was the female friendship for you. The only one left in the room was the blonde, with a knife in her eye. Honestly, I never thought the redhead could adapt to the realities of this new world so fast, but even though she acted surprisingly brutally, it was still fair. She had left the room and hidden God knows where. I wasn't going to follow her, although if I met her again I would ask her to pay me back. I did save her life twice, after all. I went back to the movie theater and spent some time checking everything in detail. In the last hour, a lot could have changed here, like zombies coming or people running to the fire. But no, everything was just as empty and quiet as before. That fat ass was guarding the rewards scattered on the floor as if he were a dragon with a horde. He had clambered up onto a mountain of charred bodies, just waiting for someone to show up. Last time the green blisters on his skin had been full to bursting, but now they had deflated somewhat. He had used up his green junk and couldn't repeat the trick now? Or if he could, it wouldn't be as strong as last time. After flying around the room a couple of times, I couldn't think of anything better than provoking the freak to attack from a distance. More than that, I would have to attack blindly. It was so dark you may as well poke your eyes out. As a ghost, that was no issue for me. But as soon as I materialized, I would have problems. That was why close-quarters fighting was probably not going to succeed. I had to provoke an attack, and then act accordingly. To do that, I had a bow and 10 arrows, but I wasn't fortunate enough to have the accuracy or the skill to pull it off with that weapon. Yeah, well, screw it. I flew into the room, found my target, and materialized. Without moving, I took the bow and the arrows out of my inventory. I pulled the string, paused a second, breathed out, then loosed the arrow. It flew wide. I missed hitting his head by about a yard. Sheesh. I should have come a little closer. Grah! The monster roared, stretched out, and began shooting out puffs of green smoke again. The deadly gas came closer and closer with every passing second, but before I disappeared, I got off one more shot. This time the bastard clocked my location exactly, and roaring once more, rushed right at me. Everything the monster ran into along the way crushed and thrown about every which way, so now was no time for waiting. Well, damn it, I had a different strategy. Only dumbasses fight head-to-head. This time I flew up a little higher. That would buy me some free time, and I would make good use of it. I sat down on the edge of the roof with my legs hanging over the edge, looking out over the city sprawled out below me. The zombies were scurrying around like ants. They would go into the doors of shops and open apartment entrances. They were looking for something they could eat. But the people hadn't given up yet. Somewhere over the horizon I could hear shooting and even explosions, while a little closer in one of the grocery stores the people had built barricades and were now trying to fight off a group of mutants. 2 big guys, a fast one, and some normal zombies. I think they'll be fine. Today messages started showing up in Windows too. Most of them were asking for help, but you also encountered heroes who were offering to save anybody who needed it. As expected, people were settling in attics right now. That was because the main threat was all below, but I felt like that was just for now. Just let some flying monsters show up and that's it. Holiday over. You dumbasses, do something. Get levels and rewards, work together. There's enough food, weapons, and skill for everyone. But no, they're just going to sit and wait for the government to save them. But the government has been going around eating brains for a long time, even before all of this started. At least that's what it seems like to me sometimes. Boom. Son of a bitch! Still can't get no peace. They keep knocking and knocking at the door, even though I haven't been there for a long time. But whatever, that fat ass will shake them out. After about 10 minutes, the sounds died down below. Only after that did I head back calmly, checking how things were there. The fatso had managed to break through the door, and now he had stopped, realizing that nobody was in the room. He had barely managed to get in himself, which was all the better for me. Thwack! The halberd easily pierced his soft flesh. After scoring the hit, I immediately disappeared into thin air and flew a few feet back. The acid zombie roared and turned around, sniffing and glancing around with his empty eyes. Not finding the offender, he opened his massive maw and began spraying green liquid from it. I was getting out of the way anyway, since those drops were already fizzing and eating right through the metal and concrete. Fuck you, asshole. But after vomiting, his blisters completely deflated. He even shrank himself. But what was really interesting was that the wound on his back healed up in just a few seconds. Okay, what would it say if I looked at him? Acid zombie, level 9, health 100%. What a monster. He was really recovering right in front of my eyes. Swip! I'd appeared behind him again, slicing him in the neck. The point, judging by the sound, slid past his spine and embedded itself in the beast's meaty neck. But this time I wasn't going to disappear immediately. I would be taking him on blind. The monster tried to turn around, but I was holding on the handle, stopping him from doing that. Son of a bitch! If I just had an attacking spell right now. But I still had one more trick up my sleeve. The beast began tossing himself around the tiny room, rushing backward to get the annoying insect off his back. Me, though, I was trying to hold him back. So I stuck the handle into the ground, holding onto it with my left hand as tight as I could. On my right hand, my brass knuckles were flashing. It was only in the pitch blackness that the barely visible light could shine. Same for the halberd. Specifically, it was the fancy patterns that were lit up on the weapon. Clearly that was where the mana worked. Crack! I heard an unpleasant sound and felt the beast rushing toward me. The piece of meat holding the halberd in had torn out, and now the acid shooter was being held back by nothing at all. But it was too late. A flash lit up the room, hurting my eyes, and my brass knuckles made direct contact with the beast's chest, overgrown with blisters. I could hear the sudden crack of bones breaking, and the monster flew right off then. I grabbed my halberd easily and turned into a ghost, rushing after the injured monster. He ran into a concrete wall and fell onto the floor after losing his balance. Health, 72%. What is this? I hit him as hard as I could. Health, 75%. The zombie was starting to get up, but I wasn't about to take my time. I readjusted my halberd, then raised it over my head, bringing it down in a powerful, wide-sweeping slice. The blade passed into his flesh with a smacking sound. I was already ready to bring another blow within a second. I hit the body, still trying to rise, over and over, but the zombie just wouldn't die. That was all due to the darkness all around. Stupidly, I still hadn't managed to hit him in the head, since he was constantly moving. Any second he might spew again, and I would have a bad time with those burns no matter what. even if I managed to turn on my ability. I had to hurry. It was time to play another trump card. Cleave. This time I put my heart into it. But a second before that I turned on my class skill so I could aim better. There was a flash of light and the blade shot out a wave of energy. It sliced through the monster's body and hurried onward, knocking sprays of sparks out of the walls. My ears were ringing from the noise, but even after a hit like that, my enemy still wouldn't die. I had to do it again, not even aiming this time. A hit. Another hit. You tenacious monster. Level up. +1. Phew. I leaned against the wall, slumping my whole body. Grrr. That was the response from the deadies heading toward the sound. They had been hobbling up from the lower floors for a while, but I had no desire to deal with them in a close-quarters fight. Plus, I had already made sure my halberd worked in my ghost state. The world turned black and white as soon as I faded into the air. The zombies calmed down immediately, and I flew off to a wide hall. Now there were 50 deadies there, and no matter how little I felt like it, I still had to take care of them. I was here anyway. Plus the grey rewards could also do me good, since I could get potions from those potatoes. Smack! A wave of energy rushed forward, sweeping down scattered rows of deadies as it went. But that didn't kill the zombies. I just kept learning more about how to use this weapon. So I had cut 15 zombies in half, but to kill them I'd have to slice them down at head level. The mana in the halberd had run out, so I had to learn as I went. There were no instructions for this weapon, so I just had to hope the system would be too tricky about recharging it. I focused on the halberd and gave a mental command to transfer my own mana to it. But nothing happened, no matter how hard I tried. It's never that easy. The mana had to come back on its own, and you couldn't just transfer as much as you wanted. Really, why did you think that you could recharge a weapon? If that were true, you wouldn't need skills at all. You could just carry around and use whatever was in your inventory. I would use a bit of durability. I still had 1,000 left, which should last a long time. Smack! And one more small pile of deadies was left on the floor. This time I aimed right and cut down more monsters. I hit them right at the neckline. 2 more times and the room was much more empty. The only ones left were the chopped off bits, and there was at least some light over there, so it would be no problem to deal with them. Anyway, I flew around a couple of times to make sure that there were basically no zombies left, then materialized right by the door. A couple of injured ones stumped up to me, but I cut them down as soon as they got close. One precise hit to the face and a regular zombie was right on the floor. But there was something strange. Obviously, the system calculated damage, increasing it for a hit to the head. I wasn't putting in any extra effort to break the thick bones of the head. Phew. I sighed in exhaustion again, having realized that there were no more survivors. I turned back into a ghost, put my weapon back into my inventory, and started flying from corpse to collect my hard-won loot. Okay, something was not great here. I didn't get something from each of them, far from it. Even the weak-ass grey potatoes were falling much less often than before. In total, from 50 monsters, I got 30 rewards, and all of them were grey. System? What is this robbery? Was this just because I had reached level 10? They weren't just cutting off my experience, but also this flow of freebies. Or maybe the rewards got less and less every day. It was like a starting bonus, which had finished now. I wasn't even going to guess how much time had passed since the apocalypse started. It was definitely more than 24 hours, but these changes were only showing up now. Well, fine. There were more than enough rewards in the next room anyway. I moved over there and started digging through the mountain of corpses to get the treasures out. All in all, I only stopped looting after 2 hours. Some of the spheres were buried in ash, and some were buried under corpses, and every time I had to shut my ability off to collect them. But now I had stuff to open up and enjoy. 2 blue potatoes and 8 green ones. I also found a green book and a green sphere, plus another blue one. And that wasn't even taking the stuff I got before into account. I definitely felt now like the richest person on the planet, and it was very probable that I actually was. Plus, I'd filled up my inventory with 189 grey potatoes, 47 items, and 56 books. I could deck out a small army. But I'm selfish. Why should I share with anyone when they can easily get all this stuff themselves? I remembered that I was as tired as an ox who had been ploughing for 2 months straight, so I head straight back to my new lair. Where I had just been opening my rewards. While on my way, I considered my future plans. It was time to increase my inventory space. Now I would soon be opening a huge mountain of grey balls. Would I have to throw all of that away? Yeah, probably, at least most of it. If I had an inventory of about a ton, then I wouldn't have this problem. So my next move was to find some bastard. I didn't think I would have a problem with that. Night was coming, and that was when the bad guys usually came out. Come here, sweetheart. A blue sphere appeared in my hand. I squeezed it in my fist, closed my eyes, and wished for an interesting and useful item to appear in its place. Chapter 10. Medium bag. ×3. Rare. Description. Allows you to carry items 3 times the allowed weight and size. That's all. Nothing special. Even a little insulting. A medium-sized bag did appear in my hands, the kind you could fit 2 packs of A4 paper into, or maybe 3, around there. But knowing its properties, you could jam much more into it. Honestly, it was a useless item for me. In no time, my inventory would let me carry around whole cars in it. I thought it was probably intended for those who wouldn't kill people like them in large numbers. In that case, it would definitely make sense. You could put 30 bricks in it, and even that much you could reasonably carry around without breaking your back. Was it cool? Definitely. But right now it was going onto the trash heap in my inventory. In my inventory? My opinion about the reward had changed in 1 second. Now the bag was starting to look much more attractive. I could jam it full to bursting and only then throw it into my inventory. And thanks to it, I could put 3 times as much in. And that was really awesome. If I put all my stuff in bags like that, then instead of £140, I could hump around £420 in total. I couldn't hold back and went over to the mirror. It would be a sin not to admire such a beauty one more time. Ah! Startled by my appearance, I took a minute to regain my composure. Yeah, I had let myself go a little, but whatever, it happens. Right now I would take care of my immediate problems and fix my appearance. And now I was looking like a hobo, with my tufts of hair poking out under my dirty hat, my open trench coat, and my red undies. But I had to give the system its due. My body was clearly looking more ripped. My height had been a little more than average, but before I was much skinnier than normal. But now I was looking good. What do you know, he really is a hottie, and even his hobo look couldn't hide that natural beauty. I didn't feel like eating at all, but in theory it was necessary. Raising a random stat required huge sacrifices. But when would I get another blue potato? I had no idea. So I put the thought aside. The time would come. Now I could use my available stat points. No reason to let them go to waste. Even if I was already quite strong, there are no limits to perfection. Name, Casp. Level, 10. Class, Ghost. Stats. Body, 14. Strength, 5. Dexterity, 6. Constitution, 3. Mind, 18. Intelligence, 5. Reaction, 8. Perception, 5. Spirit, 10. Repository, 8. Conduits, 2. Available stat points, 0. Skills, active. Passive. Additional, dematerialization, class skill. Available skill points, 20. Abilities. Inventory, £140. I think that will do it. I had gotten 6 points, so I put 3 into spirit, 2 into mind stats, and 1 into body. I increased perception and conduits, the latter just for the future. I felt it in my gut that after level 10, there would be somewhat harder to get, and that was the smallest one, which meant you would get stat points wherever you could. So it was worth it to think of the future. I would be getting attacking abilities, and their damage would directly depend on those conduits. Better to have them than to get to level 100 without any at all. Then I would be still running around in my red little undies and attacking everyone one at a time with my halberd. After taking care of my stats, I decided to see what was in the green spheres. Then I would see what kind of book I got. And finally, I would deal with the grey ones. I would throw away most of them, but I would have to get something worthwhile. I would be exceptionally happy with just 3 arrows, or I could get a bag or single-use ring. All of those things would come in handy eventually. And, well, I was yet to get something useless from a green one. Right now the rewards were making me smile. Flash grenade, uncommon. Description: blinds all creatures within a 10-foot radius for a short time. The length of time depends on numerous factors. On numerous factors. Thank you, dear system, for the clear instructions for this item. How would I ever get by without you? Piece of shit. Okay, but here you can figure it out yourself. Most likely will be the worst for those who are looking at the grenade when it explodes, and for those who are closest to it. Or maybe not, who knows? Anyway, this item could only be used only living things. I mean, real people. That was because the deadies didn't need eyes. They oriented themselves using some kind of dead senses. Next came the boring and monotonous task of opening all the pointless grey rewards. The mountain of trash stretched out across nearly the whole room, but the spheres still never ended. A knife, a shield, a knife, a sword. I was too greedy to leave it all, but I had not signed up for carrying all this shit around. It was better to take a couple of cases of beer out of my inventory. It would just be more useful. I had gotten them right out of the refrigerator, and they hadn't warmed up even a single degree after 24 hours in my inventory. Whoosh. Beautiful. The process went a lot better while drinking beer. Okay, knives, whatever, I could just throw them at the closet. Every third one stuck, not bad. In the end, I had drunk a couple of bottles and got a few things. There were, as far as I remember, 47 spheres. Out of them I managed to get 2 quivers of arrows, a new bow, and some regular clothing. I also changed my gloves. I used to have gloves of reaction, and now they had been reconfigured to gloves of dexterity. It was basically the same to me, but the new ones seemed to be a lot more comfortable. I finally managed to change my annoying leather vest for a regular t-shirt. It didn't give me any stat boosts, but at least it was much more comfortable on my skin, and I wouldn't have to sweat and suffer anymore. I had protection on my fists, with the fingers cut out, so my hands wouldn't be too hot. I put the leather one in my inventory. It might come in handy. It didn't give any strength bonus, really, but it looked much cooler than either my coat or my robe. I didn't get pants either. It was clear that these red underwear were just fate, and it was because of them that I couldn't wear the leather coat, which might protect me from scratches and bites. In addition to all that, I found another grenade among the grey rewards. But this was a normal one. If you threw it, it would explode and shrapnel would fly out 60 feet. It was made of metal and was very similar to our hand grenades. Repair kit, normal. Description: restores up to 50 points of weapon or equipment durability, single use. That wasn't bad either. It looked like a normal whetstone, but actually it was really awesome. My halberd was never going to run out, especially if I could get a couple more of these. I got nothing else interesting, but I did get a nice emergency set of regular clothes, gloves, leg and arm guards, and regular boots, just in case. All of my fingers were now decorated with a ring. I could have put on 2 of them, but it wouldn't give me any stat boosts. I just needed pants, and then I would have a full set. I did also get another interesting single-use ring. Ring of Featherfall, normal, 1 of 1. Description: single use. Upon activation slows the speed of falling to a rate acceptable to your kind. I was already used to this. I wasn't even upset. The system just does weak descriptions, so let it. The important thing was that you could understand something, and that would be enough. Even the name would make it clear. If you were falling, you activated it, and you wouldn't die. Whatever a rate acceptable to your kind meant, I had no idea. But if the system thought that was less than 60 miles an hour, well, thanks. I put it in my inventory. I definitely didn't need toys like that. By this time night had fallen, as it was wont to do, and now there were only a few lights from lampposts outside the window left. And there were some apartments that clearly gave away the existence of a few survivors. Not everyone had realized yet that you had to be especially careful when hiding at night, since that was when the worst monsters came out to hunt. People. Well, and me. I also wanted to hunt. The beer goes in the bag and the bag in the inventory, along with my well-earned loot, my emergency set of clothes. I thought about leaving the light on in the room so that potential thieves would waste their time there, but I didn't. There were a bunch of system items here, and I had no desire to share my property with assholes. I used to only go out during this time, when there were practically no people there. It was the opposite now. All the yards were full of rotting, wandering deadies, and during the dark time of day, they were much more active. I saw that one of the apartments in the 5-story building across from me had a light on. There were shadows moving behind the curtain, which meant someone was definitely alive there. Also, there was a sheet hanging below the window that said that they would help anyone who needed it. Oh, help! I had to check, but I thought these were my customers. The apartment was big. I got in through the first window I found, and immediately began flying around. The entrance was clean and organized. Everything was nice. It was all quiet, and sounds could only be heard from the farthest room. There was nobody in the kitchen, but the light was on there too. These guys clearly were not hurting for food. All the shelves were full, and there was also a store of long-lasting stuff in the corner. It was as if they had prepared for all of this in advance. Either that, or there was someone here who could get out and ransack stores, like a portalist or someone invisible, most likely. I ran into the owner of the apartment in the next room. He was sitting on a couch in front of a television, watching the news. Some channel was still broadcasting, talking about the intricacies of surviving in the new situation. They weren't lying about having to sit around and quietly wait for the government, which was great. Even the stupidest people must know by now that you couldn't just wait it out. You had to kill deadies on your own, get the rewards, and get stronger. Otherwise, you just couldn't survive. And you also had to join up with other people, since it wasn't just merrier with more, but also safer. Except for me, of course. The guy shut the TV off after a short while, grumbling something to himself, and headed into the other room while scratching his balls. I flew after him. Everything looked as peaceful as it could be so far. The man had stored up food and was offering help to other people. Amazing. "Hey, bitches! Get ready to eat!" He went up to a thick door and pounded on it loudly. Or maybe not so awesome. I passed into the locked room, hanging right under the ceiling. 1, 2, 3, 5 girls. All pretty, like they had been specially chosen. Some of them had been sleeping, but after the loud knocking on the door, they all jumped up and started bustling around. None of them had any clothes. They were all completely naked, and many of them showed clear traces of recent beatings. "Hurry up!" yelled the man, opening the door. 3 of them ran into the kitchen, busying themselves. The other 2 stayed in the room, cowering in the corner. "While I'm waiting," the man smiled lecherously and started pulling off his greasy, sweat-stained clothes. Pants! Crap, not system ones. I was so happy for such disappointment. I wasn't even going to look at the underwear. I had my own. There was a massive bed in the middle of the room. The man lay down on it and angrily glared at his slaves. They shivered in fear for some time, but they did get up and head over to him. I wasn't completely uninterested in watching a porno with actors like this, so I headed over to see what there was in the other rooms. This guy was going to get his due somehow, but it made sense to see exactly who I was dealing with. The other rooms were also full of everything you needed to survive. There were stores of food and water and a whole separate pile of system items. Not that there were many. I'd left more behind in my last place. All right, dude, it's time to say goodbye. Whack! The blade of the halberd slid easily into his chest. Before that, I had to grab one of the girls by the hair and throw her to the side so she wouldn't get in the way. Ah! They all shouted as one. Okay, let them shout as much as they want. The man stared at me in disbelief and started to disappear, but I wasn't about to wait for him to vanish, so I hit him a few more times, just to be sure. Inventory increased, plus £90. Is that how many he managed to kill? Really? An immediate jump over 200 for me. He was luring people here, killing the men and ugly girls right away and leaving the pretty ones to use for himself. Not bad, sure, but why go through all the trouble? For inventory space? Most likely. I was also only working up a sweat for that now, when I could easily raise my level and get rewards. I think I will get to about 400 and stay there. After that, I would kill only strong monsters and find cool items for myself, and also wait for opportunities to participate in more tests. Even though the unique spheres more than often than not just gave me useless trash, I would still keep believing, hoping, and waiting. Sooner or later, there would be something for a ghost. "Who are you?" came a frightened voice from under the bed. A prick in a trench coat. I looked at my outfit and realized that it wasn't really a joke. After saying that, I vanished into thin air since I didn't want to talk to anyone, but I stayed to watch them. Just a moment ago, a monster was removed from the world. The planet was cleaner, and in doing so, I had saved the lives of some innocent people. I really felt like a hero. But was it a good thing for these girls? Before I showed up, they had been protected with food and drink. I mean, they weren't clothed, but that was a different story. It took the slave girls a while to come to their senses, all while trying to figure out what had just happened. But within 5 minutes, one of them ran into the kitchen, letting the others know that they were now free. I kept watching. There would always be more assholes, and I could find as many of them as I wanted. But watching how these naked girls would find a way out of their situation would be very interesting. They started by getting rid of the body. It was strange how quickly they took care of the 200-pound corpse. They grabbed his bloody body without any squeamishness and threw it out the window. You could clearly see the hatred on their faces. It was obvious that they had all been his unwilling victims. That stopped the moment they all started getting dressed. A leader had appeared among the girls, and she had started giving instructions to the group as to who should do what now. She herself set about the task of making sure the rest didn't break down. Since they realized that their slavery was over, they had started sniffling and crying, which got them some instructional slaps. Amazing! Now I felt like I had done a good deed, and my inventory had increased, which you couldn't help but be happy about. I flew outside, up a couple of feet above the roofs, and started looking around for a new victim. There was no police and no laws. Everything that held back the monsters before was gone, so my search didn't last long. It was only 10 minutes before I heard a desperate scream. The zombies down below got excited, but they couldn't find the source of the cry. That was because it was a woman standing on a roof who was yelling. I hardly cared, since her enemy didn't seem to be a person. The woman, clutching a child of about 6, was shrieking and trying to climb down. She was being followed by a massive bird. Judging from the color of its wings, it had once been a pigeon. But it was hard to even call that beast a bird now. It was about 5 feet long. It had powerful talons, wings studded with spikes, and a slightly hooked beak, with some greenish liquid dripping from it, which had to be either poison or acid. The beast wasn't using any abilities, it was just gently gliding forward, preparing to swallow its prey. But what were people to this pigeon? It was clear that their levels hadn't gone up too far. If it was for meat, then they could just go down below. The carrion there hadn't even started rotting yet. Even though some of them had started to smell a little, but they probably hadn't smelled like roses when they were alive anyway. But I couldn't complain. This was the first real monster that I had encountered since the beginning of the apocalypse. I really wondered what I could get from it, or maybe even inventory space. I mean, who knew? Guru! The bird turned its head to the side, staring down its target, and continued gliding forward, bobbing its head. It was just as stupid as it had been before, you could tell by looking at it. Now it was going to peck people like they were seeds, to no end. How did it evolve like that? It was strange, like someone had directed it to become stronger. And how could a crappy pigeon kill a zombie anyway? Or who did it kill to get a level? And it was a goddamn pigeon. I hadn't even encountered a cat or a dog yet. What would be around zoos? Or in Africa? There must be a whole shitload of them there now. But those were problems for future me. Ah! The woman had not stopped screaming. The child was not that scared, but his knees were shaking, and he hadn't taken his eyes off of the mutated bird. It would be better if he turned around. I materialized right behind the pigeon, took a wide swing, and sliced it right down his back. Thwink! Well, god damn it! Oh, that was disappointing. I calculated that I should be able to cut him right in half, or at least break his spine. But my powerful weapon had only weakly slid across his wings, bringing up sparks. But if at first you don't succeed, try again. I faded into thin air and flew around the bird. It turned around to see its attacker, but, finding no one, kept moving forward. All right, another chance. Thwink! Ah, not like that. It was a good hit. Screw it, next time I'll stab him right. There was definitely a good place for that on the backside. Chapter 11. I turned my halberd around, then paused for a minute. Did I really want to do this? How would I be able to hold onto this handle later, knowing where it had been? The pigeon continued onwards as though nothing had happened, and I made my choice. In just a little bit, it would start feasting on its fresh, screaming meat. Or it would fly away, and I would be left with nothing. I materialized, squatted down, and jammed the blunt end as hard as I could into the bird's weak point. The pigeon began squealing all over, but I'd already vanished into thin air by then. He spun around frantically, spraying his poisonous spit all over while also leaking a fountain of blood around the roof, but couldn't find his attacker at all. And he was also a few feet up in the air. His wings protected him from blades. I might have been able to stab him and done some damage, but it wouldn't be a finishing blow. I had gotten him right up the ass. But the results exceeded all my expectations. The incensed bird had right away begun dashing around the roof, completely forgetting his prey, and slowly began losing his strength. Pigeon, level 10, health 79%. Level 10! Apparently he had started by pecking apart his whole flock, and then switched to something bigger. I could see no other way that he could have become such a monster. Even if I had jammed the halberd up as far as it could go, it still wouldn't have done him in right away. Health 81%. And he was regenerating. Fast. Okay, its wings protected it from stabbing and cutting weapons, but a crushing blow could work almost completely well. I waited for the beast to calm down, then dug through my inventory to get my brass knuckles out. It had regained just 5 points of mana, which was a rate that I was completely dissatisfied with. 1 point per hour? How long would I have to wait for my halberd then? So I did check how things were with the mana in my main weapon. It turned out to be much better, with a little more than 20. It seemed like the more total mana there was in a weapon, the faster it regenerated, or that it was the same rate by percentages. Maybe it was dependent on the quality of the item or on something else, but it was too early to go into those kind of details right now. Anyway, it was definitely not the time to think about that when I had a massive stupid head with a sharp poisonous beak right in front of me. I materialized in the middle of my swing and immediately hit him. The brass knuckles flashed on my hand, lighting up the roof in a second, and with a loud smack landed right in the beast's eye. He didn't even manage to squeak, immediately flying up a few feet and freezing. Health, 46%. I didn't know how long he would be dazed, so I got my halberd out right away. I took aim and started stabbing the beast in his neck and head. I didn't get up close, though, since I didn't want to get hit by any poison. At most, I would spend another 10 durability points to break that stupid skull. But that's not what happened. First, blood started flowing from under his wings, and then the blade cracked through the natural armor of the beast. His whole body tensed up, and then, after a few seconds, the beast breathed his last. I didn't get a level for it, but a blue potato did drop. It didn't stay there for long, because I immediately put it into my inventory and headed onward to check my surroundings. The woman was still screaming, but I didn't pay her any mind. She was in one piece and would get off her ass to look around the rooms. There was a ton of food there. It would last a while. I was in conservation mode, moving about a mile per hour, I would guess. It was a little slower than a nice stroll. I'd found my destination almost immediately, but flying there would take at least 15 minutes. So I devoted my free time to looking out over the view of the new city. I watched what was happening below carefully and noticed a few animals while I was flying. It was weird that they weren't turning into zombies. A small pack of dogs was attacking a couple of deadies who had wandered into a playground. The dogs were well organized, attacking all together from all sides and avoiding attacks. But even so, one of the deadies managed to bite a weak little dog, ripping out a tuft of fur and reaching the flesh. The dog started to whimper, but the other members of the pack quickly dealt with the zombie, freeing the runt from his iron grip. 5 minutes, then 10. But the animal didn't ever turn into a mindless murder machine. Just the opposite. One of the dogs came up to it and started licking the wound, which healed up right before my eyes. Apparently some dogs had managed to evolve by getting abilities and mutations. Some of them blended into the surroundings. One of them had grown bone armor, and another one had claws on its paws that came with metal, shining in the moonlight. The pack was completely fit for its surroundings. They had taken over a plot of land enclosed by a fence with holes in it. Now, as its owners, they fiercely defended it, tearing apart any uninvited guests. I would be a son of a bitch if I didn't check that. Doggo! I'd appeared about 50 feet away from one of the dogs. I had nothing to offer him, so I just decided to say hello and see how man's best friend would react to me. Grrr. I had no intention of starting a conflict, so as soon as the whole pack had me surrounded, I dematerialized out of harm's way. But even when I was in my incorporeal state, some of the dogs continued looking at me like before. They might not be showing aggression anymore, but I got the impression that those animals could still feel me somehow. I tried again, this time flying outside of their territory. The dogs gathered by the fence but didn't start attacking. They just bared their teeth in warning that outsiders weren't allowed. Got it. No problem. I wouldn't come in. I had no business with them at all, but still it was interesting to see what effect the system had on the animal world. That pigeon had leveled up very quickly. The pack of dogs, as far as I could tell, wasn't especially strong, but that was because they had decided to play defense. The stupid bird, on the other hand, had simply destroyed everything that crossed its path. I felt like cats also had a high possibility of reaching the top of this new food chain. I mean, they killed for fun before, and now that had become something useful too. I spent a half-hour satisfying my curiosity, but it was worth it. Information about the rules of this new world, even if it seemed useless, was definitely not unwelcome. The apartment I was flying to was located on the second floor of a 5-story building, kind of old-fashioned. I was attracted to it because of the curtain with an offer of help to anyone who needed it. My faith in humanity had never existed, so there was no risk of losing it. And there wasn't any risk now either. I was actually a little disappointed when I realized that the inhabitant of this apartment was actually ready to help people and not asking for anything in return. After flying through the window, I ended up in a little kitchen. A little old man, about 80 years old, stood hunched over by the stove, boiling buckwheat in a large pot, periodically adding meat from cans that had recently been opened. No, he definitely wasn't eating alone, so I kept looking around the little apartment. Plus, I could hear people's voices coming from the next room. I was right. There were 5 people in the living room. Most of them looked confused, interested in each other and how they managed to get to this safe house.
I was running into the entrance with a zombie right behind me. It caught me on the stairs and grabbed my sweater. It nearly bit me. Then the old man knocked him off the stairs with his cane. Then he took me in and fed me,"
said a fat 40-year-old woman, finishing her story. Near the end of it, she had started crying, and the girl sitting next to her tried to calm her down, patting her on the head. Too bad I missed the beginning of her story. But no matter. People were afraid, and the old man helped them, since he had long ago lost the ability to fear as he aged. All well and good, and I could keep on flying, since there was nothing for me here. Unless 2 guys, about 20 years old, were sitting apart from the rest, looking at them, frowningly, even with suspicion. I didn't think that the old man would let them get away with anything, but it couldn't hurt to listen to their conversations anyway.
"Who gives a shit what abilities he has?"
whispered one of them, the one that looked older.
"Each of us has a knife. We stab him a couple of times and boom! All the food is ours."
Man, hell if I know. Do we really need that food? Just go in those other apartments, there'll be something there. The second one said evasively.
"Jesus, what is wrong with you, honestly?"
The older one even raised his voice a little, but got himself under control in time.
"There is a strategic stockpile here. It would be enough for a whole 6 months."
What about these guys then? The boy nodded towards the other survivors, but his older friend just grinned.
"Get rid of them too. Just leave the girl. We'll take turns using—"
Inventory increased, +10. I'd gotten tired of listening to his Machiavellian plans. At least one of them deserved to die, so there was no reason to hold back. Sure, he hadn't killed anyone, but he definitely wanted to. And once there is a desire, then opportunity will come with time. You couldn't swing a long halberd in the little room, and it would be a shame to waste its durability on this asshole, so I just sank my axe into his head. So I wouldn't have to worry about pulling out the weapon, which was stuck fast. I dematerialized, and within a second I appeared next to the second one. But him I socked with the brass knuckles. A good, solid hit. I clearly felt the bones in his face break, and some of his teeth flew onto the floor along with some blood. The woman screamed, and soon the old man rushed into the room. He easily lifted the beaten and unconscious body in his arms and closed his eyes. A barely noticeable gold wave passed across his scrunched-up face, which started changing before my eyes. Within just a few seconds, his bones were back in place and growing together, and soon there were no traces of his injuries left.
"Who did this?"
shouted the old man angrily, pointing at the corpse lying in the corner, but everyone could only shake their heads, since no one had seen it.
"Oh, goddammit."
"That was me. Calm down." I had wanted to run right away, but at the last moment I decided to stay. Otherwise, the old man would think one of his had done it, no matter how unlikely that was. But I didn't give him a chance to open his mouth. He wanted to kill first you and then everyone else. "Besides you," I said, pointing at the girl, then blinked and turned my skill on again. I didn't succeed in punishing the second one. The old man turned out to be a powerful healer, and that guy probably never even felt the pain. But it would be embarrassing, although even that wasn't certain.
"And be more careful about this,"
I whispered into the old man's ear, having materialized right behind him.
"Okay, bye. Don't take in just anyone."
There wasn't much for me there, but that didn't mean that there were no more assholes to increase my inventory within the city. Until sunrise, I wandered through apartments, flying around attics, looking for any douchebags. There was no need to attack them right away. The first priority was to make sure that the person would be of no use to society in the future. From some people I got £15 each, but those were just beginner shitheads. Most of them treated me with 20. They were the ones who had managed to kill 2 people since the beginning of the apocalypse. The fattest loot, both literally and metaphorically, was the leader of a whole band of assholes. He gave me a whole £90 of inventory and a small mountain of grey rewards. Yeah, it was all trash, but luckily for me it was unopened. They had taken up residence in the sewers, an extremely comfortable place it seemed, a large number of entrances and exits, and it was very hard for the deadies to get in, and it was easy to take people by surprise. Lure them with food and shelter and they would just come right in. The bandits killed only those people who tried to speak against them or leave their underground camp. The fat bastard had decided to rule with an iron fist right away and brutally punished any disobedience. So by the time I showed up, there weren't any dissenters left at all. At first I thought it was just a normal survivors' camp. Yeah, there were a couple of dozen women, some downtrodden men and children, and about 10 armed fighters, not just with system weapons, but also with firearms. And right when I had decided to fly away, I heard whispering. One girl was suggesting to another one that they should try to run away or kill the fat guy, but the other one just shushed her and said it wouldn't work. If they ran away, they would be chased down and killed, and if they tried to kill him, then their deaths would be much more painful. And a lot of people had already tried, but nobody managed to do it. Everything came down to the uncommon class that the fatty had been able to snatch up. He was a vampire, or something like that. By killing people and drinking their blood, the vampire got stronger and more durable, stealing their stats. Not a great look, but people had already accepted their lot, trying not to stand out and hoping they would kill someone else. He really was pretty tough. At first I didn't even appear among the people, just used the ability of my weapon. The cleave wave only cut the skin on his back, which started healing up within seconds. An alarm was raised and the fighters ran off to find me. Once they had gotten far enough away, I repeated my trick, but this time I also materialized and sliced the blade of my halberd into the freak's spine. But even that didn't kill him. So I turned back into a ghost, flew around the screaming mass, readied my punch, and drove my brass knuckles into the bridge of his nose a few times, activating the power hit on the last one. The fatty fell on his back, and before the bones in his face could knit back together, I smashed him as hard as I could with my halberd. After that I dealt with the remaining henchmen. That just took a simple hit to the back of the head. My weapon, given how big it was, easily cracked the skulls of people with a standard set of stats. Once again. Yeah, I finished off the assholes. But would the people living here survive now? They were happy that the nightmare was over, but I wouldn't be the one to disappoint them by telling them the hard parts were ahead of them. They would have to take everything on themselves and do something on their own. A lot of them simply didn't have it in them and would have to be pushed constantly, forced to do some kind of work. But that was not my problem. I set out to take care of that asshole for my own good. Sure, I wouldn't mess with people who seemed okay, but that was it. Babysitting each and every person, even if I had wanted to, was simply not possible. Inventory, £430. Yeah, that was pretty much more than enough. Just a little more and there would be no reason to keep hunting people on purpose. It would be better to focus on the monsters. Those beasts might have leveled up a fair bit in the meantime, so I could get some good rewards from them. Or zombies. There was no point in killing the regular ones, so I could and should find mutated ones. But now my first order of business was opening some of my rewards, and using my blue potato. I should have felt hungry a while ago, and I couldn't go wrong with a stat bonus. I got out of the sewers right by where I got my first level. After thinking a bit, I flew toward the police station. Since I was nearby, I might as well drop in and see how the people were getting along. The building greeted me warmly with tightly blocked entrances and windows, as well as a small contingent of system fighters. They were going out for a morning hunt. I'd already seen a lot of them, some who were specialized in attacking with their skills, and some armed with system weapons. With their swords, spears, and bows, they skillfully and silently mowed down the deadies that piled up against the fence overnight. However, there was no way they would be able to get to a grocery store, so instead they satisfied themselves with grey potatoes, not trying to reach any sort of luxury. Well, amazing. I watched them for a while, impressed with how they killed zombies, then continued onward. I flew around the whole building, making sure that basically nobody else had come since my last visit, then materialized in one of the empty rooms. Nobody would bother me here, and after eating lunch I could talk to that big guy again. I had nothing to feed those assholes with, but it was time for them to share their stuff with me, and I had something to pay for it with. Last time I realized that these people could be useful to me in the future, and now I was convinced of it again. They were developing, thinking about how to improve their lives, and their leader was a good guy. Tough but fair. Over time, they would develop and become a real society. Then they would start producing weapons and goods, and they would finally make me some pants. As soon as I got my body back from the system, I had two problems. The first was that I desperately wanted to eat, and the second was to sleep. And no matter how much my stomach grumbled, my fatigue was stronger than my hunger. So I got out a mountain of grey potatoes, opening them one after another in the hope of finding a potion. I had almost 190 regular food sets. I got a lot of them in the mall, but I also came across a fair amount while moving around. I had to waste 30 of them before I found a set with 2 different coloured vials. I set the food carefully on the floor in the corner of the room, and then, sitting at a table, uncorked the vials and drained them both to the bottom. My mood improved, my strength returned, and I felt the will to live. The world around me filled with colour. After getting completely restored, I took a blue potato out of my inventory and opened it immediately. I was expecting to see a full-course meal on my table, but I got something completely different. A syringe? A flask? I started turning the strange item around in my hands, only remembering to check the system information after a few seconds. This is interesting. Chapter 12. Vaccine. Rare. Description. Single-use item. Upon use, it grants a powerful immunity of up to 1 month to the zombie virus. It was just a glass syringe with a cloudy blue liquid. The short but thick needle hinted that it had to be used in the butt muscle, and then you wouldn't have to be afraid of bites for at least a month. Although if they did eat you, it wouldn't be very fun, embarrassing, even. I got out another potato. I would use the syringe after I ate, since maybe if I just used it on an empty stomach, it might not work as well. It did say up to a month. After all, that meant it might be less. For breakfast today, the system decided to treat me to a piping hot steak that tasted just unbelievable. There was also a bottle of red wine with no label, a wine glass for it, and other tableware, along with some kind of fruit pie for dessert. The smell of the roasted moat filled the room immediately, and almost drooling, I set about eating. I could hear my teeth grinding since I was chewing so hard. I deliberated about the wine for a bit, whether or not I should have it so early in the morning, but I soon gave in and filled the glass. Who the hell is in there? Where is that smell coming from, damn it? On the other side of the door I heard footsteps and then voices. People had smelled the odor which had wafted around the whole building, as far as I could tell, and were trying hard to find it now. I would be looking for it too if I had to live on grey sets, so I got it. But isn't that why I came here? I would have to talk to them sooner or later whether I wanted to or not. It's over this way. Get out of the way. I heard a familiar voice right outside the door. Step off, idiots. Just in case, I popped the last piece of meat in my mouth, down the glass, and dematerialized. Then the shooting started right off. Yes, right there, growled the big guy breaking into the room.
What kind of prick was stuffing his face here? Come out, douchebag. You can't hide forever.
He started searching the room from top to bottom. Apparently he thought someone had decided to squirrel away some delicious food, but his search didn't lead him to anything, which made him even more angry, and he started shouting at thin air. His followers quickly stepped away. Obviously it was better not to make this guy angry. But I quickly understood why they all ran away. Right in front of me, the man started growing over with brown fur. His face began stretching out, gradually becoming an animal's muzzle, but most importantly, his body grew in size. His clothes didn't tear, but just dissolved, as if they were being absorbed into the fur. God damn. Within a minute, there stood a huge, shaggy bear in front of me in the place of the guy. He began sniffing at the air in search of the offender, but— Excuse me, of course, but I haven't finished my pie. I appeared next to the table and grabbed the dessert, tossing it right into my mouth. Pausing for a second, I took the unfinished bottle of wine too and hid it in my inventory. If you didn't finish it, then you might not get the stat bonus. You had to drink it all the way down. The bear roared and I turned my class skill back on. But to hell with fighting in such small quarters. Plus, there was no point in fighting. I was just planning on having a conversation. It wasn't for nothing that I had studied those animals earlier. This shapeshifter wasn't too different from them, and, like the dogs, he could sense where I was. I flew around the bear for a while, and he followed my movements the whole time, never showing his back. As he was turning, the majority of the furniture in the room was turned into splinters, seeing as his fat ass could hardly even fit into the tiny room. "Don't step on the food," I said, appearing again, understanding that the bear wasn't going to attack me. "There, it's in the corner. You can give it to your people. I don't need it." After I said that, he started transforming back. The reverse process lasted a little longer, and it definitely wasn't pleasant for him. Within 5 minutes, there was a man, weakened from the change, lying in front of me. His forehead was covered in sweat and his breathing was labored and heavy. "Here, drink this." I felt bad for him and handed him a vial with red liquid in it. He didn't say no, taking it, tearing the cork out with his teeth, and downing the whole thing in one swig. I took out my wine and put it to my lips. I wasn't about to share it, but to stop him from asking, I got out a cold can of beer too.
Thank you,
he growled, taking a couple of deep gulps.
Always parched after that bullshit. Fuck.
I nodded, barely understanding, and we sat in silence, enjoying our alcohol for a few minutes. He was coming to his senses after his transformation, and I was digesting my food. It was settling well and doing its job, so the only thing I had to do was enjoy this moment of satisfaction.
"What did you come to visit us for?"
the big guy said, breaking the silence.
"I'm not letting you use our women. I'll tell you that."
"Well, just— What?" I didn't get what I heard right away. "Why the hell do I need your women for?"
"There was a guy here,"
he said, grinning.
"Invisible. I found him by his scent and tore him a new one, but that prick managed to get away."
"And how did you see me?" I wanted to know for myself. "Certainly not by my scent."
"Who the hell knows? I just felt it,"
he said, brushing aside the question. We sat in silence for a while. My bottle of wine was reaching its end, and the big guy had already finished his 4th can of beer when I remembered why I came here. "I came here for a reason," I said, slapping my forehead. "Do you have someone to kill? I took care of a bunch of people last night, and I just need one more to reach my goal."
"You're a real motherfucker,"
he said, shaking his head.
"But as a police officer, I can't let you do that."
"Are they in the cells?"
"Not them, but him. In the basement, across from the stairs to the left. But I won't allow it."
"Yeah, I got it." I smiled, disappearing into thin air, leaving behind another 2 cans of cold beer, 5 grey potatoes, and a green one. The big guy shook his head, but quickly put all of that into his inventory.
"Igor!"
he yelled, and after a minute I heard footsteps hurrying along.
"Yes, big brother?"
shouted the guy, running into the room, out of breath. He was the exact opposite of the bald guy, skinny and short. As far as I could remember, that was the guy who was casting spells with the air last time.
Go get the dead body out of cell.
I stopped listening. I had to hurry, otherwise Igor would come for the body and he would still be alive. That wouldn't look good. Taking the form of a ghost, I stopped for a minute. Why was I just sitting and chatting with that big guy? Jeez, it was like we had gone fishing together. Oh, wine. Yeah, that was it. Drinking a whole bottle on your own could work wonders. I would become nice and social. I needed to be more careful with that. Thankfully, the alcohol stopped working on my mind when I turned into a ghost. There was indeed one person sitting in the cell. The man's body was not undamaged anyway, completely covered in bruises and cuts. I had no idea what he did to deserve that, but I trusted the big guy in this, so I could happily finish off this prisoner without any twinges of conscience afterward. Inventory increased, +10. Now I understand what he did. No problem, I didn't have to worry about it. Now my inventory could take £450, but I wasn't going to fill it up yet. The ability to put the body of a zombie in there was very valuable. I wouldn't have to materialize to dig through a mountain of corpses anymore. I would simply throw them away and easily take all my rewards. And I could throw bricks from high up. It would be an effective way to fight zombies, but then I wouldn't get any rewards, just experience. So we would have to do it the old-fashioned way. Before I set about finding a strong opponent, I spent some time watching how life in the police station was going. It had been 2 days? I wasn't even sure. The total lack of sleep had affected me with the days all running together, and I couldn't even begin to think how much time had passed since this all started. But whatever, who cares? The important thing was that people were starting to adapt to the changing circumstance. Now the soldiers were coming back from their hunt. They were met by some women who helped them take off their armor and immediately went off to clean it. The table had also been set for them in advance. Nothing fancy, but still. They had heated up cold food from the grey potatoes and put them in their inventory so it wouldn't cool down, only taking it out when the soldiers were on the doorstep. Basically, everyone was busy. The defenders were taken care of, and they, in their turn, risked their lives to get some food, to get stronger, and to protect those close to them. How sweet. It was good that I got the class I did. Ugh, if I had picked something else, then I would have constantly had to be as close to people as possible. But somehow I felt like I would have to, and that, damn it, there would be no way to avoid it. Plus, the system might hit me with something awful and force me to stick to somebody in the end. I thought the time had come to check up on the guy with the bow. Plus, it was on my way. I decided to just head the way I was facing. Any social place would work, since where a lot of people could come together would have strong monsters anyway, and that was all I needed now. There was no point in more planning than that, since I would have to act as circumstances dictated anyway. It would be great if I could connect to the internet and see how things were going in the world, and to read forums about the system and skills and everything else. I mean, there had to be unique spheres and skills somewhere, right? Or I could find out a way to do tests more often. Cole! Cole! I heard a squeak from down below. Right then I flew down to about the 4th story and was about to fly into the attic, but the squeak seemed familiar to me. Oh, what? Had he decided not to give me his rewards? Or maybe he was more afraid of me than the deadies. The girl was sticking her head out of a 2nd-story window, and below her, her brother was trying to get away from a whole horde of deadies. I could see bite marks on his body, but he still wasn't giving up, shooting arrow after arrow at them. From what I could gather, he had gone outside at first light to get rewards and arrows. Without that, he couldn't pay back the loan of the weapon, and they also had to eat something. I didn't think that the soldiers on the other side of the house could provide the 100 people in the attic with enough food fast enough. They were just too careful. The boy, on the other hand, was acting extremely recklessly. The deadies had trapped him in a corner and were getting closer and closer every second, gnashing their teeth, ready to tear the boy to pieces. In response, he was shooting arrow after arrow, not wanting to give up. But it was hopeless, since there was at least one big guy against him. Even if you made a pincushion out of him, the only thing that would help was a precise shot to the eye. Otherwise, you would never drop a powerhouse like that. All right. He was in trouble. Nikolai had been shooting deadies all night, having just taken up one of the rooms on the second floor. He used to live here, so he had the keys. He took his little sister with him, since leaving her in that camp was even more dangerous. You never knew what weird stuff those two assholes could get up to. They should have been kicked out a long time ago, but all the guys were busy around the clock trying to get rewards. Very, very slowly. Even the boy thought the adults were being too careful. Some old-timer in the apartment had come up with that method, and everyone else agreed to it, and nobody was going to listen to a teenage boy. When the sun rose over the horizon, he had to stop hunting, simply because he had run out of arrows. Under the window there were about 20 finished deadies, but at least 5 of them were there from the last hunt. That time everything had gone smoothly, and the boy made off with a pretty good haul, 3 potatoes and 2 grey spheres. In one of those he had found a quiver of arrows, and the other one had a useless knife. Then they ate a little. They weren't about to head back to the people in the attic. They just pulled some trash up against the door in case the zombies got in, and content themselves with that. But now all that debris needed to be cleared. Nikolai went down to first floor, popped into a room, made sure that everything was safe all around, and jumped out a window to the outside. The first thing he did was collect the unbroken arrows. He took them all with care, since he had no idea when he would get another set of them. To do that, he made a precise, even cut with a knife, but not the one he had gotten in his starting kit, but a regular, non-system one. But he couldn't get any rewards. Before that he heard noise from the bushes. The boy pulled his drawstring taut and aimed his weapon toward the sound. Since it sounded like there was only one zombie there, he didn't start heading back to the room right away. But as soon as the deadie appeared, Nikolai froze. A woman appeared from the bush. Her face, hands, and legs were all bitten up, and her clothes were covered in brown spots of dried blood. Mum? The boy barely managed to say it. His eyes welled up with tears, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make himself shoot. He suddenly recalled the recent events when everybody had an intense headache, and then people started roaming out of their rooms, first to the entrance and then outside. His mother abandoned her children and ran outside with everyone else, as though she had gone crazy. Cole and his sister had tried to do the same, but the stream of people wouldn't even let him open the door, and after a few tries, he passed out. And then came the words and numbers in front of his face, and stats, like in a video game. And the person he loved most turned into the Walking Dead. Cole! His sister's shout brought him right back to his senses, reminding him that she had nobody besides him now. But it was too late. The zombie had managed to bite onto his outstretched arm, and the boy could do nothing else besides run away. Tears came to his eyes as he realized that he had let his sister down. A bite was a death sentence. But he had to do something. He had to get the rewards and leave something behind, at least. But that didn't work out either. His sister's shout had attracted a whole horde of zombies. There was a mutant among them too, which Nikolai, no matter how much he tried, had no chance against. So he just ran away until he turned the corner and hit a fence. That was where he decided to make his last stand against the monsters. Wiping away his tears, he stuck all of his remaining arrows in the ground in front of him, then pulled the bowstring. 1. The zombie that had just appeared from around the corner fell right on his back, having taken an arrow straight to the face. But he was replaced by 2 more. The boy's hands were shaking from the exertion, but, gritting his teeth, he continued to shoot arrow after arrow. To hell with exhaustion. To hell with the fact that he could never win like this. But he had to do something anyway. The more deadies he could kill, the fewer would be left in the world that his sister would have to live in. "Take that, you dicks!" he shouted, shooting his second-to-last arrow. "Had enough!" he screamed, completely forgetting that that would attract more of their attention. He wasn't worried about that anymore. The last arrow shot forward, turning into dust against the impenetrable armor of the big guy. But the boy just grinned, throwing away his bow, and grabbed his knife. The deadies just kept on coming. The closest ones had almost reached him, so the boy, making his peace with death, rushed forward to meet them. At the last moment he closed his eyes and... an explosion, and a dozen zombies were knocked to the ground at once. After a few seconds, the big one recovered, taking a determined step towards his prey. But after a sudden crunch, the beast fell forward with a groan. "Yeah, a green one!" A guy appeared right out of thin air. He was holding a halberd in his hands, but he was also looking at the floor, casually tossing out a green reward. That skill. Nikolai could only dream about something like that. But the man was looking at the book with nothing but disgust, as if it offended him. Screw it. It's good enough. He was strange-looking, so the boy recognized him immediately. His dirty brown coat, tied-on belt, high boots, and odd-looking hat. Nikolai also remembered the debt that he had to repay for the loan of the bow.
"Dude, take the rewards for sure. I'm on my way out,"
he said, sniffling. He was starting to run out of strength, and his bite was really starting to fester.
"But thank you for taking care of my mom. I couldn't do it."
The man looked first at the big guy, then at the boy. Then he frowned, nodded to himself, and disappeared into thin air.
"Maybe I can still bring my sister some potatoes, but I could turn at any moment, and she wouldn't be able to stop me,"
the boy thought.
"But I could just throw them all through the window. I could just throw them all through the window."
Nikolai got to his feet, just about to start gathering the rewards, but then stopped in his tracks. A syringe was lying right at his feet. It drew the boy's attention with its strange look, so Nikolai bent down and took it in hand.
"What?"
Tears were rolling down his cheeks again.
"Thank you,"
he shouted, addressing the air somewhere.
"Thank you,"
he whispered this time, clutching the gift in his hands. Chapter 13.
"Oh, just shut up! Get back in the house, dumbass!"
I was tired of watching, but I couldn't just fly away. I had to make sure that he successfully picked up all the rewards and got back to the room. All right, whatever, just the ones he got himself. I wasn't going to share the rest, or else he would get weak. He used the vaccine right away. Yeah, he could have opened a potato and found some healing potions, but I decided to just give him an advantage for a month. If I got bitten all of a sudden, no big deal. Permanent immunity would be fine, but like that, watching the clock and waiting for the effect of the vaccine to end, it was useless. Either, at best, nobody would bite me, or, at worst, well, I'd more than enough potions. I watched how they were doing. Not too bad. They had water, and now also a good amount of food, and they should have enough equipment too, given he had gotten a large number of spheres, and at least one of them should definitely have some arrows. Then I looked through the camp, seeing how people were getting by there. Not really well, it seemed. There was no oversight, no management at all, and people were just busy sitting around waiting for something to happen. A few were going through the rooms, scavenging the food reserves, but the majority were just staying in the shitty attic. They could get their stuff together, or, I don't know, kill some deadies, or at the very least hunt pigeons, since those animals were not as harmless as I used to think. Basically a big disappointment, especially compared with the people in the police station. Everybody was busy there, even if a lot of them were doing pointless nonsense. But at least no one was doing nothing, which made for a lot less stress. Here even the atmosphere was oppressive, and every day it would get worse and worse if nothing changed, unless a strong leader showed up who could make people work. Okay, I've spent too much time around people, even the wine had stopped working now. Before I headed out on my next hunt, I checked my interface. Name, Casp. Level, 10. Class, Ghost. Stats, Body, 14. Strength, 5. Dexterity, 6. Constitution, 3. Mind, 19. Intelligence, 6. Reaction, 8. Perception, 5. Spirit, 10. Repository, 8. Conduits, 2. Available stat points, 0. Skills, active. Passive, additional, dematerialization, class skill. Available skill points, 20. Abilities. Inventory, £460. Basically, everything was the same except one thing. After the steak, pie, and bottle of wine, my mind stat increased. I hadn't noticed any real change, but a single point doesn't really have a noticeable effect. Logically, it should have improved my memory and my mental acuity or something like that. And as far as I remembered, every improvement brought not just uncomfortable feelings that could only be easily avoided by turning into a ghost, but they also made you tired and hungry too. If you upped your stats with a potato, that became less obvious. Well, you do have the building blocks in your stomach already. Basically, if I hadn't looked at myself, I wouldn't have noticed the change. But actually, my strength had gone up a lot of times, and I just wasn't paying attention. When I picked up the halberd, my muscles were filled with power. A palpable wave of strength washed over my whole body, wiping away my fatigue, and I felt like I could knock down even whole mountains with the halberd. But it was just a temporary effect, lasting until I put the weapon away in my inventory. My basic stats weren't even that obvious, and that was because I was getting used to my new abilities over time. And I could test them out. A gym was right in front of me, and without thinking about it, I headed in right away. I tried to pick up a couple of dumbbells and see how much weight I could lift. Having flown into the place, I discovered a small herd of zombies being led by a big guy. I wasn't surprised at all. At first I thought it was a regular deadie who had just been pretty big when he was alive. But no, there were too many changes in his body. He was more like a gorilla, with powerful hands that nearly reached the floor and legs just the opposite, kind of shortened. And he actually supported himself on all 4 limbs. The only thing missing was fur, and also you could see that this creature had once been a person since the facial features, at least, were maintained. The rest of them here were just first-level weaklings. One zombie was even trapped under a barbell, still lying there, not strong enough to get out from under it. Looks like he was changed without realizing it while doing a bench press. I didn't feel like messing with these weak and useless beasts at all, so I just activated my cleave skill right away. The deadies fell down silently, having lost their heads, but the big guy hardly even noticed. Sure, there were injuries on his skin, but they started healing up almost immediately. But that was no problem, since I just materialized behind him with my arm raised, then drove my halberd into the back of his head, like an axe into a block of wood. Thankfully, the ceiling was high enough for me to do a big swing like that. There was a cracking sound, but my first hit wasn't able to break through the thick bone to damage the tiny brain within. I had expected the gorilla to be slow, but as soon as my weapon touched his head, a powerful hand was suddenly flying in my direction. But it passed right through my body, since I managed to activate my ability at the last second. Judging by how the exercise equipment flew away when the gorilla accidentally punched it, I would not have felt any pain at all, had I not managed to disappear. Just an instant death from being broken in half. The big guy stretched out his whole body and began looking around, but I decided to think carefully before attacking again. There was no point in fixing what wasn't broken. Flying up under the ceiling, I grabbed my brass knuckles and prepared in advance. Materializing right above him, I activated my power hit immediately, filling it with all my spirit and love for wild nature. The brass knuckles shimmered and immediately plowed into the wounded head of the beast. He was thrown forward immediately, and I had no intention of waiting around for him to hit me back, disappearing into thin air before the gorilla could try to grab and squish this annoying bug. Well, screw you, Baldy. As soon as he turned around, I ended up behind him again, but this time I was holding my axe in my hands. It was easier to chop wood with it, and skulls too, although I wasn't sure about that. The back of his skull was covered in cracks after I hit him, so I started beating on a single point while constantly changing my position. The gorilla roared and started rushing around the gym, breaking everything in his path, trying to catch his invisible enemy, but all for naught. Slowly but surely, I kept adding cracks and expanding the constantly healing wound, until finally, his skull broke open for good. But the beast turned out to be smart. He hadn't started throwing himself around in search of his invisible enemy just randomly. I'd never encountered a zombie like this before. It was the same with the wound. The deadie, realizing that his skull was broken, simply covered it with his hand. So now, no matter how hard I hit his head, I couldn't accomplish anything. The gorilla moved, supporting himself on 3 extremities, while the 4th one was now occupied with covering his head. Before I wouldn't have attacked him head-on, like in his eyes, simply because I was worried about getting a crushing blow. But now everything had changed. I poked him in the neck with my halberd a few times, once again staying behind him, and that got me the result I needed. The monster began rushing around the gym again, smashing everything in his way. I stood in his path, jammed the handle of my halberd into the floor, and directed the sharp point directly at the mouth of the zombie rushing toward me. "Oh boy, watch your nuts, watch your nuts! Squirrel's got teeth!" I materialized at the very last second to be able to use my spear. The massive hulking body passed through me like an armored train. The halberd held on and pierced the gorilla's head down to about 8 inches, turning his face and the contents of his skull to mush, while the remaining heap of muscles was carried across the floor by inertia. After a few seconds, everything went quiet. Only the repetitive knocking at the door reminded me how loudly I had been fighting with the big guy here. Lucky the door was already locked, so nobody could drop in on us unannounced. The first thing I did was to get my halberd back. Out of its original durability of 1,000, there was only 600 and change left. Even if I used all the repair sets that I'd gotten from the grey spheres, it still wouldn't be enough to fully restore it. So it would go to the brass knuckles, even though they weren't as strong. They had helped me often enough, and I didn't want to lose such a convenient ace up my sleeve. The power hit was great at breaking bones, something I couldn't always do with the halberd. The sharp blade just slides off of smooth skulls. After picking up all the rewards, I finally remembered why I even came here. And even though nearly all the equipment was now closer to scrap metal, it still wasn't too hard to find a barbell, although it was bent out of shape. I would have to put everything into strength. I could lift 240 pounds from the floor, but I would die right after that, with no strength left at all. To say nothing of the fact that I couldn't take even a single step carrying that much weight. I could have kept trying, but I decided to stop while I was ahead. There was still a lot left to do, and I didn't want to wear myself out just to satisfy my curiosity. But with the halberd in my right hand, I could lift the exact same with just the right. But that made perfect sense. My strength stat was showing that it had 5 points right now, and the weapon added that same amount, which meant I was twice as strong now, and I had a feeling of power from it. I wasn't planning to do the other exercises. I might check it later once my stats have grown to high enough level. I couldn't yet consider myself superhuman, but that was only a matter of time. More tests and more good food from blue potatoes. All of that would make me much stronger over time. I didn't even look through the rewards from the regular deadies that I killed with a cleave attack right at the start of the fight. There were some books, skills, and spheres. When I had enough, I just looked through the spheres. And that was what was good about the gorilla. The facts were a little upsetting, though, since the reward had fallen in front of him before he fell forward. That meant I had to remove a 500-pound body with my hands. I could have done it using my inventory, but emptying my inventory and then filling it back up again was not something I really wanted to do. More than that, after the slaughter that went on here, the air was stinking so bad. My things and my beer would be so rank that I would have to change out everything. The bent barbell worked perfectly, though. I put it under the reeking corpse, and using that level, I could move the body a little bit, enough to find on the floor a book glowing with all the colors of the rainbow. Dance of Death. Unique. Description. Passive skill. A creature revived by you receives a 50% bonus to all stats for the first 30 seconds. Okay, no reason to worry. I would find a necromancer who had found some ghost class skill and we would trade. Or I would just leave it for now. But I had realized two things. Some deadies had a primitive but still existing mind. Their instincts were mostly in control over them, but still, that gorilla had been able to figure out some things out. Somebody was attacking him from behind and immediately disappearing. That meant he was invisible and could be reached if he destroyed everything around. Before that, the deadies had always just forgotten about me as soon as I faded into the air. I also learned that unique rewards could drop from unique creatures. I'd never seen a big guy like that before. Even if you don't count the intelligence, he was completely different from every other thing of the same body type. It seemed like he was unique, that his mutation had gone in its own direction, and if he had had the ability to increase his stats, the monster would have been able to take out anyone. Unique rewards were all well and good, but I couldn't forget about the blue ones either. I would be happy with whatever as long as it was powerful and, ideally, rare, if it was blue. So I would keep looking for something that was exclusive to Ghost Class in that way. If I came across a unique creature, I would go out of my way to kill it. But seeking them out was just too much, at least until I was able to fly at high speeds without worrying about it. After flying out of the gym, I immediately went higher up, rising above the roofs of the nearby buildings. Well, if only it were immediately. I spent about half an hour doing that. No need to waste mana. Turning all around, I saw how not too far away a decent-sized horde of zombies was storming a grocery store. There was only one entrance, which was pretty well sealed up, but even a few big guys were tearing through the debris, clearing the path for their smaller companions. Big guys. 3 of them together were grabbing the carts, sticks, and hefty trash that was solidly blocking the only entrance to the building, and not willy-nilly, but actually removing it, which was weird. The people there weren't just sitting around while this was happening, and were trying to hurt the big guys any way they could, hitting them on the arms and trying to get them in the eyes to slow them down a little. But that did them no good at all. But there was a shooter zombie sitting not far away, covered by the bodies of his weaker counterparts, and shooting non-stop among the people's positions. It was unsuccessful, since some system player would instantly create a semi-transparent energy shield which would deflect the beast's attacks. But still, the people had to hide again at every shot, which was very distracting. I wondered why the deadies were working together so cohesively. The people around weren't going to wise up anytime soon, so I headed to the siege point right away to figure out why the zombies were working so hard. I had a hunch that I needed to check. Too bad that if I hurried I would be caught with my pants down, in terms of mana, obviously. So I could only hope that those people could hold out until I got there. As I got closer, I could tell that those guys weren't average people. Each and every one of them had some abilities and potions, and a good store of weapons and ammunition. Everything was entirely off the system, meaning they had to have good levels too. At first, I'd thought there weren't any people here at all, but it turned out they had just been hiding really well. The entrance to the building was pretty narrow, and no more than 5 people could get in there at one time, so the fighters changed out periodically as soon as their mana or strength started running out. But they couldn't keep defending themselves like that forever, especially since while I was getting to the store, the big guys had finally broken through the walls of debris that had been raised in front of the entrance. But that looked to be just the first barrier. The second was actually inside the building, right after the narrow entrance. The deadies couldn't make a full-on attack, but rather had to go in one by one. It was especially hard for the big guys, since they could barely squeeze through the doorframe, and once they got inside there they couldn't work to their full potential. especially since now the people had started attacking with even more determination. Once I'd thought that the System Nicks had a decent chance of winning this fight, my view of the battle changed entirely. There were windows in the building, even if they were grated. The deadies weren't troubled by the fact that they were a few feet above the ground. The regular level 1 zombies started making a staircase out of their bodies, getting down on all fours. At first they did a pretty bad job, but over time they started learning, and after about 10 minutes the first deadie grabbed onto the window grating with one hand and clumsily broke the glass with the other. After that he lost his balance and thudded to the ground. The glass was opaque, and as soon as it shattered I saw that no less than 30 people were hiding inside the store. At least that many. It could in fact be up to a whole 100. The deadies didn't stop there, and soon a shooter, having nothing else to do, climbed up the steps and started shooting his spikes one after another. A panic started inside, and it was only after a few minutes that arrows started flying out of the window. They pierced through the dead flesh, but didn't deal any damage to the monster. I already knew how hard it was to fight those beasts. They usually hid pretty well behind the bodies of their companions, and getting to the pricks was fairly hard. To do it, you really needed to know how to use a bow well. Well, practice makes perfect. I made it to the next building over and materialized in a room on the second floor. I carefully opened the window, got out my bow, and put some arrows on the windowsill. The first one went wide, hitting some poor bitten-up bastard. I was sure they hadn't noticed me, so I let the next one fly, this time taking into account how I had missed. That's better. I nodded to myself. I may not have killed the shooter, but I did manage to hit him in the neck. After every shot, I disappeared, just in case, and appeared again only to draw my bowstring and let an arrow fly. And that saved my life, since after the second shot, the deadies decided to fight back. A massive chunk of asphalt flew right through the window where I was standing. Just ripped out, I had to assume. Taking a good look, I saw that it had been thrown by a big guy. He reached out immediately for another piece, and his powerful fingers easily ripped a piece of the curb out of the ground. But the big guy wasn't going to throw anything else. Instead, the deadies froze, as if they were waiting for something. The staircase made of bodies fell apart again, and only right by the store entrance did the pitched battle continue. It looked entirely like everyone was just waiting for me. So I appeared again for literally half a second, in which time I managed to get off another shot. The curbstone whistled into the room, bounced off the floor, and flew into the wall opposite the window, breaking through a wardrobe as it went. That was where it stayed. The shooter also completely forgot about the people hiding inside the store and shot at me, destroying the chandelier which had been hanging behind me with one of his thorns. I moved to another room, one floor higher up, but I had just started opening the window when the deadies continued their attack. Only this time it wasn't just one big guy throwing stones, but all three of them. I changed my position a few times, but the deadies were on alert, and even though their attack on the people hadn't stopped, a significant portion of their forces was focused on me. This is some bullshit, I said, mentally shaking my head when I realized they had an ambush prepared for me. There were fast zombies hidden in every exit from the building. They were hiding behind doors, in bushes, and one of them had even climbed into a dumpster. I only noticed it because I got tired of shooting and headed into the thick of the monsters to figure out what was wrong with them. If I were a regular, normal human being, I would eventually have tried to leave the building, and then they would have ambushed me when I least expected it. The deadies had thought of it as though they were being led by a person. Had some kind of necromancer possibly shown up in our city? Then I could make a good trade with his skill book. As for me, I went about scouting around with that idea in mind. The total number of deadies was about 100, but what was noticeable was that at least 20 of them were mutated. 5 big guys, 1 shooter, and the rest were all skinny and weak, but very fast. I had not yet decided on a name for them, either leapers or runners, since they didn't have a problem with either. I found it. I couldn't help but notice something strange. In the middle of the groaning zombies, I found one who was behaving completely differently. He was looking all around like he was alive, trying to pick out the danger, I could read the emotions on his face, fear in particular. He's afraid of me? I thought to myself. Good on him, I would be scared too. The zombie looked intelligent. The way he looked around was deliberate. While the other deady's pupils were clouded over, this one was damned similar to a person. But this was definitely not a person. I checked it myself, putting my hand on his forehead. Room temperature. He was dead. Plus there were words shining over his head that backed up my hunch. Zombie leader level 2. Everything suddenly became clear. A new mutant had appeared among the deadies, much more dangerous than the others. He was intelligent and had the ability to direct his underlings. It was he who had made the big guys throw stones and the normal zombies form into a staircase. There was no doubt about it. There were no coincidences here. Opening my inventory, I looked around for one specific item. Smiling internally, I began to rise in the air. 5 feet. 10. 20. That should be enough. Well, time to start. Chapter 14. The grenade fell down, and all I had left to do was watch the results. There was no other way I could have gotten to the smart monster, since there were normal deadies swarming all around him, and there were leapers scattered around them, hiding in the moaning crowd, ready to sink their claws into the skin of their opponents at any time. Plus, the density of the crowd was extreme, and I simply wouldn't have been able to materialize near him. I thought about throwing my Kurda, since it was heavy and sharp enough, but didn't really feel like losing such a valuable toy. Sooner or later I would be able to trade it for something really cool. And so, throwing the grenade, well, it's my pleasure. The bomb exploded immediately, just barely touching one of the deadies' heads. I aimed as well as I could, but the zombies, slow as they were constantly. They threw me off my aim, those assholes. The explosion knocked off some heads, throwing dozens of them into the air along with hundreds of pieces of shrapnel. They pierced flesh, breaking the skulls of the beasts, but flew right through me. Oof, hot. I couldn't say that the feeling was nice, but it was pretty sobering. It was a reminder that I still wasn't invincible. The Smarty survived. Well, I hadn't expected it to be easy. The explosion had knocked him to the side and pierced him with a good number of shrapnel shards, so now a gap had formed in the exact center of the crowd of deadies. But it would close up in a few seconds, so there was no time to waste. Having rushed downward, I materialized right before landing with my weapon right in front of me, aimed at the Smarty. The edge pierced the monster's chest with a crunching sound, but I didn't stop there. I ripped the halberd out of the deady's chest, pulled back and swung the blade down as hard as I could, but a zombie bodyguard showed up just as I was doing so. He jumped forward, sacrificing himself for the sake of the leader. My weapon, which had cleaved his head in half, was stuck inside the dead flesh. Shouting angrily, I disappeared into thin air, which I did right on time. Cold fingers tried to grab me by the cloak, but all in vain, since I was already floating above them, watching the Smarty. His wounds weren't even starting to heal up, but that didn't stop him from getting up. His lungs were sticking out of his broken ribs, all of his clothes were ripped up, and the fear was even more obvious on his face. All the zombies turned around at once and started wandering through the street. Now the big guys convened around the Smarty, covering him from all sides, and the shooter was also constantly sniffing around, searching for the threat. The deadies had completely forgotten about the store, and the people who had been defending it for the last hour and preparing themselves for death watched the procession in surprise. He was pussing out. He had decided that someone from the store had attacked him. But being careful wouldn't save him. Yeah, I had hoped to take care of it with minimal waste, but that clearly wasn't in the cards. Cleave attack. I flew around the monster, shooting shot after shot, activating the innate ability of my weapon. It had enough mana for 4 uses, but even that wasn't enough. The first 2 hits landed right on target, but they weren't enough to break the bastard's neck, since the big guys kept getting in the way. And then they just covered him with a mountain of impenetrable flesh. Not worrying about the waste of durability, and estimating that each hit was also using it up, I started using it all, chopping all the deadies around into pieces. It hit the shooter too. He got messed up by one of the first ones, since I hit him on purpose, chopping right down him, just to make sure, these were tricky beasts, and you couldn't really avoid their thorns. Plus they shoot them almost completely silently. Taking care of the leapers wasn't that hard either, and in the end they spread out so much that I cut down a whole crowd. All I had left to do was figure out what to do with the 5 big guys, who were covering their leader with their bodies. After carefully looking all around and making sure there was no danger nearby, I materialized and jammed my halberd in the behind of the upmost big guy, but he didn't react at all, just groaning quietly. It was a stalemate. Although they couldn't attack me, or I would be able to get to their dear leader, I couldn't do anything either. I could be chopping at that pile of regenerating flesh until morning. Then again, I didn't have to get through all of them. I could just kill the top ones, then throw them to the side and repeat with the ones underneath. That's what I started doing. But as soon as I knocked the head off the uppermost big guy and his green sphere dropped to the ground, they realized that something was up.
"What do you want, you son of a bitch?"
Came a muffled croak from the mountain of flesh. It can speak? Well, I guess that was to be expected. That's a stupid question, dude. I thought you were smarter than... I shook my head. You already know what I want.
"You think you're going to get a reward from me? You thought wrong, dumbass. From those like me, the best you can get is 10 pounds of inventory."
Was I wrong? Or was he lying? What are you offering in return for your life? I need something valuable. I yelled into the pile of flesh.
"What do you want, prick?"
The smarty was grasping at straws. You could hear a hint of hope in his voice.
"I could turn you into someone like me, and you will live forever."
Tell me about the system. What it's for, why does it exist, and what is it in general? What can we expect? And what are the conditions for it to end?
"No, anything else?"
He answered after a few seconds.
"If you want, you can take my higher servants. They could really be helpful for an aberration like yourself. You can attract valuable rewards with them,"
he said, trying to bribe me again. But if I can get rewards from them, why would I turn down 10 pounds of inventory? I said, surprised. I'm not leaving here until I get what I came for.
"To hell with what you get, you dickhead,"
he responded sharply.
"I'll just lie here, and there's nothing you can do to me. Even if you kill my servants, you can't move them out of the way. So bugger off while you still can. Go and hide and sit there in silence until I find you."
I went over to the side and dumped everything out of my inventory. After that, barely even touching the body, I took it about a yard away, then swung my sword and broke the next one's neck, doing the same transportation trick with him.
"Okay, I give. You win."
Now the voice wasn't so muffled anymore, since the number of bodies had gone down a little. If you're going to talk, talk. While you do, I will keep going because time is money. I said calmly and continued chopping the next one, but that one was covering himself with his powerful paws, so the process was going much slower than I had hoped.
"I can take the higher ones out of the city. You want that, right?"
Higher ones was what he called zombies, apparently. Well, fine, it was his right. Thwack. Not interested. I didn't even consider stopping, just kept on chopping at the dead flesh. I'll give you a hint. I am interested in unique rewards.
"The unique ones don't obey me. What else do you want?"
I could hear traces of panic in his voice. Okay, whatever, forget it. I'd finished the last big guy, and moved him so that he was just holding down the Smarty's legs.
"Stop, fucker! Lower beast. My brothers will exterminate you all, you pitiful meat, food, cattle, defective, disgusting beast."
Fuck. I had gotten tired of listening to the freak's desperate cries, and swing my weapon, sliced him right on the neck. His head rolled onto the asphalt, stopping a few yards away, with his forehead against the curb. I set about checking the space around the body. Before that, of course, I had to dematerialize, because zombies kept showing up on the street periodically. I had no desire to deal with them, and there was no reason to waste so much durability. It would be an insult to a weapon this powerful, at least not until I found something more convenient. After flying around the Smarty's body a few times, putting it into my inventory and moving it a bit away, I was sure that no reward had fallen. None. I got only what had come from the 5 big guys: 2 green potatoes, the same number of spheres, and 1 blue food set. Oh, I do love those. There's always something delicious in them. Could the Smarty really have been telling the truth? But still, he had talked about my inventory, and it hadn't changed at all. Maybe he just wasn't dead. I suddenly had the thought and flew over toward the head, looking at it carefully. Theoretically, if he was alive, a little window should pop up with information about his level, health, and type. But Smarty Head Upgrade, Level 1. Description: Upgradable artifact. As it levels up, its abilities increase. Has intelligence and limited free will, but cannot hurt its owner. It is also forced to obey all of your commands. Other characteristics are individual. You are advised to check this information with the artifact itself. Use: Upon destruction of the artifact, a reward may drop. The value of the reward depends on the level of the artifact. I reread the description a few times, and finally realized that I didn't understand anything, except that it couldn't harm its owner, which was very good. An upgradable artifact was interesting, because over time it could become a powerful item, but at the same time it was uninteresting because right now it was a useless piece of shit, and something was telling that it could still talk. I wasn't intending to appear right in the crowd of deadies who were crawling in a hurry toward the sound of the swearing, so I put the head in my inventory and flew on. On the way, I grabbed my things and picked up the gray spheres, potatoes, and books from the normal zombies. To figure out this artifact quicker, I headed straight for a comfortable place. Plus, at the same time, I could open up my rewards and see what I had been gifted with this time. This time I picked a cozy room on the 5th floor of a modest concrete apartment building, moving onto a chair in the small, sparsely furnished kitchen typical of that type. I took the head out of my inventory and put it in front of me. For the first few seconds, nothing happened, but as soon as I flicked the head, it came right to life.
"Ah, you ing rubbish!"
screamed the head. His eyes were wide open and darted all over the place. It was clear that he was trying to turn around, but there was no way.
No. What? You.
Oh, no way, I said, shaking my head and putting the artifact back in my inventory. I will deal with that later. He was yelling really loud, and with such anger that I wasn't really feeling it. I would have to calm him down and talk to him normally later. I wasn't planning on killing him, since over time he would definitely start to be useful. For example, when I reached the limit of my skills, maybe I could throw a couple on him. I mean, I hope so, at least. The system didn't give me a clear description of the artifact, so I could only hope. But this screaming head didn't want to just tell me. Maybe I could pour some vodka in its mouth. That would definitely loosen his tongue. I dropped a whole pile of rewards on the table and got started on opening them right away. The first thing was to deal with the potatoes. Out of 20 food sets, I managed to get 2 potions for health and mana, and put them in my inventory right away. Now it was the sphere's turn. I had 43 grey ones and 2 green ones, which was a fair amount, but I just needed them for the sake of one single item. Knife, sword, bow, arrows. Oh, that would come in handy. Keep going. In the end, I got basically nothing. Most of the trash I just tossed to the side so it wouldn't bug me under my feet. Just all sorts of helmets, hammers, clubs, and other nonsense. I even got some kind of medieval cuirass. But that item was definitely not for me. But there was still a bunch of worthwhile junk on the table, and a couple of trinkets. I got 3 of those repair sets, which could be called a win. I had 5 of them in total, and I immediately used them to repair my halberd, which put its durability up to 800 and a bit more. To use the set, I just had to put it in one hand and the weapon in the other. Then the system itself offered to begin the repairs. The whetstone just dissolved into dust, and that was all. The halberd became more durable. Simple pants. Normal. Description: worn out, somewhat dirty and ripped pants. Don't forget to wear a belt, or they will fall down. The system wasn't lying. Most things automatically fit themselves to the size of their owner, but not these pants. They were made to be as uncomfortable as possible, and moreover, as soon as you put them on, they would, almost as if deliberately, start falling off. But I had a thieves' belt for that. Speaking of which... Thieves' hood, normal, perception +2. Set, thieves' clothing, 2 out of 7. Description: additional skill with full set, imperceptibility. The hood automatically attaches to any clothing. I know, the cuirass also was part of some set, as well as a short sword that I got from one of the grey rewards. In short, that was exactly why I was carrying that trash around. I thought if I could get a whole set, then the value would go up a lot. Maybe I could trade them for something worthwhile. But who was I kidding? Right now, people were doing their best just to survive, and they were nowhere near the point of collectible rewards. But I could afford it. I tried on my new clothes. They fit like a glove. I don't know what it was about the hood, but I looked way cooler now than in the hat. And my bare legs weren't sticking out under the cloak, thanks to the pants. As soon as I changed my headgear, my eyesight got better, along with my other senses. My hearing also got sharper, as though I had taken out earplugs, and my sense of smell started picking up new scents. And that was just 2 points. When you got them from items, the feeling was so much stronger. There was nothing else of value to be found in the grey rewards. My set of rings was already so full, so I moved on to the green ones. They had been left lying all alone on the dirty tablecloth, full of holes, and I had almost forgotten about them. Fire arrows, uncommon, 1 out of 1. Description: 20 arrows, includes a quiver, single use. Upon a hit, lights on fire, burning the target. Really, it would have been clear even without a description. Too bad you couldn't use them again afterward, but shooting them at those shooters might be fairly effective if they burned with a good flame. Paralyzing dagger, uncommon, 300 out of 300. Description: upon hitting a living creature, it injects paralyzing poison into its blood, refills in 24 hours, paralyzes for up to 30 minutes. Up to 30. A terrible marker, really. Without the word from, you were just left to guess. Maybe if I cut a cockroach, it would be paralyzed for exactly half an hour. But if I hit an adult male, it would work for only a few seconds. But I didn't think there would be such useless trash in a green reward. That would be more like a grey one. I thought the time frame must be given for a person. Did I need this knife? Not really. I wasn't planning on hunting people for now. I was more interested in zombies. The strongest zombies, to be precise. But I could also use it against animals, so I would keep it for now. If nothing else, I could even throw it. Just had to learn how. Having finished with my valuables, I decided to once again try my luck with learning about my new artifact. Even though it was stupid to call a decapitated head an artifact. But isn't that just what the system would do?
Let them out! You got me, prig!
The artifact was still screaming but quieted down after a few seconds, and started darting his eyes around the room again.
What the hell? You put me in your inventory, freak?
He stared at me with a look of utter incomprehension. Yeah, I shrugged. If you don't stop screaming, I'm putting you back there.
You're telling me what to do? You piece of...
His eyes widened in hatred once more, and he continued pouring out a stream of vitriol. I just sat there for about 5 minutes, thinking to myself, not paying any attention to his yelling. I was thinking about where I should go next, where to find strong opponents. I was also thinking about level hadn't increased in a suspiciously long time. I was even tired of raising my stats. The feeling when you get a little bit stronger always warms your heart. But now, having taken down so many all-powerful monsters, my level was still 10, and wasn't going anywhere. Opening up my rewards had wasted an unacceptably large amount of time, so I had even managed to start getting hungry. I grabbed the screaming head by the hair, dragged it into the bedroom, and pushed its face into a pillow. I put another one on top, then wrapped the whole thing in a blanket. I could have easily just ordered him to be quiet, but I thought that the artifact needed a good scream. I mean, just a bit ago he had been the master of the deadies, and now he was basically just a child's rattle. And just level 1 too. The screams became more high-pitched, but they didn't pierce my ears so bad anymore, so I threw the dirty tablecloth off the table, covered it with a mountain of system items, and activated a blue potato. The only thing missing was music. A new sparkling green tablecloth appeared on the table, and on top of it. Hey, sushi rolls are good too. I nodded to myself and threw away the chopsticks, snatching up the food with my hands. As far as I was aware, even the Japanese only used chopsticks when they wanted to be civilized, at least when they were eating sushi. It wouldn't be too comfortable to scoop up soup with your hands, as you might expect. So I decided to conform to the culture and not make things up, especially since I could only eat with chopsticks if I stabbed the little balls of rice and fish onto them. As long as I don't get system tapeworms. In addition to the main dish, of which you could eat your fill, there was also a little teapot with green tea and a somewhat uncomfortable little bowl. Theoretically, I could have poured it in there drop by drop and enjoyed drinking the tea, but I took the easy way out, getting a 16-ounce mug from the cupboard in the kitchen. I tossed some sugar in it and poured out the whole teapot. Now that's how you do it. Even in high society, I would deserve to commit ritual seppuku for that. Or at least would be called trashy. But it was so convenient, delicious, and nice for me. So let the rest of the world hang. This time I was much luckier. Instead of a useless intelligence point, I got a point in conduits, which meant whenever I got an attacking skill, it would be just a little stronger. And that was just awesome. Look at what truly spiritual food could do. And if the system were to grant me vegan diarrhea, then my soul would increase just at least 3 times. Finishing my dinner, I grabbed the plates off the tablecloth and threw them in the far corner of the room. The rewards were unpacked, everything I needed was in my inventory, and my potions were ready to be used. My weapon was also repaired and ready for battle. I could head off to hunt now, but there was still one piece of unfinished business. "Asshole!" shouted the head as soon as I took it out of its packaging. "Have you finished yelling?" I asked calmly. "If not, I will put you in my inventory, then I will take you to the birds, who will peck you until you shut up." You wouldn't dare. You are lesser, a mortal. I am a higher being," he began shouting, almost choking in his outrage. "You're an artifact. Nothing more, nothing less. And you will serve me." I shrugged. "And you can't refuse my commands. So I command you once again to shut up." I watched him for a little while, but he really didn't utter a single word, just frowned and blinked, unable to open his mouth. "Excellent! Now tell me what you can." Chapter 15.
"Well, for now I can't tell you anything,"
answered the head after a second's pause. "Why?" I was surprised. "The system talked about you like you were something useful, but I don't need just a free conversation partner. It is in your interests to be useful, because otherwise I will level you up a little and then throw you down from somewhere high up to get a reward from you."
"When you level me up, then I can show you something,"
mumbled the artifact in dissatisfaction.
"Anyway, if I could, I would."
"Shut up," I commanded, and the head immediately fell silent. "How will you be useful if I level you up?"
I can teach you skills, for example, but not the ones you find in rewards. Like if you let me bite up a system nick, it will probably drop something. Also, something might drop for killing a well-developed higher one. Or that there's no more than 2 skills for every 10 levels and all that.
He was thinking out loud.
Or I could warn you about the danger.
And what do you need to level up? I pepped right up. A skill would not go amiss, and I needed to know how my dematerialization would work on him.
To eat. Just eating the living, that's all.
He said with an evil grin, thinking it would be hard for me to deal with that. I mean, feeding your compatriots to a dead beast was not a very humanitarian activity. It's no issue, I can make it work, I said, waving my hand and standing up. Now hang on.
What? You crappy piece of
Once again, I did not let him finish. We were having a nice conversation, and he decided to start cursing at me again. I could probably just forbid him from swearing ever, but it was so funny when he did it that I definitely wasn't going to. But he had started swearing because my experiment hadn't worked. I grabbed the artifact by the hair, lifted him up, and dematerialized. The head fell onto the floor and rolled a little, and as soon as the curses started flowing from his mouth, I put him in my inventory. Too bad, but the artifact would have to stay there a while. It was a shame for sure that he didn't dematerialize with me like the rest of the system weapons. Otherwise it would be the most powerful possible weapon of all. Not worry about it at all, just shoot fireballs out of it until his mana ran out. Then just pour a couple potions in his mouth and keep going. So if he got an attacking skill, I could use him like a turret. I would set him up on a pike, and he would take out anybody I told him to. Plus, I could use him as a watchdog. Dead throats didn't have to worry about straining their vocal cords, and he screamed like an old-timey paper salesman. So no, I wasn't going to break open the head for now. Let it live and grow, and I would find food for it somehow. My inventory had reached an acceptable size, and there was no reason for me to kill those like me. I mean, just for the sake of 10 pounds. Having taken care of all those vital tasks, I headed right out to the street. Everything looked just as boring as before there. The zombies were wandering among the broken-down cars, every once in a great while perking up and stampeding towards the living quarters. I had no idea how they were being led, but sometimes the deadies would all find survivors and start breaking down the doors. In the narrow entrances, the zombies most got in each other's ways, so basically people just waited them out until, after some time, the dead would get tired and separate on their own ways again. Without a sentient leader, these monsters weren't really that dangerous. I had pants, so I could breathe easy about that. I also had other items, but I was still totally naked in respect to abilities. I could learn up to 4 of them, 2 active, 2 passive, but I hadn't done it yet. Maybe I could find something among the people living in the store. They didn't seem weak, and by now they must have reduced the population of zombies significantly, meaning all sorts of rewards definitely must have dropped from them. I was sure that a lot of people had learned some grey bullshit that dropped right away, so now those guys had to be holding on to skill books in their inventories, keeping them for a better time. Like when they got to level 10, I could use them to their full potential. I was wrong about how many people were living in the store, but at that time I hadn't been able to get inside, and all my available information about them came thanks to a broken window, alone. I had just seen 5 fighters at the exit, so basing the number on them would have been stupid. I counted 90 people in total. For this small supermarket, stuffed to the gills with food products, it was quite a lot. The people were packed in like sardines in a can, but it looked completely tolerable. That was because there was a serious-looking old dude among them who was giving orders and discipline to all and sundry, tirelessly pushing his subordinates tooth and nail. What surprised me was that there were a comparatively large number of people inside with a red number 10 over their heads, but I didn't find anyone with a higher level than that. Yeah, most of the people were level 1, and most likely there were quite a few who hadn't killed even a single zombie. About 15 people were between 3rd and 7th level. The majority of the fighters were between level 8 and 10. A round number let you pick a class, and that was when a person got much stronger. Those who had started out with some kind of elemental ability chose corresponding classes, which powered up the arsenal they already had. Some of them had just allowed themselves to pick their future speciality at random. I wondered when they would start going in a more peaceful direction. At least someone among the leveled-up fighters probably picked a craft as how they would develop further. They had enough food for a long time, as well as alcohol, and they were strict about it here. The refrigerators were still working, so the people could still indulge in meat. That was what they were eating first, since the cereals and canned foods could still be used when the electricity finally went out, along with the internet. Maybe it would have been worthwhile for me to have looked at a phone more often to find out what was happening in the world, and digging through forums wouldn't have been a bad idea either. But for that I would first need to get myself a phone. So screw it, whatever was going on in the world. If a computer showed up in one of the rooms, I would look, and with this blue potato I should fly in right. I was wondering why the hell he was doing this. I flew outside to see how their defenses were set up. There were 2 sentries on the front lines. There was a whole mountain of debris there at the entrance. The wall was in the form of a semicircle, and it reached a height of about 5 or 6 feet. The sentries didn't draw attention to themselves and sat hidden behind the wall, but even so, sometimes the deadies passing by would notice the living and try to break through the wall. When that happened, one of them would head outside and quickly take care of them, hitting them literally just a couple of times. When there was a decent collection of bodies, they would call for help, and a full 5 of them would drag the bodies away. Otherwise, the deadies would have long ago been able to easily get into the store by using the pile of corpses. "Hey, share that," whispered one to the other when he noticed he was eating. "A reward." I almost materialized right in front of them in shock. "Get your own, my gut's already filling up," he answered, turning around and continuing to swallow the grey potato. "I just got my strength up. If I didn't eat, I would die, and sleep a little too." It seemed like you didn't have to open up the rewards. You could just throw the potato in your mouth, and all the nutritional substances would go straight into your body. Convenient. But I felt like it wouldn't taste too good. After watching the sentries, I head back inside the building. I still had to introduce myself. We were neighbors, after all. The leader wasn't just pushing his people willy-nilly. The previous attack had shown them, starkly, how defenseless they were against a real enemy. So now those people were engaged in 2 tasks. The first one was building new barricades. Inside the building this time. Secondly, they were making a passage to the upper floor. That way they could move a lot of people there and get to the living areas without going outside. The store itself was located on the 1st floor of a tall building, but it had a separate exit to the outside. The guys who were supposed to break through the concrete spent most of their time doing nothing. That was because it was better not to make any noise when groups of zombies were passing by the building. The brigade that was on the upper floor were also awaiting orders. And once the deadies passed on, the people went back to knocking through the ceiling with hammers as hard as they could, since soon the sound would draw in a new set of monsters. Having seen the way of life of this other camp, practically the same as the other one, I decided that I may as well try to establish contact. But to just appear in front of the leader, that was risky. I could just get lost in the crowd, and nobody would notice me, but then I would have to get his attention somehow. He was a busy man, and also strict, cracking the whip, which meant I needed to appear just right.
"Get outside and get hitting,"
shouted Yegor as soon as he was told that the crowd of deadies was passing by outside. The room was filled with the sounds of hammers hitting, with the noise reaching upstairs too, and in a couple of minutes it come over the radio that the deadies had heard the sound of their hectic labor again.
"Stop!"
He waved his hands, and the people transmitted his order along a chain, since hearing him over the noise was practically impossible.
Don't be afraid. You know how amazing this path is going to be. You'll be able to climb up there and play,
he said, winking at a boy about 7 years old, who was hiding behind the shelves and covering his ears with his hands. He smiled right away and nodded in response.
Excellent.
He patted the boy on the back and headed off to look over the defensive structures.
Yegor, sir.
A man who had just been working on an interior wall turned to him.
There's nothing to add here. It's just made of trash and sticks.
He pointed to the newly built wall, and well, to be frank, its security was nothing to write home about.
What kind of bullshit is this? Couldn't you build it right?
Yegor said, frowning. He always looked gloomy, and he was called Pancake behind his back. He was short, bald, and always frowning, and he just looked like a pancake. It was easier to jump over him than go around. But he wasn't fat, rather stout and thick-set.
Well, what should I use to work? I have nothing to weld with, no bricks, no mortar. Where could I even get cords from, because I don't have them either?
The builder started making excuses.
Get it done,
shouted the pancake in return, and having turned around, said over his shoulder,
The wall will be ready in an hour, and it should look good at first sight.
The builder muttered something under his breath in annoyance, but Yegor clearly didn't give a crap about it. Although a few days ago he had been a normal taxi driver, his past didn't let him just take it lying down, letting things happen however they would. He knew from personal experience that people would relax as soon as you gave them a little bit of freedom. At least that's how it had been in the army. But now it wasn't peacetime either, so… Beep! Nobody paid any attention to the noise and kept doing what they were doing, but it seemed very significant to the man, but somehow extremely out of place. Beep!
What the hell is that?
Yegor walked through the shelves trying to find where the sound was coming from. The irritating beeping hadn't stopped, and was getting faster by the minute. Beep!
What the hell are you doing there?
Growled the man, noticing that some kid had set up behind the counter, and that was exactly where the beeping was coming from. I'm ringing up items, he said, shrugging. I just didn't know how to weigh them. As though nothing were wrong, he placed a rustling, waving bag on the scales, and with all seriousness, checked out the button panel displayed on the screen. Where to press? He mumbled, but soon he found some button, and the beep sound came again. Do you want something?
Who are you, asshole?
Shouted Yegor again.
And why aren't you working?
You think I'm not working? The boy said, staring at him like he was an idiot. What's it to you? He glanced back at his workspace. Anyway, I rang up this stuff at a discount for you. With those words, the boy picked up the bag and, accompanied by the shocked cries of the onlookers, pulled its contents out and put them right on the counter.
Bastards! Arg! All of you! You will all be eaten. Yeah, you fatty. All of you!
Screamed the head, totally out of control. I let the artifact go a bit, and once a whole crowd of armed people gathered around me, I put it back in my inventory, out of harm's way. If someone was going to kill this talkative head, it would be me.
Take that shit back out and stand with your face against the wall,
the thick-set man said through his teeth, adding a note of iron will to his voice, and he was the leader in this oh-so-nice camp. I'm not putting this shit anywhere I don't want to. It's my artifact and I'll do what I want with it, I said calmly. I came here to talk. I need at least some rare skills.
Why the hell should we give you anything?
The man cut me off.
And I ask you again, who are you?
Casp. Just Casp, I shrugged. I'm not just asking for them. 2 books in exchange for protection from a whole horde led by a sentient zombie.
We don't need protection. As you can see, we can take care of ourselves pretty well. And where did you even see the horde? There was no one at the entrance. You fat fuck!
The head appeared in my hand again and began spewing vitriol almost on autopilot at the man, mostly because I directed his eyes right at him. I command you to be quiet. I gave the order and the artifact's mouth immediately closed. There you go. I put the decapitated head in front of me. The sentient zombie. And I, as you say, took care of him. And if I hadn't gotten involved, we wouldn't be speaking now. He put down the hammer he had readied for battle, and all the other fighters followed his lead.
It seems like you're telling the truth.
Dude, I got past your sentries and spent about 10 minutes ringing up items here at the counter. If I'd wanted to hurt you, you would no longer exist. So do you have any books?
No, he shrugged. Thanks for your help, of course, and we have an unpaid debt to you, but we haven't gotten anything better than green. You must know that they are fairly rare. They're not called rare for nothing.
Son of a... I shook my head. Maybe you have rainbow ones? The unique ones?
We have a couple of items, but they are just trash.
He extracted a weird, small grey bag and a completely ordinary ring from his inventory.
This is for some sort of portalist, it seems, called spatial dust.
He showed me the bag.
And this ring, when activated, causes intolerable pain. Why you would need that, I can't imagine.
Right. I felt once again justified in my belief that it would be a major issue to find something worthwhile among the unique items. I didn't need any of that trash, unless I wasn't understanding something about the dust, but even that could hardly help me. Plus, the guy wasn't planning to give it to me just like that. Just saving his camp one time from certain death clearly wasn't enough.
You had better tell me how you got to us. All of the entrances are blocked up and are under surveillance. Were those idiots sleeping on the job? Or did you distract them somehow?
The man's hoarse voice dragged me out of my daydreams. My class is like that. Don't worry about it, I shot wherever I go. I waved my hand, and it was then that I realized that they hardly seemed to have seen unique creatures. That meant they got rewards like that from tests. Perhaps you would know how to get more tests to happen.
Go online and read about it,
he said harshly, having lost interest in me when he realized I wasn't there to barter, but just came for freebies.
And? It's better not to scare people. Next time, if you plan to drop in, you should at least warn us.
Well then. But I appreciated that he was all business, and he got points from me for not attacking right away. He prioritized getting all the facts, and then once he knew I wasn't a threat, he decided not to antagonize me for no reason. Anyway, antagonizing a person who had easily passed through 2 blocked doorways and played around at a cash register for 10 minutes or so would be fairly risky. Next time he might just bring 40 or 50 pounds of explosives and casually blow the whole place to smithereens. Nodding to him, I vanished into thin air, accompanied by some more surprised gasps.
What kind of a bitch was that?
Asked one of the fighters as soon as I disappeared. Whatever, I'll remember you.
Some kind of crazy person.
The leader shrugged his shoulders.
Every corner of the city is full of them now. Other kinds of people wouldn't survive alone. Okay, why are you standing around? There wasn't a stop work order.
He headed off to assign people to jobs, and I flew towards the exit. It wasn't nice to eavesdrop, and it was even worse to watch. Plus, I hadn't managed to get anything useful from them, except the knowledge that I needed to get online. I myself decided to listen to that advice. He wouldn't have just said it for nothing. They were getting those unique spheres somewhere, after all. I went higher, finding a nice room for myself, and before I immersed myself in the wild depths of the World Wide Web so late at night, I took a look around. There had been some pigeons that were starting to mutate in the attic. They were definitely smaller than that freak I'd once run into on the roof, but I still had to take some time out to deal with them. And that wasn't just because I didn't want to waste my halberd's mana and durability again. Thankfully, their wings were nowhere near as sturdy, but they were acting all together. Plus, as soon as I appeared, they immediately started spitting fizzing green acid at me. So I was careful. Show up once, make one stab. I would love to slice them, but the ceilings are low here, and I couldn't swing it no matter how much I wanted to. From the 5 pigeons, I got 3 grey potatoes and 1 green sphere. Not bad. I came here just to rest and got rewards and experience in the bargain. But that experience was basically just falling into a bottomless pit. Leveling up past 10 was extremely difficult, but I was really wondering what I would get at 20, maybe a second class. Okay, stay here, look at the screen. I put the head on the table. Just be quiet, or I'll put you away again. The artifact said nothing and carefully watched what was booting up on screen. Luckily for me, nobody had set up a password, so I just clicked on the browser icon and started typing away at the search terms I wanted to know about. Then I watched some videos. How to participate in tests. Head, I addressed my now silent conversation partner. Does this mean I will have to socialize? The artifact didn't respond, and we kept right on perusing the text. Chapter 16. I will call you Gosha, I said solemnly and put my hand on top of the head. But since I had forbidden him from talking, the artifact didn't respond. But that was for the best. Now I needed to think so I could decide what to do next. I picked the name for him using a special name generation site. It was designed to give names for pets. Judging by Gosha's facial expression, he wasn't too happy with it. But whatever, he could get used to it. Tossing the artifact into my inventory, I leaned back against the chair and stared at the darkened screen. I had learned a lot in the past couple of hours, even more than I had expected. For example, no one had gotten higher than level 10 yet. No one at all. At the same time, lots of people had gotten stuck at level 10. Some of those just seemed to be harmless fools doing their own thing and not hurting anybody. There were some who could take out hundreds of deadies with a single spell, or powerful fighters who were able to rip mutants into pieces within moments. Or at least that's what I could see in a bunch of videos taken by eyewitnesses. On the other hand, they also dropped like flies, unlike me. But if they couldn't get to level 11, then what was the point in me getting involved? I just had to carefully search for powerful skills, learn them, and get stronger. There was no hurry, and I had already reached the level cap, but something was telling me that it wasn't that easy. What I learned about the tests didn't make me happy. Nobody had been able to find any reasonable, sensible explanation as to why individual tests showed up. But as far as I could tell, there were team ones as well. Those ones were the most varied, too, from group battles to passing through a cave with hordes of zombies in it. Normally, nobody came back from those last ones, but there were a few individual cases of success. The system showered you in rewards for that, so I just had to take any chances that came like that. But to do that, I would need a team. It seemed like communities or people could strengthen their relationships by entering into groups. They went up to 5 people, and the system sometimes offered those groups the chance to participate in group tests to become stronger. Or die. A team always has the ability to refuse, so that's what most people do. But now I need to find people who will agree to anything, even the most dangerous adventures. The idiots in the attic would fail immediately. The only one with any balls there was the boy. The rest will just hide until stronger monsters come. The ones in the store also seemed careful and would hardly take risks willingly. Actually, it was the same with the ones in the police station, but those ones I could win over with food. Yeah, it was pretty easy to get a potato, but that was only if you could get out of your building and kill deadies in direct combat. There, the guys have to fight them off through the fence, and I don't think they are capable of picking up all the rewards. Plus, there's quite a lot of people there and no fighters at all. So I headed off to my destination right away. The sooner I got into a group, the sooner I would be doing tests. I had already gotten used to picking up other people's rewards, so I wasn't about to stop now. To do that, I had to make a small detour, going down different streets, but I managed to get around 20 grey potatoes and 5 spheres, and also 1 grey book, which I was about to throw away. It was a fireball, or something like that, useless junk. But even that junk would let me significantly speed up my destruction of deadies. Just fly around and throw out as many as you want, as long as you still have mana. Then you restore it and continue the fun. I also stopped into a grocery store in order to pick up my bribes. The first thing to go in my inventory was all of the beer that was in the fridge. Next came the dumplings and all sorts of ready-to-eat foods. They might not have a fridge, but the inventory kept all frozen foods in exactly that same state. Then I set about getting the cereals and canned foods. But when I had only £100 of free space left, I stopped. From the grocery store, I headed towards the camping supply center. Thankfully, basically right on the way. Even if those people had food, the police station was definitely not equipped for dozens of people to live there together. So I had decided to buy their support by improving their quality of life. There were comparatively few sleeping bags, so 20 of them immediately went into my endless inventory. I also remembered to get portable gas ranges with a few spare cans of gas. While I was looking for all of that stuff, I realized that people had been fighting off the deadies pretty well in the store. There were all sorts of chopped-up bodies splayed around. The shelves had been knocked down, and lots of stuff was simply destroyed or burned. But there were fair amounts of blood stains as well. Seeing as there were a few first-level zombies wandering around with bone spikes sticking out, it seemed like it was the shooters that had determined the results of the final battle. I was once again convinced that those weak monsters were much more dangerous than the big guys. You can't block the spikes, and dodging them is no easy task. Same with running away, too. The back door to the store was open, which meant that at least one person had been able to get out unscathed. Honestly, though, the traces of dried blood leading outside definitely led me to believe that even that wasn't a definite fact. As I was looking around for whatever I could grab and take with me, I came upon the instigator of that last party. All the deadies are different, and putting them in their own classes doesn't always work. This time, the shooter turned out to be a combination with some kind of unknown monster. I would say that it was more like a leaper that could shoot bone spikes. Lanky, scrawny, no extra protection, just some bone growths protecting his hands, as well as one limb that had transformed into what looked like a gun. A spike shooter, I would say. His second hand was topped with long, sharp claws. At first, I thought that the monster wasn't that strong, but if you think about it, you'll realize that that wasn't true at all. It was the perfect stormtrooper, which could move quickly and also use its claws, and on top of that, shoot as well. What's more, I found the mutant completely by chance. I was grabbing another pack of gas canisters and accidentally knocked over a whole pile of them. They rolled off onto the concrete floor, clanking loudly. In just a moment, a bone spike passed right through me and, after passing through a couple of other canisters, lodged itself in the metal shelf of the store rack. The gas leaked out and I flew off right away, since I still didn't know if regular non-magical fire would have an effect on me or not. But no explosion came, so I quickly came back to punish that impertinent jerk. He hadn't seen me or felt me. He just shot in case someone invisible had been messing around there, and that meant he had a rudimentary intelligence. He was strong, fast, and clever, but still too defenseless and weak. There's a weak link in every chain. You just have to find it. The beast was hiding between two shelves that had fallen over. The monster had carefully moved aside the things that had fallen out of them so that they wouldn't stop him from seeing everything around him in silence, hiding him on all sides. But that was all the better for me. Whoosh! I had taken a fire arrow out of my inventory, materialized on a shelf right below the ceiling, notched my bow, and immediately shot it at my target. The shelf immediately cracked and dropped down, but by that time I was already floating weightlessly, burning with curiosity, and the beast was literally burning, since the arrow had pierced him in the side, with a gout of flame bursting out of the wound immediately. The fire quickly spread to the things, scattered around, followed by a sudden explosion, but not a very big one. It was just the gas clouds not far away catching on fire. I was sprayed with a wave of fire, realizing right then that, in the future, I would do better not to end up in its area of effect. My health bar was at only 10%, but the feeling was extremely unpleasant. I think I would have gotten less, actually, if I had been corporeal at that time. At the same time, the monster was flailing around, trying to get the arrow out of him. but he only managed to break off the flaming arrowhead, which was still producing fire, while the shaft dissolved into dust. Amazing arrows. I need to get some more of them. Look at me! I'm becoming an archer! But it was too soon to celebrate. Even though the monster was burning, it wouldn't get in his way too much. If you wanted to burn him up completely, you would need a higher temperature or a longer time burning. I couldn't pull off either of those, so I was forced to chase after the flailing monster who was destroying everything in his path. In the end, I decided not to think too hard and just repeated the trick that worked so well with the gorilla. I stood in front of the mutant, directing my halberd toward him, sticking the other end into the ground, and then appeared at the very last moment for a blink of an eye, letting go of my weapon. But things did not go according to plan. There was an extremely painful screech of claws on the floor tiles, and the deadie changed direction at the last moment, dexterously avoiding the sharp point of the halberd. Without a second's hesitation, he burst forward, and his claws whistled right through me. That was close. He was really fast, and it would be fairly hard to hit him. And in a shootout with him, I might also lose, since he could totally outdo me in accuracy and reload time. Zombie Stormtrooper, level 10, health 86%. I was right about the Stormtrooper. He was an all-purpose soldier, and if he got more durability, he would be even more all-purpose. I guess that at higher levels he would grow bone plates, and then killing him and those like him would be a big problem. Judging from the amount of blood in this place, someone else already realized that and tried it out. But killing this abomination was entirely necessary. I would get something valuable from a monster like this. It was my level, but definitely stronger, and the system usually gave nice rewards for ones like that. In my arsenal I had only my flash grenade, which would hardly be able to stop him, my halberd, my brass knuckles, and my crappy bow with the amazing fire arrows. And also my normal grey axe, on its last legs, and a couple of swords. I tried to use my cleave attack, but it was just a waste of mana. The mutant, it seemed, had pretty thick skin, and attacks like that on it would just piss it off. The injury that he got on his neck healed up in mere seconds. It looked like I had spoken too soon about his all-around usefulness. If I could hit him in the head with the brass knuckles, he would probably be seriously injured. But I just didn't know if I could actually hit him. It was the same with the halberd, since it was very slow. I wasn't even going to talk about the swords, since they were hardly even useful against regular zombies. It wasn't there yet, but a plan was coming together. In order to pull it off, I would have to unload some of my pilfered equipment in the nearby areas, and then I would start working on it right away. It was pretty loud in the sporting goods store, so the beast was still trying to find an invisible person. When you least expected it, bone spikes would come whistling through the air. Some of them flew right through me, especially when I moved something into or out of my inventory, unloading it where I needed it to be. Everything was made more difficult by the fact that the flames were gradually spreading throughout the store, and every passing minute I felt more and more hot. When you're in an incorporeal state, fire feels completely different, but I simply can't find a better word. But really, when I flew over the fire, it was very uncomfortable, although as long as I didn't come in direct contact with the flames, my health bar didn't go down. But I didn't pay any attention to it and kept flying back and forth, getting everything ready for the elimination of yet another one of these bastards. After about 20 minutes, when the monster had almost completely calmed down and the fire had spread to a good half of the store, I had finished all of my preparations and set about putting my plan in motion. The deadie had been lying in wait for a long time. He had been working in the store up until he died, and he was one of the first to turn, but he had done that right here. And that was because when everybody was running outside, he had gotten caught in a showpiece of a tent, knocked it over, and been tangled in the profusion of cords and rustling fabrics. He had gotten out of the trap with a feeling of complete apathy. The area seemed to be empty, but some survivors broke in after a minute. They had escaped the slaughter and managed to close the door behind them. Having found safety, they could finally relax. The two girls simply started sobbing and fell onto the floor, while the old man who had helped them survive decided to immediately run through the store to find the emergency exit.
Grrr.
But he found the zombies of all zombies. He was wrapped up in the tent, so the old man wasn't able to notice him right away, and for that he paid with his life. The lanky, but rather fast Deddy stabbed the old man in the throat right off the bat, then ate at him until the man died and couldn't turn into a monster like him. "Ah!" screamed the girls in unison, but that just sped up their death. Zombies can, of course, hear and feel life exceptionally well. So he tossed away the wrinkled, half-eaten corpse and rushed off at full speed towards his new victims. Now he again found himself not alone in the store, but the girls had managed to unlock the door. Still, he wasn't going to let them get away from him. After turning his 3 victims, his body became stronger and faster, and claws began growing on the ends of his fingers. In addition, his left hand began to swell and change shape. But all of those mutations had called forth a gnawing hunger within him. He was not aware of himself, instead feeling constant torture, and didn't know what he had to do, so simply stood there, wrapped in pieces of the tent. Soon his patience was rewarded. Another whole group of people burst through the door. They easily took care of the 3 first-level daddies at the entrance, then started wandering around the place, grabbing everything off the shelves that wasn't nailed down. There were 5 of them in total. He killed the first 2 silently, satiating his hunger and thirst for blood, for only a few moments. The others did try to fight back, but he was faster than them, and they had to fight with him one-on-one, since at that moment they were fairly far apart from each other. So the hours passed, and then the days. The Deddy constantly built up his army, but it was regularly called by more and more guests. It was as though something was luring people there. The feeling of safety and the need to acquire things for survival outside of the city, along with the open door, perhaps. But over time, the Deddy got more and more new features. His nails on one hand became long and sharp, his mouth began to stretch out, and his mouth filled up with teeth. His left hand had turned into a completely different organ that let him make sharp spikes and shoot them up to 100 feet. That had helped him multiple times to take out whole groups of people on his own without sustaining a single injury. The tent still caused him to blend in with the place, where a whole pile of similar fabrics were strewn about. But over time it didn't help him like it did before, since his body had changed somewhat. His hands had grown longer, and he himself moved so often and so fast that the flowing fabrics had turned into tatters. But his development had not come to a stop, and over time he learned how to hide and attack after lying in wait. That's what happened this time too. After many hours of utter silence, he heard a sound out of the blue not far from his hunting grounds. The zombie immediately shoot a spike, not even looking to see if someone was there or not. His comrades simply couldn't do anything without an order from him. Plus he felt a connection with them and could take full control of one of them any time he wanted. But the spike just hit a bunch of stuff, not a person. The Deddy couldn't feel the presence of life. Plus the other zombies would have reacted somehow. He had spread them out through the store on purpose so they could warn him if people were coming. But it was all different now. Crack. Somewhere behind him came the sound of cracking, and he didn't get to even aim his left hand toward the sound before a flaming arrow flew into his back, lighting it on fire immediately. Since the zombie couldn't see his enemy, he began rushing about the room, constantly scratching through space with sharp claws, and once in a while shooting spikes at anything that seemed suspicious. He wasn't worried about the fire raging on his back in the slightest. All of the scraps of clothes left on him burned away in mere seconds, so the damage he was getting was basically nothing. And he didn't even consider the fact that he was spreading the fire. He just wasn't developed enough yet to think about consequences like that. "Bastard!" He heard a shout and the monster immediately went silent, casting his gaze around the trash location. Just like before, He could not feel the presence of life, and somehow he could tell that the voice did not belong to a person.
Yeah, you piece of shit! Come here, dumbass!
The confusing voice kept screeching.
You a pussy? That's 'cause you're a skinny nerd. I can feel that you're afraid.
It was strange to the monster that he completely understood what was being said to him. It wasn't like that with people, and it was entirely clear that he was being insulted. But the zombie didn't care about that at all. He headed over to the sound only to find out who had done him the honor of paying a visit. Having run throughout the room, he figured out that the sound was coming from the hallway leading to the restroom. It was fairly long and narrow, so he wouldn't be able to turn around in there. In addition, the floor was strewn over with handbags. But that didn't bother the monster. He wanted to figure out what was happening and where the voice was coming from. So he started plodding toward the source of the sound. "Dodge this!" He heard a new voice behind him, and the mutant suddenly felt the appearance of life behind him. He froze, tried to turn sharply and throw out his left arm to hit his target immediately, but he couldn't pull off any of that. The plan went off without a hitch. The remaining gas tanks that I had dragged over to the hallway exploded almost all at the same time, dousing everything in fire. The monster found himself right in the center of the explosive, but even so he managed to shoot a spike at me. I activated my dematerialization a fraction of a second before it whistled through my chest, and began using my cleave attack already as a ghost. And not for nothing. The stormtrooper's zombie tried to get out of the fire multiple times, but the bright cleaving ray of light, although causing no appreciable damage to him, still pushed the beast, completely burning up, back into the flames. By the fifth try, he was already pretty beat up. So I, having changed positions, materialized and began shooting arrow after arrow into the fire. But I wasn't about to use the fire arrows, since that would be a stupid waste. I only realized that the beast was dead when all the gas from the tanks burned away completely, and the flames went out just as quickly as they had started. Gosha was still wailing at the top of his lungs, and the first thing I did before the flames had finally even gone out was to take him out of his portable little bomb shelter. I didn't have to worry about him at all, since he was protected from the explosion by stone walls, covered on the top by a plastic shield, and even if the fire had spread into his room, there was a water-spraying function built into the bomb shelter. Grabbing the screaming head out of the urinal, I immediately put him back in my inventory and returning to where the explosion happened. The fire had completely gone out, and it was only the heavy smoke that got in the way of me finding the reward I had earned. I definitely hadn't shot him with those arrows for nothing. He had to die from specifically those for the system to consider it a kill, with its own weapons. Hug! I couldn't help but cough. I'd had to materialize for a few seconds so I could turn the body over. But he started moving and tried to hit me. But it was no good. His thick skin had been burned until it was just meat, so my halberd easily smacked right through the monster's neck. There was one final wheeze, and a blue book appeared next to the burned-up headless corpse. "Ah, finally," I said, smiling from ear to ear, then leaned down to pick up the valuable reward. Tears came to my eyes, and then I realized that if I stood in this thick smoke even for a few more seconds, I would be coughing for at least a week afterward. I dropped the reward into my inventory, then dematerialized, flying up into the air so that I could learn what the system had treated me to this time as soon as possible. Chapter 17. Energy Vampire. Rare. Description: passive skill. Steals mana and power from all those within a 30-foot radius. The speed of siphoning is from 0.01% to 0.1% of their reserves per minute. Both a blessing and a curse. If I do learn this terrible skill, I can never live side by side with people. I will never know the joy of long, warm embraces, and I can never chat with strangers for a long time. This fancy speech came all on its own. Pfft, learn it. Name, Casp. Level, 10. Class, Ghost. Stats: Body, 14. Strength, 5. Dexterity, 6. Constitution, 3. Mind, 19. Intelligence, 6. Reaction, 8. Perception 5, Spirit 11, Repository 8, Conduits 3, Available stat points 0, Skills Active, Passive, Energy Vampire Rare 1, Additional Dematerialization Class Skill, Available skill points 20, Abilities, Inventory £460. Now it would be much easier to kill whoever. I would just have to wait and they would get weaker over time. It did say in the description, very clearly, that my new secret weapon worked on everybody. Yeah, maybe it would be like in that story about the slowest possible murderer, the one whose favorite weapon was a spoon. But whatever, I could get whatever I wanted. What was more, the energy wouldn't ever disappear, but constantly be filling up my energy stores. So after any contact with anybody, I would always feel better, and my mana would fill back up faster. So they couldn't even run away, since I would just fly a lot faster. It was just 1% every 10 minutes. Most likely for people with average stats, that was how quickly their mana refilled, if not even faster. I wasn't even going to talk about the mutants, monsters, and zombies, since they were even more intense than well-leveled system nicks. But I do have available skill points for that. I could put all of them in there without worrying at all, because you never know when you'll be this lucky again. Even more so when I thought about how long I spent looking for pans. Learning the skill itself was almost painless. I had a few shooting pains in my head, but I immediately dematerialized, so I couldn't tell you how much the process would hurt for other people. On the other hand, in my incorporeal state, learning new skills felt pretty good. It felt like something new was growing in my soul, something that could only be useful. It was the same with increasing the level of the skill. Every time I put in just 1 point, since nobody knew the recommended dose, but everything went as simply and easily as possible. No painful feelings at all. Your skill has reached level 10 and acquired a new feature. Range Regulation. Energy Vampire. Rare. 10. Description. Passive skill. Steals mana and power from all those within a 30-foot radius. The speed of siphoning is from 0.01% to 0.1% of their reserves per minute. Range regulation allows you to see the radius of the activity. The effectiveness of the skill is inversely related to the radius. A larger radius meaning that less energy can be siphoned. This was something else entirely. Now I could suck out a percent point each of my enemy's mana and power per minute, which meant that within an hour and a half, no more than 2 hours, I would have a ragdoll falling in front of me rather than an enemy. But the most interesting thing was this new feature. It was possible that over time that feature would become even more powerful, or possibly able to be turned off. It was just a matter of how to reach level 20, since I couldn't increase the skill's level anymore, which meant that it was held up by my own level. I was almost sure that the speed of siphoning depended on how far away I was from my victim, but that was no problem for me. I could be hugging even the worst son of a bitch all day long, and it would cause no issues for me. I was in such a good mood and I was just about ready to keep going, but as soon as I materialized, my stomach reminded me, in no uncertain terms, about my responsibility to keep it fed once in a while. I remembered how the sentries at the store swallowed their grey potatoes without even going the trouble of peeling them. I could do the same thing and not waste a ton of time actually tasting my food. But what was the point of that? Sure, I could eat grey ones like that, since they didn't taste good anyway, but to turn down the refined and delicious food from the blue ones? That was an unforgivable crime. Having cleaned off the table and brought a comfortable chair from the next room up to it, I activated the rare food set, and the room was filled with an amazing aroma. Cuisine from the Caucasus! I was surprised. Well done, system. I was just thinking about meat. And everything was as high class as possible. All sorts of shish kebab, laid out over a massive piece of lavish bread. The system hadn't forgotten about drinks either, presenting me with a glass of dry wine and a pitcher of Ariane. The latter one I don't like so much, but I would have to drink it anyway, since I didn't want to lose a stat point because of it. System, you can't do this. I had been ready to give up multiple times, but I still deliberately, stubbornly continued to steel myself and threw piece after piece of food into my mouth. By the end, I was regretting that I had decided to open up the reward and not just use it in its original form, since I had spent no less than an hour eating this food. I didn't even get a stat point, but my stomach was so full that it was crowding out all of my other organs, including my brain. So now I just didn't even have the strength to get out of my chair. I spent about 20 more minutes sitting around like that, scrolling through a phone I found there. So I was still learning a lot about useful things, since every minute the forums got more full of new information about this new world and its rules. For example, some guy had decided to make a bestiary. You could look through photos and descriptions of various beasts on the site. The search function was pretty convenient. You could separate the monsters into groups and then see the list of them. You could also add new ones and submit additional information about the ones that were already there. At first, I picked a selection of strong zombies and spent some time looking over mutants that I had already encountered. The stormtrooper was presented as some kind of unkillable murder machine, and the comments advised you to run away as soon as any monster like that came into view. And if you wanted to shoot it, then only with a firearm, since system weapons just wouldn't hit it. I have yet to learn how to run away, so I had to kill it, no other choice. I read about the big guys, the leapers, the acid zombies, the shooters. They had even described the sentient ones, although there was fairly little information there. I wasn't myself going to add that you just had to cut off its head and you would get an artifact. At the very least, I didn't want to spend too much time sitting around. In the future, if I had some free time, I would definitely make some edits, which would be helpful for a lot of people. For myself as well, since people would start using their resources and uploading the results of their experiments, which would let me get new information about the monsters. What was surprising was that I had already seen all the mutants that existed in the world. There simply weren't any other ones. If they had evolved so much in these few days that almost nothing remained of their human form, why weren't there any, say, winged ones? They would find their own niche in the food chain, and pretty quickly. Lots of them would hide in attics, on roofs, and in rooms on the upper floors. Winged zombies would be able to just eat and eat to their heart's content, since nobody would be ready for them. But the system had its own plans about it, so who was I to question it? I only saw mutated animals in passing. Our cities had only cats, dogs, and birds, all of them mutated differently, so there was no point in studying each and every case. Thankfully, at least, insects didn't mutate, although even that wasn't for sure. Over in Australia, they had those kinds of mutants even before the apocalypse happened. Okay, yeah, you won't remember all of this, but anyway, it is necessary to get as much information as possible about the New World. I mean, my survival depends on it. I was beginning to nod off unbearably, so I took a couple of potions and dematerialized. The way to the police station was not nearby, and it was starting to get late outside. The streets were submerged in darkness, and only I could clearly see how many dead monsters there were down below. The mass was groaning and wheezing, barely perceptibly, their restless bodies in constant motion, and the darker it got outside, the faster they started to move. Night-time was hunting time, and people had better not stick their noses out of their hidey holes unnecessarily, since this was the time when the zombies were in charge. And me. Well, maybe not the world yet, of course, but at least the region. But just for now. The important thing was to never stop developing for even a second, to just keep looking for the rarest and best skills. And there were still purple ones, too. There might even be gold ones, and that was even taking the unique ones into account. They could definitely be even better. It was just necessary to find a reward that worked for only me. And my class, too, was unique, actually. There were no others like it. For most of the way, I just flew from corpse to corpse, picking up all the rewards I could find. Mostly it was grey potatoes, but I also got spheres with little books. I would save that for a rainy day. Eventually the world would run out of groceries, and then the hunger would set in. Sure, with the deadies you could get by for a long time, but these things don't take up space in your inventory, so may as well keep them. You never know.
Boom.
I heard an explosion in the distance, so I had to leave off my search. The rumbling was especially easy to hear in the middle of night, so as soon as the shock wave rolled over the area, the deadies around started lazily wandering off towards the source of the noise. I wasn't about to stay back, so I flew up a little and headed over there. I mean, it's not like there was going to be someone who was just luring in hordes of monsters, especially in the darkness of the night. That meant something cool was going on over there. In 15 minutes the sound happened again, but by that time I was already pretty close. The crowds of zombies and mutants were stuck on a metal fence, where they had managed to make a significant breach at one point, through which an endless stream of crazed deadies was constantly pouring in. I had decided to come to the police station too late. It seemed like they were toast, but that was even more fun. I wouldn't have to bribe the big man, since he would agree to any of my conditions just for help in defending the place. What happened? Tits up! I appeared a few feet away from the guy. He was standing right on the second floor, looking out the window and giving orders by radio.
You're telling me you don't?
He waved his hand, but once he turned around he realized I wasn't from around there.
Why are you here for? I don't have any more prisoners. They are done.
He nodded at the mess of deadies all bunched up around the grated windows. I noticed right away that these were not normal deadies. They were being led by a sentient one. I had no doubt about that. There were staircases made of bodies, tricky shooters hiding behind the powerful big guys, leapers that were ready to dash into the building as soon as the big guys could tear open an entrance or rip off the metal bars covering the windows. The zombies were not capable of this on their own. I can help. I shrugged, staring off into the distance. In my corporeal state, I couldn't make out the whole scene of the battle, but that was for the best. If the living could see how many zombies were really out there, panic would do us no good.
Yeah? How? You going to infiltrate the zombie headquarters?
He smirked.
It will be dawn soon, and we will think. They won't be able to break in yet anyway.
They are being led by a sentient one, which means none of you will survive until dawn. I voiced my disagreement. I am ready to bet a blue potato that they will have eaten all of you within about 2 hours.
What the hell is a sentient one?
Shouted the man, but then went silent. It's this. I took the artifact out of my bag, but I had already commanded it to be quiet. And in general, you should be looking up information on the internet, not wasting your time with nonsense. All of this stuff is on there.
And you mean to tell me that a beast like that is leading the deadies, which is why they are breaking the windows?
He asked in surprise.
You're the beast.
Gosha couldn't hold back once the man started staring at him.
Enough, shut up.
The big man started at first getting his hammer out of his inventory, but then started chuckling.
Hey, fatty, what's so funny?
The head was offended again, but the man just kept laughing for another few minutes. It was clear that he was about to have a mental breakdown. Okay, here's what I want and what you get in return. I was tired of being in strange company and moreover having to carry a conversation. Do you have a team? I mean, a system team. He responded with an affirmative nod. Okay, make me a part of your team, and as soon as an offer to take part in a test shows up, you accept. I don't care if it seems doable, and it doesn't matter how hard it is.
How is? They say there's crazy things in there sometimes. I haven't even tried once.
He scratched at his bald spot. Well, if I leave now, then you'll never have to. I smiled. Well, shake on it. Brownie offers you to join his team. Agree/refuse. It was just that easy. Strangely, I couldn't make my own team with just me as a member, but the system was hard to trick, and I didn't think it would let me do something like that. A team is a team, and for that people had to be in at least some kind of contact. Brownie, Slob, Bale, Guppa, Casp. Before, I would have been worried about my name, Clearly I had no reason to worry. Looking at this list, I was finally confident about it. I had wanted to discuss with Oleg, which is what the guy was called, about how we're going to split up our rewards in the future, but a sudden rumbling was heard from outside and he got a communique over the radio, telling him that the deadies had climbed up the roof on the fire escape, from there breaking into the higher floors and injuring a number of people. Judging from how lost Brownie looked, he definitely wasn't expecting that. All I could do was shrug, say, "I told you so," and disappear into thin air. The horde turned out to be much bigger than the one my artifact had had, which meant the sentient zombie here was a much higher level, almost certainly 10th. I had read that sentient zombies could, just like people, have various different abilities, like throwing fireballs, calling down a local Armageddon, becoming invisible. It was specifically that was their main danger, at least for me, who was invincible except 2 magical attacks. But all of them, no exceptions, could control their compatriots. So why couldn't my artifact? Although since I had decided that he couldn't, I never did ask him about it. I knew he was just first level right now, so most likely he wouldn't be able to order around strong monsters, but even a first level horde of tame zombies could replace all my social needs. But first I headed for the roof to see how the people were doing up there. The leapers were flooding onto the roof in a dense stream so they could get into the building, but the entryway was too small. The people had taken up positions within the building, but even so, the zombies, sooner or later, would gradually take out their fatigued opposition. To stop the flow of beasts, the defenders would have to somehow go on the attack, break through everyone on the roof, and knock down the stairs. Otherwise, I had no idea how to destroy the sentient zombie. Those people weren't going to stand against him, at least. Gwah! A brown bear, weighing about 700 pounds, burst out onto the street with a deafening roar, almost like thunder. A ton of attacks flew at him from all sides right away, and a whole heap of brown fur burst up into the sky. But the animal wasn't about to stand on the sidelines. Each hit from his powerful clawed paws tore multiple nimble weaklings to pieces. His maw was continually grabbing mutants one after the other from the crowd, tearing them in half, and then his paws would beat them into the ground, leaving no chance of survival. Awesome! I would fill up my stockpile of green rewards and then tackle the smarty. With this death machine, the people would do just fine, and I wouldn't have to use my cleave attack, wasting my weapon's mana and durability. I didn't even consider taking the potatoes, since that wouldn't be fair at all, and the spheres would only be worth taking at least in exchange for what I had picked up at the sporting goods store. I took all of that stuff to one of the rooms on the way. They were no good for bartering, and they would just get in my way. So fine, they'll find them in the morning and be happy about it. I threw in some food there too. I didn't even turn around when I heard the groaning of the stairs tearing off and crashing down. The bear had more than enough strength, and he would only have to worry about the stronger monsters. The rest of them wouldn't be able to get through his fur, enhanced by system items. At the same time, I was headed deep into the raving crowd. The smarty was hardly going to go anywhere near the police station, since there were constant flashes of abilities, arrows were flying, and sometimes even bullets. Plus, there was some kind of illumination, while farther away was pitch blackness. You didn't even have to hide, since people wouldn't even be able to see their target among the groaning mass. Personally, it was no mean feat for me either. I had to pick through the disorganized ranks of the deadies to find the bastard I was looking for. Basically, I was checking where all the strong ones were bunched up together, the piles of big guys and the mobs of shooters. The smarty was more cunning than I thought. He had gotten into an apartment about 50 feet away from the building, and was watching how the battle was going from his safe position. I didn't do anything stupid, since he released a ball of fire guttering with flames towards the people. After knocking down some careless deadies on its way, it broke through a window on the first floor, then with a loud rumble exploded into 1,000 bright sparks that caught everything around on fire with a single touch. Now I understood where the rumbling was coming from. Yeah, those people didn't stand a chance. Even for me, the risks were too high. If that beast shot a fireball at me, I had a very small chance to survive. The Smarty was already on the third story, so he had a great view of the battlefield and could easily control his subordinates, but it made it quite a bit harder for me to get to him. You couldn't even get to him from the entrance. It was completely blocked up with powerful mutants, and there were shooters scattered about the rooms. If they noticed an enemy coming towards the building itself, they would immediately shoot them with their bone spikes, not even letting them get close to their leader. There were even deadies on the roof. The building was literally swarming with them, and it was impossible to even think that you might just waltz right in. There were only 2 bodyguards in the room where the leader was relaxing, a big guy strapped to the gills in bone armor, and a slightly feeble-looking stormtrooper, but I definitely know which of them would be the more difficult opponent. Here was the Smarty, sitting on a comfortable leather chair, refilling his mana. He was silent, staring off into space. I wasn't about to break his idyll, and just sat next to him. Those people had a bear. He would be able to hold off the zombie attack for a while, for sure, so there was no need to hurry. For him, every minute was a loss of both mana and strength. I didn't know if zombies could get tired, but I would be able to find out in real life real soon. Alright, bro. How do you feel about hugs? Chapter 18. At first, the sentient zombie just sat there, lost in his own thoughts. I really didn't know what he was thinking about, but he was most likely just directing his loyal subjects. Outside, I could hear the bears roar once in a while, so I kept on calmly siphoning energy out of my opponent. And that was a pretty good feeling. I felt like I was relaxing both my body and my soul, simply hanging as close to the sentient monster as possible. And even if the mana was stopped at its ceiling, it still, without ever stopping, kept transferring over to my incorporeal body. That was interesting. Was I siphoning 1% of the maximum amount, or the current amount? It was really an important question. If it were the second one, then the ability was suddenly useless. I could siphon energy for eternity and it would still never reach the bottom. But at some point the Smarty shot up and started looking around. He didn't know where his mana was going, so he ran around the room, looking into every nook and cranny. His bodyguard stayed as close as possible to him, so I couldn't figure out a moment to attack at all. The Smarty moved pretty fast, but I didn't fall behind, since I didn't have to save my mana. It was refilling right before my eyes, since I had 3 plump donors just for that right here. And how much did that sentient monster have? I could only guess. Eventually his flailing about got worse. The Smarty widened his search, and the deadies started tearing apart everything in the building. They burst into rooms and turned everything over from top to bottom, in a vain attempt to find me, invisible as I was. I could only smile in my mind and watch how the leader of the deadies was losing control over his army. It looked like controlling his comrades required full concentration and cost mana, or maybe his power. I could figure that out by asking the talking head, but only once I was finished with this beast. I had followed the bastard around for nearly an hour. Eventually he decided to just run away, taking with him only a few of his strongest bodyguards. I was just happy that there were no acid zombies in his army. That was the only monster that offered me a real threat with his area of effect acid attack. But before running away, the Smarty had ordered all of his deadies to attack the police station. The zombies immediately roared and threw themselves into a mindless attack. Showing no mercy, the ones who were in the back pushed their compatriots forward, breaking through the bars of the fence. Bones were cracking and skulls started to explode like watermelons. But after a few seconds, the fence, with the sound of grating metal, fell inward. After that, the zombies surrounded the building itself, but what came next I never saw. The Smarty, by that time, had reached the first floor and exited into the street from one of the rooms by jumping out the window. As soon as I realized he was going to jump out of the window, I hurried as quickly as I could to overtake him and set my weapon in front of him, jamming the other end into the ground. The Smarty wouldn't be able to change the direction of his jump, so... Crack! The sharp point of the halberd pierced the monster's stomach, And as he hung in the air, flailing his arms and legs around, I put all my energy into a power hit and slugged him across the head with my brass knuckles. The son of a bitch hadn't yet reached the ground when I vanished into the thin air, letting 2 bone spikes, shot by the shooter and the stormtrooper at the same time, pass through me. The bodyguards were running around scratching at the air, and the smarty was darting his eyes around like crazy, not knowing where the next hit might come from. A wall of big guys was standing around him, protecting him from any sort of attack with their impenetrable hulks. However, a fire arrow came down from above. I started my onslaught, having appeared in a tree that was growing not too far away, then immediately activated my class skill to avoid being hit by any return fire. The arrow pierced the smarty in his shoulder, and his clothes went up in flames immediately. Panicking, the beast began freaking out between the big guys, lighting them on fire too, and soon the whole area was lit up with the bright flames of a zombie bonfire. Sentient zombie, level 10, health 68%. I wondered if I cut off everything that wasn't necessary, would he still survive? Not as an artifact, but as a real zombie. I would have to test it out. Anyway, if you damaged the brain, then you could knock off 100% of any mutant's health in one knife hit. But when you slash them on the body, it just takes a few meager percent. So then, if you chop up the body really bad but don't touch the head, would the zombie die anyway? There was only one way to find out. The zombie, realizing that his opponent was intangible and that his whole gang of high-level monsters couldn't do a thing to him, decided to take off. It became a lot easier to aim, since now my target really stood out. The deadies really showed up well in the darkness, so I didn't have to appear for very long. I let off arrow after arrow until the smarty finally stopped running. He had finally realized that that wouldn't help him either, and just in time. My mana had just run right out, and I couldn't simply follow him around anymore. At that time, the big guys were above reproach, in the sense that they were too big for me to be able to move them using my inventory, so I had to forget about that method. Moreover, the stormtrooper was constantly scurrying about nearby, and about 40 yards away the shooter was hiding behind an overturned car. He was waiting until I finally showed myself, ready to launch a deadly spike. Hell if I would give him the satisfaction. Swinging as hard as I could, I sunk the blade directly into his skull. He couldn't even turn around, since he got a fatal blow all at once. The blue potato popped into my inventory, and a bone spike shot by the stormtrooper flew through my body. It would not be so easy with that guy, so I had to leave him for later, especially since the smarty had started summoning zombies from all over to protect their leader with their bodies. And they were not disobedient. Thin streams of dead bodies flowed in from the buildings, neighboring streets and stores around. They wandered up the impressive pile of big guys and laid themselves on top. The armored zombies moved up a little, so as to not crush their leader, then froze like that. Just imagine what I could do now. For example, if I tried to wear down the big guys, then the smarty would just order the other zombies to stop pressing down on them. But I still wasn't even sure if deadies had power resources like that at all. It was likely that it was infinite, at least. So I acted very simply. I decided to risk losing the valuable rewards by using whatever I had at hand. In a nearby grocery store, where all the dead customers had already left, I grabbed a couple gallons of water, emptying them right onto the floor and a little onto myself. Then I headed out to the highway, where I quickly found a semi-truck lying on its side. The driver had fallen apart in the cabin, both figuratively and literally. Nobody could tell if he would have become a zombie or a powerful systemnik if he hadn't racked his brains right at the start. His initial refusal to wear a seatbelt had made the choice for him. Now he was just meat, scattered over the road. Having looked around and made sure that the nearest deadies were 50 yards away, with no powerful mutants among them, I materialized. Swack! The tip of the halberd sliced right through the gas tank, and an even stream of combustible fuel started flowing onto the road. All I had to do was put first one container under it, and then the second one, and as soon as they were full, I put them in my inventory. A gallon of diesel in each of them. I didn't need more than that. The first one I put in the thick of the deadies, right where the Smarty was located. That monster, as it turned out, was just chilling underneath them. The big ones were easily holding a ton of corpses above them, so their leader could calmly sit on the sidewalk and wait for his opponent's next move. His eyes, closed with his eyelids, were constantly moving. The little prick had taken control of one of the deadies outside and was trying to figure out where I had gotten off to. Let him look, it didn't bother me. While I was gone, his mana had come back a little. So before I threw the first container out of my inventory, I spent a half hour in his company. He got worried about that again, but this time he didn't intend to run away. There was nowhere to go. He was mine now. The second container turned out to be even easier. I flew above the moaning crowd of zombies and threw it out. It landed right on their stupid heads, turning over and starting to pour out its contents. I simply waited for around 5 minutes, until the fuel had soaked into the monster's clothes, and right after that I just shot a fire arrow. Diesel fuel is not gasoline, so there was no bright flash. As soon as the fire arrow pierced a normal deadie, it immediately caught fire. The fuel started to stick, which gradually spread the flame farther and deeper. Of course, I wanted the fire to reach all the way to the Smarty, but he caught on in time, having realized that the container didn't just show up in his comfortable hiding spot for no reason. The burning deadies began to move, running in all directions, and their places were taken by new ones that were not doused in fuel. I wasn't here just to watch the show, so I headed off to get some more fuel. This time I put 4 containers in my inventory. 2 of them had the same diesel fuel, while the others I filled with pure gasoline. That way the fire would spread faster, and that smartass wouldn't have a ghost of a chance. It took 2 minutes for a fiery hellscape to spread out before me. Not even I was expecting just 4 gallons of fuel to do something like that. The Smarty might have some wits, but the situation was really inescapable now. I wasn't about to retreat, and there was no way he was going to catch me. Not even the stormtrooper, who had been prowling around searching for the instigator this whole time, couldn't help him now. It was obvious that my class was actually extremely rare, since they hadn't even once figured out where I was disappearing to. The deadies started moving almost immediately. They began to run off in different directions, letting their leader out. That was because the fire had finally reached him and the big guys. And if the latter ones just stepped away, continuing to protect him with their backs, then he would roll around on the sidewalk, trying to put the fire out as soon as he could. Cleave! I struck downward with my ability, since I was floating right above him. The shining blade hit the big guys too, but they didn't even budge. They just stood there, covered in flames, and stared out at the darkness of the night in complete indifference. The Smarty took it a little harder. My weapon's ability tore up his face, exposing the bones, and after exactly 1 second I repeated it, widening the wound. Let's do this. Pointing my halberd downward, I materialized 5 feet above my victim.
Stop!
The Smarty managed to croak out before my weapon pierced his face. My coat had burned a little, and I stepped in something. I didn't think sentient zombies were that similar to people. The big guys hadn't even turned around by the time I grabbed my reward and flew away. Deep down, I really wanted to stay and finish off all the powerful mutants. Their rewards might be interesting too, but the fact was that I just couldn't do it. Yeah, I could have spent a long time flying around them, siphoning away their energy, but there was no way to know when they start falling from lack of power. It would be much more effective to set a trap, or just get the reward around the police station. There would be a fair amount of them there. I wouldn't get any experience like that, but I didn't need it. Nobody could yet get to level 11, which meant that there was no point in me working hard for it. By the time I'd taken care of the Smarty, the sun was starting to peek over the horizon. It was too bad that in my ghost form I couldn't enjoy the whole beauty of it, since my sight gave me a completely different picture. It was closer to dry, black and white information about the things around me. Even so, I couldn't tear my gaze away from the rays of light slowly rising up in the distance. My pursuit of the Smarty had taken me pretty far away from the police station. The area around here was known to me, since just a little bit ago I had been flying around here to find some freaks. and to avoid wasting time, I decided to drop in on the girls. Even though it was early, only 2 girls were still in bed. Another one was messing around in the kitchen. She wasn't cooking, but working with a weapon. The rest had gone off somewhere. Yeah, okay, it seemed they hadn't gotten along somehow and killed each other, but it was odd that the oldest one wasn't there. She had seemed strong and determined. No way you could just off her like that.
"Oh, Masha, why didn't you wake me up?"
said one of the girls, still sleepy and rumpled, who had popped into the kitchen a couple minutes later. She may be an unkempt, sleepy head, but she still looked extremely attractive.
"Well, I'm taking care of stuff here,"
Masha said, waving her hand.
"Breakfast is in the oven."
She kept working on her books of skills and the pile of normal items. As far as I could tell, she was perusing the descriptions and trying to figure out which one was best for her to pick. She was 3rd level, also, which was commendable. It meant she wasn't sitting around doing nothing.
"The girls haven't come back yet? How are they doing there?"
asked the sleepy-head, grabbing a good-sized bowl of oatmeal from the oven along with a spoon.
"No, yeah, I'm also on pins and needles. I couldn't reach them by phone. Seems like the sound is off."
It didn't take a magnifying glass to see that Masha was very worried about her friends. But there was nothing she could do.
"Oh, whatever, they'll be back. They just need a half hour. Maybe they got held up in the store a little longer. We're girls, we always have to be late."
I didn't listen in on their conversation anymore. I was too interested in seeing where they had gone. There weren't that many stores around, so my search options were pretty narrow. I think they went out for groceries, so they most likely went to the closest one, and there seemed to be a single-story addition on the back of the building, which is probably where they went.
"You motherfuckers!"
hissed the one who looked older. She was also taller than the others by at least half a head, and her body was much thicker.
"When are they going to just go?"
Below, a phone had started buzzing quietly, and the deadies, catching a new sound, suddenly became animated, starting to once again move chaotically around the premises.
"Why the hell didn't you turn the sound off, dumbass?"
she hissed again, turning to one of the girls this time.
"You already asked that,"
answered the dark-haired girl quietly, staring thoughtfully into space. She was armed with an axe and a shield and was wearing leather armor.
"Just chill out and wait."
And she was right. The girls were lying around on the roof of the store, just waiting for the deadies to leave on their own, or for someone else to distract them. To get groceries and cleaning supplies they had left in a full team, 5 of them. They had decided to take that risk just because the zombies had all at once turned towards one direction and wandered off to some unknown destination. Why they might be acting like that? The girls didn't know, but they had unanimously decided that this was their only chance, and they might not ever have another one. But the plan went off the rails when the deadies started coming back. First one, who attracted his companions with his groaning, and then they came one after another, until the building was surrounded by upwards of 50 of them. Since the deadies were coming in from all sides, the girls' way back had been cut off, and the only thing they could do was climb onto the roof. To do that, they used a van that had been parked right by the wall of the building. The zombies couldn't follow them, since there were no leapers among them, but they did surround the store and set about waiting.
"When is it gonna die?"
grumbled the girl with the bow in her hand, pursing her lips. The phone had started going off again, drawing ever more monsters to their hiding spot.
"We have to break through them, otherwise we'll have half the city here."
"Break through where?"
"There's 50 regular ones there and 2 big guys. There's no use,"
concluded the calm, dark-haired girl in surprise, continuing to admire the ever-brightening sky.
"Just be patient. We have enough supplies." "Okay, you're right. We will wait for now, and if they don't leave—"
She thought for a couple of seconds.
"Nadia, how many arrows do you have?"
"Exactly 40, and a couple of rewards that I haven't opened yet," answered the archer, glancing into her inventory.
"Then we wait."
Buzz, buzz, buzz. "Hello." First the phone buzzed, then came an unknown voice right next to the girls, who started immediately, putting their weapons in front of them. "Yes, everything is okay with them, no need to worry." The boy put his hand out in front of him, showing the girls that he was quite busy at the moment. When will they be back? Who knows? It'll happen when it happens.
Who are you, fucker?
Shouted the older one, not holding back. All right, I can't talk now. Call back later. Your call is very important to us. The boy hung up the phone, set it to the side, and looked up attentively at the group of armed girls. It's no use like that. There's only going to be more of them, and this crowd isn't going anywhere. He smiled and put his hands out as a gesture of peace. Calm down, I'm not going to attack you. His exclamation had attracted the zombie's attention. Just look, now the crowd is even bigger. He shrugged and disappeared into thin air.
What was that?
Murmured the older one, getting over her shock.
Dumbass, why did you just let the zombies over here?
She shouted somewhere into the air, supposing that the boy had just turned invisible.
I'm going to find you. You can't go anywhere off this roof.
I thought he looked familiar, the dark-haired one said thoughtfully. She was the only one who hadn't aimed her weapon at him, rather looking attentively at his face hidden under a hood.
Or more like his brown coat.
She'd definitely seen him somewhere. Of course you've seen me. I killed your guy. There was the voice again. Now the boy was on the far side of the roof. Fine, I'll save you again, but now you really owe me. I don't know what yet, but sometime in the future I will ask you for a favor. Without waiting for an answer, he jumped off the roof, and one of the girls even cried out.
Him?
Asked the older one to the dark-haired one.
Yeah, him. We can trust him.
She answered with confidence, and they stepped over to where their savior had just jumped down. They had expected to see zombies there, but only found decapitated bodies. Only the two big guys were left unharmed, but since they didn't have bone armor on them, the boy easily took care of them too. Swinging his massive halberd, he first disappeared, then appeared behind his enemies, constantly smashing them with powerful hits. When there was only one deadie left, he vanished into thin air again, then appeared behind him in a second, holding his brass knuckles in his hand. Flash! The sound of breaking bones could be heard, and the weapon cracked through the monster's skull, sinking into the rotten meat, and his hand as well. Shit! The boy cursed. He shook off his hand for a while, but then gave up on it and headed into the store to get a wet wipe. Don't touch the rewards. Get out of here now while you can. I'm not going to help you anymore. That's enough for today. Having said that, he disappeared into the building, and the girls, getting over their shock, ran back to their home.
Why the hell did I get involved? Was it worth this? And what am I going to ask them for?
I muttered to myself, wiping the rotten brains off my hand. The big guy had ended up being kind of defective, and I miscalculated how much power I would need to break his skull. Oh, whatever, it had been way too easy. A few cleave attacks and the majority of the deadies were turned into normal rotting meat. Let's see if I can find anything interesting in the rewards. I only regretted that I was out of mana in my weapon. Heading back out, I saw that another crowd of deadies was approaching the store, meaning it was time to get my rewards and fly away. But first I had to see what I got from the sentient zombie. The blue spheres always have something interesting in them. What? A ring? Chapter 19. Ring of Mana Absorption. Rare. Description: Mana -100 out of -100. Durability: 200 out of 200. Absorption of mana is an active ability. Allows you to absorb mana from both creatures and spaces. The area of effect is 5 feet. Before activating it, you must aim the item at the casted spell or creature. If the mana limit is exceeded, durability will be spent. Recharges in 24 hours. Well, here we got another ring with durability. I had already noticed that it was only denoted when it played some sort of role. Like with the iron armor I had stored away in my inventory. There the numbers seemed important too. At first when I was reading the description, I didn't understand anything. But then I got it. I also understood why the mana value of the ring was negative. That was the amount that it could suck up into itself. It seemed like I myself was already an absorber. I had an amazing skill for that, so why would I need this ring too? The one thing here was that, unlike my skill, I could absorb mana from spells that had already been cast. If a fireball were flying at me, I could just suck it up with this ring like a vacuum cleaner. I didn't think that anybody could cast a spell that took more than 100 mana, so for now my new artifact was almost a guaranteed defense against any spell cast against me. I could also unleash my store of mana on any creature I wanted in mere moments. I wouldn't have to wait at all. Get close, aim, activate. That's all. My ring of constitution fell to the floor and I replaced it with the new one. It looked pretty good too. It was silver, encrusted with large, fairly opaque bluish stones that I was not familiar with. It seemed like there was some sort of viscous substance inside of it, and the surface of the stones was covered in microscopic runes. I couldn't imagine what they meant, but I was sure that the symbols corresponded to the abilities that the item contained. After quickly looking through the deadies that had fallen near the entrance and grabbing about 24 rewards from them, I hurried off towards the police station. The big guys only gave me green potatoes, but food is food. Worst comes to worst, I would open them up and eat them. If not, then I would trade them for something. There were crowds of zombies around the police station, just like before. There were no traces left of the fence, so there was nothing stopping them from coming onto the grounds and knocking on the windows. The people only growled at them every once in a while, shooting arrows out the windows and sometimes attack spells, but they were probably just doing that out of a sense of propriety. Once I flew into the building, I understood why they were defending themselves so dispassionately. They had foolishly gotten tired, and were now restoring their mana and power. If they just drank some potions, they would be fine. Brownie was fast asleep. Honestly, he was the main attacking force of that survivor camp, and there was no reason to try to clear them out without him. It was strange that he hadn't taken care of all the zombies first thing, but it seemed like his abilities had some limits. Plus, he was sleeping in his human form, so probably he couldn't stay an animal forever. But that worked for me. Nobody would bother me while I was getting my rewards. Yeah, the people might growl out the windows and notice that their rewards were disappearing, but they wouldn't be able to do anything to me anyway. What would they say to me anyway? They could go to hell. If it weren't for me, there wouldn't be a single stone left of that building. I didn't even glance at the grey ones. I was only interested in green spheres and blue potatoes. Thankfully, there were quite a lot of them here. There were a lot of corpses there, so I had to use my inventory to move them so I could get the goods hidden beneath them. The people watched all of that from the windows, but there was nothing they could do except sometimes swearing at the one who was making off with their hard-earned loot right under their noses. But I didn't agree with that. I could take all of it, and it would still be fair. They had managed to get the corpses off the roof, so there ended up being nothing valuable up there. But now there were sentries up there, armed with bows and sawed-off AKs. There was no point in that unless they were attacked by people, but something told me that the police station already knew that without my help. That was exactly why they set up the sentries. In total, after 2 hours, I had picked up 20 green spheres and 5 blue potatoes. I wasn't even going to touch the rest, both because I had to leave those people a chance for survival, and also because I didn't really need anything else. Since the population was still basically sleeping, I didn't intend to go back in. If I got a notification about a test, I would know it, so there was no need to absorb everything out these people with my presence. The sun had already risen high over the buildings by the time I started heading to the next hiding spot, so I could see what I had picked up this time. I had gotten a total of 7 blue potatoes. At this rate, I wouldn't be able to deal with so much food, so I'd have to just swallow them up without opening them. But I did deserve a celebratory meal. Even though I had spent the last few hours just flying around as a ghost and waving my halberd, I was still tired. Thanks to my new skill, I would no longer have to rest at all, which meant that my development would never stagnate. The most important thing was to never be lazy, but since there were so many interesting things around, I didn't think laziness would come anytime soon. This time I picked a bachelor pad. And I must say, I like those kinds of places better than the others. And even though there was a mess in every room with socks drying on the ceiling lamps, and 2 stools and bare walls instead of a wardrobe, I didn't care at all. Mine would have been the same. Plus, there was a fancy computer, a comfortable chair, and a big monitor in the room. I'd been dreaming of having something like that for a long time, but my finances had always left something to be desired. Now I could enjoy this powerful hardware as much as I wanted. But I wasn't up to it right now. A sparkling, clean tablecloth was spread out before me, and plates appeared upon in just one moment. A burger? Not bad. I was impressed by the size. The burger really was massive. Juicy, greasy, and the smell. The smell made me lightheaded. Everything was as it should be. Along with the burger, the system had gifted me a glass of soda with ice, and I chowed down immediately on the unhealthy but insanely delicious food. The last potato had been delicious, but this time at least I didn't get too full. It was odd that the system didn't give out a fixed amount of calories, but just offered up something tasty. Since I had a little bit of room left in my stomach, I got out another 4 blue potatoes and started popping them into my mouth, washing them down with the system soda. There was absolutely no flavor to those potatoes. I had never experienced anything like it. It was as if I had put something non-existent into my mouth. Even when you drink water, you experience some kind of flavor. But here there was nothing. And my stomach didn't feel full, although I did feel fullness. Maybe it was worth it to use them like that. That way I wouldn't waste a ton of time enjoying my food, instead just getting calories and going on to crush zombies left and right. In total, I used up 5 potatoes. I didn't feel any different, so I had to open up the interface in order to see which of my stats had actually leveled up. Name, Casp, Level, 10. Class, Ghost. Stats, Body, 15. Strength, 5. Dexterity, 6. Constitution, 4. Mind, 20. Intelligence, 6. Reaction, 9. Perception, 5. Spirit, 12. Repository, 9. Conduits, 3. Available stat points, 0. Skills, Active, Passive, Energy Vampire, Rare, 10. Additional, Dematerialization, Class Skill, Available skill points, 11. Abilities, Inventory, £460. Yeah, I got lucky this time. I got 3 whole stat points. As far as I could tell, they were in Constitution, Reaction, and Repository. Even more lucky, my mana total increased as well. If I somehow finally managed to level up, I would put my stat points right into Spirit. The rest would increase by themselves due to the potatoes. After eating, I decided to mess around on the internet to combine business with pleasure. This time I looked for any kind of forum where normal players would write back and forth to each other, discussing various things. And that was no mistake. My eyes suddenly caught on to a strange topic of discussion. They were talking to each other about all sorts of discoveries and findings. For example, one of the users by the name of Anto had uploaded some pictures of zombies dismembered into little pieces. At first I thought he was a crazy person, but I understood everything when I turned the automatic translation on. It seemed like I should have looked at the dismembered zombie more carefully. Right in the center, around the solar plexus, each of the Walking Dead has a crystal. You can see what it looks like in the picture, and they only differ from each other in color. It's just like the rewards. Gray, green, blue. What it is, what it's for, and how to use them, I don't know. If anyone has any guesses, please put them in the comments. And a discussion followed. It was mostly people making their guess, but nobody could say anything for certain. Someone suggested they may be used as currency, and a few people promised to try to use them as food, meaning to just take it and swallow it down. But I didn't know how they intended to do that, since the crystal looked like it was pretty sharp on both sides. Unless you drank a whole health potion, then why not? At worst, it would be pretty unenjoyable, But the zombie virus wouldn't infect you, and the injuries in your esophagus would heal up right away. Nobody suggested anything worthwhile, so having shut off the computer and remembering where the room was located, I set off in search of a victim. To avoid wasting time, I first flew towards the place where I killed the Smarty, flying a little high. I did that so the buildings wouldn't block my view and I could see the whole city at once, or at least the nearest surroundings. A flock of huge sparrows flew through me. All of them were about the size of cats, and their leader was more like a damned pterodactyl. It was a terrifying animal, with wings covered in claws and hooks, and talons that seemed to me like they could tear a person in half in a single swipe. Ugh. But whatever. I didn't want to tangle with monsters like that. They were worse than zombies, if you could believe it. Lean, agile, and very violent, judging from the torn-up pigeon in the claws of one of them. Plus the victim was no smaller than its predator. They were flying pretty fast, but just like the dogs, they could feel my presence, and the flock made 2 wide turns to satisfy their curiosity. Then they lost interest in me and disappeared over the horizon, rushing off to a park somewhere. And, as far as I could recall, there were squirrels in the park. It was scary to imagine what kind of monsters they had turned into. Having flown about 50 feet in the air, I stopped and looked around the surroundings attentively. The points I had put into perception paid dividends. I used to not be able to brag about my eyesight, but now I could at least see things in the distance much clearer. Theoretically, it should have also sharpened my other senses, like smell and hearing, but I hadn't yet noticed it. But this wasn't bad. I couldn't help but pay attention to the large groups of people. Humanity was alive, and it was fighting back. And even though there were 10 times as many zombies, the groups of hunters were not afraid to show their faces outside. To the east, about a mile away from me, I could see flashes of explosions. Some people were giving it to a small pile of deadies, while at the same time filling up a semi-truck with provisions and essential goods. About half a mile to the west, people were breaking through the horde on some kind of massive SUV, dragging a huge generator behind them, which was followed by a smaller car loaded to the gills with all sorts of junk. People were leaving the city, but only so they could get a breather and come back here with new powers and abilities. I wasn't planning to fly off anywhere. I was good here, and in the woods the animals might be worse than even the deadies. The land was being reclaimed there now anyway. Even in the park, where 3 hairless squirrels and 4 sick hamsters lived, there was a fight to the death going on, and they hadn't even been predators. What was happening now with the herd of wolves, or with mountain lions? Even before, they would have killed anything that moved, and now they would just be going all out. No, it was too soon for that. I spent a few more minutes watching down over the bustling people and the swarming deadies. 5 men were slowly breaking through towards a hardware store. They ran from car to car, stopping and getting in control of their surroundings. But right now there were a lot of deadies wandering the streets. A few big guys, a shooter, and a couple hundred regular weaklings. The men were definitely hiding from them. But the desire for tools is alive and well in all red-blooded men. So they, regardless of the danger, continued to make their way forward. And right when they made it to the corner of the building, a leaper jumped out right at them. He had been hiding comfortably in the bushes, waiting for his prey to fall right into his hands. No, they had no chance. There was no point in me helping them either. In just a minute they would all be filling the ranks of the zombies, creating new mutants in the process. Or maybe just strengthening the ones that were already ready. I looked away for a bit. About a quarter-mile down the road, some deadies were trying to break into a semi-truck, which would be no big deal, but there was a vet clinic logo on it, and as far as I could tell, the zombies could sense the life inside, so they decided to eat it. An easy prey, animals, if they were in there. They would be locked in cages, so not able to run away or fight back. The driver was possibly in there, of course, but it was worth checking. Plus, it was on my way. The Smarty that I killed was not far from there at all. There did happen to be life in the semi-truck. 1 lame dog with a bandaged stomach, and a person. A girl, about 25 years old. She had short hair, was fairly tall and thin. She was armed with a sword, ready to face the deadies, standing in front of the animal to protect it. I admired that, I will say. The girl hid the doggo in a cage and put it as high up as possible, covering it with a rag, but they would find the animal anyway, since it was constantly whimpering, and that sound was attracting more and more monsters to the vehicle. They were in a pretty comfortable situation, actually. There were grated windows above them, which let in the light of day, but didn't allow zombies to get in. They didn't have issues with food either. A half-full bag of dog food suggested that the guys there weren't starving. So what, the car won't start? I appeared a safe distance away from the armored and very decisive-looking girl. Motherfucker! She shouted and jumped toward the exit. The zombies outside reacted to it and began beating strongly at the door, so the girl was forced to jump right back. Geez, why does everybody always freak out when I show up? I understood it, but I was still tired of it. However I showed up, they always got scared. Only Brownie, it seemed, reacted calmly. Did I attack you? No, I did not. Chill out. Tell me right how you ended up here, and why you got out of the cabin and into the trailer. The fact that the girl hadn't come from the street was clear from her uniform. It had the same logo as was on the semi. She hesitated for a while, then visibly relaxed, having realized that I really wasn't about to attack her. I was saving the dog, taking her to a shelter. I wasn't going to leave her. The girl waved her hand to the side. As soon as I got in, they started beating on the door. She shrugged. Where'd you get the sword? Well, from the starting set. She shrugged. And I thought everybody only got knives. I'm afraid to imagine what skill you have. I shook my head. It's not Armageddon, by any chance? No, it's called Tamer. It lets me command animals, but there's a whole bunch of restrictions. Like their level can't exceed mine by more than 5, but half of the experience they get goes to me. The girl said it all quite openly. I would not have told the first person I met all about my abilities. Did you get that from a grey book? I was feeling jealous. They just offered me a point of strength. No, it's a class skill. I picked it myself when I killed my first zombie and ran into the trailer. She shook her head. I always dreamed about a way to spend more time with animals. And where did you come from for real? Is that some kind of skill too? Maybe you can get Basie out, since she can't run too fast since the operation. I'm worried her stitches will come out. The girl had started blabbering like she hadn't had anyone to talk to for a few days. I got bored of that pretty soon, and since she wouldn't let me get a word in edgewise, I just dematerialized and headed outside. She was an interesting girl. Strange, of course, but nobody's perfect. I might have just left her to deal with her problems on her own, but Basie, the dog, who had ended up in this mess along with her, clearly couldn't stand against the hordes of deadies alone. I also figured out why that girl was so talkative. She had left her phone in the cabin and had spent a few days dying of boredom. I also found the first zombie that she killed. It was in the same vet clinic uniform. Well, all right, that's another positive in my book, that she didn't freak out and killed a bitch who had gone crazy. I mean, it was totally possible that she had been wanting to do something like that to him even before all this. The dog in the trailer started whining even louder and zombies were drawn in from all sides, swarming over the semi. If she didn't shut up, even I couldn't help her. But now it was time to get rid of dead weight. My cleave attack easily separated dozens of heads from their bodies, and as long as I still had mana, I kept flying around the semi, taking out regular zombies. But there were also stronger guys among them. The two big guys hadn't even noticed my efforts. There were also regular deadies that had reached high levels, who, while wounded, could still stand up to my weapon's ability. That might be an issue in the future. I had just stopped paying attention to the weaklings, and now they've started getting stronger and more durable. But the dog started whining again, and this time it seemed like she was trying to draw in as many monsters as possible on purpose. Clearly her surgery went badly, and she wanted to die as quickly as possible. I couldn't see any other reason for her to hate herself like this. Now, in addition to the two big guys, another one came who was even bigger. Almost 9 feet tall, completely covered in bone armor. He plodded toward the semi, and with a single hit of his massive fist, covered in short, curved spikes, he easily broke through the outside of the trailer. I could clearly hear how the girl hit the zombie's hand with her sword, but he just peeped pitifully and jumped to the side. Yeah, there was no use in chopping at a monster like that. You had to find the weak points and only attack there. But there was no time to think, since the two other big guys also started beating on the semi with renewed vigor, making it rock back and forth. But there was nothing else I could do. Once I started it, I had to finish it. I spent 10 durability to clear the field of deadies once again, then materialized and stabbed the main big guy in the neck. I aimed there because a lot of them have weak points there, but the point just clanged off the hard surface of bones, and the monster turned around suddenly, looking for his attacker. But by then I was already on the roof of the vehicle, swinging my weapon as strong as I could to drive the blade straight into the back of his skull. No way this monster could survive a hit like that. Your group is being offered a chance to take a test. Underground. Difficulty, moderate. Awaiting response from team leader. Affirmative response. Test starts in 10, 9. Son of a bitch! I knew that I would soon be taken God knows where, and then the big guys would just tear both the semi-truck and everything inside it to pieces. I mean, I hadn't promised anybody anything. But 9 seconds? It was more than enough. Swing! The blade sliced through his thick skull, and a second later, a massive spike fist flew right through me. 8. Crack! My blade pierced a knee joint from behind, and the big guy started to fall forward. 7. The body fell through me, landing on the concrete with a crack and a groan, and I, rematerializing, but a little to the side this time, took a wide swing to hit the bastard. The blade hit him on the neck, but there were just cracks on his bone armor. I would have to do it a couple more times. 6. His spiked fist whistled past me again, cracking into the road surface, causing it to be covered in cracks. But I was distracted by the two other big guys who had come in just in time to help their comrade. 5. 4. The high-level big guy lying on the ground tried to knock me down with a powerful hit once again, but his fist, missing its target, cracked apart the legs of his comrade, who had also wanted to catch me. A moment later I appeared again and swung a killing blow from above, breaking through the neck vertebrae of the big guy with the broken legs. 3. The other one was lying next to him, having been knocked in the back of the head with my brass knuckles. I had materialized right on his shoulders and activated my weapon skill, slamming it down with all my might and once again getting covered in the stuff inside one of these monster skulls. 2. Cleave. Regular zombies were drawn in by the sounds of the fight, so I had to call their ranks. Whatever, I had gray spheres enough, I would just get repair sets from them. Right afterward, not paying attention to anything, I started laying down blow after blow, aiming first at the eyes and then the neck of the mutant. 1. Just die already! I shouted, so angry at this beast that would just not give up the ghost. The blade had already pierced through the bone, and now it was squelching fountains of rotten black blood out of the injury in the monster's throat. Over and over my weapon stabbed in deeper and deeper, and eventually I could feel that I was just about to sever the beast's spine. Transfer activated. Chapter 20. Everything was just like last time. A couple of moments of darkness, and then I was standing in a place I didn't know. But this time, instead of an endless field, there were the arches of a cave in front of me. You couldn't say that it was too cramped here, and the lighting was completely acceptable, but still it was kind of uncomfy. I looked around and found my team. The people were looking all over, not understanding what was going on. They were expecting something like this, but still, the first transfer is always strange. Your brain simply doesn't want to accept that you were just in a familiar area, and then within a second you find yourself who the hell knows where. "What's up, G's?" I said, waving my hand, stepping away from them. "I suggest you don't come near me, otherwise you'll be left without mana." It would have been good to restore my reserves using theirs, But if this place was really as dangerous as the internet said it was, then it would be better for them to save their strength. But no matter, I would go first. I didn't want to share the rewards or the experience.
Okay. Have you already been in a test like this?
The first one to come to was Brownie, who immediately asked me a question. No, I smiled and shrugged. But I have a crystal ball, I said and took the head out of my inventory. Gosha, what should we do?
Go to the rock, you idiots, and you'll know everything,
growled the head.
And don't put me in your inventory, dickhead. You're going to die here anyway, so I could survive.
And what do I do with the stone? I ignored his request. Touch it, or what?
How am I supposed to know that? There is nothing but the stone that stands out from everything else here.
Gosha grinned.
You think I know everything here? You have to raise my level, and then I tell you stuff.
I had to raise his level still. Let him prove his usefulness first. Happening to drop Gosha on the floor, I touched him with my leg to put him back in my inventory. Actually, I could look for some kind of life and feed the freak. I mean, he would really be more useful then. Otherwise, I could just use him as an unpleasant conversation partner, nothing more. And I need to question him about his usefulness again, in more detail. I never even figured out how to give him skills.
Can you not take that piece of crap out around us?
I heard from one of the fighters. He was around the same age as the bald guy, a little less than 40. But he was of medium build and armed with 2 brass knuckles. I would have to find out who had what skills in order to know how to use them. 2 heads are better than 1, I said, putting an instructive finger in the air. Let's introduce ourselves so that I can use your names when I swear at you, like so. I'm Casp. I can disappear and reappear whenever and wherever I want.
So you can escape here too?
Growled the man with the brass knuckles.
Oleg, why the hell did you kick out Misha and take this guy? Out of pity?
He asked Brownie, glaring at me angrily.
Calm down,
he answered quietly.
You're making a lot of noise. Gasp, what now? Are we going to the stone, or do you have another plan?
Give me a minute. I'll go do reconnaissance. I nodded and vanished into thin air to the surprised gasps of the team.
Ah, shit! What if he sneaks up behind me now?
Hissed the fighter with the brass knuckles angrily through his teeth. So what? It definitely won't be the first time for you, ha ha! Brayed the fighter with the spear, who looked like a palm tree. He was tall, skinny, with an unkempt mop of hair on his head. The rest held back their laughter, and all I could do was shake my head. Impossible to find good help. Not listening to them anymore, I headed off to check out the area. As far as I understood, the test itself had not yet started. Yeah, we had been transported to its specific location, and we had a fight ahead of us, but that didn't mean anything yet. What's more, it seemed like we were now locked into a spacious and rather long room. The arches near its entrance seemed like a cave, but after flying about 100 feet, I realized that the place had felt the touch of sentient beings. I wasn't going to bet that they were human beings, though, since the architecture was fairly unfamiliar to the eye, and at the end of the place was an exit that was now tightly sealed up with a stone. And what was surprising to me was that I couldn't fly through it. It was like I was pressed up against a wall. The system wasn't going to let me go any farther, even though I was incorporeal. That was annoying. I wanted to see first what we would have ahead of us. I was sure this stone door bolt would fall aside as soon as we touched the starting rock. What would happen next, we could only guess. Well then, nothing is clear, we have to start the test. I appeared by the stone, waiting for everyone else to touch it, and then put my own hand on its rough grey surface. The rock was suddenly covered with a blue light, and runes appeared on its surface. Task: kill the main boss of the underground. Difficulty: moderate. Enemies: 118. Bosses: 2. The test begins in 30 minutes. 29:59. 29:58. The timer started counting down the seconds, but I continuing studying the fascinating stone. Besides the main menu, there were also a few tabs. For example, one of them let us see a map in advance. The test was presented as a series of fairly long caves, and it was a very good thing that there was artificial light there in the form of torches. Otherwise, the guys would have a tough time, even if they had pretty powerful flashlights in their inventories. We would come across some branching paths along the way, but if we always stayed to the right, then no matter what, we would never get lost. There were also 2 rooms where, as far as I could tell, the bosses would be waiting for us. I thought it would be worth it to kill everything, since that's what the value of the rewards was based on. After studying the map, I went to the menu item that said Group. There was a list of all the participants in the test, with their names, levels, and classes.
"Are you really a ghost?"
The berserker murmured with surprise in his voice. That was what the guy with the brass knuckles class was called.
"A gold class?
Holy shit! The men started loudly discussing my accoutrements, while Brownie tried to calm them down as best he could. He himself was a green class. Thanks to that tab, I didn't even have to get to know them. All of that was shown in their profiles. Brownie, aka Oleg, had gotten the green class, Beast. I think there was a ton of them on the planet. As far as I recalled, there was also a grey version of the class with the same name. I think the quality of the beast that the owner of the class could turn into depended on that. Like a grey first-level beast could turn into a normal dog or parrot. That would be funny. But a large, powerful bear, that was cool. Increased regeneration, thick fur, powerful claws, and iron jaws. And also the ability to run fast with a huge mass capable of knocking down even the densest sets of enemies. Being able to swim and even climb trees. It was high value. And a useful fighter, no argument here. In fact, his attacking capabilities were even higher than mine. You could not say the same for the rest of the members of the team. The berserker had picked the name Slob. Judging from what I saw from the other members of the team, they just took something with the first letter of their last names so they wouldn't get confused later. He really looked like a berserker. He would start shouting and cursing at the drop of a hat. I could only guess about his abilities, but it seemed to me that he was designed to massacre. For a long time, persistently and brutally, and the more they got hit, the stronger he would become. I was suddenly reminded of the masochist ring that the guy at the store was bragging about. I think it would be great for our berserker. If he managed to survive this underground cave, I would have to make a deal and get that unique artifact for him. The boy that looked like a palm tree had called himself Bale. I didn't know what his last name was, but his new nickname definitely came from his head. His class was pretty boring, just called Spearman. He had come to the test with his spear at the ready. Later I would be able to see how effectively he used that weapon, and what his class did for him. The other one I recognized as the Air Mage. I had noticed him a long time ago when he had almost hit me with his spell in the very first days, while he was training in one of the rooms. A boy of about 20 years old and half a head shorter than me. He was armed with a bow and had chosen his class. Air. It seemed like a good combination, especially if he knew how to use the weapon he had. "All right, now we've been introduced," I smiled. "And now I want to remind you that you should not come closer than 50 feet to me, or you won't have any power or mana left." They immediately looked at their interfaces and took a few steps back, looking at me in surprise.
"What are you? Some kind of energy vampire?"
growled the berserker angrily. "Well, yeah, I am." I was surprised. "I did tell you to stay away. That wasn't for no reason." They grumbled for a while, but Brownie calmed them down and started giving out instructions. Everyone already knew their roles, like who would take point and who would bring up the rear, but there were no tasks for me, or he just didn't want to risk telling me what to do. While they were getting their tasks, I put my hand back on the rock to set about studying the last remaining tab. There was no way I was going to pass up looking it over, since it was called the Bestiary. Unfortunately, there was no information about the bosses at all, but I could look over 3D models of the other creatures we were about to fight. I had already guessed that it would be something fantastical. The system had already shown me that it didn't have any imagination of its own and pulled all of its stuff from ours. Right now, it had picked some kinds of skeletons to be our enemies. It was most probable that they were just zombies that had rotten away as much as possible. The flesh had disappeared over time, and now the white bones continued to serve their mindless, bloodthirsty hosts until someone knocked their skulls in. Ahead, we would face skeletons of 4 types, to put it simply. Normal ones that were no different from human ones, except that the bones were noticeably wider and they were definitely shorter in height. Big guys? Those ones were the height of an average person, but more massive, and they were also covered with bone armor. We would also come across skinny weaklings among our enemies. Their hands were stretched long and they moved on all fours, like macaques. And the last ones were the shooters. Those would be the hard ones. But most likely I would take care of them personally. The descriptions of the monsters convinced me completely that these creatures had once been zombies. The only thing was that their eyes glowed with a red fire, and they also had a barely noticeable red light around their solar plexus. Maybe they had something like the crystals our zombies had there. But why is the light?
Hey, I wanted to say thank you.
I was distracted by Brownie's voice. He offered me his hand, and I shook it without thinking about it. What for? I frowned. Definitely not for dragging him into this test.
Well, you saved us. When you left, the zombie forces first got stronger, but then weakened considerably, and the strongest ones ran away, and that was the only reason we could withstand them.
He trailed off. I could tell that it was uncomfortable for him to communicate with anyone too. That was part of the deal, don't worry, I said, waving my hand. I thought you were thanking me for the sporting goods that I left in one of the rooms there.
What?
His eyes narrowed.
Why didn't you say anything? A lot of us don't have enough. People are sleeping on the concrete floor and eating cold food.
I just shrugged in response. I thought they would at least look through the rooms once in a while. Well, now they knew at least. I mean, if we make it back. To stop him from being upset, I offered him a can of beer. He wasn't about to turn that down and down the whole thing under the envious eyes of his fighters. 14:27. 14 minutes. We could prepare better, it seemed. In principle, I would be the main strike force, but we had no idea how the bosses would look, so it was possibly that the team would also have to join in going through the test, and I thought it would be best to give everyone a set of potions. I had more than enough potatoes, so I didn't need to save them. I mean, these were the exact situations I was saving them for. I had 233 potatoes in total, and I gave everybody 20 of them, so they could all try their luck. I got 2 mana potions, while the rest of them got their own set of red and blue vials. But the berserker was less lucky than everyone else. He only got buckwheat and rice, which he swore and moaned about very loudly. I had to share a red vial with him and warn Brownie that he shouldn't let the berserker open up any more rewards in the future. He would definitely just get trash.
All right, yeah. How are we going to split up the rewards?
The berserker asked, a reasonable question once he had calmed down. There were 7 minutes left until it started, so we were just sitting around. They were in their group, and I was a bit away from them. Evenly, I shrugged. Half for me, half for you.
Hey, that's not right.
He leaped up from his spot.
We share it how it was offered. Everyone gets an equal share.
Could you get through the underground without me? No, but I can without you, I said, playing with some blue potatoes in my hand. I had decided that I definitely needed stats more than a tasty dinner now, so I decided to pop them in my mouth. My perception went up by 1 point, but I couldn't see any obvious changes, as usual, besides a slight headache. What was weird was that I never usually felt as bad after eating as I did when I used my stat points. Clearly, the system didn't like when you took things into your own hands. The berserker yelled even louder, and only when Brownie got to his feet did he chill a little. It was clear that he respected his commander, and didn't want to defy him.
We don't know what rewards there will be, so let's not count our chickens before we catch them. I mean, you got it.
Oleg sighed, a little embarrassed at the end of his speech. The guys broke out laughing, and the discomfort eventually went away. There is another way. I can pay you in advance. I offered this option 4 minutes before the test started. Your equipment is total shit. I have some spheres that you can open and all of you can take what you need. But you have to hurry. They hesitated for a few seconds, but finally they all agreed. There was definitely not enough time, so I immediately started taking green spheres out of my inventory, opening them up, and throwing the items I got on the ground. The guys would pick what they wanted themselves. In total, I had 20 uncommon items, but I decided not to be selfish, since I would have to deal with this backlog of rewards sooner or later anyway. Plus, one way or the other, I'd filched these 20 spheres from them anyway. Bow, uncommon, perception +3, bullseye, 300 out of 300. Description, mana, 10 out of 10. Bullseye is an active ability allowing you to shoot an arrow at a distance, 10 feet times perception of the shooter. The arrow is guaranteed to hit the target. Recharges in 1 minute. Cost, 5 mana/durability. I immediately regretted my offer, but the archer nearly jumped for joy, immediately grabbing the new item. It really was a great bow. It would not go amiss to get my hands on one like it, since then I wouldn't even have to learn how to shoot. Just notch a fire arrow and shoot it straight into their eye. Even a big guy couldn't stand up against that. But what could you do? And this was the right decision anyway. I mean, how dangerous undergoing this test would be really depended on their strength anyway, and I would find new spheres. Also, I wanted to use just the blue ones. The green ones were whatever. Then came the pieces of armor. The guys didn't leave anything on the ground, immediately trying on their new stuff, but nobody took anything from anyone else. Everything was fair, and everybody took care to make sure none of them ended up weaker because of someone else's greed. The only interesting thing that came out was a hammer, one part of a set. It had an ability called Throw. The description said that once per minute you could throw your weapon at a target, and as soon as it started slowing down it would begin to come back to its owner's hand. It was like a Mjolnir, except it couldn't cool lightning. It was a pretty useful feature for a hammer to have. After that we got all kinds of rings and cloves, and in the very last sphere there was a quiver of enchanted arrows. They had air magic within them, so they would fly even farther, and they would never fall apart on any hit. We also ended up having to share 2 repair kits, since they were not small ones but medium ones. I announced finally that if I didn't get one of them, then we might all die. Nobody was going to argue with that, so I increased my halberd's durability by 150 points right before the test started. The guys were discussing their new stuff animatedly, bragging about their new abilities, the durability of their armor, and the features of their weapons. While they did that, I went up to the stone and put my hand on it. Time remaining until the test begins. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. Activating my dematerialization ability, I flew calmly up to the stone slab that blocked the entrance. The timer was counting down the last seconds, but I felt not the slightest fear or nervousness. Maybe this was one of the abilities of a ghost. Most likely. Everything around was quiet and calm. The fighters were gripping their weapons, getting ready for the fight. They were nervous, but it was nothing to me. No, more than that. I wanted to see as soon as possible what challenges the system had come up with for us. 2 seconds. 1 second. Chapter 21. The stone was covered in cracks within seconds and crumbled into pieces, with a corridor leading into the depths of the underground appearing before me. Defying my expectations, a stream of monsters didn't come streaming out of the now open entrance, and nothing was visible in the distance. It was like the skeletons had decided to set up an ambush, to come out of the woodwork at the worst possible moment. And that is actually what happened. First off, I flew about 50 feet into the depths, and only then did I spot a patrol in the distance. A big guy, accompanied by 5 normal skeletons and 2 leapers, was walking right toward me, but as soon as he reached the turn, he turned back around, slowly pottering back with his entourage hobbling behind him. After 10 minutes, they had gone back and forth a few times, and when they started heading away from me once again, I decided to materialize. I had to check how they would act and figure out the best way to fight them. Obviously, I would have to either break their skulls or crack them off their necks. But they did have those crystals in their chests, and it made sense to try and stab them there. On the other hand, the area was pretty well protected for each monsters, and that approach might be hard to pull off. As soon as I appeared and my feet touched the ground, I heard a rustling behind me. Turning, I saw 2 skeletons crawling right out of the ground. They had grown in the earth and were now stretching out slowly to attack me within a few seconds and feast on my fresh, warm flesh. But I wasn't going to give them the pleasure. The first one had just lifted his head when my halberd hit him right on the skull, and the second one could only get his arm stretched forward by the time the sharp point hit him right in the eye, breaking his face and destroying his head. The bones crashed down and crystals fell out of the bodies. They weren't shining so brightly now, but still, in the semi-darkness, you could still see a dim flickering of a reddish fire trapped inside. I immediately thought that this must be the soul of the dead, but I wasn't about to fill my head up with unnecessary pondering and waved it away. I put the crystals into my inventory, then headed back. They had no hearing and no sight, I was sure of that. The enemy eyes of the patrol stared at me indifferently, unblinking, and I disappeared around the corner, headed back to the starting room.
So?
The fighters met me at the entrance of the underground.
Did you see anyone?
Yeah, no big deal really. You stay here for now, I'll take care of it, and if I need something, I'll call you. I was just about to disappear, but I stopped. Don't follow me. The monsters come right out of the floor, and that might be a problem for you. I reminded them again, since I really didn't want to share my rewards later. In response, I heard only dissatisfied grumbling, but nobody was going to argue with me directly. At least Brownie nodded, and the others simply couldn't disagree with him. Vanishing into the air, I flew back to the patrol, and without warning activated my cleave attack, taking out all the leapers and 3 of the normal skeletons right away. Then, while they were turning around, looking for their opponent, I materialized behind them and with a sweeping blow turned another skeleton into a pile of bones. Really, they were pretty easy opponents. My weapon wasn't getting stuck in their rotten meat, so there was no point in constantly disappearing to pull the blade out of their bodies. So, jumping backwards, I attacked the nearest enemy again, stabbing him right in the face. I almost paid dearly for that. The enemies turned out to be pretty fast, and as soon as they found me, they immediately rushed to attack me. Our zombies were not nearly that speedy, maybe because... Zombie skeleton, level 10. The system even called them something else, but it was true that in this case he really was withered. The only thing that recalled his former shape was the pieces of dried flesh and scraps of clothing. Some of them also had pieces of medieval armor hanging off of them, and judging from the fact that they weren't system items, you can make a guess about the history of this group of people. But I would worry about that after I took care of the underground. His spiky fist whistled through me at an unbelievable speed, but the big guy hadn't even finished his punch before I appeared next to him with my weapon held high. Thankfully, the height of the roof and the width of the corridors allowed me to swing my halberd without even thinking about it. The blade crashed down onto a thick bone, but I wasn't able to break through it with my first hit. The weapon just left some traces and cracks behind, nothing more. His bones were too solid to try to break them in half, so I started hitting him in the joints. I cut down the last regular skeleton in passing, smashing his neck with my axe a few times, and only then setting myself onto the big guy seriously. This was my first enemy like this, so I had to figure out with him exactly where it would be best to hit the next ones. First, I tried his lower extremities. His knee joints looked to be very strong in themselves, but on top of that they were covered with bone growths on all sides. The bone growths were segmented, but they only opened up when the monster moved, like when he sat or the opposite, when he fully extended his legs. To hit them, I would have to guess the right moment, and I didn't want to do that. Or I couldn't if there was a bunch of mutated monsters around me. His spine was also pretty thick, not worth even trying to cut it, and it was also protected by additional bones. His head was like a clothes iron. There was nowhere to hit, since you couldn't break through that upper floor, except that you might be able to get through by the eyes, but the places that were left with openings were so small that the halberd just couldn't get in. I would have to try with my bow. Before figuring out that archery was really not my thing, I had already wasted 5 arrows, and all of them immediately turned to dust upon touching him, since he was a really tough target. I wasn't about to waste my fire arrows, and trying to burn those bones wouldn't work anyway, since the arrows wouldn't have anything to catch onto. While doing that, 2 more skeletons came out of the floor. That was because I'd moved around during the fight and disturbed some remains. But I didn't let them get up, just knocked them down before they even arose. If a whole horde of them started rising up, that would be a problem, but taking care of 2 of them was just too easy. Don't get up, guys. There's no need for that much formality. After taking care of the normal ones, I switched back to the big guy. He was flying toward me at full speed, hoping to knock me off my feet and trample me into the ground with his powerful paws. But at the last moment, his victim vanished into thin air, and he slammed into the stone wall at full speed, smashing his head into it and creating a localized earthquake. He really was a clothes iron. Without slowing down, I appeared behind him again, looking for weak points, by constantly stabbing at him. His ribs were covered. I couldn't get through underneath either, since there was a bone on his diaphragm too, completely covering the crystal. Wherever I looked, there were bones. He had too much calcium when he was alive, the bastard. That had to be it. But still I didn't stop in my attempt to get the bastard. After hitting the wall, he came to his senses basically right away and started swinging his massive fist like a millstone. Each time that his powerful hand, covered in spikes, flew through me, I materialized again and tried to hit him in the eye or nose. But it was all useless. It was as if he had bones welded over every hole, and the only way to get to the bastard would be to break through them. But for that, I would need a blunt weapon. Brass knuckles were good, but a hammer would be even better. You haven't thrown away your old hammer, have you? I scared the fighters by appearing right behind them.
Jesus! When are you going to stop doing that?
Shouted the berserker. He had jumped higher to my appearance than anyone else.
Never,
said Brownie. After a few seconds he handed me his old weapon.
But it has very little durability left.
I nodded at him, dematerialized, and headed back. What was weird was that the big guy had completely forgotten about my existence, and had kept patrolling his duty area. What was worse, the bastard had completely healed all his injuries, and was now walking through the tunnel proudly, alone, and without a care in the world. When he was far away, I picked up the crystals from the regular skeletons, and then followed behind him. I wanted to know from how far away those monsters could sense me. It seemed to be about 50 feet. I had no strong feelings about that information, but still better to know than be left in the dark. They sensed life. They couldn't see, they couldn't hear, they just sensed. It made no difference if I was moving or standing still, if I was behind his back or lingering in front of his face. He pinpointed me just the same, always within those 50 feet. Or it could be 40. They were all a little different. But that was only when I was a person. He couldn't feel a ghost at all, unlike those animals. And ghosts were, by definition, undead. It was an interesting thought, but it didn't do me any good either. I could think about it for a while later, but definitely not now. With the hammer, everything went much smoother and faster. I appeared right on his shoulders, slamming the weapon right into the back of his head, and then immediately disappeared, but only for a second. Then I did it again. Every time the cracks spread wider, and eventually his skull finally couldn't hold out any longer and cracked into pieces. As soon as the beast died, the force holding his bones together disappeared, and they clattered onto the floor, but I was no longer afraid of making sounds, since the only people who could hear here were those 4 former police officers, and they wouldn't dare give me a ticket for a misdemeanor, even if I were to make a drunken fool of myself. The big guy's chest held a crystal of a larger size, and it glowed significantly more brightly than those of the regular skellies. Even though I didn't know what it might do for me, I still put it in my inventory. If it was useless, then I would just throw it away. Warhammer, normal, 54 out of 300. Description: a normal warhammer. It can strike, it can be thrown. If necessary, it may be used as a tool. I looked at my new weapon and read the description. Theoretically, there was nothing there that you could argue with the system about, cursing it for some kind of deliberate omission. Everything was accurate and to the point, except the durability was really crap. I think it would 1 or 2 big guys before I would have to stand guiltily before Brownie and ask for forgiveness. I'm joking, of course. I had given him something much better, and in the right hands you could do a whole lot with it. And if he was upset about it, then he could stick that cool thing right up his useless ass. At least I tried. In any case, to avoid losing my weapon at the worst possible moment, I opened up a dozen grey spheres, throwing all of the useless stuff right on the floor. There were no hammers among the rewards, but I did get a repair kit, so now my new weapon had 104 points of durability. That should be enough. I tossed the hammer into my inventory and immediately started forward. There was no point in dematerializing, since if I did, nothing would come out of the floors. Then I would have to go through this corridor again and clean up the leftovers. That would be an unnecessary waste of time. At first, everything went swimmingly. The deadies would start rising up, and I would immediately chop them down with my halberd, and they couldn't do anything to me. But the farther I went on, the more often I ran into them, and eventually the walls next to me crashed open and 2 big guys came out of them. They immediately tried to grab me and squish me. Oh, go hug yourselves. I had already made a habit of turning on my class skill, so I would disappear at the hint of any danger right away, flying off to a safe distance. They did actually end up in an embrace, so it was no difficulty for me to climb up on the shoulders of one of them and start beating his bald skull with my hammer. They didn't stay holed up for long, and I noted for myself once again that every type of enemy needed their own weapon. Some of them were easiest to take out with a bow, the halberd worked best against crowds, and a normal hammer worked wonders on the big guys. Although this was more like a sledgehammer, but no matter. It would definitely be worth it to get a set of everything I needed. I would pick something that worked against the acid spitters, find the perfect thing to quickly and easily get rid of leapers. My strong point was that I could constantly disappear and reappear exactly where I needed to be, and with exactly the right weapon that I needed at that moment. There were a lot of positives to my class, but that was one of the big ones. The farther I went on, the more often I was attacked from all sides, both by big guys and by crowds of normal skeletons. Once I fell into an ambush. The tunnel made a sharp 90-degree turn, and as soon as I turned the corner, I ran into another patrol. But in addition to a big guy and 2 leapers, there was also a shooter. That mutant had a different body shape than ours, above ground. He fired out of 2 cannons on his shoulders in turn, and he didn't have to bend down to aim. Because of that, he shot twice as fast, and there was no point in even considering taking him on in a duel with a bow in your hands. As soon as they noticed me, I immediately hid around the corner, but deadies had started gathering behind me, cutting off my retreat. 4 regular zombies and 2 leapers had come out of the floor and the walls and came right in for an attack on this unlucky traveler. But he just up and disappeared. Bad planning. A normal group would have just been shot right down here. Mine too, actually, but thankfully I didn't take them with me. I didn't think those guys were weak, and getting through the underground with 5 people would be much faster. But I thought that if I killed everyone here, or practically everyone all on my own, the system would appreciate it. I spent more time with this group than any other. It was the shooter who ruined everything, shooting spikes at me as soon as I materialized. So I had to materialize for him to unload both of his cannons, and only then could I appear again to attack. Thankfully, my mana now ran out much more slowly. There was the fact that my total amount had increased, but my rare skill that absorbed it from the monsters around me also helped, and also from my allies, if they ever decided to join the fun. In the end, I had to lure the skeletons around the corner. I'd wanted to use the head for that, but my opponents couldn't hear anything, so Gosha would only attract Brownie and his compatriots with his yelling. All right, it was time for me to take this head and level it up a little. As soon as the bony monsters started running after me, I started making some sharp zigzags, not letting the shooter aim, and after a few seconds I vanished into the air, heading toward him at max speed. The blade of my halberd cut through the smooth bones at the back of his skull with a crack, putting a significant hole there, and my second hit caused the monster to fall into pieces. Farther along, everything was just as before. I knocked down the regular skeletons with my cleave attack, and messed up the big guys with a hammer. Eventually, that started to get boring, and even though the crystals that were piling up in my inventory warmed my heart, this test was starting to drag on. But strangely enough, there were no more surprises awaiting me farther along. Sure, sometimes mutants broke out of the walls, and whole groups of normal skeletons came up from the floor. There was even another patrol, but I took care of them in about 5 minutes. There were branches in the path, and I went down each of them to completely wipe out all of the sons of bitches here. I was so sure that the more monsters I could finish off, the better my reward would be. Eventually I saw that the corridor had ended, leading into a wide open area. After 50 yards I dematerialized, calmly floating into the room, looking around attentively right away. God damn, had they built something here! The place was enormous. It was about 300 feet long, 150 wide, and 200 tall. There were massive, monumental columns, completely carved by unknown ancient masters, and covered in decadent patterns, stretching upwards to hold up hundreds of thousands of tons of stone. The floor and the walls had been made of bright grey stone, polished to perfection, although everything on the ground was covered in a thick layer of dust. The lighting here was not due to ancient torches, like it had been in the cave, but rather a gentle white light shone out of the patterns in the columns. It was an intoxicating sight. I would have looked through every nook and cranny, but my attention was seized by a human figure standing in the exact center of the room. There could be no doubt that this was the first boss. What made him different from the normal monsters was that he still had skin. This was no bare skeleton, but a real-ass sun-dried zombie. I flew around him a couple of times, carefully taking in all his features. He was dressed in scraps of expensive-looking clothing, but the black cloak that looked like it was absorbing the light, and the hood that covered his head, looked like he had just put them on out of the laundry, and that he had washed them with coal. He had gloves on his hands, and 2 daggers on his belt. I didn't notice anything else odd, so judging my chances to be pretty high, I materialized behind him and immediately swung down on him, trying to split his head in half. But my halberd just clanged helplessly on the stone floor, since my opponent had turned into a pitch-black cloud, allowing my weapon to pass right through him. The cloud hung in the air for only a fraction of a second and then disappeared. Just gone. But I couldn't even blink an eye before my back was pierced with a sharp pain, and the 2 bloody tips of the daggers appeared on the other side of my stomach. Chapter 22. Oh, you are fast, you asshole. I didn't understand how he managed to stab me with the 2 daggers that fast, but his attack had taken away half of my health points all at once. And even though I had activated my dematerialization skill almost immediately, that moment was still more than enough for him. Thankfully, though, in my ghost form I didn't feel pain and I didn't bleed. But as soon as I returned to my own body, I would start slowly dying, or maybe not so slowly. As soon as I disappeared, the bastard froze, but the daggers didn't leave his hands, and he was ready to attack me as soon as I appeared. His dried-up face didn't show any emotion, and his empty eyes stared into space in front of him. I couldn't guess what kind of monster this was. I also had no idea how I was going to fight him. But whatever the case was, I had to finish this prick off. Calling the fighters for help was pointless, since he would just slaughter them like kittens, and they would only distract for a few seconds at most. Although I didn't think he could use his teleportation skill as much as he wanted, sooner or later it would run out, and then this would be a completely different fight. As I was thinking, I got as close to him as possible. My mana reached its limit pretty quickly, meaning that this monster had a lot of it, but I was patient. Plus, I had something to do. I had yet to open up rewards or take a potion as a ghost. I simply never considered that it might be possible at all. And now, since I couldn't materialize and I couldn't get away from the boss, I had to experiment. I already had a potion in my inventory, but one would definitely not be enough. So my first task was to open some potatoes. That turned out to be not very convenient, since the plates of food had to go into my inventory, since I couldn't just throw them out. Maybe I was simply doing it wrong. The system had told me from the very first day that my class skill would get better as I did, and it wasn't just talking about levels. I had to put some work into it myself, by learning, experimenting, and practicing. But the only thing I had done up until now was just cheerfully fly through walls and enjoy even that small accomplishment. I didn't think the system had told some archmage all of its spells. More likely, that class just gave you the ability to use magic, and the rest had to be invented by the person himself. He taught himself how to throw fireballs of different shapes and sizes, how to create lightning, and how to turn puddles on the sidewalk into heaps of super sharp icicles. Skills were something else. Using them, any person could throw the same fireball, but its shape, size, speed, temperature, and other factors were all strictly controlled by the system, in accordance with the level of the skill. Once I had come to these conclusions, I had to think about classes, and I thought that was rather important information. Sure, I would have to ask some people about this more in detail, but I thought I was right. With the potions, everything seemed simple. As soon as I concentrated on it with the desire to use it, it simply disappeared and my health bar started slowly going up. I had to take 3 bottles, since waiting for my health to come back completely would otherwise have taken way too long. In the future, I was sure this experience would save my life more than once, and that was just the beginning. My class would expand its limits and show me its true power. This time I decided not to attack from behind. He would sense me anyway, so what was the use? This way, maybe I could stab him in the eye, or at least I could try. But as soon as I materialized, he turned into a dark cloud again and teleported behind me. But this time I was ready, and disappeared before he could hit me with a cheap shot. And I wasn't going to leave his attempt unpunished, swinging my weapon to let off a cleave attack, hitting him right in the neck. No, his mana still hadn't run out. Somehow he managed to react and once again turned into a cloud, teleporting a few feet away. But you can't jump around like that forever, dickbag. This time I appeared farther away, about 50 feet away, and as soon as I materialized, I loosed a normal arrow at my opponent. I hadn't even thought about aiming at his head. I just needed to wear the monster out enough that he couldn't dodge all my attacks. But somehow that's where it landed. Deadies don't get tired, but I am a pretty patient dude. So in this regard we are on equal footing. The fighters had a lot of food left, so they wouldn't starve, and I hoped that they wouldn't join the fray without orders due to boredom. 20 arrows missed completely. Each time the boss easily avoided them and instantly teleported behind me to hit me with signature move using the 2 daggers. But I already knew that strategy, so nothing came of it for him, just wasting mana for nothing. Not all of the arrows remained intact, but those that didn't turn to dust I put into my inventory. I kept wearing the bastard down, appearing in random places over and over. And eventually I managed to hit the bitch. Maybe not in the head, but still it was great news. He was getting tired, and sooner or later he would completely lose the ability to hide from me in his black cloud. Or maybe his mana was running out. I continued to use up the rest of my arrows, and within a couple of minutes there were 5 of them sticking out of the boss, but all of them in his chest. He wasn't leaving his head vulnerable. But even so, he still hadn't given up on trying to get me. He ran fairly fast too, still dodging arrows comparatively well, at least those that flew towards his head. What was bad was that every time I disappeared, he stopped, so I couldn't use the trick that had won me the victory with the gorilla. And here, it was easier to use the cleave attack. He tried to avoid the bright wave of light that was flying out of my weapon, but where to? He moved extremely swiftly. But even his reaction with dexterity through the roof couldn't help him entirely avoid getting injured. But I didn't manage to get him in the neck. After a few attacks, I'd ripped up his chest, cut his legs, and even got a glancing blow on his head, knocking the bastard's hood off and tearing up his scalp. Only then did some emotion appear on his face, but there was no fear in his eyes. The mask of indifference on his face had snapped into a mask of fury and rage. I was standing only a few feet away from him, so I could see everything in detail, but he just kept standing there like a statue, waiting for me to appear again. He was angry. That's what it meant. Maybe now he would start doing something stupid. What was amazing was that, despite all of my attacks, his cloak remained whole and undamaged, just like his hood, which had gotten a direct hit. I was sure that the thing was definitely uncommon, maybe even rare, and would soon be in my own collection. Around this bastard, my mana came back like crazy, so right away I could continue terrorizing the poor, infuriated boss. And that was a fairly interesting fact. His reserves were at about 0, but my ability was still absorbing it like crazy. It seemed like the percentages were based off the maximum amount. He was going around the spacious room like a madman, running around the columns that I sometimes hid behind, and after half an hour of this wild goose chase, he even started moaning at his own impotence. No, he did have some emotions, and that was amazing. My arrows ran out pretty quickly, and I wasn't about to use the fire ones, since I was very much afraid of damaging his clothes. They were almost mine now, and ruining such a beautiful cloak would be idiotic. So I had to get up close and personal again. I started to appear next to him, doing swift hits with my halberd, then immediately vanishing into the air, materializing back on the other side. The deadie easily avoided all of my attacks, and it seemed like he could keep this up forever. But eventually I took the advice in the hammer's description, appearing about 5 feet away from the monster and threw the weapon almost without aiming. He skillfully dodged my clumsy throw, but at that moment I stabbed him in the back of the head with my halberd. Phew. I sat down on the stone floor in disbelief that it was over. The monster's remains fell down right there, but I was just too exhausted to pick up or even simply look at the rewards. To avoid wasting time, I began opening up my potatoes. Soon I had a whole mountain of food and 3 potions in front of me. Only after I used them could I appreciate life again. And then right away I got to my feet and approached the corpse splayed out on the floor. Yes, it was very important to have a stockpile of potatoes, at least for situations like this. If it weren't for the potion, I would have had to rest for many hours, just to be able to keep going with the test. Cloak of Shadow, rare, reaction +5, hit prediction, set shadow clothing, 1 out of 7. Description, hit prediction, a passive skill. You have a 50% chance of foreseeing an attack a quarter of a second before it hits you. Set skill. When in darkness, you will get a 3 times bonus to the following stats: Perception, Reaction, dexterity. You will also gain the following attribute: imperceptibility. Not bad. It wouldn't help me that much, of course, but anything was better than this ratty brown cloak. And it looked way cooler, plus it gave me more interesting bonuses. The boss had sensed at least half of my attacks in advance, so he easily dodged them and was able to attack me in return. I was sure that the rest of the set would have similar abilities, allowing me to foresee my opponent's every move. But knowing the system, it probably just wouldn't ever let me collect the whole set. Even this ancient dried-up warrior hadn't been able to. The daggers turned out to be normal, non-system items. They were made out of either stainless steel or silver. I didn't really care about it. In any case, things like that didn't really interest me. But this hood, which also seemed to be an individual item, like my own, both excited me and annoyed me at the same time. It excited me because also being part of the Shadow set, but in everything else it was just a useless plaything. Hood of Shadow, rare, unrecognizable, insight. Set, shadow clothing, 2 out of 7. Description, mana, 10 out of 10. Unrecognizable, a passive skill. Allows the owner to hide his identity. Other creatures will not be able to recognize your face or your name, or any other information about you. Insight, an active skill. Allows you to see general information about any creature in your field of vision. Damage, mana reserves. Level, class, name. Cost, 10 mana. Set skill. When in darkness, you will get a 3 times bonus to the following stats: perception, reaction, dexterity. You will also gain the following attribute: imperceptibility. It could have at least raised my perception or reaction. That would have been a lot more useful, since I wasn't planning on hiding from anyone. On the other hand, the active ability could be useful. Knowing as much as you could about an opponent in advance was definitely worthwhile. It sat comfortably and didn't block my vision, although it did fall over my eyes a little. Basically, it was a comfortable thing that would certainly come in handy eventually. But I put the ratty old brown cloak in my inventory and placed the handsome new one on my head. I had to dig around a bit to get the crystal, but after his death his bones had become much more fragile, so in the end I just carefully smashed through his rib cage with my hammer and grabbed what was in there. This new crystal didn't seem as hefty as the ones I got from the big guys and the shooters. It was just covered with golden calligraphic patterns, which hinted at its higher value. I could only guess what they were for, but with every crystal I got, it felt more clear that somewhere at the end of the test, they would definitely come in handy. It might just be that these red trinkets would turn out to be normal domestic currency. I didn't find anything else interesting in this room. I turned over every corner, just in case. But besides dust, dirt, and ancient rags thrown around, I didn't see a darn thing. Just a waste of time. I had actually been depending on the system's conventions. In a lot of ways it copied video games, and in boss rooms you can often find some kind of hidden treasure. No such luck this time. Too bad. I kept moving on, smashing every deadie that came up into bones along the way. After such a difficult enemy, they just seemed like annoying hindrances in my way, which I had to overcome. I didn't forget to check the dead-end branches either. I encountered skeletons there too, and once a shooter attacked me in an ambush. He came out of the wall, so I wasn't able to catch sight of him, and so he got off the first shot. But literally an instant before the muffled thunk came, something hiccuped inside of me, and I automatically activated my dematerialization skill, allowing the fatal gift to pass right through me. So it works. Most likely the cloak, and even if I probably could have dodged it, still the thing was extremely useful in some way. And who cared that it had a 50-50 chance of working? It was a lot better than nothing. I looked through every dead end carefully. Who knew where treasures might be hidden? What was annoying, though, was that I couldn't fly through the walls here, except for those that separated 2 tunnels, I mean. So it was clear that the system wasn't going to let me pass beyond the limits of the test. There could be 2 reasons for that. Either this place was artificial and was made of only what I could see, Or it could be that everything was happening exclusively within my own mind. Or we were in a different world entirely. That reminded me of the boss. He was clearly not a person, although his face had been significantly worn down and disfigured by time. It still wasn't too hard to figure out that in life he had looked completely different from us. He had been noticeably taller than his withered compatriots, and he had a much more compact physique. Maybe he had been part of the aristocracy or something like that. That was where I got the idea that we had been taken to some new, unexplored world, but that was just an unsubstantiated guess. Eventually, the already broad corridor widened even more, and the torches illuminating it changed into flickering blue patterns, adorning the walls and the ceiling, demonstrating the rich imagination and talent of some unknown master. But more often than not, I was forced to stop admiring the local architecture. Skeletons were now coming from everywhere, from the floor, the walls, and even the ceiling. 2 leapers jumped down from somewhere at the same time, but they landed onto an empty floor and lost their heads. The cleave wave did a great job of taking care of those vulnerable enemies. When I caught sight of an exit in the distance, I hurried up as much as I could. I was super bored of this underground, and I wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Yeah, ideally I would do that alive, so there was no point in asking for trouble. But still, I had at least stopped conserving the durability of my halberd. Every new crystal that I put into my inventory was literally screaming about how I could trade it for something valuable. Just as soon as I finished this, took out the boss and got it done. Thinking that, I burst into the last room and froze. You did a hell of a job here, King. The place was round, shaped like a dome. It was about 300 feet in diameter, maybe even a little more. The roof was covered in patterns that shone even brighter here. Unlike the previous room, here I could see the remnants of a former luxury. The busted-up and worn-out furniture, once luxurious and expensive. The tableware made of both metal and gleaming stones. The scraps of clothing. And the bones. A ton of bones. And in the middle of all of this splendor, right in the center of the room, he was enthroned. The boss, you had to assume. But he, like the last one, was just frozen, seeming like he was asleep. His eyes were closed, and his face expressed complete peacefulness and calm. His pose was also relaxed. He was leaning on the back of the throne with his head nodding a little to the side. A staff was laid over his lap, and it looked fairly costly and high quality. There was no doubt that it was a system item. On top of that, it had to be at least rare, since the grey and green ones looked much more simple, and there was an engraving with a precious gem at the tip. Just like the last boss, I decided to start by studying him, carefully observing him from all sides. He had a flail in his left hand that also looked interesting, but everything else was useless and half falling apart. Even what looked like a crown sitting on his withered head had been battered and corroded by time. I had no idea what had happened here, a massacre for sure. There was at least 100 creatures in this room, and it clearly had not been their intention to die. But what would happen when I materialized? Would those bones maybe form into some kind of mega-skeleton? But the fact was that the bones here were scattered about at random, and it didn't look like it was some kind of zombie army. Plus, I had already killed more than 100 of them, and there should only be one boss left here. I flew around him a few times, carefully taking in every detail that could do me good in the upcoming battle. I didn't know myself what was disturbing me so much about him. I got close and began to stare into his face.
You have found your death here.
A hoarse voice came from literally all sides, and at that very moment the king of the skeletons leapt to his feet, opened his eyes, and stared right at me. A look that promised nothing good. So I immediately put some distance between us, moving over to the side. But he continued flawlessly following me with his eyes, no matter where I flew off to.
You cannot hide. Feel the wrath of the king.
The entire room shouted once more, and a bright flash burst out of the staff, lighting up the whole room in an instant. Chapter 23. "Did you really eat everything?" I said, startling the resting fighters.
"Motherfucker! Would you stop doing that?"
Slob jumped up. Okay, not a great nickname to pick, but still, it meant something.
"I'm going to kill you one."
"Should I knock before I show up?" I cut him off and laughed. "You asked for it."
"You done or what?"
Brownie intoned, annoyed, getting up from the dirty floor.
"We have been sitting around here God knows how long, a whole day at least."
"No," I shook my head. "And I need your help. It was a miracle, let me say, that I got out of the last boss's room. More precisely, because of his stupidity, most probably. As soon as he started yelling so pretentiously, I immediately headed for the exit, predicting that after his monologue, the big bad normally does something terrible. That is essentially what happened. He raised his staff, and after the bright flash, the bones on the floor started moving, forming themselves into some shapeless construction. That would be no problem for me, but the next spell was an attack. Energy started gathering on the tip of the staff, and in a few seconds it turned into a powerful ray, and gleaming with discharges of purple lightning, headed straight at me. And I couldn't even manage to hide from it. It just passed right through me, but even so I lost 30% of my health all at once. Thankfully, nothing had followed me, and after a few minutes I materialized somewhere in the middle of the underground, with no mana left. I opened up 30 potatoes and swallowed down the potions that I got, then continued on my way. Eventually I got back to normal, and the time came for me to consider what I was going to do about that monster. There were really not that many possibilities. Just one, really. I had to kill him. I could survive at least one ray easily without taking damage. I would just use my ring of mana absorption, and even if it broke because of that, it was good enough. I would survive, and the boss would waste his charge. If he had no more tricks up his sleeves, then everything would end there, but something told me it wasn't going to be that easy. I needed the fighters to distract the bone monsters. I believed that as soon as I finished off the king, they would all immediately fall into their individual bones and the test would be over. Anyway, I'm not forcing anybody. If you don't want to risk it, I will do it myself. That was how I ended my summary of what they would be expecting there. Helping in the test was not part of our agreement, so—
"No, we're coming."
Brownie shook his head.
"But next time we're going through the underground together, because all this waiting is driving me nuts. Honestly, I was about to follow after you a few times, but I was worried about pissing you off."
The rest of them just nodded in agreement. But they were still young. Even though they wanted to fight, they had decided to listen to me, and they did right. The first boss would have made mincemeat of them, and the second one too, since his death ray had been completely unexpected. All right, then we need to discuss our strategy. I nodded and sat on the floor. I had been wandering through the underground for about 10 hours, and I had gotten really hungry in that time. Actually, I didn't even know if it was more than 10 hours. I might have spent a whole day roaming through this place. The boys had raised their stats for later a few times during that wait, and so their store of food had also run out. So I simply invested a few points each and dematerialized, so everything passed by with no unfortunate side effects. The others would have to suffer. For example, raising strength by 1 point puts a person out of commission for about 3 hours. They just lie down and groan in pain, then they need even more time to get back to normal. So people usually put off raising their stats, waiting for a quiet moment when they can lie around safely, and that was just what they had gotten. Catch, they're for you. I had started taking green potatoes out of my inventory and throwing them at the fighters. Everybody got one, with a small exception. Brownie got 2, and I forgot the berserker.
"Hey, why did you give them some and not me?"
He was annoyed, seeing that there were no more gifts coming. Take a look at yourself. Soon enough your fingers won't fit into your brass knuckles, not to mention your pants. The spearman cackled, the completely opposite of the berserker. Because of his height, he looked as thin as a rake.
"I'll show you, fucker,"
Slob growled, but Brown stopped him right away, putting a burly hand on his shoulder.
I'm going to open your potato, dumbass. If you want, I can give it to you and you can do it yourself. But you do remember what you usually get, right?
The burly man's words calmed the berserker down, and after grumbling a little, he nodded in agreement. Sitting a little apart, I got out my last blue potato. I suddenly thought about how it wouldn't be too bad to put a few comforts in my inventory. Something like a table, a comfortable chair, maybe some other stuff, like a tablet or something else for entertainment. But I hadn't thought of that in time, so now I had to put everything on the dirty floor. The fighters had gotten hearty but fairly simple meals, and the air was filled with the smells of fried chicken, shawarma, and borscht. They stopped talking immediately, stopping their joking around, and set about chowing down their food. Only the plates were clinking, and Bale was chomping loudly, the tall boy who joined our team as a spearman, and because of it he kept getting well-deserved smacks. I got some long, broad, flat spaghetti, covered with mushroom cream sauce, something like dumplings with either sour cream or cheese, and some crunchy toasted with a chocolate spread. For a drink I was treated to another bottle of wine, but I wasn't too happy about it this time. I definitely didn't want to get drunk now, but I did think that another health potion would sober me up immediately. I'm not going to share. I shook my head at their piqued glances. Don't even ask.
We didn't even want it anyway,
mumbled the berserker.
Everything's good with us over here.
And that was all. Silence fell over the room, and only the echoes of our chewing reverberated through the long corridors, letting the king of skeletons know that we were coming, in full military readiness and an exceptionally good mood. While I was eating, I checked my interface just in case, and I learned something interesting from that. It turned out that I absolutely could have shared my food, and I didn't have to lick each plate clean. My strength stat had increased just as soon as I slurped up the first long piece of pasta. But I said that I wasn't going to share, and that meant I wasn't going to. I just put the partially drunk bottle of wine into my inventory as soon as I'd finished my hearty dinner. Or supper, who knows. Time seems to pass differently here than it does above ground. It was nothing like the personal test, which seemed like a normal fight for the enjoyment of the system, but it was as if we were completing some kind of task. For who? And why? Those were other questions, but this was a completely different story, and there was no point in getting hung up on it. Hey, if you kill something like you, do you get their ability? Or just something random? While the rest of them were finishing their feast, I decided to learn more about leveling up the head.
Most often, yes.
Gosha tried to nod.
Let me swear all that fat-ass chewing with his mouth open is going to drive me crazy.
He couldn't contain himself just a few seconds after getting out. And how could you kill something like you? I ignored his request. Chewing them, or what?
Well, eventually, with abilities. But for now, it's your problem.
He grinned.
You'll think of something. You also have a head, even if it's more like an ass.
I'll use you to beat zombies to death, and then we'll see if you start talking. I grinned dryly in response. Okay, tell me everything openly. How is your skill going to work? How will leveling you up be like? And in general, everything you can remember, and tell me everything you can't remember too. This artifact was a pain in the ass, and if it weren't for the potential power he had, I would have thrown him away a long time ago. The only good thing was once he got his first attack skill, he could feed himself, and then his potential would fully open up. But he hadn't given me complete information before. Killing a deadie with Gosha would be hard, but something alive? That was totally possible. As of now, the artifact was not much different from a normal sentient zombie. The only difference was his lack of a body. That was all. Even now, the son of a bitch could control other zombies. It was only hampered by his level. His subordinates couldn't be more than 2 levels higher than him. There were some other small caveats, but in general, that was it. That meant that even now, he could take control of some second-level big guy in a crowd of zombies who could easily carry him around, or possibly engage in improving the land 24/7. Plus, the skills of sentient zombies weren't really skills at all. Instead, they got a talent based on which the deadies could cast different kinds of magic. It was kind of like our classes, but much more restricted. That meant a single zombie couldn't cast both fireballs and ice arrows, just one of them, and then they would develop solely along that path. To do that, I would have to kill either a sentient zombie or person who had already picked a class. No other way. It was a lot easier with the living in this regard, since there were a lot more of them, and I could take my time picking the right victim. Then it wouldn't matter at all. The two of us could burn the whole world down around us.
And the rest of the higher being will latch onto me like that. It is unavoidable, and I can put only one of them under my control. At level 2 I can put 2 and so on.
The head finished his speech, and as soon as I realized he had no more information, I put him back into my inventory. An unbelievably powerful artifact, as I was realizing now. While I was talking with Gosha, the fighters had finished eating and were now preparing themselves as much as possible for the upcoming battle, discussing who would be attacking who and how. I also added my 2 cents, describing the bone mobs in more detail. Unfortunately, I hadn't yet figured out their weaknesses, so my speech was pretty short. It was something like, they got hands like this and knives like this and teeth like this. But really, you didn't need to know anything else. If you knocked the bones to pieces, the king would just put together new ones, since there were more than enough of them there. They agreed that they would just waste their time trying not to get in harm's way unnecessarily, and I would improvise, since there was nothing else I could do. I went first, and the others followed behind me, keeping a distance of a little more than 50 feet away. That way I wouldn't suck up their strength. I had to waste a few more grey potatoes to get potions, since I had used the old ones to get my own strength back. My total reserves had dwindled significantly, leaving me only 72 grey potatoes and 7 green ones. But whatever, I would get more. The main thing was to take out the boss and get my reward. I wasn't about to hold off on that for the sake of potatoes. We got to the last room with no problems. No one came back to life, and I hadn't missed anyone on the way, but we were still ready to get into a fight at any moment. No one but the berserker was relaxed. That guy couldn't care less, complaining the whole way that he had nobody to fight, which got him constant smacks from Brownie. I had forgotten to inform them that the deadies couldn't hear anything, but the sounds of those hearty smacks warmed my heart, so I kept stoically silent. After I left, the king had decided to return the bones to their original state, so now they were once again strewn across the floor. It seemed like keeping them alive cost him mana. Start right after a staff flashes and the bones join into piles. I yelled at the fighters, which almost made them jump.
What are you yelling for? He'll hear you.
Brownie answered in a stage whisper. He won't hear, he has no ears. I shrugged. Did you all get it? I waited for them to nod yes, then dematerialized. I floated in the air for a second, weighing my options, then slowly flew into the room. The king was sleeping, like before, or more like he was pretending to sleep. His staff was still lying on his lap, but there was no point in thinking about taking it from him. His hand was holding onto it carefully, and as soon as I grabbed it, he would wake up, or he might even manage to hit me. I took a deep, measured breath, then I exhaled the same way. Let's go. At first, I flew slowly, but the closer I got to the monster, the faster I went. Last time, I had been able to spend some time flying around, studying the place and admiring the local architecture. I could have done all that now, but instead I got out my halberd and materialized a few feet in front of my opponent, stabbing him hard. Zing! An instant before the point could pierce the king's skull, he opened his eyes and with a swift movement, parried my attack with his staff. Sparks flew into the air, and my halberd was knocked to the side a little, plowing a deep furrow into the back of the stone throne. Right then I vanished into the air, but I couldn't get off another hit before the boss used his spell to raise the dead. The flash hurt my eyes, and I felt some sort of negative energy pass through me. My health bar also told me that this spell hadn't gone through harmlessly. Now I had 90% health, but that was no big deal. It wasn't even time to use a potion yet. I sent the next attack towards his body, doing a sweeping hit from the side, but he was able to block it this time too. Still, it was clear that if I hit a little harder, he would have a bad time. I wasn't that interested in his staff, so I wasn't going to try to save it. If I had to disintegrate it to kill the beast, then that's what I would do. He parried the next hit easily too, then tried to counterattack, but his staff just whizzed through me.
You will die.
A hoarse voice roared, nearly bursting my eardrums, and the king, raising his staff toward the ceiling, began casting his death ray. The unavoidable energy flowed in a heavy stream straight toward my chest, but at the last moment I put my hand in front of me and activated the ring. It worked like a vacuum cleaner, sucking up the ray, gleaming with lightning into itself, and after a few seconds, it was gone.
Your actions will not go unpunished.
More pretentious talk. But while he was distracted, I got out my bow and loosed a fire arrow. It hit the king right in the chest, and he was soon covered in flame, but that didn't bother him a bit. There was another flash, and the resurrected dead doubled in number. My insides were suddenly seized up by how furious the roars at the entrance were. Brownie was no joke, but all I could see from the center of the room were broken bones flying all over the place. I was hit with powerful blasts of air a few times, and I could also sometimes hear the vulgar swearing of the berserker. Every second he grew stronger, and his voice only got louder. But there was no time to be distracted. The king, looking down on me from above, showed a vicious smile. His skin, which up to that point had been kept on his face only by a miracle, cracked from that and started sloughing off, and soon his skull was completely exposed. Only two small red fires stared at me from somewhere out of the black depths of his empty eye sockets.
Your fate is sealed.
His voice groaned once again, and his staff started to fill up with energy. If I recalled correctly, after this came the ray, but my ring still needed at least a day to recharge. Not worrying about conserving my mana, I dematerialized and hurried toward my opponent. Flying behind him, I swung, but he jumped forward, and the blade only whistled through the air, clashing against the stone throne once again. I wasn't paying any attention to what was going on around me. The shapeless bone monsters were bustling around, but it was like they wanted nothing to do with me, and focused all their strength on my team. It was as though time had stopped, and I couldn't take my eyes off the tip of the staff as it filled up with power. In a moment, the ray, bristling with energy, would hit me, but as soon as he cast it, I, using the last of my energy, immediately moved a few feet to the side. The attack spell flew into the back of the bone monsters. Turning around only for a second, I saw that it hadn't done them any damage. In fact, a misshapen, two-headed, four-legged beast, constructed from the remains of more than one creature, started growing in size. It was like its bones were breaking apart and weaving together, taking on a completely different shape. After a few moments where the deformed abomination had stood, there was now a true killing machine. Its outer bones had turned into spiked armor, its limbs had gotten stronger, and its faces had stretched out, with long, sharp teeth sticking out of both mouths now. The ray eventually made its way back toward me, and now I definitely couldn't dodge it. All I could do was run forward and kill the boss before it turned me into dust. However, when I was only a stone's throw away, the ray caught up to me. Why did it damage me last time, but made the bone monster stronger? He was definitely some kind of necromancer with death spells that could strengthen the dead and kill the living.
Blah, blah, blah,
shouted Gosha as soon as he appeared in my hands. Instead of in my chest, the ray landed right in his face. I had put my hands in front of me and held him by the ears, protecting myself from the fatal energy with the artifact, continuing to move slowly forward. Eventually the monster's mana ran out. Some unhealthy-looking smoke was rising up from the head, and as soon as the ray finally ended, I threw Gosha at the king. He mumbled something unintelligible and latched onto the king's collarbone, scraping his teeth over the hard surface. The king wasn't expecting that, so he allowed me to get a powerful hit of my halberd off, which easily knocked him off his feet. He tried to stand up, but I hit him down again.
You wouldn't dare. You cannot.
He started shouting some nonsense again.
It is simply foolish to think that you can
Crack. The test is finished. In 30 minutes you will be returned to from where you have come. Choose your rewards at the terminal. 29.59, 29.58. My halberd sliced his skull down the middle, and his voice broke off in the middle of the word. The fires in his eyes went out, his bony body slackened. The terminal. Only now did I turn my attention towards the stone located at the end of the room, across from the entrance, which was like the one at the beginning. Or maybe it had just appeared there right now. But I didn't have time to consider the question of the stone appearing. Within a second, the king's ring flashed brightly, and his bones turned into mist. The cloud, shouting out red discharges, floated up to the ceiling and everything froze.
You fool. Such a nobody could never overcome the king.
With that, the cloud started sparking even more, and in an instant the cloud separated into small jets that sped toward the living bones. Didn't I literally just do that?
I am death. It is not for you to defeat me. A part of me will now be within each of the dead.
Every single deformed bone monster froze, and the mist started pouring into their bony corpses. The whole process took just a few seconds, so nobody had time to react. Both me and my fighters were still blinking our eyes in surprise, not understanding what was happening. But the transfer of the king had finished, and now the gazes of 100 weird and dangerous creatures were turned on me with their fiery red eyes.
Are you ready to die? Mwahahaha.
The wicked laugh finally brought me to my senses, and vanishing into the air, I headed towards my team. If I had to go through every bone in this royal trash hole, then I would do it. And I would do it until there was nobody left in that hole but us. Chapter 24. Dozens, or maybe even hundreds of bone monsters rushed to attack all at once. At that moment, I was torn. On the one hand, they would tear apart and destroy my team right now. On the other hand, we had to hold out for a half an hour, and I couldn't help them right now. My halberd was on its last legs. Just a few more useless cleaves on the deadies and it would be dust. And I couldn't take on hundreds of freaks with my brass knuckles and hammer. The bone guys had gotten significantly stronger and more durable since the main boss of the underground went into them. I realized that since now the bear couldn't tear them into pieces so easily and casually, barely holding out against their onslaught before the rest of them tore apart the beasts with an extreme number of hits. Especially the berserker. He had a lot of injuries on his body and his clothes were covered in blood, but that just seemed to give him more power. Without stopping his shouting and spewing of profanities, he threw himself into the thick of the monsters, getting in hit after hit. Their bones cracked and broke, their skulls were smashed into bone meal, but they still kept right on coming. It seemed they could take care of it for now, and they didn't need me too much. But I definitely was needed right away on the other side of the room. The army of deadies did not know fear, and that was the only reason the deformed freaks could keep pushing forward, pushing each other and getting in each other's way. Most of the monsters were awkward creates, seeming as if they had been made using a random bone connection machine. Some of them had 3 legs each, some had no arms, some were just heaps with incomprehensible growths sticking out on all sides. The whole armed creaked, clacked, and knocked their bones together, filling the whole room up with the sound. But there were some lucky shapes too. Those ones were more like people, but there were some that were similar to different kinds of animals. The monsters like that were the most dangerous, with nothing impeding their movement or keeping them from implementing their full fighting potential. The bear and the berserker had the passage completely covered, while the archer and the spearman were arrayed behind them, although the long-range fighter casting his magic more than he was using the weapon I gave him, but that was doing him quite well. The blades of the air flew out of his hands one after another, although they rarely ever broke through the monster's bones. The powerful streams of air often knocked them down, creating jams and chaos in the ranks of the enemy. The spearman had taken up position behind his powerful companions, accurately hitting enemies one by one. Every once in a while his weapon would be bathed in light, and that usually happened before an attack on an especially powerful monster. That must be his class skill. After hits like that, even the strongest skulls would be left with significant holes, and those hits came much faster too. But the main death machine remained Brownie. They attacked the bear, gnawing at him, trying to cut through. Useless. He staunchly resisted the attacks flying at him like hail, and returned the favor by turning his enemies into bone meal with his extremely powerful paws. He didn't shy away from tasting them either. A single lunge and his iron jaws tore apart the unlucky bastard seized from the raging crowd. Once the king had turned into a cloud and entered his subordinates, they became not just stronger, but some sort of collective intelligence came to them. It was very much like a sentient leader was controlling the crowd of zombies. Actually, it might even be that. You just couldn't damage this smarty apart from the whole crowd. The monsters formed into dense streams, trying to beef up their defense, undulating like waves, but each time they crashed against the fighters like a cliff. All the while, smaller monsters were trying to get around the two large, frenzied fighters. A bone mass about the size of a cat, but looking more like a deformed hedgehog, sneaked under them, slowly and surreptitiously hiding among the pieces of bone, and stole up to the archer, stabbing him in the leg. "Fuck!" he shouted, and a powerful blast of air immediately blew the tricky beast to pieces. "Take cover!" He took 2 steps back and took a couple of potions. Even though the injury on his leg wasn't critical, he was still gushing blood, and he couldn't just leave it like that. "Grrrr!" roared the bear, knocking apart another giant-sized abomination to pieces. He redoubled his attack, since the deadies were now forming back into a pile, and without coverage from the mage's air attacks, they could mount an attack. With his first hit, the bear knocked apart some of the attackers, and with the second he smashed a gigantic monster into the floor. It was the same one that the necromancer had accidentally powered up with his spell, but one of the bone beast's 2 heads was still able to get his teeth into Brownie's paw, and his razor-sharp, gnarled teeth easily pierced through the fur. The bear roared and started beating his free paw against the monster's face as hard as he could, but that didn't seem to bother him a bit. Next, the berserker joined the fray. He started crushing bones with swift hits of his brass knuckles, trying to break through to his friend. But the beast just kept coming and coming. A few bone sets that resembled people just avoided the free-for-all, heading straight for the spearman and the archer, ready to eviscerate the bastards and eat their flesh. "Your days are numbered, lower ones," the voice shouted again, and it sounded like it came from everywhere once. After that shout, it was like the deadies had been let off their leash. The fires in their eyes gleamed brighter, and they started to scramble around like their heart's only desire was to kill. The back rows pushed the front rows forward, and stopping this army was now impossible. "Shit!" shouted the spearman when he was stabbed with a bone spike to the chest that passed right through him. The boy fell to the ground into a fit of coughing. The archer let out a powerful wave of air, finally running out of mana, and dragged his friend backwards towards the exit. He knew that they couldn't hold out for 30 minutes, but he simply had to try to save his friend anyway. The berserker and Brownie were blocked in by bones, but they still tried to put up a fight. The bear's roar and the vulgar swearing of the man, finally driven insane, nearly drowned out the crashing of the bones. But it was all for nothing, since even the broken beast had started slowly restoring themselves and crawling towards their victims. "Goddamn hallelujah!" came a furious shout, and in an instant the whole room was flooded with a bright light. Price, 1,000. Holy Grenade, Rare. Description: Single-use item. Damage radius 100 feet. Damages the undead and paralyzes them. Heals the living. Break to activate. Balance 4,088. 2, please. The grenades immediately popped into my inventory and my balance was reduced by 2,000 points. They looked like glass ostrich eggs with intricate patterns on the surface, and an off-white liquid glittering with 1,000 sparkles inside. But my purchases didn't stop there. The stone, covered with twinkling green runes, which was located at the far end of the room, helpfully presented me with a rather wide selection of possible acquisitions for any taste and price range. But it was annoying that rare items that weren't single-use cost way more. Price, 3,500. Bone Breaker, rare. Strength plus 10. Crushing Blow, 2,000 out of 2,000. Description, Mana, 50 out of 50. Crushing Blow. Upon activation of the skill, your next hit will do increased crush damage. The striking force of the weapon will be tripled. Effective against armored enemies. Recharges in 5 seconds. It was not bad for a two-handed hammer. Breaking through all the survivors would not be hard using it, but my budget was already pretty meager. Plus, I didn't have the strength to swing it around. I didn't even know how much it actually weighed. Swords, axes, spears. At the moment, the only things that I wanted were the things I couldn't afford. The cheaper ones just didn't inspire me, so it was better to just leave the red crystals for later and do a full shopping spree after the next test. But besides weapons, there were also items in the list. I really didn't have time, but I still gave it a once-over, letting my eyes linger only on the most interesting ones. In any case, I simply didn't have the resources for most of them, so I ended up stopping on price, 2,000. Ring of 4 times mass. Rare. Extra weight. 100 out of 100. Description, Mana, 10 out of 10. Extra weight. An active skill. Upon activation, quadruples the mass of the item in your hand for a quarter of a second. Cost, 2 mana points. Recharges in 2 seconds. Use radius of 30 feet. I just couldn't help but buy it. I had looked at that hammer that also got heavier when you hit, and instantly wanted something else like it. The ring might not give me the same advantages, but you could maneuver much more freely with it. You could increase the mass of your weapon right when you hit, and break even the hardest monster into pieces. Too bad that I didn't have enough for anything else, but that was just a matter of time. There was a wide selection, and now even collecting the Shadow set wouldn't be hard. A few more times like this and I would be significantly stronger. Finished shopping? Yes/no. I closed the menu and was just about to head over and help my team when another window flashed in front of my face. In this underground, you killed 2 bosses. Choose 1 reward for each of them. Unique item. Stat point. Level up +1. Blocked. I wondered who would pick the last one. Craziness. Well, it was blocked anyway. No point in even thinking about it. The choice here was pretty simple, since I could get a fair amount of stat points from the blue potatoes. I confirmed my choice twice and then opened my inventory, putting both of the rainbow spheres onto my palm. Pet collar. Unique. Voice of animal. Description. Voice of animal. A passive skill. Allows you to use and understand human speech. Works only in animal form. Recommended classes. Beast, Druid, Shapeshifter. I knew exactly who that would work for, but it wasn't any less annoying, since I really wanted to see what would work for a ghost. Did that mean the bear couldn't understand what we said? Interesting. But in any case, that problem was now solved. Okay, next one. Ghost Slungshot. Unique. Materialization. Mana transfer. 500 out of 500. Description. Mana. 50 out of 50. Immaterial weapon. Materialization. An active skill. Upon activation, it forces the striking part of the weapon to materialize for a predetermined period of time. Costs 10 points of mana per second. Mana transfer. An active skill. Allows you to transfer mana to the weapon. Note: in its immaterial state, the item maintains its physical properties. Recommended classes. Ghost. Shadow. A goddamn ghost slungshot. Even the name was fire. It would immediately make you believe, no doubt, that this weapon was the strongest on the planet, without fail. No weird nunchaku or other Japanese bullshit, but a real, homemade slungshot. In my hands, more precisely. Plus its second ability made it even more deadly, a perfect pairing. Of course, now I would have to do something about my mana stores too. I hardly had enough for my movement, and now every hit would waste up a ton more. The slungshot itself was a spiked ball hanging on a fairly long chain, about 5 feet, give or take. The ball itself was about the size of an orange, which I believe could easily break any enemy's skull, and the length of the chain allowed you to make a fairly good swing. In general, I was very happy with the weapon. Now I just needed to learn how to use it. Thankfully, its immateriality meant that I wouldn't end up smacking myself in the head with it. Maintaining its physical qualities meant, as far as I could tell, that I could swing it around as a ghost and send the spiky end into my enemies. I didn't know how else you could interpret that line. Shit! I barely heard the cry of pain among the clattering of the bones from the other end of the wide area. Right when I was looking at my new stuff, my companions, it seemed, were already being trampled into the stone floor. Realizing that I had spent too much time in indecision, I hurried over to the sounds of battle. Goddamn hallelujah! I had just barely returned to the material world and appeared behind the beasts when I swing with all my might and threw my first gift. I had 2 holy grenades, but I had bought one of them to save for a rainy day, so there was no point in using up all of my ammunition right away. The semi-darkness of the massive hall was lit up with an extraordinarily bright flash in an instant, but the light didn't hurt your eyes. Just the opposite. It was quite nice. I didn't turn into a ghost to get out of harm's way, but rather took the holy charge into my body. In any case, ghosts aren't people at all. Lots of people consider them to be the undead, so it wasn't worth it to risk it. I could have been turned to dust by my own weapon, even though the death ray had damaged me in that state. Still, better safe than sorry. So my body was bathed in the rays emanating in all directions from where the grenade exploded. My skin was warmed, all the many scratches on my body stopped hurting, and I felt peaceful and calm. Moreover, I wasn't the only one who felt calm. I don't know how long I spent in a trance, but when I came to, I saw that all the remaining undead had frozen. Only their fiery red eyes were darting about in a panic, not understanding why the bones had stopped obeying their hosts. After vanishing, I appeared by one of the human-looking beasts and started swinging my slungshot. That was a pretty unfamiliar and strange thing. The spiked ball didn't listen to me very well, and when I activated the materialization ability, it flew forward, just barely hitting my target. The bone warrior swayed and clattered to the floor, but the 2 red fires burned in his eyes all the same. He had simply lost his balance, nothing more. Okay, yeah. I would need to practice. I had to put my new weapon aside and use one that I was already used to. After shutting off my class skill, the first thing I did was cut down the humanoid monster lying on the floor. My blade cracked his skull, and the fire in his eyes went out immediately. Next, I went after the 2-headed down that had nearly bitten through the bear's throat. He was lying unconscious on the floor, with a massive bony body pressing down on him from above. My ring of mass shone brightly one instant before the blade, traveling at an unbelievable speed, pierced the gigantic skull of the monster. Grah! The thick, heavy bones were covered in cracks that broke like glass, flying into a large number of shards, while I was carried forward by inertia. I would have to get used to this artifact too, but its effectiveness could not be underestimated. The second head also shattered with one hit as soon as I repeated the trick. I went after the giant 2-headed dog first because it was beginning to show signs of life, but that made sense, since the strongest monster would get over the paralysis the fastest. But now, my halberd, having shattered its last skull, turned into dust right in my hands. Yes, my ring was awesome, but I had completely forgotten that such powerful hits must be very hard on a weapon. But there was no time to cry over spilt milk. I got out my hammer and started doling out hits left and right, taking out the especially powerful beasts. Then I started on those that were a little weaker. I used up all the charges in my ring pretty fast, but by that time the only ones left standing were the normal abominations. Not remarkable in any way. They had only survived because they had been too far from the epicenter of the explosion. What hit me right away, completely unexpectedly, was that the ring worked much better with blunt weapons. The hammer, unlike the halberd, didn't lose its durability too quickly, and ground down the bones of the monsters much more effectively. Just one hit, and a monster would be completely turned into dust.
What was that just now?
The berserker climbed out of a mountain of bones. The blood had already started drying on his skin, and he looked completely lost.
I don't understand, Jack. I second the question.
The spearman had opened his eyes. He had recently been run through by a spike, and the last thing he remembered was how the archer had been trying to drag him backward into the corridor.
Grrr,
groaned Brownie, getting out from under the mess just like the berserker. He had turned back into a person, and judging from his state, the only thing he wanted now was to die. I couldn't help but take pity on the dying beast and tossed him a beer. Despite his state, he caught the rejuvenating can of beer with a deft movement and pounded the whole thing into his mouth in literally 2 seconds.
Ah.
He sighed in enjoyment, lying down on his back.
Hey.
Slob was upset, but nobody paid him any attention. Whatever, he would survive without beer. The archer had literally just downed a potion, so he looked just fine. Plus, he had been farther than the others from the center of the explosion and hadn't experienced nirvana like the rest had. Everybody alive? I checked, making sure that nobody was going to die in the near future, then turned on my skill. There were only 25 minutes left until we returned to where we had come from. What I liked about my skill was that in my ghost form, I really knew how to wait. There was no difference between 25 minutes and 25 years. I could just hang around and watch how humanity dealt with all their misfortunes, building a new civilization, or how they slowly but surely died off. 5 seconds. I hadn't noticed how time flew past. The fighters had come to a little in that time, and it seemed they were now getting ready for battle. I had no idea where they had come from to get here. Maybe it had been right out of the thick of a zombie horde. Yeah, well, I hadn't been taken here from a comfortable bed either. You passed the test. Choose your reward. Unique skill. Stat point. Level up +1. Blocked. Definitely a nice bonus. And it was good that the rest of the team members could also get something useful for themselves. I was sure they would pick stat points. It was no mean feat for regular mortals to get them. But I had no destination, only a journey. So I picked Pyrophilia, unique. Description, a passive skill. When your body is covered in fire, your conduit stat increases by 1.1 to 1.5 times. It depends on the area that is in contact with the fire. It seemed that if I were to completely enter a bonfire, my conduits would become stronger by 1.5 times. Not bad, but I didn't feel like having to heal the burns afterward. But for somebody with protection from fire, it could be very useful, even more if they put some points in it and raised the multiplier. Having appeared by the semi-truck, I immediately activated my dematerialization skill again. It was really annoying that it shut off after teleportation, but it is what it is. And what am I going to do now? I didn't even remember where I had been headed. Wasn't I flying to the dead Smarty so I could dig around in his guts and get his crystal? Then I came across this semi-truck. The dog! I immediately dove into the back, but it was empty in there. The cage had been carefully opened, not broken, and there were no traces of blood inside. It seemed like they had been able to run away, taking my reward from the leveled-up big guy along the way. Well, I wasn't going to hang around here either. I had just gotten a wildly uncomfortable weapon in my arsenal, and I had to deal with in the future. I started swinging the spiked ball as soon as I spotted the perfect victim. A big guy, only partially covered with bone armor. The perfect punching bag, not too soft and not too hard. Swing! The weapon bounced off the bone armor, but without turning the materialization skill off, I swung the ball around my head and slammed it into the monster's head as hard as I could. That was much better. Although the description did say that the physical properties were retained, still, when you didn't activate the materialization skill, you felt like you were using it underwater. You simply couldn't swing the spider ball fast enough. It was like something was constantly slowing it down. It was much better when it whistled through the air. I didn't really feel its weight, so I could use it as much as I wanted, or more like as much as my mana allowed. Within 10 seconds, I had turned the big guy into mincemeat. I didn't stop even after the reward fell out of him, continuing to practice my technique with this fairly strange weapon. Maybe our ancient ancestors had used this thing in a completely different way, but for me it was absolutely comfortable to do what I was doing, plus it was insanely more effective. Now I wouldn't have to constantly be changing my weapon, since I definitely wouldn't find a more perfect weapon anytime soon anyway. Warning! The first phase of the system has finished. The second phase is starting now. The Abilities tab has been unblocked. Ability rewards have been unblocked. The level cap of 10 has been removed. A level cap of 20 has been instated. The changes will come into effect in 3, 2, 1. Chapter 25. The world around me went dark, but after only a moment it came back. This time my dematerialization didn't shut off, so I was still safe. I could not say the same for other people. I was sure that this change of the system to a new phase could have really messed up some people's plans. For instance, if someone had been running away from a horde of zombies chasing them at that very moment. But now I understood why I hadn't been able to level up. All the pieces were slowly starting to fall into place. Of course, you bitch. You could have given us some instructions. Right, system? I swung the spiked ball over my head and loosed it at the nearest deadie. He had only started turning toward the sound of it whistling through the air a fraction of a second before, and the thing hit him right in the forehead, smashing his skull and spraying his brains on the concrete. Level up, +1. I had already started to miss that message. I immediately felt like I would soon start getting stronger, and that warmed my heart. I leveled up after killing just a single first-level freak because I had already gotten the necessary experience before this. If there were a bar for experience, then just a minute ago it had been filled practically to bursting, so now only needed the slightest push. I wasn't wasting time and went to my interface immediately. I was still very interested to see what the system would say in its messages there. Name, Casp. Level, 11. Class, Ghost. Stats, Body, 16. Strength, 6. Dexterity, 6. Constitution, 4. Mind, 21. Intelligence, 6. Reaction, 9. Perception, 6. Spirit, 12. Repository, 9. Conduits, 3. Available stat points, 2. Skills, Active. Passive, Energy Vampire, Rare, 10. Additional, Dematerialization, Class Skill. Available skill points, 13. Abilities, Martial, Craft. Available ability points, 2. Auction. Inventory, £460. Everything was very interesting and tempting. From what I could tell, now, in addition to books, spheres, and potatoes, something else would fall from the deadies. It was these abilities, and it sounded like something very useful. I hoped people would soon start finding things like that so I could figure out what kind of limits there were. Most likely it would be just like the skills, but I wanted to know it exactly before I started choosing what worked for me. For instance, shooting a bow would be very useful for me, but even better would be learning how to swing this ghostly piece of junk. But I wasn't counting on getting that lucky, although I would leave a slot open for it anyway. I was also happy about the ability points. I was sure you could get that not only from leveling up, and my professional growth wouldn't have to wait, but it was important to remember that while you sleep, your enemies are making moves. I spent my available stat points immediately. I put everything into mana without a single second thought. Every attack or movement I made cost mana, and though my energy vampire skill kept it wonderfully full, I still didn't have nearly enough. Damn it! I forgot to give that collar away. Now I had to fly back to the police station even though I had intended to focus on leveling up and getting new rewards as quickly as possible. I decided to worry about the auction later, but everything about it was already clear. You just bought and sold what you need. With what currency? I would find that out only at the phase of the system's evolution. While I was flying in that direction, passing through buildings and other obstacles, I was considering whether it was worth it to spend all my skill points on the ones I already had. On the other hand, absorbing mana from my enemies was an extremely useful thing, but on the other, you never knew if you could get something else. I might suddenly end up with something much more powerful. Like I had no attack skills at all, and I needed to fix that as soon as possible. Grrr. As soon as I flew out of an apartment complex, I could hear the sound of a motor gradually getting louder in the distance. The source of the sound showed up soon enough. It was a military vehicle, knocking slow deadies down in its wake and dragging the broken-down husks of cars right through the street. But eventually it turned onto the sidewalk, turned slowly around, and backed up to one of the many grocery stores there. The truck itself was souped up. Sharp rebar had been welded like spikes all around it, and the cabin, like the back, had been reinforced significantly. Ballistic glass had been installed in place of the normal kind, so the driver wouldn't even consider leaving his post. He would just lean back in his seat, chain smoking and lazily watching the deadies pounding on the door. It was clear it wasn't their first time going out here. They didn't seem like military, much less like transport workers. That was immediately obvious from their behavior and communication, with no enjoyment of their work or unconditional, mindless obedience to orders. The opposite, actually. They were relaxed, constantly joking around with each other, stopping only because of the zombies coming from all sides.
"Get the fuck out! We only have a couple minutes!"
shouted one man whose front teeth had been knocked out. Because of that, his voice sounded pretty funny, and one of the other guys couldn't help but remind him of it. "Hey, Lispy, don't whistle like that. Get your ass out, those are the orders," shouted out another one. Before jumping out of the back, he put his hands in front of him and a short but powerful wave of flame jumped out of them. The zombies were knocked down, and only then did the fighters start spilling out of their safe spot. They took out the deadies with ease, but just because there were practically no mutants among the zombies. Plus the guys knew what they were doing. Every one of them used his skills and system weapons. They were definitely not soldiers. Those ones would take at least a month to develop any idea of the system at all, and until then they would be running around with AKs for sure. The caller could wait. I was too interested in watching the experts work. So I slipped into the store behind them and started watching. 2 fighters stood at the entrance taking out first-level zombies, so they wouldn't get in the way of their loading. 2 more were dragging out boxes, and the last one was running through the store and marking what needed to be taken out first. No wasted energy. Plus, the loaders could easily lift 100 to 200 pounds each at a time. Maybe they were pretty strong to begin with, or maybe when the system came they put their points only into strength. It was impossible to tell now. But in any case, they were loading the truck like a whole team of workers. But I was immediately set on edge by the fact that they put 1 box into their inventory every time, and that was at least 50 pounds, perhaps more, and the only person who had increased their inventory doing good deeds was me, as far as I knew. "Somehow I'm feeling tired." One of them sat down on a bag of buckwheat. I guess he didn't get enough sleep. "Yeah, me too," agreed the other one, also falling onto the groceries. And now I was full of strength. Narrowing the area of effect of my energy vampire skill had worked wonders. I was completely refilled in 5 minutes. Yip! I caught a muffled sound from the storeroom. Seems like I knew who it was. The dog yapped, barely audibly, then was silent. But that was enough to startle the fighters. Putting their weapons in front of them, they sauntered over toward the sound. They knew firsthand that even the most innocent-looking animal could turn out to be an extremely powerful and bloodthirsty monster. This new world quickly taught you to never let your guard down. Right then I slipped into that storeroom and spotted my old acquaintances there. The girl in the vet uniform and the dog she was protecting. But the dog didn't have a ribbon on anymore. She must have given her a potion. The girl had her hand pressed over the poor dog's mouth, which was not able to calm down due to too much excitement, but the dog kept on whining and wagging her tail against the wall.
"Quiet, busy girl,"
whispered the girl into the dog's ear, barely audible, but the dog instead started yipping even more.
"Stand down, men,"
grinned the man missing teeth.
"It's a chick with a dog."
He had opened the door first and grinned in satisfaction. "A regular one, yeah?" asked the guy standing behind him, trying to elbow his way through the doorway occupied by his excessively wide companion.
"None of your business,"
he shouted, entering the storeroom, slamming the door behind him.
"Go and keep loading."
Right then I activated the ability in my hood, which allowed me to learn a little more about my opponent. I needed to figure out what to do with him anyway. Name: Jorah Shabati. Level 11. Class: Druid. Uncommon. Health: 89%. Mana: 68%. Condition: General fatigue, lack of sleep, injured right knee, superficial scratch on the neck. Well, since your class is uncommon, your fate is sealed, friend. The man took a few steps toward the girl and the dog, then froze, breaking out into a predatory smile. He had immediately evaluated her appearance, and she was completely to his liking, even more since she was afraid. He loved it when his victims fought back.
"Don't be afraid. We're nice."
He sat down on his coat and showed her that his hands were empty. The men on the other side of the door had gone off to keep loading the truck, so nobody would be bothering them for a while.
"Do you want us to take you to our camp? Do you have a big one?"
mumbled the girl in fright. She was still holding back the dog with all her strength. It had stopped wagging its tail and would not stop growling at the man.
"Very big."
He grinned again, showing off his Hollywood smile.
"And girthy."
He took a few steps forward, and only then did the girl realize that none of them would be her savior. Rawr! The dog tore out of her hands and leaped at the attacker. For a second he was surprised at the audacity, but soon his smile widened even more, and a cudgel appeared in his hand. The man swung the weapon, ready to give the dog a fatal beating. But thwack! A dagger slashed at his neck, leaving a deep scratch, and the man suddenly went limp like a rag doll on the floor. A figure appeared right behind him, but the girl was unable to make out the face of the person. A single look from him along with his secretiveness aroused fear, so the girl cowered into the corner even more. But the dog didn't pay any attention to the new player, instead starting to tear the rapist's crotch to pieces. He had not lost consciousness, but was more like paralyzed, so he experienced the full gamut of feelings from the dog's actions. But he couldn't move an inch. Not too bad. The boy in the dark cloak nodded to himself. I thought the poison would take some time to be absorbed into the blood. Let go, dummy! But after a few seconds, the unknown boy started tearing the dog off of the already significantly torn-up crotch of the man. But he did it as carefully as possible, so he wouldn't hurt her. Grab her and turn around. Having managed it, he handed the dog to her owner and made her stare at the wall. Just wasn't about to argue, so turned toward the corner. Not that the girl could have done anything to him anyway, even if she wanted to. She also remembered how someone like that had already saved her a couple of hours ago, but she remembered the face of her savior very well, and she couldn't recognize this stranger at all.
Holy fuck, is that all for me?
She heard another voice that she didn't recognize at all behind her. Come get it! Behind her she heard the sound of lip-smacking mixed with vulgar phrases, expressing enjoyment, and then something rolling across the floor. Right then her curiosity got the better of her, and the girl sneakily turned her head around.
"Oh!"
She yelped and immediately turned back around. She had seen that the rapist's neck had been gnawed to pieces. Blood was everywhere, and large pieces had been torn out of his throat. It was clear that the man was already dead. She was mostly just confused by the killer. It was a cut-off, but extremely satisfied zombie head. I did tell you not to look. The boy smiled. Now you're going to have bad dreams.
Fuck!
wailed the head like a spirit, and noticing that he had caused the girl to wince in fright, the zombie piece barked in laughter. "You done?" asked the stranger, seeing the zombie's contented face, touched it with his leg, and so put it back in his inventory. "I'll deal with that later." You... The girl turned around again when she realized the zombie was gone. "Those guys..." She pointed towards the door, clearly implying that the men weren't done. "Those guys there are mine." She could see a smile under the hood, and after a moment the figure vanished into thin air. Right away she could hear loud smacks, cries of pain, and even the sounds of skills being used on the other side of the door. But the sounds didn't last long, and in a minute the door opened, and through it she could see the same savior as before. "Let's go. I'll take you to some decent people." The boy nodded the dog toward the exit, and she, barely whimpering, ran up to him and stuck her nose on him. "You can come with us too. Keep us company, why not?" He shook his hand at the girl, already heading toward the store's exit. "About £250. Yeah, I hadn't made any mistakes. The only question was, who did they kill, and where do you get so many people? So my inventory space was a bit over £655. That meant I could carry around a lifetime supply of instant noodles, and those reserves would be enough for a decent population to live, well, for a number of years. As far as I could tell from their vehicle, they had come from somewhere nearby, probably a village or something like that. That was the only place you could find stuff like that, and you couldn't fix it up like that in the city. The girl followed me and climbed into the armored cab without asking any questions. Basie came in right behind her. The dog looked much better, and for some reason she kept putting her nose into my palm. I would have to ask the vet girl why her animal liked me so much. "So, what's your name?" I asked, just in case, sitting behind the steering wheel. If I knew what was here and for what. "Olya," she answered. "You?" "Casp." I managed to turn the engine over, but then there were problems. Even if I had managed to put it into first gear, after that I just had no idea how and where to put the damn levers. "How are you supposed to drive this?" "Can I get behind the wheel?" she asked, and seeing my surprised face, started explaining. "My dad worked in the fields, where I had no choice but learn to drive." And she was right. As soon as she got behind the wheel, everything went smoothly. Delicately avoiding the beaten-up husks of abandoned cars, the truck groaned and flattened some careless zombies into pancakes. The only thing left for me to do was to occasionally give direction and enjoy how the deadies' brains splattered over the asphalt. It was too bad, of course, that you didn't get rewards for killing them like that. Life would be so much easier. Although who knew, maybe we would find our own system truck too. While we were driving, she didn't stop talking even for a second. She talked about living in a village, about how she loved animals, about how she studied well, and how she ended up in that store. "And then that strange man just disappeared. I sat in the cab for a while, then I took Basie and we just ran. Then right when I saw an open door, I immediately ran into and hid, and then those guys showed up." There it is. You save people over and over, and then they call you strange. I smiled. "Has that strange man been gone for a long time?" "About 2 hours. So that was you! I knew it! I have an awesome memory for faces, but I couldn't recognize you." 2 hours meant... It seemed like the system tests took a more or less fixed amount of time, and I wasn't mistaken when I noted that time passed differently there, separately and completely independent of our world. I took off my hood and its effect and disappeared immediately. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and she stared at me, not holding back her emotions. That caused our truck to run over a couple of small cars just a bit. "Ah, wait!" She veered off the road again, taking her eyes off it for a few seconds, and then a blue potato appeared in her right hand. "This is yours." "Well then." I gave her a couple of brownie points in my mental file, took the potato, and right in front of her surprised eyes, popped it into my mouth. My intelligence increased again. Was the system trying to tell me something? After just about 10 minutes, we arrived at the police station. It took that long because some of the roads were completely closed off, and we had to take a fairly big detour. In that time, a crowd had formed. Even though there were quite a few deadies around the building already, now it had become pretty fun here. I wondered what Brownie would tell me about that. Don't run off right away. I need to clear everything first. I activated my skill and headed into the building. Will you open the door in a few minutes? Right off, I frightened a whole group of fighters with my appearance. I was asking the archer who had just recently participated in the test with me. Yeah, he said, confused. But there are a lot of zombies there. We might not make it, and we need to get the order from Oleg. Good. Open the door in a couple of minutes, or I will remove it. Got it? I smiled and, clasping my hand on the guy's shoulder, disappeared again. My slingshot was raring to go, but I had to try some new tactics. I had thought up a massive number of them in my head, and now it was time to take them from theory to practice. Chapter 26. My aura of mana and power absorption spread out over a good 100 or more feet. It included both the inhabitants of the station as well as most of the deadies. It may be sucking up 2 times less in percentage, but on the other hand, there were now 4 times as many donors. The spiky ball hung in the air and froze, but only for a few seconds. Very soon it started whistling through the air, twirling around at an unbelievable speed. My goal was not so much leveling up as it was practicing. At the same time, I had to clear the path for the dog, but who was going to deny me the chance to mix business with pleasure? The ball, spinning at unbelievable speeds, easily pierced through the deadies' brains, just as soon as it came into contact with their heads. And that was quite convenient, since I had no intention of staying on the ground. It was surprising, but even when the weapon had materialized, it didn't drag me downward, and I also didn't feel tired at all. Now, like a zombie, I could keep going from dawn till dusk. I wondered if the damage was now dependent on my strength, or on those so-called conduits. My body wasn't even real right now, which meant my muscles had nothing to do with it, but nothing except a real test could prove my guess right. Floating slowly at a height of 5 feet in the air, I gradually thinned the herd of deadies, scattering pieces of their skulls all over. It even reached the truck, with all of its windshield and hood somehow sprayed over with viscous black liquid and pink brain matter. How disgusting. I wondered how terrible the stench was there now, but it was clear with the naked eye as soon as I saw Olya's face and how hilariously she was trying to block up all of the cracks in the vehicle. It's no use, dummy. That's a zill. It is itself a solid crack, cut out of a piece of cast iron, so just breathe it in and enjoy it. My power wasn't running out, but my mana was rushing out like it sprung a leak. I constantly had to stop and wait for my reserves to fill back up again. A full 10 seconds, and then another stop. I had a little more than 100 mana, but I really didn't want to let it get all the way to 0. I hadn't yet checked what would happen in that situation anyway. I wasn't even going to think about how much it was from moving around with a materialized weapon. And that was even with the help of constantly absorbing mana from everyone around. No, I had to do something with this ability, and it would certainly be worth it to upgrade it. With another weapon, it would be completely unavoidable, and you see, I'm collecting points again. But before that, I would have to reach level 20. No good to get ahead of yourself. Okay, yeah, everything was held back by these damned levels, but who could stop me from getting them all in, let's say, a day?
What do you want?
Asked the head, upset, as soon as I materialized in the cab of a truck and dropped it on the floor. Cold, restless hands began beating on the sides, causing the heavy truck to shake just barely. Pick 2 big guys out of the crowd and lead them away. Let the rest of them just crowd around you. Got it?
The hell? I got it, sure, but what the hell?
Gosha couldn't follow my train of thought.
I mean the big guys.
Right now there is a massive number of rotting bodies near the building where people live. Someone has to get rid of them. I shrugged. Plus, if all of your buddies are in a pile, then I won't have to fly around too much and can take them out more quickly.
Let's go already. I'm sick of talking. I was just asking out of politeness.
After packing Gosha up, I flew out of the truck and started searching for the right spot. In theory, there was no problem with that. The zombies hadn't knocked the fence down completely. They had just broken it apart in spots. So I quickly found a spike sticking up. I jammed the head on top of it. It looked great, aesthetic and charming.
What's up, guns? Everybody over here, you two to the wall.
The head started shouting, but as far as I could tell, he was just doing that to keep up appearances. The Smarties could somehow still control those under their power, even without vocal commands. Was he trying to suck up? It was totally possible, since I'd raised his level and let him eat a powerful human. I hoped he would get more. After I took care of these zombies, I would have to have a chat with the artifact, figure out what bonuses he got, and what his new talent would be in. But that was for later. The low-level regular zombies were drawn towards their new leader. But that was far from all of them. On some of them, his ability just didn't work at all, and keeping each and every one of them under his control was something he just couldn't do. The two big guys stood farther away, with their faces to the wall, while the rest of them, it seemed, I could leisurely chop down left and right. The mutated ones basically just stayed right at the area in front of the building, and everything went much more smoothly. When nobody got in your way, cutting down monsters got a whole lot simpler. I came down a little and started beating their stupid heads with my spiked ball, scattering brains all over the place. Big guys never went down at the first hit, so sometimes I had to stop, and each time I had to unfurl my weapon again. It was all a pointless waste of mana, but there was nothing else I could do. Plus, they always did drop nice green rewards, so all of my efforts were not entirely in vain. I decided to worry about the crowd milling around Gosha later. Those monsters were now harmless, and the girl and the dog could easily pass through into the station. And then once they were safe, I could cull the zombies, and then I could talk to the head. The fewer mutants there were left, the slower my mana regenerated. But that made sense. I mean, I was mowing down my own donors. Having finished the lower-level mutants, my spiked ball, whistling through the air, directed itself towards the guys who were a little stronger. Letting it out as far as it would go, I flew up to a big guy covered in bone armor and hit him from above as hard as I could, activating one of my rings at the last moment. The weapon increased 4 times in weight, easily broke through the thick bones and pierced through to his brain case, reaching almost all the way to his neck. I was forced to shut off the weapon's materialization since getting it out using the traditional methods was now impossible. The ball had literally taken root in the mass of bones in the monster's skull. There were only a total of 5 charges in the ring, so I used it to take out only the strongest-looking ones. Thankfully, there turned out to be not too many of them. I only had to take my time with the stormtrooper. He could see and hear the ball flying through the air beside him and constantly dodged my attacks. I spent multiples, hundreds of mana on that bastard, but I eventually did learn how to deal with him. I could materialize the ball, just like before, but just an instant before the hit would land. Yes, that meant I couldn't swing it as hard, since the system had tricked me a little with the description, and its physical properties were only partially maintained in the immaterial state. But whatever. Even light hits from a spiked ball would cause at least some damage, and slowly the stormtroopers started taking more and more damage. First, I knocked out his feet. Otherwise, this surprisingly intelligent beast might run away and start licking his wounds. Then I broke his spine, which turned out to be surprisingly easy. His limbs and head were much more well protected, and in the end I got a blue sphere for cracking the bastard's head open. The leapers went down like they weren't mutants at all, but just regular deadies. They didn't have enough intelligence to dodge the ball, so they dropped like flies. "Open up!" I knocked on the door and gestured to the girl. She had been constantly looking out of the gross windows, watching the weapon fly throughout the yard. She jumped out of the cab with ease, looked around, and dashed toward me as fast as her legs would carry her. The zombies were still fairly close, and a couple of them did follow after her. But the deadies couldn't feast on the fresh meat before they got to Basie, and the heavy steel door slammed right behind her. And then, one after another, a spiky metal ball flew into their heads, causing them to spray their brains all over. "Oh yeah, before I leave." I appeared behind Brownie, but he didn't even flinch. It was like he knew I was somewhere nearby. He was sitting on the second floor, in what seemed to me to be his own office, engaged in looking through the rewards, and he was writing something in his journal. It looked like he was deciding who among his subordinates was going to get which rewards.
If you wanted to ask about unique items, we all picked a stat point for our rewards,
he said right off, looking away from his writing. I didn't expect anything else from you. You want beer?
You don't have to ask twice.
His face immediately turned from thoughtful and gloomy to extremely satisfied. And here you are. In addition to a cold can covered in condensation, the leather collar and one book appeared on the table. The collar's for you, the book is for the archer. For now, I have nothing else useful for you.
What is this for?
He asked, squinting, but grabbed the gifts nonetheless, immediately absorbed in the descriptions of the system items. He didn't forget to crack the beer either. Am I really so mercenary? I was surprised. Fine, then consider this a bribe to an official person. You just serve and protect, and you'll get your kickback. I waved at him and vanished into the air, watching him for a while.
I know that you're there, and that you're looking at me right now.
Brownie shook his head.
Get out of here. Let me work in peace.
How did he do that? I had to fly off. For sure he couldn't sense me in his human form. Nobody could, in theory. He was just using his detective skills. It had to be that. I thought about discussing the system's new patch with him, but then I decided that that wouldn't do any good. It would be faster and easier to go online and dig up all the answers on my own. My ghostly slingshot once again appeared outside, and I started to knock the brains out of the monsters crowding around Gosha with hit after hit. Level up, +1. There was nothing to say. Now it was even easier for me to kill zombies than to collect rewards. That required me to fly around, looking for something, and it was long and unproductive. I understood that I had knocked out a fair number of powerful mutants here, so I would level up quickly. After this, I'd have to look for them throughout the whole city, as if I hadn't killed them all earlier.
Bastard! Freak! Ah!
Growled the artifact. That was because a pigeon had landed on him, pecking at his hair. It looked like he was making a nest, but it was still good that the bird didn't seem to be a high level, so I didn't have to worry for Gosha's life. So let him suffer.
Fine, you winged jerk! You asked for it!
The head roared furiously, and I finally got to see what abilities he really had. A small shoot broke through the asphalt. Slowly it grew higher and thicker, winding around the metal spike and climbing up to the head. In just a minute the plant had reached 6 feet and was also covered in thorns. The pigeon was pretty dumb and overconfident, so soon the vine curled around its talons, tearing it off of Gosha and slamming the poor bird twice against the pavement. Crack! Next the vine brought the barely quivering body back up to Gosha, and he bit a decent-sized chunk out of it. The daddies around him loved that, and Gosha looked at them in haughty superiority.
That's right.
He grinned, spitting out feathers.
Let's get on with it, you damn spirit. I want to eat.
I wondered if I sewed his mouth shut, would he just hum? Or would he shut up? But the head was more or less right. We had to hurry. People do say that 2 heads are better than 1, and they're right. I took out the majority of the zombies over time, then just appeared behind the rest of them. There were no mutants among them, so I was confident in myself. The axe was also an amazing weapon, and it was much more comfortable to wield than the slingshot, and that was the reason why I had materialized. Are you a druid now? I took the head off the spike, holding it by the hair. There were no more zombies around us, except for the ones under Gosha's control.
Aha!
He grinned.
But I need time to master it. I can't learn everything right away. You have to practice.
And what should I do in that time? I did have a couple of ideas. Brownie! That collar is such a good fit for you. I couldn't help but tease the burly guy in his leather collar.
Kiss my ass, you damn poltergeist.
He mumbled, tired.
And get that piece of shit out of here now. You mangy dog,
snapped Gosha.
In your flea collar.
You're going to have to get along. I shouted and got battered with a rain of curses from both sides. I stood there and took it, listening to what they really thought about me, then turned to Brownie, saying, Gosha will sit by the window and be quiet. Then I put the artifact on the windowsill, popped into the next room to grab a couple of flower pots, and put them on either side of the head. And you direct the big guys to clean up the grounds and do some gardening while you're at it. Also, I'm ordering you to stay silent until I return. Got it? In response, the artifact just frowned, but couldn't say a thing. So far, so good. Now I could finally get around to grabbing my rewards. I left the best for last on purpose. I hoped that the people would figure out that they should drive the truck up to the building and unload the supplies. There were quite a lot of them in the back, since I had caught them after clearing out more than one store. I wondered which camp they had come from. Not a weak one, that was for sure. Would they come looking for their missing friends? In any case, I gave the truck a look over, but I couldn't make out any identifying marks. No logo, no pictures. Just a regular camo ZIL truck. There were a ton of them within our country, so there was no need to worry. They could hide it behind the building, no problem. But let Brownie deal with that. Oh yeah, this is just what I was hoping for. Mastery of one-handed swords. Normal. Description. Martial ability. Allows you to train your mastery of one-handed swords to a basic level. A grey scroll appeared in my hand. It was fairly small in size, just like the other rewards, 2 inches long and half an inch wide. Picking up the rewards took a while, since now my curiosity was constantly making me stop and intently look through each scroll. And even though they showed up fairly rarely, like the books, there were quite a lot of rewards here. I wonder if I read 2 of the same scroll, would my ability level go up? I was sitting on the roof of the truck, watching how the big guys were dragging away the bodies of monsters I had killed. The weather was exceptionally nice. A fresh summer breeze was blowing, pushing clumps of cirrus clouds through the sky. There was a dark cloud on the horizon, but it was still pretty far away. And what would happen to a ghost if he got struck by lightning? I didn't feel like testing it, but I was still interested. But there was no one else to test it on. By a half-hour later, when I had finished looking over and counting up the rewards, the light breeze had stopped gently caressing my skin and started to stubbornly try to tear it off. The few trees around started to bend hard, and the trash strewn around the streets filled with the beaten-up husks of cars flew up into the air, continually attempting to hit me in the face. So in mere seconds it had become extremely uncomfortable outside. Only the deadies down below hadn't reacted at all to the changing conditions. Looked like they weren't affected by the weather. I dematerialized, and it felt like I had been immersed in a vacuum. All outside noise fell silent, as though I had been surrounded by an impenetrable bubble. No, I felt like thousands of dirt particles, plastic bags, and other trash were passing through me. I could even feel the strength and direction of the wind, somehow, but these were more information than feelings. Rising a few feet into the air, I flew toward the store, where I had saved a whole group from the comparatively sentient Gosha. With their help, I could at least power up my team, and next time they would be likely to come with me. And I definitely didn't need any unnecessary deaths. I could collect my tribute on the way too. It wasn't a big detour, so it made sense to stop in on my old acquaintances who still owed me. I didn't even remember how many rewards. And even though I didn't have any problems with them now, still, better for the debt to be paid. Let them learn the habit when they're young, otherwise they'll go soft, and that's a slippery slope. Personally, I just never usually get in debt, because there was nobody to be in debt to. What I wanted was for everybody to only borrow other people's money and pay back their own, and that left a subconscious bad taste in the mouth of the people I borrowed from. In total, I had collected 125 grey potatoes, 16 green ones, and 6 blue ones. I also got some spheres, but only 1 blue one, from which I got Repair Kit. Rare. Description. Allows you to restore 100 points of durability to a weapon. May be used once per day. This one didn't look like a whetstone, but more like a toolbox. Actually, that's absolutely what it was. To use it, I just had to open it up and put the item to be repaired inside, and the system would take care of the rest by itself. My slingshot was immediately just like new, and I put the little box into my inventory. That was a very useful thing, and now I wouldn't have to search through my grey spheres for weak tools. I didn't get them very often, and the weapons were constantly breaking down. As for the rest of the spheres, there were 57 regular ones and 20 green ones in total, but it was much easier with the books. I just didn't count them, since the grey and green ones meant nothing to me. I already had a total of almost 150 of them, and what to do with them, I had no idea. Just distribute them to the camp in the attic? If I saw that they had gotten all the bird shit out of there, then I would probably give them 50 grey ones. Otherwise? Yeah, no. I could trade 100 books for that ring the guys at the store had. They had more than enough junk. Let them mess around with that stuff. As for the scrolls, I had 13 grey ones, and just one green one so far. Becoming a chef, even an advanced one, was not in the cards for me now, so let it be. Or maybe I would just give them all to Brownie. He definitely needed it more. With nothing else to do, I started messing around with my hearing. If I concentrated on the sounds around me, I could suddenly hear the wind and the rustling of bags. Somewhere nearby I could hear the clattering of roofing sheets flapping in the wind. Or not flapping. I flew up a little more, rising over the roof of the nearest building, and looked over at the strange noise. It seemed strange to me because, besides the clattering, I could also hear scraping, like someone was trying to rip up or cut through metal. That's what it was. On the roof of the 5-story building that I had gone up to, there were now sitting some winged beasts. They were crowded together above it and were stabbing their talons into the roofing with surprising fervor, tearing little holes into it and trying to get inside. I couldn't fly too fast, so I managed to catch the moment when first one and then the rest of the monsters were able to make a big enough hole and flit under the roof. The air was filled with clattering, crashing, and panicked screams. And all I could do was calmly float forward, enjoying the gusts of wind that constantly got stronger and stronger. Chapter 27. This was what I had expected. The system was fairly logical and consistent, and that applied to the beasts it created too. So it hadn't been hard to predict that flying zombies would show up eventually. It was just a matter of time. If it hadn't been in the second phase, then they definitely would have come in the third. But the people in the attic weren't so lucky now. The zombies had grown out of their wings in just a few hours, and now everybody living in the attic was in danger. They would have to move somewhere lower down. Why had I decided to help them? At the very least, the boy would rush to save his neighbors and would die right away if he put himself in harm's way. And he would, I was sure. I regretted that I had wasted a whole syringe on him. Plus, we're responsible for the ones we have tamed. There were also those among the people who simply were incapable of fighting back against the deadies. Women with children, grandfathers, grandmothers, they had no chance. It was only after 2 minutes that I finally was getting close to the survivors' camp. I floated through the roof and was met with an unpleasant sight. A dozen monsters were in a frenzy, thrilled, tearing the defenseless humans to pieces, attacking them all, indiscriminately, getting drunk on their blood and rushing from one victim to another. Rah! The woman had grabbed onto the back of a monster and stabbed him over and over with the system knife, shouting furiously all around and hitting the beast with a stream of strong profanity. All the while the mutant was shaking back and forth, trying to shake off the irritating cocklebur, but all in vain. The woman continued stabbing like a madman and screaming, destroying her voice. That was because the winged monster had decided to threaten the lives of her children. They were cowering in the darkest and safest corner, but that hadn't spared them from the attention of the bloodthirsty monster. But they were not the same strength. The mutants were much stronger than their kin. These zombies were a head taller, although they were much skinnier. Their long, thin limbs ended in sharp claws with faces like bats, but with curved teeth sticking out in all directions. There were also gnarled claws on their leathery wings, which reached a span of at least 15 feet, and the beasts used them a lot, hooking onto and dragging away their helpless victims. It seemed like the more they evolved, the less they resembled human beings. There was hardly any clothing left on the monsters, so now it was getting harder and harder to believe that they had ever been human. The woman ran out of luck pretty fast. The winged monster deftly threw his claw behind his back and stabbed into his rider, throwing her forcefully onto the floor. "Go rot in hell!" she croaked out, raising shakily to her feet. She looked pitiful. Her ratty, dirty robe was getting soaked in blood, and her unkempt hair was clumping together, but her eyes were still full of confidence and determination. Whoop. But she was unable to fight. Even though it was useless, her knife had already crumbled to dust. Even with it, she would have had no chance. But with her bare hands, her chances were much less than zero. A spiked ball appeared right out of the air, and with a booming sound slammed right into the back of the monster's head, spreading bits of brain throughout the gross attic. As soon as the winged mutant crashed down onto the dried, crunchy bird shit, a figure in a black cloak also appeared out of the air. His facial features could not be made out under his hood, even though he was fairly visible, even given the weak lighting in the attic. "Here, take this. You earned it." He spread out plates of food on the floor, stopping only when a vial of red liquid appeared in his hands. He handed it towards the woman. She was in shock, so she reacted strangely. Or rather, not at all. The woman stared at the fallen monster fearfully, not realizing what was going on around her at all. Sighed her savior. He pulled her head back, holding her jaws open, and just poured the contents of the vial into her mouth. After a few seconds, she fluttered her eyes, and not saying anything, rushed off to her children. "Hold on a second. They're not going anyway." He stopped her, grabbing her by the hand, which was almost returned with a slap to the face, but he deftly avoided the hand flying through the air, almost like he had predicted it in advance. "Hey, dumbass! Sheesh! Take this!" The boy put a sword and a grey scroll, which would allow her to learn how to use the weapon directly into her hand. Only after that did he send her back to her children. Whoosh! An arrow whistled past the stranger, mere inches from him, and landed right in the eye of a monster that had been standing behind him. Right then the figure vanished into thin air, just as unexpectedly as he had appeared. Sticking out up to his waist from the hatch, the archer loosed arrow after arrow at the monsters flitting around the attic, but he could not yet brag about his accuracy. The arrows landed in chests, necks, wings, but to hit them that accurately in the eye was beyond him. One of the beasts quickly caught on to the dangerous systemnik and started heading right toward him. The first shot hit him in the leg, the next in the chest, but the third he never even managed to get off. Crack! The spike ball appeared in the air once more, and one smack turned the mutant's hip into bony mush. As soon as he fell onto the floor, he was hit again, but this time in the head. "You need to be more careful." The stranger, having appeared again, shook his head disapprovingly. "And don't get in the way." He pointed at the people who were climbing the stairs to get onto the roof. No matter how much the boy stared at his face, he simply could not figure out who he was. But his brain was literally screaming at him that he knew that person. But just who he was and when they had met, Nikolai could not figure out. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by wild, unrestrained laughter. A double-barrel shot was heard, and then the laughter just got worse. The crazy old man was braying. His back had started aching from the bad weather, so he had gone to bed early. As soon as he woke up, he saw that his attic was being ransacked by winged monsters, and he couldn't help but join in the fun. The shot hit a mutant right in the chest, but didn't cause it any significant damage. But the old man, it seemed, was simply excited by that fact, deftly reloading his rifle, firing 2 more shots at the monster. but this time hitting him in the head. Buck's shot whizzed through the entire attic, piercing the skin of panicking people and creating even more panic. Even the shot in the head hadn't blown the monster's brains out. Sure, it had really done a number on his face, but for some reason, usually a point-blank shot, even with a low caliber, would at least blow the brains out the back, and at most would take the whole head with them. But that's not what happened. So the insane guffaws immediately turned into no less insane swearing. After this attack, many people would have made new discoveries, expanding their vocabularies. There could be no doubt about that. The old man picked up his cane and started beating the monster on his messed-up face, never stopping his shouting. The winged beast sliced the air a couple of times with his claws, but the old guy handily dodged all his attacks, immediately getting close to the mutant and continuing to beat the shit out of him. Soon enough, armed people started hurrying through the hatch. They quickly spread out the whole attic, and the few remaining monsters decided right then to retreat, sliding back through the holes they had made. "Screw off, Baldy!" As soon as I realized that the winged monsters had decided to run away, I widened the area of effect of my mana absorption and took off after them. The first one came up almost immediately. As soon as his ugly mug popped up out of the ripped roof, my slung shot flew right into it. Then I moved over to the next hole, where I didn't have to wait long either. Another freak crashed down inside and a blue potato rolled into a dark corner. I shouldn't forget that. Pick it all up right after. Only 2 of them managed to get away. I took out one last one in the air, and I wasn't about to chase after the rest. There was no point, since they were moving really fast. A green scroll dropped quickly downward, and I had to give up on it. I would have to look for it in the middle of the night, and there was no use in that. If it had been blue, then for sure, but something that was worse than myself didn't interest me at all. In the end, I only managed to find 2 blue potatoes. The rest of them were lost in the gross mess of trash, shit, dirt, and new, not yet dried blood. Or they had been snatched up in the inventories of the inhabitants, which was completely possible. In any case, there was no use in asking them to give them back. Nobody would admit it, and starting a slaughter over 3 rewards would be just insane. The wind was howling twice as hard, and large heavy drops of rain had begun pounding on the metallic roof. I could feel them passing through me. How cold they were. Brr. It was going to be an uncomfortable day for the people living in this camp. "Okay, tell me." I appeared in the kitchen, sitting at the table. Cole jumped in surprise, while his sister squealed in delight. But her older brother immediately took her into the next room. Until I took off my hood, he couldn't recognize me at all. It was like people became idiots, unable to remember who I was as long as the hood was over my head. Although Brownie had known, somehow. A strange man, that one, for sure. "I thought it was you," the boy said, staring at my face. "And yes, thank you for the syringe. It has already saved me twice." Saying that, the boy lifted up his shirt and showed me a new scar. There could be no doubt a spike shot by a shooter had recently hit him in the shoulder. "The spikes can infect you?" I asked, surprised. "Who knows?" he shrugged. "But I wasn't infected." I opened up 3 blue potatoes and spread them on the table, but I had the first bite myself in order to raise my stats. I got a point in dexterity and in conduits, which I couldn't complain about. I left the rest of it for the kids, let them have a feast. I wasn't hurting for it since I still had 5 blue potatoes. In any case, I would just pop them straight into my mouth, so I let that good thing go to waste. I spent a while asking Cole about what he had accomplished and learned that he hadn't yet reached level 10, but that made sense, since the only possibility he had for improvement was to shoot out of the window at whoever was passing by. Sad and boring, but it is what it is. I got 20 rewards from him anyway, as well as the worn-out bow. He no longer owed me anything since he had his own weapon now, but before I disappeared I put 2 scrolls onto the table. Archery, normal. Description, martial ability, allows you to train your mastery of archery to a basic level. Your job now is to learn both these scrolls. I said. Just do it fast. I'm interested to see. He stared at me in disbelief, then studied the rewards, and nodding in thought immediately activated the first one. The scroll turned to dust right away, and the boy's eyes rolled back in his head. His body started trembling, and he began rolling on the floor, wheezing. Even I was starting to get worried, but after a couple of minutes his seizure got weaker and, soon enough, passed completely. Okay. He sat up on the floor and blinked his eyes. That was not fun. There's another one. Don't worry, next time will be easier. Learn it. I handed him the next scroll. As far as I could tell, learning skills and abilities shouldn't be fatal, and I was in a hurry. Shaking his head, Cole sat back in his chair and activated the next scroll. No sense in looking a gift horse in the mouth. This time it really didn't mess with him as much, but still for a second I did think that he had actually died. Somehow or other the boy ended up on the floor again and took no less than 3 minutes to come to. So tell me. Anyway, it was just how I expected it to be. First off, studying the skill again worked like using an ability point. Its level went up by 1. I was sure that it would do the same with skills. Secondly, abilities were an exceptionally useful innovation. The boy had learned archery in mere minutes, and as soon as he came to, we did an experiment. Sure, he couldn't hit an eye accurately from 30 yards away, but he had started holding his weapon much more confidently, and could reload noticeably faster. According to him, when the scroll turned to dust, a picture appeared in front of him. It was like he had taken the place of some unknown archer, and spent a few days training with an instructor. He could not recall the face of that creature, but the knowledge he had received sank deep into his brain in its entirety. I suddenly wanted to use a scroll myself, but all in good time. I would have to find something worthwhile to start with. As expected, until level 10 you couldn't learn a second martial ability. Just like with the skills, no difference at all. Having done all the necessary experiments, and satisfied that everything was good with the boy, I took my leave of them, vanishing into the air. It was still night after all, and time for them to sleep, while I had a lot still left to do. I did briefly look in to see how things were going with the food. While we were talking, his little sister had sniffed out a world of delicious smells, and was standing at the entrance to the kitchen, champing at the bit to go as soon as I got out of there. Meanwhile, the storm had come to rage in full force. The dark sky was periodically rent by bright flourishes of lightning. Thick sheets of rain battered the heads of the restless monsters, and gusts of wind blew the hefty drops around at breakneck speeds. I decided not to fly up too high, in order to stay out of harm's way. Maybe the lightning would hit the lightning rods, but I wasn't going to let any experiments happen to me. It had taken humanity only a few days to figure out how to survive in this new world. There were almost no lights to be seen in the windows. Sometimes they were covered over with rags, so they wouldn't attract the attention of any kinds of human monsters. And now there were flyers too, which would be really hard to protect yourself from. And that wasn't even taking the birds and other animals into account. Either because of the new phase, or maybe just because of the terrible weather, the deadies were agitated. Whole crowds were going through the streets, breaking into entrances, joining up with hordes and splitting into smaller groups. They were acting like they had decided there was a short deadline to find themselves new victims. But the people living in the store had gotten lucky. There it was comparatively quiet, and the only thing making noise was the massive streams of water at the entrance trying to wash away the already shaky barricades. Even though it was night, the sentries were not sleeping. That would be pretty unwise anyway, since they were trying with all their might to reinforce the barrier, reinforcing it with wire and whatever else was at hand. All right, well, hindsight was 20/20, wasn't it? Even given the short temper of the local leader. Inside, everything was just as quiet and bright. They had already finished breaking through to the upper floors, and now a staircase made of metal shelving prominently took up the exact center of the store. Most of the people had moved upstairs, and now the store was being used exclusively by the fighters, of which there were a fair number. About 30 people were walking around inside, with 10 more relaxing in the storerooms. Clearly sentries on their shift, and here was the leader too, of course. Despite how late it was, he wasn't sleeping. He was probably taking potions like me, otherwise I had no idea how you could live on that schedule without chemical help. The fighters were mostly doing nothing, eating through their store of provisions or just telling stories. In any case, there was no threat of attack, so why not just relax? The place was quiet, warm, and dry. I passed through the aisles, only half listening to the meaningless chatter of the inhabitants. They were discussing women, weapons, and the news, so I could get nothing valuable from it. The refrigerators were practically empty. Well, 100 people would pretty quickly go through the food, even rationed out a day at a time. They might have taken some of it upstairs, but even then, there wouldn't be enough frozen goods for very long. The people had also started eating up the grains and canned foods, but there was enough of them to last for a while still. The salt shelf had been completely cleared out, nothing left at all. Is that how they had decided to preserve the frozen food? Good job, no complaints here. They were preparing for when the electricity shut off entirely, which could happen any day now. Different power stations would have different lifespans, and I had not even the slightest clue how our city was powered. Best if it was nuclear. If that were true, then we could get free electricity for definitely at least a couple more months, if not more. The worst would be if it was thermal. Then we would be out of luck, and darkness would be descending any day now. The inhabitants soon disappointed me. They had just eaten the frozen meat and poured the salt around the perimeter of the main building for some reason. A narrow line of it stretched around right by the wall like a snake, and was only broken at the entrance. What was it for? Protection from evil spirits? Or had they gotten a new warlock ability? But that was a whole class. But whatever the case, they didn't seem like idiots, so that meant there must be a reason for it. I flew upstairs and checked how things were going up there. I couldn't hear anything useful to me from their conversations either, so I went back downstairs to finally have a chat with the local leader. I needed only one thing from him, and I hoped, very much, that he wouldn't rip me off.
And what are you guys sitting around for? Go help reinforce the barricades.
Igor shouted at his men.
Come off it already, I just got dry. Let me rest a bit,
whined a man dressed in metal armor. He was sitting on top of a pile of wooden pallets, and the last thing he wanted was to go back outside. The weather really left a lot to be desired.
And what the hell did you get dry for? Get your metal ass up and march back outside,
shouted the leader, brooking no argument, and turned around toward the soldiers sitting by the cash desk, so that he could also give them the third degree. But halfway there, a person appeared out of thin air right in front of him, and as soon as he took off his hood, Igor recognized him as that same son of a bitch with the zombie head. "Hello! I've come to trade," announced the boy, smiling. "You have something that I would like. The ring that you showed me. I would trade you 10 grey books for it."
"The ghost! Get ready!"
roared the leader, and all of the fighters nearby jumped out of their seats immediately. He himself took a packet of salt out of his inventory and scattered it in front of him, with the rest of them following suit, and in an instant there was a distinct, unbroken white circle around the boy. "What's wrong with you? Are you stupid?" The ghost was shocked and immediately vanished into the air. But a few seconds later he appeared right next to the ring of salt, looking all over with his eyes full of fear. "I came in peace. What are you doing this for?" Saying that, he disappeared once again.
"You can't hide forever,"
the leader smirked.
"And if you think we can't do anything to you, then you're wrong. I can throw salt into the circle, and then you'll have a bad time."
After he said that, the boy appeared again, staring in dread at the fighters surrounding him in a dense circle, brandishing their weapons. Swords, spears, axes. They were all pointed at him, and as soon as the boy even tried to break through the impenetrable circle of salt, they would stab him to death right at that very moment. Or at least that's what it seemed like to the ghost, looking at the determined faces of the warriors. "What do you want?" mumbled the system Nick, caught in the trap, in a slightly trembling voice.
Give me that head, and you can go free,
answered Yegor calmly, then continued after a couple of seconds.
Otherwise, in 10 minutes I will throw a pinch of salt and then…
I got it. You don't need to keep going. Casp shook his head and after a few seconds vanished into thin air.
Don't even think about doing anything stupid. You are definitely not the strongest person here,
said the man once he had gotten tired of waiting. But not the stupidest either, exclaimed the boy appearing out of nowhere, right then sweeping away a line of salt with his foot and immediately vanishing into the air.
Stupid for sure.
Igor shook his head. They had obviously considered this possibility and made more than one circle. The second one was more than a yard wider, so the ghost couldn't fly that far.
You have made your choice. Leaving an enemy like that alive is too dangerous.
Saying that, he took a handful of white powder and threw it into the air so that it would definitely hit the ghost, hovering in the air. The rest of them did the same, and then repeated the exorcism ritual a few more times, just in case, covering all the space around them. Chapter 28. Well, now that was a lot of fun. You can't argue with that. I floated up at the ceiling and watched 10 men with serious faces throw salt all over the store. Grains of it passed through, not doing any damage at all, but they didn't need to know that yet, now, did they? Let them have their fun now, and then I would appear. It would be a shame to cut a party like this short. Maybe I was wasting a little bit of time on nothing, but it was totally worth it. There wasn't a lot of entertainment in this new world anyway, and laughing at idiots was always a good time. You missed that corner. I bet he's hiding somewhere there. I pointed to one of the men at the side. Ah! He nodded and headed over to scatter salt there too. Has anyone's inventory increased then? I appeared among those idiots once again, having grabbed a bag of laundry detergent and starting to throw it along with them. Pretty soon my chemical attack had an effect, and people started coughing.
Which one of you idiots is throwing laundry detergent?
Came the voice of the smart-ass local leader, angrily. Soon the walls were shaking with excessive sneezing. It seemed like, instead of a person, only a crater should be left after that. Nobody answered him. Everybody was staring at their bags of salt, and no matter how much he searched for the culprit, nobody could find him. But he doled out some smacks anyway, just as a warning.
Fine, it's done.
He growled and headed upstairs to wash the salt off. As soon as he had gotten undressed and into the shower, I took all of the stuff that he hadn't put in his inventory and finally materialized to have a serious conversation. Lightning axe, uncommon, strength +2, discharge, 500 out of 500, description, two-handed weapon, mana 10 out of 10, discharge, an active skill. Upon activation releases a powerful electrical discharge from the blade, attacking and paralyzing the enemy. Mana/durability cost 10 points. It weighed at least 6 pounds, no less, but probably even more since he hadn't put it in his inventory. A decent little toy, which would do Brownie's boys some good. Or I could just leave it somewhere outside and whoever needed it could take it. I spent some time debating with myself over whether or not I should kill this bastard, but in the end I decided to give him a chance. I mean, he was able to unite people, and so far I hadn't yet caught them engaged in open brigandry. Yeah, he had genuinely wanted to kill me with the salt, but that was just because he was afraid of me holding a grudge. I didn't intend to start the conversation right away, waiting for him to finish washing and for his mana to go down a bit more. To do that, I lowered the range of my vampire skill as much as possible, and amused myself by turning on and off the hot and cold water. The man swore and shouted, but continued washing his body, not even taking the time to look behind the curtain.
Fucker.
Hey! The salt didn't work! I shrugged. But before I break your kneecaps, give me the ring that causes unbearable pain, and all the unique rewards that you have too, then you and your men can live.
Ah, but you weren't able to get out of the circle.
He mumbled in confusion. Yeah, anyway, what do you need the head for? My curiosity got the better of me.
Well, you can use it to scare away zombies, sort of. Or the other way, attract them to level up your people. But I really hadn't intended to kill you.
He put his hands up.
I thought the sword would stick you to the ground, and then we could beat you up a little.
Beat me up a little. I thought a little, scratching my chin. Fine. I'll also beat you up a little, but only if you give me your unique rewards, and I might not even bust your kneecaps. But I'm not sure yet. He made excuses for a while, but I reminded him that even if I didn't intend to cripple him and his fighters, I could still mess them up real good. For example, I could take away all their food stores, and nobody would be able to do anything about it. I could shut off the water and electricity to the whole building, and all of a sudden he decided to give me 2 gifts, a ring and a bag of dubious contents. After getting what I came for, I just smiled and dematerialized. The man looked around for a while, then he swore quietly at some guy named Pete, who had come up with the idea with the salt, and went off in search of cloves. I had stolen most of them into my inventory.
Fighters!
He shouted as soon as he got down into the store.
Come here, all of you.
Even the ones who had been on break came. The only exceptions were the ones who were still getting soaked in the rain, but the rest stood around their leader, ready to listen.
We have fucked up,
he announced, raising a finger in the air.
And I want to say right now, if that freak shows up here again, nobody react to him in any way. He is crazy, schizo, a sick bastard with a screw loose, and there's no need to mess with that shit.
Calm down, Igor. A lean little man came out of the crowd. He is not all-powerful, and we'll definitely get him next time. And what makes you think he's alive? We poured salt all over him, and the fact that nobody's inventory increased, maybe someone's just lying?
Bede, shit, would you just shut the hell up?
The man's eyes were becoming bloodshot.
Your idea was bullshit, doomed to failure from the start. And yes, I talked with him personally. He stole my axe, my cloves, and 2 of my rewards.
Yeah? Pete almost screamed. And where is he? Here, I answered, appearing right behind him. I had already scanned that Pete using my hood and learned that he had the fairly strange but entirely normal class of counselor. Whatever that might mean, I couldn't say, but I would rather call it advisor. A crappy one. I had promised not to beat them up too badly, but I still had to teach them a lesson. Somehow or other, at least their leader would get the message, and would never try to hurt me again. Plus, he had not known that I was still there. Either that or he was very clever, just pretending not to know. But I didn't think that he would be talking shit about me if he was certain that I was listening to all of it. The brass knuckles that had been languishing in my inventory for a long time flashed on my hand, and literally a second later I punched the scoundrel as hard as I could in the shoulder blade. "Should I pour salt over you, huh?" I shouted, and taking a good handful up from the floor, I threw it right in the moron's face. The fighters did not listen to their leader, falling to attack me. Maybe that was because I had my hood on again. Foolishly, they didn't recognize me, although I didn't see how that was even possible. Yeah, you couldn't see my face, but my clothes were the same. My next hit was without any particular enthusiasm, and I hadn't forgotten to put my brass knuckles back into my inventory. There was no point in crippling the fool that had come at me with his spear drawn. Still, he went down immediately, sliding a good 5 feet across the floor on his face. After that, I started disappearing and appearing only before a hit. I hit them mostly on the face, but sometimes I would give someone a good kick in the ass, and those hits I put my heart and soul into. The leader was just standing there and watching. He didn't even shout anything to his fighters, knowing that I wouldn't stop until I had hit every one of them, and even they figured out that it was impossible to catch me. I stopped only when all of them were on the salted floor.
"All right, are we even?"
the leader asked, throwing up his hands and smiling. "Almost." A moment later, my fist flew, landed right on his self-satisfied face. The crunch told me I had broken his nose, but that was even better. Now he would look even more like a dwarf. He just had to grow a beard to the floor and, well, nothing else. Only the beard was missing. I didn't intend to take their weapons. Those dumbasses would still need them to protect their women and children. At that, I left the terrible store. I wouldn't come back here again, at least not in the near future. They had gone and messed up a good thing, completely changing my opinion about them in an instant. But I really was of two minds. On the one hand, they had tried to rob me, and who would stop them from robbing someone else? On the other hand, they didn't seem to be out-and-out villains. The people in that camp lived completely normal lives, with no oppression or humiliation. Anyway, there was no reason to kill them, but I couldn't let their behavior go unpunished. Now they would just take some potions, and remember that there was no point in throwing salt on anybody. But I couldn't help think that advisor was not a simple class. Yeah, it was grey, but it was more social than martial. A person with abilities like that could easily trick anybody, and it seemed like that was what had happened. Was Pete aspiring to be the leader? That idea with the salt was really pretty stupid, and it would have made sense for me to just kill their leader. He really looked like that. But that was none of my business, and I wasn't going to get involved anymore. Next time I would just kill that Pete guy, and it would be done. The storm outside was gradually beginning to die down, and in the distance I could already make out small patches of starry sky. With every passing minute, the drops of rain were getting smaller and less frequent, and by the time I got to the police station, the rain had stopped entirely. It was as if everything around had frozen. A thin mist was rising slowly from the ground, and every once in a while droplets could be heard falling from trees and gutters, while the moonlight broke through the slowly disappearing clouds. Romantic as hell. But just what were they doing over there? I couldn't help but being surprised, since the very last thing you expect to see in the middle of the night is a leaper scampering away from a large, cursing bear running around a building. What was weird was that Brownie was definitely growling, but I didn't know exactly what he meant by it. Only by picking out the few meaningful words among the heavy stream of uncensored profanity did I learn that the leaper was not a normal one. And he wasn't saving his own life. The mutant held a head in his hands and was carefully pressing it against his chest, sparing no energy in running away from the furious animal. I noticed also that Gosha was silent. He couldn't utter a word, although it looked like he had something to say. But maybe that was for the best. The bear was very angry, and there was nothing that could make him more angry. Although... "Gosha, you can speak!" I shouted, appearing nearby.
"Bloody bear! Go to hell! What the hell are you chasing me for, you lout? Your fur should fall out,
A heavy stream of abuse flew out of the head like a broken faucet. He even went through the trouble of having the leaper lift the artifact above himself, turning him around so the bear could hear him better.
Rah!
The bear roared even louder and started running behind the deadie even faster. His roars shook the walls of the surrounding buildings, and small streams of zombies began to be drawn in from the alleys. But it was like the animal could not care less about that. The question was just why the zombie didn't run farther away, but just kept running around the building. Probably the artifact couldn't go very far from the place I had put him. And I had to give him his due. With only a few hours, his big guys had dragged away more than 100 rotting corpses. I didn't yet know where they had put them, but at least for now you could walk around and breathe freely here, and also people wouldn't have to worry about getting infected for no reason. Eventually the bear sprang forward, suddenly, and the leaper wasn't able to jump out of the way, getting seriously hit by the claws in his back. The head rolled swiftly across the concrete, and I wished that I had hidden it in my inventory, because the bear was not playing around, and was ready to splatter it with his powerful paws at any moment. But Gosha turned out to be not that easy. A vine burst out of a flower bed nearby and completely wrapped around the artifact, saving it from certain death at the last moment.
"Casp, where are you?"
shouted the head, darting his eyes all over in a frenzy. All Brownie had to do was just bite through the thin stalk and Gosha would immediately fall down. The bear, only briefly glancing at me, bared his teeth just barely, and began running circles around the lanky growth with such a tempting fruit at its top. The head had not stopped screaming, so zombies keep being drawn in toward it, but there were practically no mutants among them, plus getting through the blocked-up fence was pretty hard for them, so Brownie only once in a while had to divert his attention to tearing apart multiple zombies at a time with his powerful paws. After just a few minutes, having lorded it over Gosha long enough, the beast roared and bit through the stem. The screaming head fell downwards, and only an inch from the gaping maw did I grab it and put it in my inventory. I didn't know what Brownie was chasing it so intensely for, but it somehow seemed to be for a very good reason. Shooting me a glance, the bear looked at the zombies gathered around him and headed off to clear his territory of uninvited guests. I wasn't about to get involved. Since I was only interested in strong opponents, regular ones did me no good. But I was once again bursting with curiosity. What could have upset Oleg so much? He looked so restrained, and I felt like he was more a stone than a person, at least judging by his facial expressions. But as soon as I got into the office where I had left the head, everything made sense. Gosha had really gotten carried away with his work, and now the room was overgrown with flowers. They were fairly pretty, I had to say, and a sweet-looking nectar was dripping from them. Clearly Brownie hadn't liked that the nectar had spilled onto his writing, plus the flowers were growing on long spiked stems, making it impossible to get into the room without hurting yourself. They had grown over the floor, the walls, and the furniture. I couldn't even imagine how you could get enough nutrients from a flower pot. What's more, they weren't using photosynthesis, since there were hardly any leaves on those plants at all. Only a small clump of them had grown onto the outside, but it was night now. It was annoying that there were quite a few flies in the room. Normally all sorts of bees would be flying around for the pollen, but here it was, these truly dung-loving animals that were practically in ecstasy, flying from one flower to another. Blah! I had appeared for just 1 second, but that was enough for my gag reflex to kick in. Thankfully, I was able to disappear again before I lost my potatoes. Now I understood. I wanted to throw the stupid head out of the window myself. The whole room was ruined, and I was afraid to imagine how much the whole building stank now, or how you could get rid of that smell now. Hey! Gosha thunked onto the roof with his face in a puddle. He gurgled, and I kicked him lightly on the ear. Thanks. An idiotic smile spread across his face. Is the bear gone? What the hell did you do? I set upon him immediately. I told you to practice and clean up the grounds, that's all. Well, I did clean up the grounds. As for practice, there's all kinds, said the artifact as though nothing were wrong. Did you see the flowers? Don't they smell brilliant? So let me leave you in that room. Would you like that? I asked. Well, even if he smelled it, he wouldn't have anything to vomit with. Well, yeah. It's wicked in there. Gosha looked at me suspiciously, not understanding what the punishment was supposed to be. Just don't let the bear in. I really didn't like how calm he was. I had hoped that he would protest and beg me not to do that. Does your nose work? Can you smell at all? Well, yeah, of course. My sense organs have even leveled up a little. Can't hurt, the artifact said proudly. But I could improve them a little more. But I don't have a lot of mana, plus it's hard to concentrate on a bunch of tasks at the same time. So you can smell? Damn it! I finally realized that the smell of rotting meat would have to be very nice for a zombie, and he hadn't even considered it, having grown the flowers that he personally liked in Brownie's room. Had he been trying to make peace? But knowing Gosha, more likely he understood everything and made the stench entirely on purpose. You have 10 minutes to clean up in front of the building again and to get rid of the smell in the room, I commanded him, and before the artifact could respond, I put him in my inventory. Then I rolled the cursing head across the sticky office floor and headed outside. Materializing within the building with that smell in it would cost you dearly. I didn't think he could manage it in 10 minutes, so I could rest a little. It was night outside, and there was no point in running around looking for strong monsters. Brownie had finished his genocide, and now was headed off to rest. so I wouldn't be discussing anything with him. His nap would last at least a couple hours. Fine, let him hibernate for now. I need to use the internet. I found the bachelor pad I was in before pretty fast. The PC tower began to drone with the buzz of numerous fans, and within a few seconds the dark room was lit up by a massive monitor. Beautiful. But I didn't have time to play yet. The first thing was to deal with all the blue potatoes I had collected, then to find as much information about scrolls as possible on the internet, and then distribute my 2 available stat points. To make browsing around less boring, I decided to open up just 1 potato. The knowledge that I didn't have to eat it all definitely made me happy. Sometimes the system just piled on the portions. The kind of restaurants would serve to at least 4 people. Like now. Directly in front of the monitor was a clean, spread tablecloth, and on top of it was a bucket of seafood. Mussels, octopuses, squid, crabs. There were crab crackers for those last ones. I wondered whether I would get a reward if I killed a zombie with them. I would have to be creative, sure, but the tool still looked much more dangerous than a system knife. The internet treated me to a huge number of new forums. People had finally gotten their stuff together, securing their living areas a little, and could now safely share information with each other. First, I turned my attention to the social component of the system. In addition to teams, there were now clans. What they were for wasn't yet clear, but still, I understand that it was a sign that I would have to stick to people as closely as possible. Something would come from this somehow. Like if you compared it to a test, maybe there would be raids. Like in video games, you'd have 40 people fighting with some terrible monster, and then with each other for the right to own the ultimate weapon that it dropped. But as for me, I wasn't going to have to fight with anyone. I would just swipe it and done, if I needed the thing, of course. The bad part was that, to make a clan, you needed at least 30 people. I could get that much simply in the police station, but what if all the members of a clan were sent to a test? What would I do with 20 first-level women and children? I might seriously endanger them, and endanger myself too. I would have to get Brownie to expand it. I had a few candidates for moving in, but we would have to get them here somehow. I thought they would happily move in with nicer and stronger neighbors, so right now I just had to clear it with the bear. The bestiary was also starting to fill up. It still wasn't that great, but I think the new monsters have been added for sure. The winged monster came in 2 variants, normal and very nasty. I had already seen the first type, but the second would be pretty surprising, since it was a hybrid of a stormtrooper and a flyer. Although they could only shoot at short range, for a lot of people that could be a serious problem. Now you had to have a bow in your inventory, whether you wanted it or not. Abilities. In general, there wasn't much interesting about them. There were grey ones, green ones, and blue ones, and the main difference between them was the depth of specialization. For example, if you used a grey one, you could become an archer. The most common, standard one. In no way different from hundreds or thousands of similar shitheads. The green ones were a bit better, but they weren't really that different. You would get different techniques and tricks, but on the whole, you could just hit targets accurately. But the blue ones were much more interesting. Even their names were much more complex. Like the Rifazai archery ability. How are you supposed to understand that word? Was it the name of the bow, or was it how the style was called, or the place where you learned how to shoot? In any case, the owner of an ability like that had remarked that after studying it, he had started shooting completely differently. Although his accuracy had remained middling, but his rate of fire had gone up by a lot, up to 10 times more. A short video showed how a man with a blurred-out face shot 10 arrows at a target in just a few seconds. In short, I had to remember that Riverside was about close-quarters combat with a bow. The crafts were also pretty interesting. People had started making system items. To do so, you just needed to use the corresponding ability. For example, one cobbler with the rare ability to make armored shoes had opened up an online store. Sure, delivery was limited to just one region, and a companion who could control animals was helping him with it. He had an eagle under his control which happily took the goods and brought back the money. As payment, the salesman accepted both other items and materials and also crystals. Shit, I'd totally forgotten about those. Brr, brr, brr. Through the window, I could hear the rumbling of a motor coming nearer, and then the car stopped, right next to the police station. I immediately turned off the monitor and flew outside. People started pouring out of the truck that had just arrived. And that would be no big deal, except the truck was a little souped up and looked a hell of a lot like the one I had stolen from those bastards just a bit ago. Chapter 29. Hold it! The sounds of rifles being cocked could be heard on the roof of the police station, followed by the voice. The people below immediately spread out and took cover, hiding behind both the truck and behind the cars parked all around. What surprised me was that every day there were fewer and fewer zombies around, and now they were hardly reacting to the shouts. Or was that just here, around the station? The discussions hadn't yet started, and both sides were just frozen in place. Automatic weapons were aimed at the people from up above, and below the men were simply sitting and awaiting their orders. "Are you sure it's here?" asked a man quietly to the boy with a tablet in his hands, sitting next to him. He was of a solid build and looked fairly well leveled. He was dark-skinned with black hair, and had a well-trimmed beard on his face. I didn't understand how a man managed to take care of his appearance in a situation like this. More accurately, I understood how, not why. The boy looked like your typical nerd, short with a flabby, pudgy body. It was weird and incomprehensible why he was wearing glasses, when you could just put some points in perception and your eyesight would become normal right away. You didn't need much. 2 would be more than enough, but I had no desire to waste the mana in Hood to find out more about him. They were taking cover behind the massive wheels of the truck and calmly looking over a map. I didn't want to miss this chance to look and stared at the screen, floating right where the boy was. "Who the hell knows, you fucking chode?" I heard the muffled voice of the boy, but only after that did he start talking. "Yeah, most likely it's here somewhere." The boy nodded, pointing at the map. "But what was that just now? What the hell?" I didn't hear the first sentence, but rather felt it. Plus, the boy definitely hadn't opened his mouth at that time. I could only see hints of annoyance and anger on his face. Strange. But it implied some interesting conclusions that were just awaiting confirmation through experimentation. But if I could really hear people's thoughts... Okay, then my espionage had reached a new quality level. It made sense to try and get a few more thoughts, but I would work on that a little later. There were some notes on the map. It was clear that they had, for some reason, decided to trace their vehicle by putting a tracking device in it, or by throwing a phone under the seat, which was functionally the same thing. In any case, there were a few vehicles at their camp. 2 of them were now by the police station, or a few hundred feet away. Anyway, the location showed approximate coordinates, and 4 more were located outside of the city, but I couldn't see where exactly, since I managed to note it for only a moment. That was because the boy had zoomed in on the map and moved closer, pointing to our location. "What's that on the left there?" I appeared next to the boy, right across from his boss, and moved the map back. "Okay, I got it, thank you." Nobody was able to object to me, and I immediately disappeared into thin air, moving a few feet away just in case. "What?" exclaimed the man. "Who was that? What the hell?" I had truly underestimated my hood. When I appeared, people saw me as... not a specific person, but just a stranger. Or the other way around, just somebody on their team. In any case, they didn't pay me any attention. "I have no idea," the boy said, blinking in surprise, just now realizing something strange had happened. The fighters immediately started moving, trying to find me, but all in vain, even though I was floating right next to them. I had basically learned everything that interested me. These people had come for their fallen comrades by tracking the truck. But what did they intend to do after that? Zombies might have taken out the previous owners of the truck, and the fact that it ended up here was also not surprising, since if you come across a machine like that, you can claim it and use it for whatever purpose you want. Documents were no longer necessary, so finders keepers. Just by looking at our guest and remembering the size of the inventories of their fallen comrades, I could say for certain that they would try to attack, no matter what. If not now, then at least very soon. That's why I learned where their camp was right away. Something that caught my attention, although not right away, was that the zombies hardly noticed them. Only when they got right up next to them did they start groaning, but even then they didn't have time to attack. This was not the guy's first experience with zombies, so they took care of them in mere seconds, without any trouble. I was sure that one of them had some kind of aura that made the zombies ignore them, but only until the zombies got close. I had no need for that kind of skill, but for regular people it would be useful. Or maybe it was someone's class. I couldn't do anything but guess.
Who are you, and why have you come?
I heard a familiar and somewhat sleepy voice from the roof. They had woken the bear.
We're looking for our boys.
The same man who was standing next to the boy with tablet stepped out from behind the truck.
My name is Tasman. My people were supposed to return to the camp this evening, but we lost contact with them, so we tracked the location of their truck.
I was flying up to Brownie to tell him a bit about those people, so I heard Oleg quietly swearing, using such phrases as,
"Piece of shit ghost,"
and others in that vein. But yeah, I got that. It would have been a hell of a setup. Honestly, I don't think there was a tracking device in it. I appeared on the roof hiding behind the ledge so nobody below could see me.
Where did you get that truck, damn it?
Brownie stage whispered, not turning away from our guests. In any case, Oleg was quite visible from below, since he had purposefully approached the edge to make eye contact with our potential enemies.
Did you steal it or what?
Well, yes and no. I shrugged. Let's say I inherited it. He started rubbing his bald patch with his beefy hand. In my defense, let me say that they wanted to kill the dog that I brought. Oleg couldn't help but stare at me in confusion. Oh, and they were going to rape that girl. I waved my hand and got ready to go. Okay, you distract them as much as you can, but we will have to fight no matter what. I'm going to go get Gosha, and then I'll absorb their mana in secret.
And how am I supposed to distract them?
I heard that when I flew through Brownie. Once again, he clearly had not said it. I definitely needed to study this, but before that I had to deal with our guest. They needed a warm welcome. Gosha had just finished transforming the flowers. Now they didn't smell at all, but the former stench still hung in the air. You would have to take all the place off the wall now, otherwise there would be no way to avoid the stink. The head did immediately say that soon the flowers would smell nice in a way that people would definitely like. I hoped it didn't turn out like the last time. Gosha did have very particular tastes. You ready to level up? I asked the head before tossing him in my inventory.
Pfft. Oops.
He shouted joyfully but didn't get to finish the sentence. Having flown out of the office, I headed straight for our enemies. I forgot to tell Gosha not to touch the chubby one. Judging by his thoughts, he didn't share the beliefs of his party. Or at the very least, he didn't much like his leader, but was afraid to go against him.
What car are you talking about? We have a lot of them parked around here. Is one of those yours?
Brownie continued to speak from the roof, drawing it out as much as possible. I briefly saw how the preparations for battle were heating up down below. But whatever, however much they prepare, there wasn't nothing they could do to me.
Stop messing with me, man. Where are my people? Answer me.
The leader of the bandits was starting to lose it, and you couldn't call them anything else. I stopped among them and stretched my vampire aura out so it covered everyone who was there.
Calm down. I'm telling you the truth. We haven't seen your guys. The guy was driven here, and what good is it to waste it? Nobody was in it.
Oleg started explaining himself while simultaneously giving surreptitious commands to his fighters. A storm was brewing, in any case, and nobody could tell. But there was one person who was holding strikingly apart from this whole scene. During the negotiations, he had simply stood up, leisurely walking around the police station, grabbing onto the gratings and looking into the windows. Nobody batted an eyelid, and all I could do was be shocked at his boldness. But Brownie wasn't saying anything about it, and neither were the people clustered around each window. It was fairly hard to see out of them, but if you looked carefully, then you would definitely notice him. After one full turn, the ballsy man just waddled back and started whispering to Tasman. I couldn't miss out on that conversation, and approached them on purpose, losing my mana absorption for a few of the fighters. There are about 30-40 people over there, but most of them are girls and trash like that. The cocky man whispered, to which the darker one just nodded silently. But there are some good-looking girls too, so I think it makes sense too. Anyone armed? Tasman muttered without opening his mouth. He didn't want Brownie to see that he was talking to someone. But what the hell? What did it mean that he didn't want that? They were standing right next to each other, and no matter how much you wanted to, there was no way to not notice that guy. Or was I just so used to night vision as a ghost, and you really couldn't see them in the darkness? What they were talking about was quite clear. Also, I was aware of their plan in advance. They wanted to kill the system nicks and load all the girls into the back of the truck, carrying them off to their own camp. To what end? That was also obvious. But now to find out where that girl got his audacity from, that would be interesting. So, hiding in the bushes quite close, I shut off my skill and stared over at the two whispering men. Well, what do you know? I turned my dematerialization on again and couldn't believe my eyes. When I was a ghost, there were two men, but when I was a person, I could only see one. There were only a very few possibilities here. Either the cocky man was invisible, or he was like me. I leaned towards the first possibility since he didn't fly, but what if there was a green ghost class with limited capabilities? Only the system knew. I hadn't looked at all the possibilities since I didn't really have the luxury at that time. In any case, I would have to take out the first one, especially since it would be easy to do it unnoticed. Leaving the bushes, I got close to the guys having the discussion and stopped right between them, greedily soaking up information. And you're not to touch civilians, got it? The leader said through his teeth. It was one time, jeez. The invisible man had first nodded in response, but realizing that it was useless to communicate through body language, he responded audibly. One time, how do you? Tasman was silent for a few seconds, then continued. Put everyone on the roof to the sword, then come down and kill only the fighters. They are not in a clan, so they won't be able to learn about their losses, so cut them down carefully without drawing attention. We'll move in there too. You will get your own girl that you pick for yourself. I saw genuine happiness on the invisible man's face, and suddenly I wanted to smash him in the face with my metal bar, so hard that it came out the back. But all in good time. They discussed the details of their plan for a while, and soon the invisible man headed back toward the building. Are you going to stay up there forever? You're going to come down, maybe? You can see that we have no weapons, and you're pointing machine guns at us. Now the guests had started wasting time too. Who was going to fall for that? I would get rid of them, and then I would be able to put even a tank in my inventory. So what difference did it make if I had a weapon in my hands or not? I can't come down, got a sprained ankle, responded Brownie instantly. Clever, though. Might even be true. He might have hurt himself chasing the head around. Running down a leaper's not that easy anyway. Paying no attention to what they were jabbering about, I followed after the invisible one. Along the way I tried to read his thoughts, but it didn't work out too well. To do that I had to have as much contact as possible with the target. To put it crudely, I had to be inside a person for the connection to be high enough quality. I couldn't really pull that off, since the invisible man was moving at a good clip, stopping once in a while to mumble to himself about how his mana was running out faster than expected. Sorry, bro, I can't turn this off, so deal with it. Shit. The invisible man swore again, realizing that there was only a partial fire escape. It clearly didn't go all the way up to the roof, although there were rusty pieces of rebar that had been installed some 10 years ago still sticking out of the wall. But what else could you do? So after checking his interface one more time, the invisible man started climbing up. For a second, I could easily insert myself into his consciousness and read the full spectrum of his emotions. He didn't really feel like climbing up, but that made perfect sense. He was still excited about his new slave girl. I didn't know how many he already had, but I didn't think it was just one. And he wanted nothing more than to kill, and it absolutely had to be people or other living creatures. Zombies just weren't that much fun. I didn't see any reason to keep reading his thoughts. Why would I, if I could confidently pass judgment just based on the tip of this iceberg? But I'd have to execute it a little bit later, and that was because I didn't just want to get a few more pounds of inventory space, but also a rare weapon. A prick like this would definitely be sporting something interesting. But he had really leveled up his dexterity, I had to give him that. At least that's what it seemed from how fast he climbed up to the roof, latching onto the rods that were just barely jutting out of the wall. There were really not that many of them, so the condemned man had to actually jump from one to another, as though he were some kind of assassin or something. He could have been a useful member of society, but no, he turned out to be a piece of shit. There were 4 people in total on the roof, Oleg shouting into the darkness, 2 men with machine guns who were hiding, unseen, behind the ledge, and 1 more walking back and forth, monitoring the flanks and the rear. I was sure there were people watching all the goings-on from the windows too. Without slowing down, the murdered moved up to the burly guy right off, seeing him as the most dangerous enemy. Concealed by the entrance to the roof, which was located right in the center, he squatted down, taking a pipe out of his inventory, and loaded a dart into it. Thwack! Inventory increased, plus 215 pounds. You only killed civilians once, huh? I shook my head, estimating how many people he had managed to finish off. The only thing I couldn't understand was how awful you would have to have an inventory around 500. But not me, I didn't count, of course. Mine was almost 900. Brownie turned around at the sound, and it was only that which caused the arrow flying straight at his chest to lightly graze his shoulder, leaving a deep, melted furrow behind. Ah, so that's what he meant. They had gotten a message about their clan member's death. Within 1 moment, the whole place was covered with a loud din. Machine guns had begun rattling, abilities began to gleam and pop with use, and the tinkling of broken glass could be heard. The battle had begun in just a few seconds, and it couldn't be held back now. I immediately set about looting the bastard, since he definitely had a ton of system items on him. Some kind of amulet, a ton of rings, a coat, pants! All of that was absolutely necessary, so it was a good thing that I now had enough space to keep it. Mountain climber's pants. Uncommon. Dexterity +3. Sense of balance. Description. Sense of balance. A passive skill. Allows you to maintain your balance on even the most uncomfortable and unsteady of surfaces. Now I understood how he could climb around so easily. Needless to say, I began changing my clothes right away, not putting that off for later. They turned out to be extremely comfortable. They didn't restrict my movement, they fit me exactly, and they even had knee pads. I also took his weapon, of course. I really had no idea where I would get darts, but I would deal with that later. Now I needed to approach the enemy carefully, without getting hit by any goddamn magic on the way. So I had to fly not in a straight line, but even like that I also got hit by some green crap flying out of the darkness, which flew toward one of the windows, spewing acid everywhere. But it never reached its target, since a powerful blast of air caused the spell to go out about a dozen feet away from the window. It looked like our enemies had decided to wear our troops down first, so they could get into the building with no unnecessary risks. So they just cast ability after ability at the windows, not even hitting them at all. Although, judging from the screams of pain inside, they were sometimes getting in anyway. Let's do this, and don't touch the Four Eyes. I gave the head his marching orders and rolled him under one of the cars parked nearby. Now I didn't even have to get involved, although my slungshot was itching to go. The zombies, which up until then hadn't noticed the people, started behaving completely differently. 2 leapers swiftly clawed some guy and pulled him over to their leader right away. The victim was shouting, trying to cast some spell or other, but the zombies quickly tore up his face and then sunk their teeth into his hands. Since it was so loud there and that unlucky wizard had been standing as far away from the most pitched battlefields as possible, nobody could hear his screams. The concrete around Gosha's hiding place began to crack. and carnivorous dandelions grew up out of it, quickly ensnaring the hands and legs of the victim. Right then the leapers let go of the victim, heading off for the next one, and the tenacious plants pulled the body, kicking and screaming into themselves, dragging it under the car. So brutal. But I still watched. Underneath, the head sunk his teeth into the soft flesh, hungrily swallowing chunk after chunk. It seemed like the man had already died, but Gosha still couldn't stop. "So what, did I put you here to eat?" I had materialized under the car.
"What, you didn't?"
The head stared at me in astonishment, his mouth agape, letting a good-sized chunk of face fall out.
"Don't you even worry. My guys have already gone off for another one,"
he said to calm me down and, helped by the vine, put the lump back in his mouth. I had only one question. Where did the meat go? I mean, I could see his esophagus right now, but nothing was falling out of it. It also bothered me how easily he ripped off piece after piece, breaking through even the bones of the skull with his teeth. And that was with Gosha being just level 4. Probably he had gotten significantly more solid after taking that charge from the King of Bones straight to the face. The next victim was not so easy to get. The leapers ran into the very thick of the enemies, and even though they were attacking from behind, they were quickly noticed. A man was shooting arrows at the windows, and as soon as the sharp claws hit him in the back, he immediately turned around, punching his attacker right in the face straight away. Then he took 2 quick but very accurate shots, easily taking out both leapers. And while Gosha looked for new accomplices, I decided to take things into my own hands. If I didn't scratch my slungshot's itch, nobody else would. The archer could do nothing but watch the spiked ball gleaming in the moonlight, in shock, and the next instant my weapon smashed into the man's face with a crunch and a crack. Inventory increased, plus £90. Inventory increased, plus £55. Inventory increased, plus £110. I killed and killed again, but eventually my enemies began to suspect something. It was pretty strange when the people in the front lines easily fought their fight, clearly dominating on the field of battle, while those in the back were dropping like flies. More zombies got to work, trying to drag another wizard away, but this one turned out to be much more careful, and with a powerful barrage he paralyzed the deadies, and then a large man, hiding right nearby, took their heads off with an axe. Unfurling my weapon, I materialized it, only noticing a bright flash at the last second. All of my insides were hit with a wave of cold as a bluish, slightly twinkling ball flew right past me. It exploded right there, and shards of ice, burning through my soul, whizzed right through me. But that was not all. Realizing that I was still somewhere nearby, all the ones left alive started blind casting their full arsenal of spells. Super bright flashes, loud noises, explosions. It was as if all of that was far away, but I understood that my enemies had calculated my position and wouldn't stop until one of them got a message telling them that their inventory had increased. But that wasn't really important anymore. I'd already fallen into darkness, only barely perceiving the quaking of the earth and muffled sounds on the very edge of my consciousness. Chapter 30. The noises above me didn't stop for about a minute. Then I heard the muffled sound of an engine turning on, and only then did I appear above the surface. I could confidently state that I was still immortal, or nearly so. I had hidden myself from that whole hail of magical attacks under the ground. I thought I would do just that next time, since nobody could use a fireball to break through a few feet of dirt, even if they knew where I was. I wondered if the head had gotten trampled in the fray. I slipped out from under the concrete, right as the heavy tires of the truck were rolling over it. I didn't really want to let any of them get away, but there was no use chasing them now. Judging by how much they had bombarded me, I wasn't yet ready to deal with all the survivors. But they would be coming back, sooner or later. I would have to put some things off and waste my time on those assholes. I remembered their address, so finding them wouldn't be too hard. Moreover, I was really, personally, very interested in seeing what they were getting up to out of the city. There were fewer zombies there, in any case, but I might encounter strong animals in the forest I would have to pass through to get there. Although before they might not have crept out of their hiding places, carefully avoiding human beings, by now the situation must have completely changed. Okay, Gosha, they're gone. I came up to the head and kicked it lightly. The artifact made for a good actor. As soon as shit hit the fan, he just pretended to be dead, even sticking his tongue out, and covered himself with freshly grown foliage. The system caption gives you away. Shit. He came to life immediately. But it looked good anyway, right? Almost brought me to tears. Or at least goosebumps. Saying that, I put the head out of sight. But he did a good job. Didn't put himself in danger and worked pretty well. Just had to level him up a little, and the artifact would be priceless. Following the headlights driving off into the distance, I headed into the building. I had to know how much damage those bastards had managed to do, and also to talk to Brownie and give his comrade the ring.
Well, what do you know?
Oleg said to me right as soon as I appeared. And with reason, it seemed. Yeah, it seems like everything is okay. I waved my hand. Nobody got killed?
No.
He sighed and sat down.
But there's a shitload of injured, and the healer has been knocked out.
He was silent for a minute, lost in thought.
You happen to have any potions?
Only for healing the soul? The ice-cold can of beer that had appeared in my hand had already been grabbed by Brownie. As far as I could remember, he had not once turned one down. To you, to celebrate a successful victory over your enemies. I also had an open bottle of wine in my inventory. Had?
But just why the hell did all that?
Oleg was genuinely surprised when the contents of the 6th can went in his mouth. I got 500 pounds of inventory space from them. I shrugged. It was easier for me to deal with alcohol, since health potions got rid of it handily. 500. That's 50 people killed, and I only took out 4 of them. They need to be wiped out completely. It would be best for everyone.
I agree.
In the end, he made a pretty poor conversation partner, since he was just staring at the wall, lost in thought. There was nothing more to say to me, and I didn't feel like wasting time. I had to level up, invest my stat points, improve my skills. Oh, right. I hadn't yet mastered reading minds. I activated my dematerialization skill and floated into Brownie, listening carefully to his thoughts.
Don't worry. Be happy.
Okay, fine. I'll have to find another test subject. Seems like this one is broken. I floated down to the first floor, quickly, a group of people. Slob was with them, as well as the archer and the spearman. They were looking out the window and discussing the attack. As far as I could tell, nobody blamed me for it, since Oleg had decided not to tell them about the underlying cause. Slob! I appeared for literally 1 second and shouted right in the berserker's ear. He jumped and squeaked almost inaudibly. With his burly body and intense beard, the squeak sounded kind of strange. But then the steady stream of uncensored profanity that I had come to expect started flowing from his mouth. Yeah, this was the kind of person I was used to, the kind you could talk to. A gift for you. I put the ring in his hand and disappeared before he could curse at me any more.
I know you're here, asshole,
he shouted, taking a big breath.
Show yourself, prick.
But in a second he was looking at the ring and reading its description.
Ah, is this a joke?
His fury was starting to die down, but I still wasn't about to appear in front of him, let him think that I flew away. To continue my experiment, I flew up to a quiet, sweet-looking girl. She was at best 5 feet tall, and she looked to be about 20 years old, if that. I always wondered what people like that were thinking about. From the outside, it looked like it was just emptiness and goodwill, just looking out the window and dreaming about pink ponies farting cotton candy. And if he was a bear, then would we have to use protection? What kind of kids would we have? Would they be bear cubs or just people? Oh yeah, I should try to do it with him while he's a bear. What if he bites? No, that's no good.
What is wrong with all these thoughts, huh? All that gibberish came into my head in less than a second. I was shocked by the speed of the information being created in her head, as well as by its nonsensicality and uselessness. I had to move to a different room, since the berserker's shouting was really distracting. There, one floor up, was a romantic couple in bed for the night. They were lying down in one sleeping bag, neither of them sleeping, both thinking about something or other. I thought it would be very interesting to listen in. Is he thinking about his exes or something? I hope they've all died. Okay, that was what I expected. I got it from her facial expression. But what was the guy thinking about? Why is it that when I say, ooh, cold air comes out, but when I say, ah, it's hot? I flew out of that room, loaded up with deep thoughts. But really, it was an important question. Don't get distracted, I'll only be here a minute. I appeared on the roof and warned the sentries just in case, so they wouldn't shoot me in fright, and so they wouldn't want to distract me with talk all of a sudden. I materialized Gosha in front of me. He also drove me crazy, yeah, but not like strangers did. So, tell me what you've learned. He started talking, and while he was doing that, I took my whole supply of blue potatoes. I had a long way to go, and so it made sense to get rid of everything I didn't need, while also getting as strong as possible.
So basically, I don't know yet which way to go, or rather to develop. Are you even listening?
Gosha's voice eventually broke me out of my daydreams. Huh? Yeah, of course. You were doing something there, and now you don't know something?
What the hell did I tell you all that for?
He was upset.
You were the one who asked.
Yeah, I heard everything. I'm just a little distracted. I shrugged. You can grow vines and change plants. Could you grow a watermelon if you had to?
A watermelon? Ah, easy. Either poisonous or explosive. Didn't you get it?
A wicked smile spread over his face.
I can speed up growth, change how plants are, but only in a bad way. At the most I can move skinny vines, but only when they have enough fertilizer.
So, theoretically, eventually you'll be able to make plants that don't need to be in soil? I said, surprised.
Well, yeah, probably. What is it to you?
Gosha squinted doubtfully, but not understanding what I was talking about right away. You could make a tree with legs, and then carry yourself on it, for example. Cool, right? Immediately his eyes sparkled and his face broke out in an idiotic grin. He clearly liked that idea a whole lot, and now he would improve his gift with even more fervor. Okay, one more question. When you kill those like you, do you get experience? I had digested the potatoes and there was no more reason to hang around here, so I needed to take care of everything once and for all and get down to business.
I haven't tried yet, but in theory, yes. But only if I do it myself. If it's to those under my control, definitely not.
He was a little bothered.
I was trying when you left me alone. Totally useless.
So if you kill the living with your zombies, then you do get experience? This was more like a hack. But those animal tamers, if you believed Oya, did get some of the experience from their animals.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, really. Why not? There was only one more thing, and an experiment. I put Gosha in my inventory, dematerialized, and spent my stat points to increase my mana reserves. I didn't forget about my skill points either, putting 2 of them into my vampire skill. The percentage of mana absorption went up a little, although I would like it to be a lot more, to be honest. Name, Casp. Level, 12. Class, Ghost. Stats, Body, 19. Strength, 6. Dexterity, 8. Constitution, 5. Mind, 23. Intelligence, 7. Reaction, 9. Perception, 8. Spirit, 18. Repository, 14. Conduits, 4. Available stat points, 0. Skills. Active. Passive. Energy Vampire, Rare, 12. Additional, Dematerialization, Class Skill. Available skill points, 13. Abilities. Martial. Craft. Available ability points, 4. Auction. Inventory, £1,125. I personally had raised the repository stat, while the rest were due to the potatoes. It was too bad that the changes weren't so obvious as the bonuses you got from equipment. My constitution had gone up by 1, my dexterity 2, and my perception had gone up by 2 even, which you couldn't complain about. Would I be able to read thoughts better? Unlikely. I didn't really read thoughts, so much as feel them. I didn't have any idea which organ I was using when I inserted myself into someone's mind. It was just like I got a feeling. Who the hell knows? You would never experience anything like it in a corporeal form anyway. You just inhabit someone else's little world and sit there, looking in, listening in. Probably I could use that even to understand people who thought in a different language. Maybe even Gosha. But I certainly didn't want to even guess what was going on in that rotten head of his. Let his thoughts stay on the inside for now. I had enough regular people. Now for the experiment that I had been putting off since the very first day. What would happen if my mana suddenly ran out? Learning the consequences in the heat of battle would be very unpleasant. So it was better to do that somewhere peaceful, with some kind of protection around, and also with a ton of mana donors. Without going up very high, I started going in circles above the roof. At first I accelerate up to a speed of about 20 miles per hour. My mana was being used up pretty fast, but now I had a lot to spare, so I could fly around like this for about 20 minutes. Plus or minus, the data wasn't too exact. At 25 miles per hour, the mana was just leaking out. A minute or two and it would be gone, even if you considered that it was being restored fairly quickly. So right before it reached the absolute bottom, I slowed down, just in case, to about 5 miles per hour. And not for nothing. As soon as my mana finally reached the bottom, it was like I had been kicked out into the mortal plane onto my ass. I hadn't been going too fast, but I did smash my face in pretty bad, since I'd been flying around like a superhero head first. Oh! The air was smashed out of my lungs as soon as I stopped. You okay? One of the sentries ran up to me right away, staring in surprise at my squished body. You look like hell. That is because I feel like hell. Shit for brains. I responded harshly, which made my head ache with a piercing pain. You should go. I'll be okay. I had never used up my mana like that. It had been close to 0 when I was chasing the portalist, but like this, never once. And it was not worth doing it again in the future. I would rather just forget about these feelings. It was as if someone had injected my veins with liquid nitrogen containing enough tranquilizers for an elephant. I had no strength, and I was cold, and I was nauseous. Grey potatoes flew out of my inventory, and I, not having the strength to lift them, began opening them up and dropping plates of food everywhere, right up until the point that a rejuvenating blue liquid appeared in my hands. Oh, that taste! The vial was only enough for 1 gulp, but that was the most satisfying gulp of my whole life. Now I understood what people who had survived wandering around in a desert for a month had experienced. Life suddenly became worth living. Even though the vial restored just a little bit, still I immediately came to, activating my dematerialization skill and expanding the coverage of my vampire skill right away. There was no reason to wait around anymore. I could absorb mana from these people for a while, and it would be simpler to just head off in the direction I wanted to go. What good could I get on the way? Quite a lot, and I could put all of it in my inventory. Now it could hold half a ton. First off, I got myself a telephone. For that I had to persuade the sentry to share his. And even though he didn't want to at first, Gosha quickly convinced him that that was a poor choice. At the same time, I had acquired a connection to the whole station. In the contacts, I found Brownie and Slob and the other members of the team, so if anything happened, I could get in contact with them. Next, I headed to a sporting goods store, not the one that I had recently set on fire. There was another on the way, inside a mall, and I could pick up a bunch of other things there too. Some time later. Was it worth it? I had stopped in front of a comfortable-looking but fairly heavy chair. It could do a massage on every part of your body and heat up or cool down. but to do that it needed to be plugged in. What am I, stupid? Of course it's worth it! I also had to get a generator, a long cable, oil, and a container for fuel. I would pour it out along the way, no problem. I grabbed a tent, just in case. I took the nicest and most expensive one. I mean, I wasn't at the junkyard. What did I need it for? You never know. I hadn't forgotten about a nice table, a laptop, a chair for myself, and Child's potty for Gosha. It would be convenient to put the head in there so he couldn't roll around anywhere. Screw the dishes and the clothes. Oh, I could get water. You don't always get that in the rewards. I was flying through the aisles of a supermarket and putting everything that could be useful into my inventory. I didn't forget to grab another case of beer out of the fridge. One bear I knew would really appreciate that. I went through the food pretty fast, since I didn't really need freebies. The potatoes amply covered all my needs. The store was pretty big, so I spent some time making my choices. I just couldn't even imagine what would do me the most good. I didn't plan on sleeping. I had everything I need for food. The laptop would let me have fun, and I would connect it to the internet using the phone. On my way outside, I started slowly but surely culling the population of local zombies. I ran into surprisingly few strong ones among them, but probably they simply hadn't managed to get out of the mall at that time. It was massive, and would definitely take more than a minute to run outside. So the people here hadn't been infected, just died right away without leveling up. Even so, there were still some mutants. I mostly killed leapers, since their skulls were pretty easy to crush. Under the ceiling I found some winged monsters. There were 5 of them in all, and after I killed the first one they flew off in different directions. It wasn't worth it to chase after them, so I just left them in peace. Anyway, their rewards were the most annoying to pick up. A green potato fell down somewhere, immediately lost in the crowd of regular zombies, and I wasn't going to go looking for it. What's this? My attention was caught by a small group of deadies right by the main entrance, but still outside of the building. There were 3 of them in total. One was sitting in a flower bed, another one was leaning against a column, and the third one was lying motionless on the ground by the revolving door. It was not normal behavior for stupid beasts, even more so since they didn't look like stormtroopers or smarties. More like leapers, just as skinny, just of a more modest height. Maybe they were kids. I began swinging my slungshot, and only at the last moment did I catch, out of the corner of my eye, that a chunky rat had climbed out of a nearby drainpipe. It looked pretty dangerous. 2 long gnarled teeth, dripping with fizzing acid, stuck out of his mouth. Its fur was covered in needles, and at the end of its tail was topped with a poisonous stinger. Ugh, I wouldn't want to encounter that myself. But the next weird thing for me was that the rat was calmly walking forward towards the entrance, like it hadn't noticed the deadies that were frozen right next to it. Only when it was right between them did the animal start to have suspicions, stopping and sniffing the air. Right at that moment, the nearest zombie swiftly stabbed the spiky body with its claws, biting off the head in a single moment. Okay. I had appeared a little bit away to check my suspicions. Invisible goddamn zombies. That's just what we need. Chapter 31. The Invisies gifted me 3 blue potatoes, which I immediately put in my mouth. No point in holding off, since I needed stats ASAP. But only one went up. Constitution. Fine, couldn't hurt. Right now I had exactly 20 points in my body stat, my mind stat was hanging around 23, and my weakest so far remained spirit, with its 18 points. But that was good for it, since at first it had been completely pitiful. I wondered what it would be like to see the bald Tibetan monks who had had so much of that in their consciousness before all this started. Right now they were completely clearing China of this infection all on their own, most likely. Thinking about that faraway country, I shuddered involuntarily. What was happening over there now? If everything was bad in my city, then what was happening in the big cities? How were the monsters acting there? Ugh. Screw it. Fly there and you can find out. The main thing would be to get your mana to a level where you have enough for the trip. Even now I can move around pretty fast in my ghost form, for a fair distance, and in a day or two it would be even better. I just had to get to that camp. But what point was there in flying through the forest when I could take a car? Anyone I wanted. Just needed a key in the ignition and fuel in the tank, and there you go. But before heading out, I had to take care of some unfinished business. And I had to make a real habit of it, since knowing the system, you couldn't neglect things like this. My axe appeared in my hand, and without waiting for the deadies to come running toward the sound, I started chopping up the corpses. I cracked the sternum of the first Invisi in half in just 3 chops. I had never cut meat off bones before, but that experience definitely would have been extremely useful now. "Why are you so disgusting, huh?" I said, annoyed, wiping pieces of decomposing lungs off my face. The axe sprayed the innards around spectacularly, and by the time I finally got to the blue crystal that was my aim, it was completely covered in gunk. The crystal looked exactly like it did in the video. I had no idea how I would get these out of the big guys. They had 3 times the meat on them, and that's not even to mention the bones. I didn't even want to imagine how long it would take me to deal with those. Within a half hour I had gotten all 3 of them and put them in my inventory. The system hadn't pointed out these new items at all, not even giving any hints. But my intuition and common sense were literally screaming at me, "Collect this shit, don't miss even one." But about how to do it right, my intuition somehow wasn't telling me anything. One comfort was that most of the gunk fell right off as soon as I dematerialized. Completely unnecessary, I would say, but I had still started to stink over time, and that might be a problem in the forest. My habit of taking a shower before bed or right when I woke up had turned out to be pretty unhelpful for me. Since the beginning I'd only slept 1 time, and even then I wasn't woken up by an alarm at all, but by 3 douchebags set on violence. So before I went off in search of a car, I hopped into the nearest apartment building. It was a single-entrance building, about 25 stories high, that treated me to a wide choice of rich, spacious apartments. If you wanted to, you could take up with 2 zombies, or you could stay in an apartment with a fancy jacuzzi in the bathroom, or some kind of new-fangled shower. I chose the latter, in fact spending a little too much time getting ready there. I materialized in the shower and immediately turned the water on full blast, not even bothering to get undressed. What difference did it make? My clothes had also started to smell like Gosha's flowers. The room filled up with steam and spent 20 minutes washing first my things and then myself. It was good to have civilization around. What was I going to do when the water finally shut off? The hot water at least would go out in a few days, if there wasn't some zombie worker in the boiler room constantly shoveling coal into the furnace, or to unscrew the gas. Whatever works. And that was exactly why I needed people. And even though it sounded terrible, the more the better. With craft classes and abilities, with work experience from before, I didn't need too many fighters, since I could fill that role myself. The keychain with the car key was right in the entrance hall. I grabbed it for later and headed to the underground parking garage. The car I ended up with was cool. No, actually, it had been pretty expensive, and a week ago anybody would have wanted one like it. But now, a 2-seater convertible was clearly not up to the current standards for an automobile. 0 long-distance capability, durability laughable, and as for safety, a nightmare. Not even 100 airbags were going to save you from flying zombies. But just out of curiosity, I decided I would still take this whip for a spin out of the parking garage. The motor rumbled a bit, and the car started moving. I had to give it its due. In comfort, it was on the level. It was like the seat was alive during turns, supporting you on the sides, so the driver never had to tense up. And she sure did accelerate fast. But as soon as I got on the street, the deadies started attacking the fairly loud vehicle. They had already heard the sounds, and so they managed to gather up right by the exit, breaking down the barrier and oozing inside. I put the pedal to the metal, and the low bumpers started knocking zombies off their feet. They would flop down somewhere behind us, and the unreasonably powerful engine would keep dragging us farther and farther along, right up until the bald tires started slipping on the asphalt covered in rotting guts. Oh well, it was nice, but not at all practical. Farewell, little car. I dematerialized, and right at that second, a dozen cold, gnarled hands tore the roof into little pieces. Naturally, they didn't find anyone inside, and noticeably upset, they started wandering off on their own, almost like they had forgotten about the gold they had wanted so much. I wasn't about to go looking for another means of transport deliberately. I could find a ton of them on the way, plus it would be best to leave the city first, otherwise it would be pretty hard to break through the crowds of zombies. And they were really in crowds. Sometimes the groupings of deadies reached dozens of individuals, and you even came across ones numbering 100 or 200. But I managed to find a whole horde of them being led by a smarty. There were about 1,000 of them there, if not more, and that army looked pretty intimidating. They walked in dense streams, protecting their leader on all sides, while winged monsters flew around above, ready to cover their leader from above. The temptation to attack them was enormous, but in the end I thought better of it. Next time, at least until my levels maxed out and I had a weapon against them, an extremely strong one. The holy grenade I had in reserve would hit the majority of the mutants in its explosion, and after taking out the flying monsters, I could easily get rid of the survivors. But no, I had to hurry. Those assholes could attack the police station again anytime soon, and then I would have to play by their rules. I flew at a speed of about 6 miles per hour, extending the range of my vampire aura as far as I could. 120 feet on one side, 120 on the other, and I could easily suck the juice out of hundreds of monsters at once. But gradually the high rises ended, and the city began turning into a village. The partial development of the outskirts immediately treated me to a profusion of SUVs. They were mostly parked in yards, but I did run into some that were right in the street. It was also nice that there were much less zombies here, and their herds didn't exceed 3 dozen individuals. A group like that wouldn't be too hard to run over, even if they were standing right on the road. The important thing was to not hit a big guy, or else I would have to look for a new car. I finally decided on a silver pickup. It had a strong steel bumper, good-sized wheels, and a cab reinforced with metal pipes. In general, nearly everything that I loved. The only thing I didn't like was that it was parked on the lawn. Well-cropped green grass poked out from under the toothed wheels, and under that was brown clayey dirt. Why couldn't you just park it like normal people? Did you really have to screw it up? I expressed my disappointment to the zombie locked behind the fence. As far as I could tell from the fact that he had the keys to that beast in his pocket, it was just this very deady who was guilty of bad parking. But he just babbled something unintelligible. Actually, these monsters, as far as I could recall, only knew how to babble. Sometimes they might act up, but a good smack on the back of the head would change those people's attitudes for the better, just like now. The only difference was that I gave him the smack with a hammer. The zombie fell onto the ground and died. I took the keys out of his pocket and sat behind the wheel. Gosha, you know how to drive? I had materialized the potty and then put the head in it. It turned out to be pretty stable and comfortable.
Yeah, but I can't really reach the pedals.
No bullshit. You know what I mean. What a pest. He could never give a real answer. So you remember which pedals to push and all of that?
Yes, I remember. What is there not to remember?
He exclaimed.
Why the hell do you care?
If you had an idiot like you under your control, you could take the wheel for me, I said. That would be good, but we'll try it later. The motor rumbled deeply, and letting a puff of black smoke out of its pipe, the SUV started off. I was lost in thought, though never ceasing to maneuver between the cars abandoned right there on the road. The sentient zombie remembered how to drive. Did that mean he could remember other things from his past life? Or was driving simply a set of reflexes like walking and running? A lot of zombies walked around like invalids, shuffling their feet and constantly staggering like they were drunk. Would Gosha drive like that? But whatever the case, it sounded interesting. I could put the head in a tank, give him 3 subordinates, and get a whole crew. Obedient to me alone. Of course, Gosha would first have to learn how to use a vehicle like that, but it sounded awesome at least. Knocking down at least a dozen normal zombies, I finally got out of the city. The road immediately became much emptier. and I only rarely came across turned over and broken down cars that had driven into ditches right at the beginning of the apocalypse. It had only been an hour since the sun had risen, so it was quite nice to be driving. A wide road, smooth asphalt, and almost complete absence of walking dead. What was strange was that as soon as road headed into the woods, the zombies disappeared entirely. For a few miles I drove very slowly, seeing if I could spot something among the trees, but really, the zombies were either afraid to come here, or— Bang! Something heavy had just smashed into the door, causing the car to shake slightly. I immediately braked, dematerialized, and flew outside. But all I found was a large dent in the metal, and nothing around. Were the squirrels throwing pine cones or what? But there was no one in the trees either. Strange. Bang! Fuck! He's going to eat me! Get him! I heard another hit, but this time on the other side, and a panicky voice from inside the car. I had completely forgotten to hide Gosha. I immediately went over to the source of the sound, and looking down, I was surprised to see— a hedgehog? Buddy, the sun has risen. It's time for you to go to bed. I appeared a few feet away from the surprisingly large and aggressive hedgehog, but he didn't pay me any mind, continuing to run around and into the metal door, leaving more and more dents in it. Get it, you fucker! The artifact continued shouting, realizing that I didn't intend to hurt the animal at all. I can feel his hatred from here. Or let's just get out of here. But I liked it here. Just by getting out of the car and materializing, I had realized how much nicer it was in the woods than in the city. I heard a trill somewhere in the distance. A woodpecker had found a worm and was now intently knocking it out from under the bark of a tree. The only upsetting thing was that the trill ended with a crash, as if the tree had fallen in the end. But whatever, he would get used to his new strength. And if you didn't count the furiously panting hedgehog, it was quiet all around. A little too quiet, I would say. Somewhere above the tops of the trees, a massive bird was flying around, not making any sound. It wasn't paying me any attention, but I keep following its movements attentively. On the outskirts of the city, it ran into a single flying zombie, and following a short fight, the bird had come out on top, tearing the monster's head off in only a few seconds. I recognized the bird, I just couldn't— Was it a heron or something? It reminded me of something, but at that distance I couldn't tell. It had decided to switch from frogs to zombies, and I approved. There were only a couple of miles left to my destination, so I decided that I could stop and catch my breath. Eventually he got tired of knocking on the door, so I decided to put the screaming head into my inventory. The hedgehog was staring at me, accusing me of all of the daddy's sins with one glance. Then, after pissing on the wheel, went off on his own business. Okay, I had screwed up a little, maybe I was even a little ashamed. But I wasn't going to give the head to anyone. I could still use it to annoy Oleg anyway, and that was worth it. I spent another 5 minutes standing around, enjoying the quiet of the forest, the humid air, and the cool shade of the trees. Then I sat back down in the truck. With the soothing sounds of the engine, my thoughts began to wander again. Yeah, I would have to move those people here. I had been worried for nothing. Animals were not human beings. There was no reason for them to be at each other's throats when they had a common enemy. Even at the watering hole, predators wouldn't attack herbivores. But we would tear each other's throats out any time, night or day, just because we could. A short time ago, before all this started, I come across an article where some foreign researcher talked about his meeting and conversation with the chief of a cannibal tribe. The researcher told him about the world wars, which had shaken all of the civilized world and ended millions of lives, which left the chief speechless. "You did all that and not even for food?" he asked. "And we're the savages." Anyway, that's how it was now too. I was no different from the masses, leaving the city for a single purpose, to kill a whole group of people like me. Whack! In a second we were tumbling over. The car had been knocked to the side in a single hit, and it rolled over a few times, stopped only by a tree. I watched all of that from nearby, having immediately dematerialized as soon as I flew out of the cab. It was lucky that I hadn't taken Gosha out, or he would have had a bad time. A massive goddamn reindeer was standing in the middle of the road. These guys were pretty big before the system came, but this dude was somehow beyond all that. He must have weighed more than a ton, more than 6.5 feet at the withers, and his antlers. I couldn't understand how he even moved through the forest with that craziness on his head. They were different, though, from normal reindeer antlers. This guy's were kind of flowing, almost like light was passing through them. Anyway, cars used to hit deer, and now the deer had decided to avenge their stupid comrades. Now I also understood why the forest guys had come up to us only in quiet, but very powerful trucks. Having materialized, I realized why I hadn't noticed that hulking beast in the middle of the road. He was not invisible, but really blended into the surroundings. It looked as if he were made of glass. And maybe he really was. His fur was multifaceted, glimmering in the light of the sun's rays, and his antlers simply looked like they were made of crystals. "What the hell are you doing, dumbass?" I shouted, pointing at the overturned truck and staring at him. But I couldn't have a staring contest for long. Devastating the roadbed with his hooves, he immediately dashed over to attack, putting his mystical antlers before him, but I just let him pass through me, causing him to roar in indignation. "What do you want? To feel like the king of the forest?" "Just stop, dummy." I appeared once more a little distance away from the magnificent creature, and he once again dashed into an unthinking attack. "I thought you were smart, and look what I got." He was not about to stop for anything. It was like he was angry at people for something, and he didn't react to my words at all. I tried to read his thoughts, but that turned out to be a stupid waste of time, although my mana was restored a little by absorbing the excess from this glass fool. But there were no thoughts, as such, just emotions. More specifically, just one: rage. Emotions like that, and all others too, didn't often lead to anything good. Like right now, the roars and sounds of his hooves hitting the asphalt had attracted other inhabitants of the forest. I didn't even think that there was a whole pack of wolves this close to the city. They had come almost without a sound, encircling their prey in advance. Okay, even though their size in comparison with the reindeer was minuscule, even I could feel the threat emanating from them from over here. No, I wasn't going to attack them. Not unless I absolutely had to. There were 20 individuals in the pack in total, including both wolves and just normal dogs. As normal as you could be in this new era, since the leader of the pack was at least 5 feet at the withers, and he looked pretty big. I didn't notice any other special features, but that didn't mean they didn't have any. Not all mutations presented with exterior signs. Roaring, the reindeer took off, aiming his antlers right at the leader, but he swiftly leaped out of the way, managing to swipe his claws right into the side of the deer. He let out an awful creak, with sparks flying into the air, and the reindeer, turning around, repeated his attack. Wolves with claws. That was the first mutation. He attacked like a cat, which made sense if you had claws. I mean, his teeth wouldn't get through that hard glass surface anyway. The reindeer's second attack wasn't successful either, and right after that the situation started getting intense. I was barely able to follow the action of the battle with my eyes. They all began attacking at the same time, and the poor creature simply couldn't stand up against coordinated attacks of the predators at all. But I didn't know who my money was on. The transparent antlers easily lifted the smaller dogs into the air and threw them a few yards away. They would hit trees, the ground, the beat-up truck, but they just got up and went on the attack again. The heavy hooves tried to trample the predators into the ground, but to no use. The animals, as if predicting the danger, easily avoided the fatal blows, immediately sinking their teeth into his leg and trying to break through the impenetrable glass fur covering with their teeth. One dog froze for a second, opening his mouth. Soon a gout of flame burst out of it, directed right at the side of the reindeer. But the flames simply bounced back and burned the dog. Was this a kind of invincibility to magic? The rest of the pack stood back for a moment, and as soon as the flame died down, they fell to attacking once again. The leader leaped onto the back of the magnificent beast, and only now did he put his powerful jaws, peppered with long, sharp fangs, to use. And only then could a crunch be heard, and the glittering cover broke out in cracks, with the first spray of blood spurting out. The smell of it caused the whole pack to howl in excitement. And now, having forgotten about the danger, the crazed animals started tearing their grunting victim into literal pieces. All of this happened in mere seconds, and I was too surprised to do anything. And even though that idiot had attacked me, trying to turn me into a pancake, I still kind of felt bad for him. Yeah, the wolves just wanted to eat, but why did they attack the reindeer? Right over there was a whole city full of zombies and people. The spiked ball shone in the meager rays of the sun breaking through the canopy of trees, but the animals, excited by the battle, didn't pay it any attention. Even when it started to whiz through the air, only the leader raised his ears. But it was too late. My weapon was out, and ready for a fight. Chapter 32. That didn't go so well. I walked up to the fallen reindeer who was lying on the road, wheezing, drawing in his last breath. Forgive me. I was only trying to help. Waste not, want not. So I slammed my axe into the wound he had already had, finishing the magnificent beast off in one quick hit. Anyway, it wouldn't have been worth it to help him. A decent reward would have to drop from such a powerful beast anyway. Getting involved in the heat of the fight was not the best plan ever, especially if you consider that both the reindeer and the wolves had some sorts of skills. All of them except the leader. That mutant was just oppressive because of his strength and speed, but he did it beautiful, gracefully, and creatively. I landed my first hit on a dog near the outside edge, which distracted the whole pack. It was like they could feel their companion's pain and correctly identified the attacker right away, staring straight at me. It was uncomfortable to be noticed so easily, so it was time for me to get used to the fact that my invisibility didn't work on everyone. On the other hand, animals have never attacked me first, and I had to be happy about that. Only now did they react aggressively, starting to attack me with magic. Thankfully, not one of them had long-range abilities, all of them counting on the wolf to have already grabbed its victim, or at least being right nearby. So I could avoid most of the attacks by simply floating up higher. Okay, got it, not getting in there. The reindeer took advantage of the break, and throwing aside everyone in front of him with his powerful antlers, leaped forward. I really thought there was about to be a chase, but he wasn't that kind of moose. He clearly wasn't used to backing down, and he didn't see any particular danger in the wolves. He ran off about 100 feet, then turned around, pointing his antlers at the pack running after him. In a moment I understood why he was standing right there. The rays of the sun that were breaking through the thick canopy of trees seemed to be concentrated into his antlers, and soon he attacked with a powerful stream that burned everything in its path. If I had been corporeal then, I would have lost my eyes. The light was incredibly bright, and the only reason I could look at it was because I didn't really have any sense organs. But the wolves did. That skill had blinded the majority of them, but even in spite of that, some of them continued running forward, hoping to sink their teeth into that crunchy glass hide as soon as possible. And the leader had managed to do it again. While the main pack had been running in a straight line, he had managed to get behind his victim using his unbelievable speed, and in one swift motion, break through his defenses, climbing up on his back once again. But this time he had no intention of letting go of his prize. His claws dug into the side of the reflective animal, and his teeth had begun tearing at his hide again, and then at the flesh on his victim's neck. The reindeer grunted and began kicking with his hind legs. But to what end? He couldn't escape the deadly grasp of that powerful predator that easily, especially since some large dogs had also pierced the flesh of the poor beast, and each of them was now pulling him to themselves, trying to rip off a large piece for themselves. Rushing to the nearest tree, I materialized the head and put him in a fairly high branch, ordering him to attack the dogs and eat any of them if he could. Gosha just grinned silently and closed his eyes, starting to work his green magic, while I went back. The grass stretched towards the paws of the predators and began coiling around them. After just a few seconds, the leader, sensing the familiar smell of rotting meat, was once again distracted from his task. But only for a moment, because my spiked ball hit him right in the back. Avoiding the magical attacks, I landed hit after hit, trying to hurt as many of the dogs as possible. At the same time, the plants were coming alive and starting to get in the way of the whole pack in any way possible, constantly latching onto their paws and tails, tripping them, and just poking into their fur with their thorns. The asphalt cracked and a dandelion grew out of it. Obviously, Gosha's spirit was in it, seeing as it was behaving extremely aggressively, growing bigger and bigger every second. Gradually, it was covered in thorns and started sticking everyone that it could reach. By this time, the majority of the skills were flying either at the head or at the plants, so I could land hit after carefully placed hit on the distracted animals trapped in the grass. Realizing that the plants were really getting in their way and that it was Gosha's fault, the leader rushed toward the tree, sinking his claws into the bark. He reached the top with just a couple of jumps. There was nothing I could do. His powerful jaws clamped down on the profusely swearing head. Having grabbed it, the wolf jumped down and began trying his hardest to bite it open. But by that time I'd gotten over to them. Crack! The ball, with increased weight, hit the leader right in the thigh. He was thrown far to the side, and judging by the sound, one of his bones hadn't made it. Yeah, any big guy would have been split in half by a hit like that, but the wolf just jumped away. But I didn't stop at one hit, continuing to swing my slungshot again and again, battering my enemy's back. I was afraid to hit his face since Gosha was still in his mouth. The wolf tried to run away, but I, using the last of my mana, moved right over to him, returning to the material world, and hit him in the back with the electrical axe that had been languishing in my inventory while still flying. A powerful discharge paralyzed the animal for a moment, and he dropped the head, at which point I immediately put it into my inventory. Awoo! The injured leader howled. My attack hadn't killed him, but had caused a lot of pain. He glared at me angrily, then turned around and then trotted away, not wanting to have any contact with such an unpleasant opponent. So here I was, next to the fallen, but still living reindeer. My axe went deep into his neck. The animal flinched for the last time, and then was finally put out of his misery. Level up, +1. Do you think it's edible? I had placed the gnawed-up head next to the reindeer.
Well, only living things are edible for me, and this one is already gone,
Gosha murmured, hurt. I only now noticed how damaged he was. His whole face had been disfigured with deep scratches from the fangs. His nose was twisted to the side, his right cheek was completely gone, and so was his right eye. Why do you think the dog wasn't going to kill you? I began walking around the animal to try and find the reward. Maybe it had rolled into the grass, or was just under the body.
You think he wasn't going to?
He was upset.
He tried, he just couldn't. Goddamn puppy, I would catch him right now. Listen here, you dog. Come here and I'll grow a root under your tail that will make you howl not just at the moon, but forever. You got that, you shaggy brick? You first cock?
Gosha had started shouting profanity towards where the pack had hidden itself, and I wasn't about to stop him. I was remembering how he had shouted in panic when the wolf actually got to him. It made sense that his bones had become much stronger than normal ones. I suddenly recalled the Bone King in the underground. He had shot a powerful discharge at the head. Most likely it was because of that he was now not as soft as he seemed. Okay, shut up. I put Gosha back in my inventory as soon as I spotted what the system had gifted me with this time. A goddamn purple book. It had fallen into the grass, which is why I couldn't see it at first. But now, I carefully picked it up off the ground, eagerly reading the description. Appropriation. Epic. Description. Active skill. Allows you to sneak into another person's inventory and move system items and rewards from there into your own. The choice is random. Costs 10 to 100 mana, depending on the value of the item. Chance of success, 5% to 50%, depending on the value of the item. Recharges in 1 minute. Area of use, 3 feet. In case of failure, your target will notice you, and for 1 minute they will see your location in spite of any protection or distance. The chance of appropriating their personal items will be lowered. Now this is the stuff. I had read through the description multiple times, and I finally understand what the system was trying to say. I wanted to read this book immediately. Anyway, why fuck around? Name, Casp, Level, 13. Class, Ghost. Stats, Body, 20. Strength, 6. Dexterity, 8. Constitution, 6. Mind 23, Intelligence 7, Reaction 9, Perception 8, Spirit 18, Repository 14, Conduits 4, Available stat points 0, Skills Active, Appropriation, Epic 1, Passive, Energy Vampire, Rare 12, Additional, Dematerialization, Class Skill. Available skill points 15. Abilities Martial, Craft. Available ability points 6. Auction Inventory £1,125. I didn't even think about it. Just immediately put all my available skill points into the new one. Yeah, it wasn't an attack skill. Yeah, its value was unproven so far. But only to idiots. You could steal things on a massive scale from inventories. From the place where people hid only their most valuable stuff. Soon there would be auctions, and there I could sell everything easily. Until then, I would just keep them for myself. They didn't need anything, and it would take me a long time to fill up a half-ton inventory. I immediately leveled both my skills up to their maximum level of 13, not forgetting my stat points either. Once again putting both of them into mana, and that mana increase worked in a pretty strange way. Right now my base mana, if you didn't count the equipment bonuses that raised it by 15, was 160 points. That made sense. I had raised my repository stat to 16, and it seemed totally logical. You put 1 point into the stat and your reserves go up by 10. But no, when the stat went up from 14 to 15, there was no mana growth at all. Nothing. It was at 140 and it stayed at 140. But as soon as I put in 1 more point, my mana reserves went up by 20. Not wanting to put off such an important question, I immediately started digging around in my stats. Their appearance, and also the appearance of the other system buttons, had changed a little after the first phase. To make an analogy with our own technology, a phase was just a patch, an update, no more, no less. And now the system, on our planet, had become a little more complete. Using trial and error, eventually I pressed on the repository stat, and it opened up into 2 branches. Strange that I had figured this out before, since this possibility must have been included since the very beginning. Repository, 16. Reserves, 8. Accumulation, 8. No matter how much I tried to open it up again, nothing happened. Clearly we needed another phase to dig in even deeper into the stats. Even so, this was exceptionally cool. There's an argument for leveling up only the regeneration of mana, then I wouldn't have to worry about the reserves. On the other hand, if I put points in both, then it would be a lot more even. As soon as my new skill reached level 10, a message appeared in front of my eyes, asking me to choose an additional feature. Did only purple ones have this? In any case, choices are always extremely useful and important. Chance, choice, quick recharge. But choices were not always good. I didn't even know what I needed right now. Quick recharge was completely understandable, so I could safely ignore it. I wasn't in a hurry, and it's not like anybody would notice me, so having my wait time, even for free, wasn't necessary. Choice was much more interesting. As soon as I got into someone's inventory, I would get a little window allowing me to choose from 3 options of which item I wanted to try to swipe. And chance, judging from the description, allowed me to keep stealing immediately after a success, and it also increased my chances of success the next time. The choice seemed obvious. Choice, definitely. But my chances of nabbing a really valuable item would still be practically nothing. It would be better to get random items, but in large quantities. So I would pick choice next time, as soon as it got to level 20. Appropriation, Epic, 13. Description, active skill. Allows you to sneak into another person's inventory and move system items and rewards from there into your own. The choice is random. Costs 10 to 100 mana, depending on the value of the item. Chance of success, 17% to 62%, depending on the value of the item. Recharges in 48 seconds. Area of use, 3 feet. In case of failure, your target will notice you, and for 48 seconds they will see your location in spite of any protection or distance. Additional feature, chance. After a success, you may try to appropriate one more item immediately, and the chance of success increases by 10%, but no more than 3 times in a row. No, I had no regrets. I could attack with my slingshot, but this skill had the title Epic, for good reason. It would be hard to underestimate it. Even if the system started marking me out, nobody would be able to see me anyway. They would have to know what I could do and how to fight with me. Otherwise, they would just be surprised, thinking they had seen a ghost. Ha! That would be even more fun. While I was dealing with the stats and my new skill, the reindeer's skin had turned back to normal. It seems like it hadn't been a mutant, but just a skill. I could leave the body for wild animals to tear apart, but somehow it seemed to me this brute's meat could be valuable. He was probably level 20, having gotten a wide swathe of skills. Plus, I had 2 scrolls with the cook ability. The system wouldn't give me stuff like that for nothing, right? Maybe I could make something like the food you get from blue potatoes, easily raising my stats. I had to work as a butcher once again. First, I cut off the legs and put them in my inventory. Then I started opening up the ribcage. When would I get another chance to learn more about the animal world? Finally, after half an hour, I stood there completely covered in blood and guts, but even so I had a satisfied smile on my face, and a purple crystal in my hand. That meant that people would have them too, but I still had no idea how to get them without wasting a whole bunch of time and effort. I thought about trying to touch them while I was in my ghost form, and then maybe they would just go into my inventory, but thoughts like that usually came far too late. After cutting up and partially wrapping the body, I headed toward the enemy settlement. Now I wouldn't leave empty-handed no matter what happened. I wouldn't calm down until I had stolen everything I could. Even if I had to throw those items away later, everything would be for a good purpose. There really were a lot of animals in the forest, even though it was already noon. I managed to run into a small herd of wild pigs. There were both happily oinking piglets and a massive 600-pound boar. He looked at me menacingly, grunting angrily, then took his litter away.